it's Arthur Godfrey time. Yes, it's Arthur Godfrey time with all the little Godfreys. Jeanette Davis, Marshall Young, Frank Saunders, the Jubilaires, and Hank Silverne in the orchestra. And here again is Arthur Godfrey himself.
You didn't say that very convincingly, Joe. Isn't that a lovely suit he's wearing? Isn't that pretty? That is a suit, isn't it, Joe? Take a tip from me, will you? The next time you buy a suit from that mail order outfit, make sure the catalog is 1946. Never mind, no matter what they say, you keep right on wearing it. You remember the other day when I told you about the gorgeous handlebar mustaches that Mike Donovan, our CBS doorman, was growing? Well, he's had to trim them down to the point where they now extend no farther than the eastern and western extremities of his upper lip, on account of no more fancy curlicues for him. I asked him why, and he said, you don't believe a word of this, but so help me. They were growing so fast they got me eyes and blinded me. I guess we've all been mystified at one time or another by some of this legal language that the judges and lawyers throw around. Well, how do you like that, throw around? Oh, that's cute. That's good. That's from listening to you, Joe. Things are going to be different from now on, and naturally enough, Brooklyn is taking the lead in simplifying the terms of the law. A dispute between a judge and a former district attorney in Brooklyn has brought out the following legal opinion. Quote, piffle, unquote. And now here are the Jubilaires with a little legal advice for me. Shut your mouth, baby. Yes, here, shut your mouth.
Baby, we can have lots of fun, yes, lots of fun, because you're the cutest one. So shut your mouth, baby. We can have lots of fun, yes, lots of fun, because you're the cutest one. You're so sweet, you're so neat, when we walking down the street. Everybody holler, mama, you're the cutest one. You're so heavenly, what a break for me. Baby, can't you see, I'm in love, love, love. Hey, such a my baby. We can have lots of fun, yes, lots of fun, because you're the cutest one. You're so sweet, you're so neat, when we walking down the street. Everybody holler, mama, hey, hey, baby, you're the cutest one. You're so heavenly, what a break for me. Baby, can't you see, I'm in love, love, love. Hey, such a my baby, such a my baby. Yes, we can have lots of fun, yes, lots of fun, because you're the cutest one. Because you're the cutest one.
Yes, 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 yes. Have you heard that Spike Jones Hawaiian record yet, Hank? They call it, what do they call it, Hawaiian war chant?
I haven't heard it.
Oh, that's the most wonderful thing. They start out with this beautiful Hawaiian guitar with birds singing in the background. And pretty soon the fellow says, as our boat sinks in the west and the sun leaves the port or something, he says, we come to the island of Lulu. Spelled backward, ul. Oh, gee. The other side of it is, honey, too, they do the glowworm. And this soprano gets a hold of a note and holds on to it for about half an hour, you know. Finally, this guy in the background says, turn the page, you bat. Haven't you always wanted to do that when some soprano had hold of a note and wouldn't let go? Oh, that's the most beautiful song. I love it. Marshal Young promised us yesterday that he would learn our theme song and sing it today. Have you learned it, sir?
I have.
I want you folks in the audience to watch Marshal closely while he sings. He goes through all the motions of dramatic expression. He smiles, he scowls, he shakes his head yes, he shakes it no. And all the time he's singing to that microphone, see? From the looks of him, sometimes I think he's going steady with the thing.
She's quite thin, Arthur.
You like him skinny, huh?
Seems like old times, having you to walk with. Seems like old times, having you to talk with. And it's still a thrill just to have my arms around you. Still the thrill that it was the day I found you. Seems like old times, dinner dates and flowers, just like old times. Staying up for hours, making dreams come true, doing things we used to do. Seems like old times, being here with you.
Very nice, very nice. Let's keep those words around here now. Every once in a while we ought to sing them. It's a fine thing we don't even know the words to our own theme song. Now we shall hear from the orchestra. A beautiful college alma mater. Grandpa wanted to go to Pitt, but instead he went to pot. Moonlight on the Ganges. Goes Remo. Very pretty, very pretty. Today is All-Star Day in the Major League, huh? The Major Leagues. Professor Godfrey has a slight prediction to make. We'll let all you lucky people in on the result before it happens. You remember what we did with the Lewis Kahn fight, don't you? We called a round in which the knockout would occur. All right, today I will predict that the American League will beat the National League by 4 runs in 9 innings. I'll give you 3-2 on it. Any takers? No takers. Everybody agrees, I guess. Who's Mr. Norman Clayton? Is he here? Mr. Norman Clayton of Milwaukee, Wisconsin? Would you care to come forward, sir? I'm told that Mr. Clayton is a school teacher with an exceptionally good baritone voice. We'd like very much to meet such a gentleman. Come right up here, sir. Nice to see you. This is Mr. Clayton, ladies and gentlemen. You teach school, Mr. Clayton?
That's right.
Where, sir?
In Milwaukee.
I know, high or grammar or what?
Oh, I'm in the grammar school.
In grammar school?
Junior high, we call it.
Junior high, 8th grade?
Well, 7th. Our 8th is in the high school.
Oh, I see. 7th grade, huh?
I have a glee club in the high school, but that's kind of side dish, you know.
What do you teach? Everything?
No, I teach English. Of course, the real answer is I teach children. That's what I learned at school.
There we go.
But I won't get technical.
I went to the 7th grade.
You did?
Yes. Years passed, but I didn't.
Well, my philosophy is to pass everybody.
Oh, there's a nice fellow, isn't it, son, huh? That's all right. You're going to pass everybody.
No, I haven't failed anybody yet.
Mr. Clayton, what would you like to sing for us? We'd love to hear you.
Well, I'd like to sing Flow Gently, Sweet Afton.
That would be very nice. What key?
Key of F.
Can you play it, Hank?
Do you want one or two verses?
Anything you like. Go take the other mic now, where it'll be right up to your size.
Flow gently, sweet Afton, among thy green braes. Flow gently, I'll sing thee a song in thy praise. My Mary's asleep by thy murmuring stream. Flow gently, sweet Afton, disturb not her dream. Thou dove whose soft echo resounds from the hill, thou green-crested lapwing with noise loud and shrill, ye wild whistling warblers, your music forbear. I charge you, disturb not her slumbering
It's very nice to hear a good voice once in a while, isn't it? Well, the next song is written by James Lightly of the immortal songwriting team of Once Over. If you don't like these gags, my writer is between slumps.
Yes, it's Arthur Godfrey time with all the little Godfreys. Here again is Arthur Godfrey himself.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you. We got another letter from WBRY of Waterbury, Connecticut. It says, Dear Godfrey, what started out as a gag has now become a serious undertaking. The Sad Rags has begun to flourish in 12 different cities. I've had many cards and letters from people who heard our Thursday broadcast, each one asking to join the SADRAG. You know what that is, the Society for the Abolishment of Disparaging Remarks about Godfrey. Says, I really do appreciate the opportunity you gave me last Thursday to publicize the Sad Rags. The real organization of the group is now underway, and we already have 12 branches and 12 local representatives have been appointed. We're now in the process of issuing membership cards to all those who have shown interest in the club, and we're also contemplating printing a Sad Rag newsletter giving each member news about Godfrey and the organization. And the paper shortage and all. Said, I'd appreciate it if you could send me some biographical data so we could work hard on our first issue. Well, I tell you, I was born of poor but dishonest parents. Well, anyway, we've started our own campaign here in Waterbury to recruit Sad Rags through the cooperation of E. Christie Irk. Irk, that is. Irk. Radio editor of the Republican American newspapers. My, this from George Ball. So the Sad Rags are going strong. They've been swamped with calls. I tell you, all you got to do is get two people together and you can organize anything. You get 3 vice presidents together and immediately you have a meeting here in New York. A lunch on the company. Who are all these young fellas up in the front row here today? Who are all you lads with your lunch boxes? Where are you going? Who are you?
Coming from the YMCA.
YMCA? All members of what? The team, the swimming team?
No, it's day camp.
Oh, day camp. And you're on your way, are you, this morning? To day
We
camp?
just got here. We came from the day camp.
Asked him, was he on his way? He says, no, he just got here. Ask a silly question, I get a silly answer.
Don't ask questions.
No fooling. Tell me about yourselves. Are you the leader?
Or more or less, I'm a counselor.
You're the counselor, and what is your name, please?
George Pettypaw.
George who?
Pettypaw.
Pettypaw. And where are you from, George?
Forest Hills, Queens.
And all of these lads are from there, too?
Well, they're all from Queens.
All from Queens, and belong to which branch of the Y?
The Long Island City branch.
Long Island City branch, and you're on your way today somewhere with all that rig. Where? I mean, after you leave here.
Oh, when we leave here, we're going to Forest Park.
I see, for a day in the woods?
Or we're going to spend the afternoon there.
Oh, that's fine. I hope you have a nice day. It's nice to see you all, you lads. Do you fellas by any chance sing a song together?
No, we haven't started that yet. The camp was organized last week.
Oh, just organized last week. I see. Well, there's no time better than now to teach them a song. Come on, make them get up here and sing. Come on, boys. Come on, boys. Come on, all of you. Come on. Come on up here on the stage. The whole works. They're all about 9, 10, 11, 12 years old here. Come on, lads. You too back there. Come on. You can sing, too. You don't belong to that? Oh, all right. Get up over here. You should see him. There's quite a troop here. Joe King is setting the mic out for him. Now, let's see. What song shall we sing? Chicory-chee, chala, chala, or what? What song do you know, boys? Huh? All right, we'll teach him one.
I know one.
All right, what do you know, son?
Chicory Chick.
Chicory Chick? Do you know it? Okay, get up close to the mic, son. Come on up here now. And a boy. Now, tell me what your name is.
Joseph.
Joseph what?
Wilson.
Balson?
Yeah.
Joseph Balson? All right, Joe, you lead the whole gang now. Sing Chicory Chee. Come on, let's see what happens. He just covered his face with his hands. Oh, don't be bashful now. Go right ahead. There you go. Attaboy. Go ahead.
Hickory dick, chilla, jackalope. In a banana, koala, can't you see? Hickory dick is me. Hickory dick, chilla, jackalope. In a banana, koala, can't you see? Hickory dick is me.
Good for you. Here, Joe. You know what I want you to do? You got a treasury in your little outfit? I want you to take this $30 and put it in the treasury with your little thing. Now, both of you sit down over there. That was very nice to see you. By golly, they're good sports. All right, Jeanette Davis. Who has a song for us called what, honey?
What can I say, dear, after I say I'm sorry?
Not a thing. Shoot.
I don't know why I made you cry. I'm sorry, sweetheart, and yet, though you shouldn't be lenient with me, I hope you'll forgive and forget. What can I say, dear, after I say I'm sorry? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to ever be mean to you. If I didn't care, I wouldn't feel like I do. I was all wrong, but right or wrong, I don't blame you. Why should I take somebody like you and shame you? I know that I made you cry, and I'm so sorry, dear. So what can I say, dear, after I say I'm sorry? I didn't mean to ever be mean to you. If I didn't care, I wouldn't feel like I do. I was all wrong, but right or wrong, I don't blame you. Why should I take somebody like you and shame you? I know that I made you cry, and I'm so sorry, dear. So what can I say, dear, after I say I'm sorry?
Very, very nice, Jeanette. Thank you. I have a note from Fayette Street in Binghamton, New York. Says, Dear Sir, I have a suggestion. Less gab from Godfrey and more songs by Saunders. Thanks very much. Signed, Patricia Seeley, 13 years old. I get it, Pat. You don't have to have a house fall on me. Ul. Frank Saunders.
Oh, Danny boy, the pipes are calling from glen to glen and down the mountainside. The summer's gone and all the roses falling. It's you must go, and must buy. But call me back when summer's in the meadow, or when the valley's hushed and white with snow. It's I'll be here in sunshine or in shadow. Oh, Danny boy, oh, Danny boy, I love you so.
Here's an interesting news item. After painstaking research in the medical history of George Washington, Dr. Frederick A. Willius and librarian Thomas E. Keyes of the Mayo Clinic have revealed that in the course of his 67-year life, George Washington suffered from measles, diphtheria, smallpox, an infectious disease of uncertain nature, dysentery, malaria, rheumatism, pneumonia, a carbuncle, influenza, conjunctivitis, recurrent headaches, bad eyesight, a tremor of the hands, and decaying teeth. It's no wonder he slept so much, eh? Great day in the morning. He had everything on the map, didn't he? But the funniest story I've heard in a long time is that which Bernice Hagen sends me. The Los Angeles street, she says, was teeming with people. And a man, evidently late for work, ran past me, she said, dodging swiftly through the throng. And just then the crowd ahead divided as if it had come upon some obstacle. And there was a woman, weighing at least 180 pounds, leaning over, tying her shoelace. Unable to stop, the sprinter had no alternative. He put his hands upon her hips, leapfrogged over, and with an extra spurt disappeared into the crowd. Oh, brother. I bet that lady still relates. Never did know what that was. Can you imagine such a thing? Hank, render us the theme in your inimitable fashion. Going to be around your radios tonight at 9 o'clock Eastern Daylight Saving Time. I hope you'll tune in to the CBS network. We present the second of our new series of programs called Arthur Godfrey's Talent Scouts. And we've got some great kids for you tonight. 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. We'll see you then, and until then, this is Arthur Godfrey, saying bye-bye for all the little Godfreys. This is Mr. Paley's favorite network, CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
to take part in the competition for the title of Bay Area Spelling Champions, plus $100 in cash. 6 cities are entered in the battle: San Francisco, Oakland, Berkeley, Alameda, Richmond, and Burlingame. And the competition is hot and heavy.
And tonight I'm on the side of the Venture Club representing the city of Richmond.
And I'm working right along with the Theta Sigma Phi Women's Society representing the city of Berkeley.
And the voices you just heard were those of our 2 moderator coaches, Evangeline Baker and Tom Paxton.
Hello, everybody.
Thank you very much, Herb Ellis, and thank you, Mother and Father in the audience tonight. Well, what's the good word for tonight, Evangeline?
Well, Tommy, tonight, for the first time, we have 2 women's clubs pitted against each other. And, but that's what the schedule calls for, you know, so I'm just hoping that there'll be no hair pulling.
Me too, Evangeline, because, I hope all the men's teams in our spelling league will certainly forgive me for turning traitor this evening and rooting for a women's club. But, one of us has to root for Berkeley.
And your Berkeley team is going to require quite a lot of rooting because I think the figures will show that your team has lost both of their previous matches so far.
Wait a minute. You bragging there, kid. I seem to remember that your Richmond team has tied once and lost once. That ought to make this just about a pretty even match.
Yes, but at least both teams are in there fighting for the honor of their fair city and for the title of Bay Area Spelling Champions plus the cash prize. Glad I didn't have to spell that. So suppose we kind of get the battle going with the first good word.
All right, Evangeline. Here's our first good lady for tonight. Will you stand up, please? She is Mrs.
Lewis Ball.
Mrs. Lewis Ball, or what is your first name, Mrs. Ball?
Louise.
Louise, good. I thought I had Louise written down there, This is your second or third time on our program?
This is my third time.
Welcome back again. You're a housewife?
Yes.
Have 2 children?
Have 2 children.
Boy and a girl?
Mm-hmm.
One is 5 and the other is 7?
No, 3.
They're both 3?
No, one is 5 and one is 3.
You have 3 children?
Well...
We're not getting any place here. All right. We'll give you your first good word for tonight, Mrs. Ball. But first of all, let me explain to you that you can win 2 points on each word. We award 1 point for the correct spelling, 1 point for the correct definition. And now here is your first good word. It's carousel. First of all, the spelling.
The spelling of carousel is Carousel.
And that just won you 1 point. Can you give me the correct definition for another point?
Yes, it came into popular notice with the show in New York. It means a gay time.
That's not quite correct. Can you clarify a little bit?
Well, a carousel merry-go-round.
You're not going in circles there. You just won 2 points out of a possible 2 points. Congratulations, Mrs. Ball. And now here's Evangeline Baker with her first good word for my women's team over there. Pardon me, for my women's team over there.
Say, Tommy, you have so many pretty girls around here tonight, you are confused, aren't you?
I'm having a lot of fun, too.
Say, I wish this was a fashion show. I wish everybody could see our lovely little contestant for the Richmond Venture Club tonight. It's Miss Joy Duffel, and she's just a picture. I'd like to do a little fashion review here with a beautiful suit with the fancy buttons and the lovely hat and everything. But welcome to the good word, Joy. This is your first appearance,
yes,
isn't
it is, Evangeline.
And what do you do? What's that job of yours?
I'm a secretary.
Mm-hmm. And that means
a million of them.
Well, that means you know a lot of good words. Who do you work for, Joy?
First California Company.
And you have to take dictation, do you?
Yes.
Does the boss ever spell out the words for you?
Well, he used to.
I see. Then he discovered that you know so many of them he doesn't have to anymore, right?
Well, we used to differ occasionally, and then good old Noah Webster came in to the rescue.
Well, then I'm sure that you are prepared for your first good word, which is coagulate.
Coagulate.
Right. And now the definition of the word coagulate.
It means to clot.
That's it, to clot into jelly and to thicken curdles, so on. Very good, Joy. 2 points. All right, Tommy?
Thank you very much, Evan. You say she's the secretary.
Uh-huh.
You come around after the program. I got a little dictate I want to do here. Hello, there's our second lady on the team representing Berkeley tonight. She is...
Irene Bradfield.
Miss or Mrs.?
Miss.
Any men in mind?
Well, now that's
Oh, come on,
embarrassing.
tell me the truth.
Oh, I can't talk about it over the air very well.
Mm-hmm. All right. Let's see. You are a student at a secretarial school, is that right?
That's right.
Studying to be a secretary.
Uh-huh.
All right, let's sit down here and let me give you your first good word for tonight.
Tommy, no.
Yeah, you got to run up on my lap here. That's fine.
It's gonna be
That's the way we're going to do it. Your first good word for tonight is limousine.
But I should know that. That's for a secretary. And,
Am I flustering you here?
yes, a little.
Good.
L-I-M-I-N. Let me stand up.
Okay, well, I'll give it to you once again. Limousine.
L-I-M-I...
5 seconds.
L-I-M... Limousine. L-I-M-I-S-I-N-E.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. It's Limousine.
Oh, good.
But you can save a point here by telling me exactly
Oh, well,
what
that's
it is.
easy. It's carved, luxurious
You're absolutely
quality.
right. You got 1 point out of a possible 2. And the machine is a motorcycle. Okay, Evangeline Baker again.
All right. Our next contestant from the Richmond Venture Club is an old friend of ours because it's June Hampton again. Say, June, you're an old time at radio now, aren't you?
3 times.
You want to tell everybody again that job of yours?
Oh, I'm secretary to the director of the child care centers. I'm on a little leave right now, though.
Is this a vacation?
Well, rather. I'm having a good time with my family.
I see. Say, listen, June, I'd like to know what about that orchid you wore home from the...
I didn't do anything with it, Evangeline. It just wilted in about a week.
Oh, but it lasted.
I'm sorry. Yes.
Well, I'll tell you, I want to tell you something very, very important because we thought that perhaps just a little change of gift tonight, I have something awfully special from you from that famous house of Davignon, the most beautiful secretaries. You know what a secretary is?
Yes, I do.
Mm-hmm. Well, you're going to have a little surprise, so don't you miss a word. Dilemma.
Dilemma. D-I-L-E-M-M-A.
Right.
M-M-A.
That's right. And
State of confusion.
yes, well, I think that's good enough. A perplexing situation. Shall we accept that, or shall we elaborate just a little bit more? State of confusion. It's big.
State of confusion. Well, dilemma. When one is in a dilemma, they don't know quite what to do. They're a little mixed up. Well?
A perplexing.
You mean to say you were in a dilemma there for a moment? Perplexing predicament, I must say. Tommy, see if you can get yourself in the one.
Okay, thank you very much, Evangeline. And now here's our third lady standing up. She is Miss Agnes Larson, right?
That's right.
I have a very good memory, here, Agnes. Evangeline mentioned she had some secretaries from Davignon. We have for you, after the program, some very nice French perfume from Ami Bouquet of France. Would you like that?
Well, that'd be lovely, yes.
It's going to smell real sweet here.
Sure.
You are the secretary in the real estate office.
That's correct.
Where?
In Berkeley.
In Berkeley. You're representing tonight. 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 In Berkeley. You're representing tonight.
It's the National or International Women's Journalistic Honor Society.
In other words, you all have journalistic degrees from college and universities, right?
That's right.
Okay, fine. And also you're representing the city of Berkeley, Miss Larson, and here's your first good word. First of all, the spelling of the word prophylaxis.
Prophylaxis. Prophylaxis.
You just made yourself 1 point there. I don't know how in the world you did it. Your husband down here in the audience?
No, I have no husband.
There's a man down here who's very vigorously applauding for you. I thought maybe there was a little kinship there.
Well, he's the gentleman that brought me over.
That's
so.
all. Okay, can you give me the definition of the word prophylaxis now for another point?
Well, I think it refers to cleanliness or keeping clean or germ-free or...
Preventative treatment for disease?
Well, in other words, to prevent germs or cleanliness so that disease won't prevail.
I think we can give you 2 points on that. Thank you very much, Mrs. Larson. That gives her 2 points out of a possible 2 points. And here's Evangeline Baker with her third good word for tonight.
All right, and here's another very beautiful young lady, and I think this name is kind of familiar. Do you want to tell us your name?
Novadine Duffy.
Novadine. I bet you've had lots of experiences with that first name, haven't you?
Yes.
What's your nickname?
Duffy.
Well, I think that's a cute little name, too. And where do you work, Novadine?
At Sylvan Cohen Displays.
And what type of work do you do?
Well, I'm assistant bookkeeper and stenographer and handyman and...
And you have to know all the good words.
Well, you're supposed to.
Say, tell me about your hobbies, about any sports you are engaged in.
Oh, I play a little tennis.
And how about that contest you won not long ago?
Oh, I don't know about that.
Oh, yes, you do. Come on, tell us about it. Don't be modest.
Oh, contest?
About the essay contest?
Oh, that was quite some time ago.
Oh, my goodness, you're just a little fussed because it's the first time you're representing the Venture Club here. But I'll tell you, we'll give you your good word, and then you can just relax because there's nothing to it. Your word is, dilettante.
Dilettante.
Don't worry, honey. I don't know how to spell it either.
It sounds kind of fancy.
Oh, it's just the way it sounds.
D-I-L-I-T-A-N-T, dilettante?
No, that isn't just exactly the way it sounds. It's D-I-L-E-T-T-A-N-T-E. Now, do you know what dilettante means? Dilettante. Good word, isn't it? It's, 5 seconds, and I'd love to help you because you're my team tonight.
Does it mean slowly? And so
No.
it really does.
A superficial amateur, a dabbler in art manners. Now relax. Next one will be easy.
Okay, Evangeline, now here we go with our fourth good word for tonight, and we bring up next in a pretty red coat and a little sort of a beanie. Is that what you call it?
I suppose so.
Uh-huh. You are Mrs. or Miss?
Mrs.
Who?
D. Prime.
Hello, D.
Hello.
How are you tonight?
Fine. How are you,
Tom?
Tom?
Oh, good. Have a very vigorous weekend?
Quite. I spent it in bed with a cold.
Oh, you did. Gee, that's too
Did
bad.
I cough?
How's the cold? No, not tonight, please. Where do you work, Dee?
KTIM in San Rafael. The radio station.
Yeah, I know. This is KGO 810 ABC in San Francisco. You are representing also Theta Sigma Phi, and what city?
Berkeley.
You're not going to let them down tonight.
I hope not.
I hope not, too, because you are my team, and here's your first good word for tonight. It's procedure. First of all, the spelling.
Procedure.
Gives you 1 point. Now the definition?
A method to follow in order to do something.
A manner of acting, a course of action. Now, Evangeline, have another good word over there?
Certainly have, Tommy. And a mighty pretty little lady, too. Come on now. Relax. Are you nervous? Well, let's just start with something easy. I don't think anybody's listening anyway. Tell us your name, first of all.
Mrs. Eleanor Kazaza.
Kazaza, that is quite... let's turn around here so everybody can see you. I'm covering up all the pretty girls. Now, can everybody see you in the whole audience? I think they can.
Tommy.
I know it was Tommy there who wanted a better view. Eleanor Kazaza. You probably have lots of fun with that name, too.
Yes, it's my married name.
I see. You know, one of the girls told me that you're the cutest girl in the whole venture club.
No, I'm not.
You're really not that cute?
Oh, no.
I'm the cutest announcer in radio, too.
Oh, no.
Let's have a little competition here. Say, what about that job of yours? It's quite an impressive one, isn't it?
No, it's not.
I've been told that you're a legal stenographer and you work for Senator DeLapp, right?
Yes, but that doesn't mean I know how to spell.
Do you have any dictionaries in the office?
5.
Mm-hmm. What about that book you're sitting on?
Well, they thought maybe it might help me.
Say, listen, everybody haul away that book because it looks like a dictionary to me. You could even slip one out of the office tonight and they didn't miss it, huh? You study all afternoon?
But, yes. They know I don't know how to spell.
Now listen, Ellen, you just relax and spell this word and then you can relax for a long time. Simultaneous.
SIMULTANEOUS.
See how easy it was? You got it right. Now take a deep breath and tell me what simultaneous means.
Oh, well, does it mean to go one after the other? You know,
what would you mean, like a chain gang?
Well, no, but one follows the other. Is that what
simultaneous? Now think. 5 seconds. Simultaneous.
Together? The same?
That isn't exactly one after the other, is it? It's occurring or done or existing at the same time. Oh, Tommy, I worked harder than she did on that one.
Isn't that the truth, honey? Let's see who our next lady is now. Standing up, she is Miss...
Catherine Thanis.
Catherine Thanis. Thanas.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. What do you do?
I'm assistant editor for the California Monthly, which is the Alumni Association publication.
You like to hold the microphone? You're doing more talking than I am tonight.
I'd love to.
Oh, good. You're a Theta Sigma Phi member.
Mm-hmm.
And that means you have a journalistic degree.
That's right.
What kind of grades did you make in spelling?
They didn't ask us to spell. We just had to write, see.
Sometimes I've read newspapers and I believe that, too. Believe me. Okay, here's your first good word for tonight. It happens to be... Don't mind the arm. I'm just hiding the script. It has the words in it. It happens to be inadequacy.
Inadequacy. INADEQUACY.
Absolutely right for 1 point. That's right. Is he your father?
Thanks, team.
Okay, and now the correct definition for another point.
Inadequacy is not being capable of doing something.
Unsuitable to the case or occasion is close enough. Evangeline Baker has good word number 5 for her
I
team.
do, and what another pretty girl. My goodness, I think you picked your girl for your beauty tonight. In fact, the whole stage is decorated with just a bevy of lovely ladies. Now, will you introduce yourself to our audience?
My name is Orwin Willard.
You sure it's Willard?
Willard.
How long has it been Willard?
2 weeks last Sunday.
Oh, just a bride. And say, where's your husband tonight?
He's at home, I hope.
Do you think he's listening?
I think so.
And how about that job of yours?
Oh, I work for the California Research Corporation in Richmond.
Well, I'm going to get right on with the words. I'd love to visit about all of the experiences you probably had as a new bride. Lots of kidding with the girls and so on, huh?
Yes.
But we'll let you relax a little now. Your word is addendum.
Addendum. A-D-E-D-U-M.
Nope. That's wrong. It's A-D-D-E-N-D-U-M. Know what addendum means?
No, I'm sorry. I'm afraid I don't.
You can't even take a chance. Now the cuckoo sounded, huh? 5 seconds? No? Addendum?
No.
A thing added or a thing to be added to. I'll bet you'll never forget that word.
And there's a chime signaling the end of round 1 of the good word in tonight's competition between Richmond and Berkeley in the Bay Area Spelling Championships. And now, while the judges are figuring up the score to this point, here are the standings of the 3 top teams in our 6-team league as of this date. In third place with 1 win and 1 tie, represented by the Ebell Club, the City of Oakland. In second place with 1 win and 2 ties, represented by the Lions Club, the City of Burlingame. And in first place, represented by the Press Club, undefeated in 3 matches, the City of San Francisco.
And what's the score of tonight's match to this point, Herb Ellis?
Well, Tom, to this point, Richmond 6, Berkeley 9.
Oh, my goodness. Well, okay, then. In the meantime, here's a good word to my gals of Theta Sigma Phi of Berkeley. Get going. I mean, we're ahead, but let's stay ahead. After all, you know, you are members of an international journalistic society, and you should outspell these venturesses.
And if you ladies of the Richmond Venture Club heard any strange noises a moment ago, don't let it throw you at all, because that's just Tommy Paxton wagging his chin. Forget, Richmond team, that your fair city and I are counting on you to spell your way to victory tonight.
And here's the first good word of round 2. The lady standing up, she is Mrs. Louise Ball, the housewife with 2 children, representing Theta Sigma Phi of Berkeley. And your second good word for tonight, Louise, is arraignment. The spelling first. Arraignment.
Arraignment. A-R-R-A-I-G-N-M-E-N-T.
That gives you 1 point. That's very good. Can you
It
give
is
me
a
the
legal
definition?
term which has to do with the bringing of a prisoner to trial, and arraignment means bringing him for trial before a judge and jury.
That's right. The act of calling into court to answer a charge. An accusation or a summons all falls under arraignment. 2 points out of a possible 2 for you, Mrs. Ball. And now Evangeline Baker with another good word.
All right, we're back to Miss Joe Duffel. Joy, rather. That's an awfully
brother's
pretty
Joe.
name. Oh, really? A twin brother?
No.
Well, I think they're very pretty names. Well, Joy, your word is unequivocally. Good word, hmm?
U-N-E-Q-U-I-V-O-C-A-L-L-Y.
That's right. And what does unequivocally mean?
Without argument.
Without reservation, plainly, distinctly. Right.
All right, our next lady over here is Miss Irene Bradfield, the student at the Secretarial School, also representing the City of Berkeley tonight. Your next good word is hygiene. Irene?
Hygiene. H-Y-G-I-E-N-E.
Gives you 1 point. Can you get another point?
It's health or cleanliness or...
What specifically is hygiene? It is the...
study of sanitation, health, and cleanliness.
That's right. Sanitary science. Branch of medical science studying the preservation of health. 2 points out of 2 for Miss Irene Bradfield. And now Vanny Baker again.
All right, and come on, June, now. You completely relaxed. You've known everybody's word up to this point, haven't you?
No.
Haven't you? I heard you
Not
spelling.
our ones.
Heard you spelling along there silently to yourself?
Yes, but look at the nice hard ones we're getting.
Well, I'll stick to a nice easy one for you this time. Inaccessibility.
Inaccessibility. What? Inaccessibility.
That's easy.
I-N-A-C-C-E-S-S-I-B-I-L-I-T-Y.
See, I promised you an easy one. You got it
Yeah.
just right, too. What does inaccessibility mean?
I can't do cleaning.
Oh, yes, you can. Now think. Think hard.
Inaccessibility.
No, don't you get that Webster's dictionary out, too.
Inaccessibility. Access.
All you have to do is think, June.
Well, gee, kid.
5 seconds there, kid.
Uh-huh.
hard
Just
for me.
5. Inaccessibility, think. Accessibility? Inaccessibility?
Access. To have contact with.
It's inaccessibility means unapproachable, unattainable, inability to reach or get to, you see.
Okay, now who did we leave off with over here? I believe Miss Agnes Larson is our next lady, representing Theta Sigma Phi, the Women's International Journalistic Society. You're the secretary in the real estate office, right?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, your next word is rendezvous. First of all, the spelling.
Rendezvous.
Oh, sorry, that's wrong. Rendezvous. You left out a Z there.
Yes.
You can retain 1 point out of the two, though, by giving me the correct definition, Agnes.
Well, it's an agreed meeting, mostly secret.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely right. It doesn't necessarily have to be secret, but it's to assemble at a given place by appointment or a place of meeting.
All right, and now we're back to the other little Miss Duffel, the one whose name is Novadine. And Novadine, your word is adolescent.
A-D-O-L-E-S.
She's spelling, writing on her hand. Where did you leave off?
A-D-O-L-E-S-C-E-N-C-E.
That's right. It works better when you write it in the air. Huh?
Spell out loud after one.
Well, now you know what adolescence means. Will you define it for us?
It is the age between youth and maturity.
Right. The period from childhood to manhood. 2 points for Richmond. All right, Tommy?
All right, here's our next lady over here, Mrs. D. Prine, with radio station time in San Rafael. Yes, sir. You're representing the city of Berkeley tonight, and for you, Mrs. Prine, we have a good word called genealogy.
Genealogy. G-E-N-E-A-L-O-G-Y.
Yeah, I thought you were going to finish it there for a second. All right, and what does genealogy mean for another point?
Genealogy is the family tree, a tracing of one's inheritance or heritage.
That's right. Record of ancestral descent or the science of pedigree, whichever you like. E. Baker over there with another good word.
All right, we're back to Eleanor Kazaza in the beautiful gold suit tonight. Now, Eleanor, you having fun?
Yes.
Are you glad you came?
No.
We'll make you glad now because you're just going to chalk up 2 more points for Richmond. Your word is fulsome.
Fulsome?
Mm-hmm.
Fulsome Fulsome?
No, not that kind. That's a good word, too, isn't it?
Fulsome. Well, I'll make a stab at it, but I don't know what it means. F-U-L-S-U-M?
No. It's F-U-L-S-O-M-E.
I've never heard of it, and I don't know how to define it.
Well, I'll tell you now. Now, you see, June knows all the coaching here, isn't that awful? We can't take turns. Well, fulsome means coarse, lustful, wanton, indelicate. It's no wonder that such a beautiful girl has never had occasion to use the word, Tommy.
That's true. Oh, my goodness. Well, here's our next good lady, Miss Catherine Thanis. Thanis or Thanis?
Thanis.
Thanis, the assistant editor of the California Monthly. And, Catherine, your next good word is effervesce.
Effervesce. E-F-F-E-R-V-E-S-C-E.
Absolutely right, for 1 point. What does it mean?
It means to bubble, be joyous. Be
to bubble up, give up bubbles of gas, give way to irrepressible feelings. Absolutely right. 2 points out of 2. Let's see what your next gal does over there, Fanny.
And here we have our lovely little bride, Mrs. Willard. Are you used to that sound yet?
Not yet.
Well, you will be. Your good word is raucous.
Rocket. R-O-C-K-U-S.
No, it's R-A-U-C-O-U-S. But you surely know what raucous means.
Does it mean a bedlam? Confusion?
It's related to that, but can you make it a little more specific? I'm trying to help you.
Like a mob scene or a crowd.
They might be raucous, but
in
what
a state of bedlam or in a state of confusion?
That isn't quite correct. It's rough in sound, or hoarse, or harsh. Rough and hoarse, like Tom Texas.
And there go the chimes, ending round 2 in this hot and heavy competition between the cities of Berkeley and Richmond in the Bay Area Spelling Championships. The score at the end of 20 good words is the Venture Club representing the city of Richmond, 11 points. The Theta Sigma Phi representing the city of Berkeley, 18 points.
And now comes our final round of good words, which can either make the trailer or break the leader. Now, this is called our catch-as-catch-can round. And, Tom, how about explaining it to our fellas?
I sure will, Evangeline. Ladies, in this round, if the word is spelled correctly, 1 point is added to the team's score. If it is defined correctly, your team wins 2 points. In other words, that's what we've been doing since we've been on the air in the last 25 minutes. If you get the good word half right and half wrong, you break even. 1 point canceling out the other. But, and here's the catch, if you miss both the spelling and the definition, 2 points are deducted from your total team score.
And any member of either team, can take a try at these words. So as soon as we give the good word, if you think you know it, stand up. And the first one up gets to try. So let's go, Tom.
All right, we've got a lady up here already. Just about. Oh, my goodness. I want to establish one fast thing here. Mrs. Louise Ball told me that they are in last place, but tonight, since we are competing them with a woman's team, they're doing all right for themselves.
We're going to win.
All right, fine. Now we'll go over for the first good word, and it happens to be acquiescent.
All right, Joy Duffel.
A-C-Q-U-I-E-S-C-E-N-T.
What does it mean?
To say yes. To be agreeable. Good job that you can carry our sentence. Yes, right. 2 points.
Oh, my word, isn't it? I'm so excited here, I forgot to give it to you. The word is proselyte.
Here's another lady over up here. It's Louise Ball. We finally got around to you, didn't we?
That's right.
How do we spell it?
We spell it Proselyte.
Right.
It means to urge or to urge someone to do something or to join a faith or religion that chooses.
That gives you 2 points. Congratulations. Now, ladies, stand by because here comes another catch-as-catch-can round. Word. The word is titillate. Here's our first lady up over here. It's Mrs. Louise Ball again. Do you really know this, or do you just...
Well, I think I do.
All right. What is it?
Titillate.
Stop tittering and give me the word.
Titillate. And it means to raise Lucille's excitement or to, well, it doesn't mean laughter. It means to,
I think that's close enough. It means to cause a tickling sensation, to excite a pleasurable sensation. All right,
And
Evangeline.
the next good word is altruistic. Joy
Here,
doesn't
we got our whole team up over here. Wait a minute.
Wait a minute. What is it again?
Altruistic. Take your time. Relax.
A-L-T-R-U-I-S-T-I-C. You got me all confused.
Oh, no, just relax and tell us what it means.
Um,
Did you spell it right?
pure, isn't it?
That is, but just elaborate a little more. Altruistic.
Can you take time, please? Can you take time?
Devotion to interests
Oh,
of others or
of
opposed to egoism.
Oh, my goodness. Well, hold it. There's the bell signaling the end of tonight's competition.
All right, Tom, right you are. And while the final score is being prepared, I'd like to remind our listeners in all Bay Area cities that the second leg or second 10 weeks of competition in our spelling championships is open to other clubs and cities. If you'd like to enter your club in the competition, write the good word KGO San Francisco for particulars. And now, the final score of tonight's battle between Berkeley and Richmond is being handed to me, and here it is. The Theta Signify International Journalistic Society, representing the city of Berkeley, 22 points. The Venture Club, representing the city of Richmond, 13 points. The winner, the good city of Berkeley.
All right, next week we'll be on hand with another battle of brains when the ladies of the city of Oakland meet the men of the city of Alameda.
Well, that sounds like a mighty swell battle, Evangeline, because those teams are really evenly matched. But right now, I have a little token for this grand team of mine. For each member, a bottle of Courvolet French cologne with a purse-sized flagon of French perfume, both with the compliments of M.A. Bouquet of France.
And I'm not to be outdone, Tommy, because for every member of my team, I have a custom-designed, handmade secretarial wallet by Davigno, famous for quality in leather goods, and my thanks to every one of you girls.
Be listening for the good word next Wednesday evening when Alameda tangles with Oakland in the run for the Bay Area Spelling Championships plus $100 in cash. If you'd like to be with us in person to root for your club, sex, or city, write to Good Word KGO San Francisco and tickets will be mailed to you. And now, until next week...
This is Evangeline Baker saying good luck.
And Tom Paxton saying good health.
And Herb Ellis saying good night for the good word. The Good Word is produced by Hap Kaufman. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Everybody loves the cheery whistle of a Bob White. And everybody loves the dazzling voice that...
Rinso Whip! Rinso Whip!
Yes, Rinso White is what the little bird is telling about these days.
The little bird isn't the only one that raves about Rinso, though, Mr. Amici. Why, I read in an advertisement that Rinso was the only soap that was recommended by the makers of 33 leading washers.
What? Hadn't you ever tried Rinso before you read that?
Oh, goodness, of course I had. I've been using Rinso ever since I got my Speed Queen washer, and that was ages ago. I knew the Speed Queen people recommended Rinso, but I didn't know about the rest.
I see. Well, you'll be particularly interested in knowing that the Speed Queen manufacturers are just as anxious as ever for you to take that advice. For you see, there'll be no new Speed Queens for the duration because the washer industry is devoting its full time to the war effort. So continue to use Rinso regularly and have your Speed Queen checked regularly, too. And now, for Rinso's story of Big Sister. Did Drew Mason die of a heart attack, or was he murdered by Frank Wayne? Dr. Carville, who had distrusted Frank Wayne from the first day he came to Glen Falls, is convinced that Mason was murdered. Ruth Wayne, big sister, finds it impossible to believe that her brother-in-law is guilty. As our last chapter ended, Ruth, Frank, Diane, and Dr. Carville were in Dr. Carville's office waiting for the medical examiner's report on the cause of Mason's death, and we heard...
It's going to be a bit embarrassing for you, isn't it, Dr. Carville, when the medical examiner calls and announces that Mason died of heart disease?
Embarrassing? Mm-hmm. Not at all. It's going to be a relief, because I'm quite certain when the report comes through, they're going to hold you for murder.
Well, Dr. Carville, what are you waiting for? That's probably the medical examiner now. All right, pick up the phone. We'll find out whether I'm a murderer or you're a meddling old fool.
Frank, don't.
Hello? Yes, this is Dr. Carville. Yes, I'll hold on.
Well, what does he say, Doctor?
He's not on the phone yet.
Don't look worried, Ruth. Everything's going to be all right.
Hello? Oh, yes. Yes, Doctor. Yes? I see. Uh-huh. Yes, I'm listening. Yes, I understand. No, thanks. I don't think that will be necessary. Goodbye, Doctor, and thank you.
What did he say, Dad?
I don't understand it.
Dr. Carville.
What? Oh, I'm sorry. What did you say?
What was the report on Mr. Mason's death?
The medical examiner says death was caused by heart disease.
Well, it took you a long time to give us a simple message like that. But, of course, I can understand why it was so hard for you to tell us about it. Must be a rather deflating experience to play detective and then
We can do without your feeble attempts at sarcasm, Wayne.
Can you really? I'm waiting, Doctor.
Waiting for what?
Your apology. Well, Doctor?
I'll make no apology for anything I've said or done.
Oh, now, really, Dr. Carroll?
That medical examiner's report isn't final by any means. His report will read heart disease, and I can't dispute that. But I'm still convinced that you had something to do with Mason's death. And what's more, I'm going to prove it.
Well, that's about the last straw. I've taken a great deal from you, Doctor, because you're a friend of Ruth's and also because you're an older man. I've tried to overlook it.
Frank.
But there is a limit, and I've passed it a long time ago.
Frank, please. I want to speak to Dr. Carville for a few minutes. And then I want to speak to you. Will you wait outside? Please.
Ruth.
Please, Frank.
All right, Ruth. You won't be long, will you?
No, Frank, I won't.
Fine.
Dr. Carville, don't you think you're carrying this too far?
I don't think he is, Ruth.
Please, Diane.
Dad has every reason for distrusting Frank Wayne.
Perhaps he did at one time, Diane, but after all...
Don't forget, 12 hours before he died, Mason came to Dad and told him he expected Wayne would try to kill him.
Yes, I know that, Diane. I don't even pretend to understand that part of it. But after all, the medical examiner says that Mason died of heart disease. How can your father still think Frank did it? It just doesn't make sense. Why, it's nothing but persecution.
Ruth.
Yes, Dr. Carville.
You've lost all faith in me, haven't you?
No, Dr. Carville, of course not.
Ruth, believe me, you've got to trust me.
But you don't seem willing to trust anybody else.
I'm not willing to trust your brother-in-law.
Oh, I don't understand it. You're positively vindictive. At least that's the way it looks to me.
Ruth, will you give me a chance to talk to you?
No, Doctor. There's been altogether too much talking since I got off the train last night. I listened to so much talk, my head's spinning. Please excuse me.
Ruth, wait. I didn't expect that.
She's not herself, Dad. She hasn't been herself since she came back from Washington. And Frank's playing some kind of a game with Ruth. I think he's got plenty of reason to be worried about her. Especially since she seems to have been taken in by him so completely. You know, Wayne's very clever. He's caught Ruth with her guard down.
Yes. Wayne's clever, all right. Much too clever.
Frank Wayne was waiting at the gate when Ruth came out.
Come, Ruth. I'll walk home with you.
Oh, you don't have to do that, Frank.
Oh, but I want to. Let's go.
All right.
Don't let this depress you too much. It doesn't bother me, really.
Can't understand, Dr. Carville.
He isn't that important.
Oh, but he is, Frank. I mean, well, it just didn't like Dr. Carville.
I knew he was a pretty stubborn old man, but I didn't realize just how stubborn he could be. He made a mistake, to put it as kindly as I know how, and instead of acknowledging it, instead of admitting that he was wrong, he's getting more bullheaded.
Frank, I'm sorry to keep asking questions like this, but, well, why do you suppose Mason came to Dr. Carville and told him what he did?
I don't know. I haven't the faintest idea.
Did he have any reason for hating you?
Why, no, Ruth, not that I know of. Why, we were friends. The reason he looked me up was because he was ill and broke. And he knew that I'd be glad to help him.
But, Frank, how do you explain it? Why would Mason do a thing like that?
Well, I can't explain it. Unless, of course...
Yes?
No, never mind.
No, say it.
Well, I was going to say, unless Dr. Carville distorted the things that Mason actually said.
Frank.
Maybe that isn't as far-fetched as you think.
Frank, I can understand you're being bitter towards Dr. Carville. But I do know he's honest. There must be something bothering him.
Well, let's forget about him. And besides, whether he likes it or not, the Mason incident is closed. There's something else that I do want to talk to you about, Ruth. Much more important.
What's that, Frank?
You and Richard. Ruth, now that John is... Well, I mean to say not that we won't hear from him for some time.
Let's pray that isn't so.
Of course. But for your sake, and for your son's sake, we've got to be realistic. See, I can't do what John did. I'd like to serve, but the Army won't take me because of my health. And the least I can do is to take care of my brother's family.
Good of you to say that.
Oh, and I mean it, Ruth.
I know you do, Frank. And don't think I'm not grateful, but really, we're quite all right.
Well, if there's anything that you need, money, anything...
No, thank you, Frank. John Sowery is a captain in the medical corps. We'll go right on. And it's more than enough for our needs.
Well, will you promise me this? If ever you do need anything, you'll call on me.
But, Frank, All right, Frank. I promise.
That's the nicest thing I've heard in weeks. You don't know how much that means to me, Ruth.
Frank took Ruth to her front gate and then left. Walking home, there was a smile on Frank Wayne's face, a quiet, complacent smile. And now as Frank arrives home, he finds Bill, his Hindu servant, waiting for him at the door. Bill is nervous and uneasy.
Hello, Bill.
Hello, Mr. Wayne.
What's the matter? Why are you so worried about this beautiful September morning?
Mr. Blackton, he telephoned. He said you asked him to call.
Blackton, oh, yes. That's the undertaker from Somerville. Yes, I'll call him back in a little while. We've got to make arrangements for a decent burial for our friend Drew Mason. Sad duty, Bill, but then life is like that, isn't it? You got to bear up. Now what's eating you?
What happened, Dr. Carver?
Oh, this is nothing. Nothing at all. The medical examiner called and said that Mason died of heart disease.
He said that?
That's right.
Mr. Wynn, I worried.
What are you worried about? Mason is dead. Your worry should be over.
But what if they find out how he died?
They did find out. He died of heart disease. I just finished telling you that. What's the matter? You skeptical, too?
You take gun from your desk. You go upstairs to Mr. Mason's room. I hear him scream.
That's right. You did, but you didn't hear the gun go off.
This big storm, this thunder. I not hear anything.
You didn't hear anything because the gun didn't go off. Before I could do anything, he very conveniently died of a heart attack, which I think was very decent of him, don't you? Well, stop staring at me that way. Say something.
You not shoot him.
Shoot at a corpse? Well, that'd be silly, wouldn't it? Wait a minute. Something just occurred to me. Now that Mason is dead, there's just one other person who knows anything at all about what happened to me in India. And that's you, Bill.
Ladies, make wash day easy as pie. Let new anti-sneeze Rinso do the hard work for you. You feel like singing when you see how fresh and clean Rinso gets your clothes. White things, snowy, washable colors, sassy and gay as garden pinks. Well, I'll just bet you anything you'll sing to yourself as you pin that Rinso clean, bright wash on the clothesline. So, lady, put a song in wash day. Get new anti-sneeze Rinso right away. Dr. Carville pays a call on Ruth, and for the first time in his life isn't certain that he's welcome. Tomorrow, in the story of Big Sister, be sure and listen to Big Sister tomorrow.
Program may be interrupted at any moment for important news. Here is Papa David.
Yesterday, we heard the news for which the entire world has been waiting. The day has come. D-Day. We are invading Europe. In your hearts and in mine, there ain't any doubt but what it's going to be successful. But in your heart, I know, like in mine, is one big prayer that the invasion will be successful quickly and our losses won't be too great. Would I be out of order at a time like this to suggest that right now we have a few seconds of silence so that we can all offer up such a prayer? Amen. And may it come soon when life is beautiful again.
Life can be beautiful. An inspiring message of faith, drawn from life, written for you by Carl Bixby and Don Becker, and brought to you by the makers of Ivory Soap. And now for our story. If Stephen was bewildered at seeing Andrew Coleman in the slightly red bookshop, if he was dumbfounded on being offered a job with Coleman Limited, with no non-marriage restriction, if he was speechless at learning he was to leave at once for South America to contact Jasper Brown, thus representing Mr. Coleman and Chi-Chi's interests in the mining discoveries left to her by the man she believes was her father, well, you should see him now. As Chi-Chi adds,
if Stephen can get ready to leave for South America in 3 or 4 days, so can I. Mr. Coleman, please get 2 seats for South America. 1 for Stephen, and 1 for Stephen's wife.
It's later in the evening of what probably has been the most eventful day in the life of Chi-Chi, Stephen, or Papa David. Delighted by Andrew Coleman's offer and Chi-Chi's unexpected decision, Stephen left the bookshop with Mr. Coleman for further discussion of Charles Conrad's discoveries. Chi-Chi was too excited to eat a bite of supper, spending most of her time calling helter-skelter in an attempt to make a few definite plans for her sudden wedding. Now Chi-Chi is still on the telephone, this time talking to Dr. Markham's wife and former nurse assistant, Louise, who broke the monotony of Chi-Chi's calling by managing to squeeze in a call to her. Papa David is seated in his great old chair nearby, exhausted by the excitement and strain of the day.
Gosh, Louise, I'm awfully sorry you've been trying so long to get me. I've been doing a little telephoning myself.
You can say that again.
When Doctor came home and told me about Stephen's wonderful chance to go to South America and settle up your father's estate, I was so excited I could hardly talk. And then when he topped it off with the announcement that you and Stephen were going to be married right away and you were going there together, well, that was just too much. I had to call you.
And don't you think I did right saying I'd have to go along with him?
Being a woman, would Mrs. Markham say no even if she disagreed?
Absolutely, Chi-Chi. I would have disappointed in you if you hadn't.
After all, if the mines are as valuable as Mr. Coleman says they are, and they need those chemicals for the war, and if I own them like Stephen and Dr. Markham think I do, then they ought to want me to go along, oughtn't they?
Why, of course. And at the same time, think what a wonderful honeymoon it'll be for you and Stephen.
I get goose pimples even thinking about it.
Leighton, how often do I have to tell you that when you're talking on the telephone while I'm listening, kindly give out with an occasional hint what's being said on the other end?
I had a hunch that something exciting like this would happen once you and Stephen made up your minds.
Yeah. I can't ever do anything simple and quiet, can I? I always got to get tangled up in a three-ring circus.
But you always manage to work it out. By the way, have you decided where you'll be married?
Oh, not positively.
What ain't positively, Chicha?
I thought perhaps you'd have the ceremony in the bookshop as Doctor and I did.
Well, that's what I always thought I'd like to do. I love that.
What was it you always thought you'd like to do?
Please, Papa David, I can't hear.
Okay.
Now, look, Chi-Chi, I'm planning to come down to the bookshop tomorrow.
Oh, gee, Louise, I'd love to see you.
I've waited for this marriage between you and Stephen for a long time, and you're not going to deprive me of being a part of it. Incidentally, don't worry about a wedding dress. I've got one for you.
Oh, well, that's awful sweet of you, but I sort of... Well, Ben Levy said he could get me one at a discount.
Look out, he ain't marking it up first.
I know ordinarily you'd want to select it yourself, but I've got your wedding dress. I've already ripped a few of the seams, and I'll be down in the morning to see what alterations I have to make on it.
Well, what's it like?
Leighton, this one-sided cryptic conversation of yours sounds deliberate.
Can you tell me what it's like? I mean, I sort of had one picked out I saw in a magazine, and...
Well, at the time I packed up for Stephen, when he broke up his apartment uptown, there were several things he asked me to keep for him because he didn't know what he was going to do.
Yeah, I remember.
Among them was the dress Stephen's mother wore when she got married.
Oh, Louise. Honest?
And it's perfectly lovely. I know it'll please him so much.
Oh, gee, that's too sweet for anything.
Stephen's mother must have been a tiny woman like you, Chi-Chi. I don't think I'll have to make many alterations.
Chichi, what is it Mrs. Markham is doing that's so sweet that it's bringing tears to your eyes? What wouldn't I give for an extension telephone?
You better decide right away where you'll hold the wedding ceremony and the reception afterwards.
Oh, my gosh, the wedding, the reception. We could let that go, couldn't we? The reception, I mean?
Why is it women always think they know everything about weddings?
Chi-Chi, I wouldn't think of letting you get married and not have a reception.
Yeah.
And as many trimmings as we can muster up in such a short time. You leave everything to me. And Chi-Chi, believe me, I'm so happy for you and Stephen.
Well, I can't tell you how sweet I think you are and how happy you've made me.
If you're so happy, why are you crying?
And I'll see you tomorrow, Chi-Chi, and we'll start making plans.
All right, Louise. Thanks.
All the happiness in the world, Chi-Chi. Congratulate Stephen for me. God bless you both. Goodbye.
Bye. Oh, Papa Dave. People are so sweet. They're so sweet sometimes. It hurts. Look, Papa David, I got to decide something quick, and I think I'd like you to help me decide it, huh?
Well, before I give out with what are unnecessary masculine opinions or advice, kindly give me the vital statistics pertaining to that feminine phone conversation, which by me on this end didn't make sense.
Oh, Louise Markham and I were just talking, Papa David.
Well, that, of course, is an astonishing revelation.
Well, she's just happy and excited about Stephen and me getting married so quick and going to South America. You wouldn't understand because it was all just woman stuff. Oh, gosh, Papa David, getting married is so exciting. It means a lot more than I thought it did. Sort of like the feeling you get on Christmas Eve. What's so darn nice about it is everybody else seems to feel the same way. It's contagious, like the measles.
Yeah, Leighton. All the world loves a lover.
Yeah, I guess that's what it is. Anyway, Louise Markham is almost as excited about it as I am.
So now, tell me first the surprise she had for you that made you cry.
I positively, absolutely will not tell you yet. It's a secret.
Ah, I see.
Oh, I'm so happy, Papa David.
If that's Ben Levy wanting a pinochle game with me, I ain't in the mood.
All right, I'll tell him. Hello?
It's this Chi-Chi talking.
Oh, Joey.
Joey is growing up just like his Uncle Ben Levy. Leighton, tell Joey to tell his Uncle Ben Levy that Mr. David Solomon thanks him kindly, but tonight my mind ain't on pinochle.
All right. Joey, Papa David just said he didn't feel very much like playing pinochle with your Uncle Ben tonight.
Oh, I didn't call about pinochle.
Oh.
Uncle Ben has just heard that you and Stephen Hamilton are going to get married right away.
Yeah, well, that's right, Joey.
Yeah, well, Uncle Ben said he figured you'd be sort of pushed for time. So for a wedding present at absolutely no cost to you, he will send out wedding invitations if you will kindly give me the details.
Huh? Well, wedding invitations?
Now, Chicha, don't buy anything from Ben Levy over the telephone. Look first at the merchandise.
Uncle Ben even gave me a nickel to call you up with right away just so you wouldn't have to worry about that part of the big doings. I hope you invite me to your wedding, Chi-Chi.
Oh, I will, Joey, and guys, thank your Uncle Ben for me. That's awful sweet of him.
And what is it Ben Levy is doing that's so sweet yet?
Oh, that's all right. Uncle Ben's real excited over the news. So am I. Goodbye, Chi-Chi, and congratulations.
Well, thanks. Goodbye, Joey. Papa David, what do you think? Ben Levy wants to send out our wedding invitations for us. Now, isn't that sweet?
Yeah, I can't believe it.
What Joey said. He said even Ben's excited about Stephen and me getting married so quick.
Ben Levy's so excited about the wedding, he wants to give away something free?
Oh, you were right, Papa David. All the world does love a lover. Even Ben Levy. And you know something? I got a feeling that hurried up like it's going to be, Stephen and I are going to have a swell wedding. May not be big and fancy, but I bet it's going to be awful sweet.
Well, Leighton, all I got to say is if Ben Levy's calling and without any argument even is making an offer to send out invitations free of charge, you can be expecting the president to be calling up any minute asking kindly if he can do something to help too. When Ben Levy does a thing like that, he ain't excited. He's hysterical.
Poor Papa David seems to think he's being left out of Chi-Chi's wedding preparations. Like all persons of their type, Jasper Brown and Al Douglas have been encircled by their own underhanded cleverness. and may soon find themselves, as Maud Kellogg did, crushed to defeat by those who believe steadfastly in the truth that life can be.
Tuesday, September 17th. Again, London has been bombed. 2 morning attacks followed a furious all-night German assault on the British capital. Sources in Vichy, France, say that British planes have heavily attacked German shipping along the English Channel. And in Washington, America's conscription machinery goes into action to be ready for the October 16th registration date set by President Roosevelt. This morning, the Columbia Broadcasting System again calls in its foreign correspondents for latest reports from world capitals. Eric Severide will report from London, Edwin Hartridge from Berlin, and Albert Warner from our own nation's capital. While we are waiting for the report of Mr. Severide from London, here is more news about the report from Vichy. The attacks by Royal Air Force planes on German shipping in the Channel were said to have been made at Le Havre, Boulogne, Calais, Dunkirk, and Ostend, and the attackers were said to have been almost continuous for 24 hours. The Vichy statement was that British bombers had dived on the German vessels until they seemed almost to touch the tops of their masts. A United Press report from Vichy also says that German Reich Marshal Goering has established his headquarters in the Seine Valley of Normandy. Goering is directing the German raids on Britain. Here is the latest news from Rome, where an official communique now claims that Italian troops invading Egypt have met stiff British resistance amid desert sandstorms in the vicinity of Sidi Barrani, 60 miles inside Egyptian territory. And now, the news from the British capital, as reported by Mr. Severide. Go ahead, London.
This is London. We've had 2 raid warnings so far today, and it's now 1 in the afternoon. The raids were on virtually all night long again. The first alarm after daybreak came at 8 o'clock when a single spotter plane approached the capital. Except for 1 or 2 time bombs from last night, I've heard no explosions yet this morning in central London. The raid last night was very heavy, particularly in West London. The attack was continual, and so was the anti-aircraft barrage, which sounded like the heaviest of any night so far. Bombs seem to be dropping everywhere in London, and this morning's communique more or less confirms this. Once more a hospital was hit, but we're informed there were no casualties this time. The communique this morning says casualties in London as a whole were not very large. Just before midnight, when the raid was at its height, 1 German bomber ran into the cable of a barrage balloon and was destroyed. 1 popular shopping center was hit last night, a fashionable residential quarter, and 1 big London square. I was sitting last night in the lobby of a big hotel when there was a muffled crash, and glass in the next room began raining down on the carpet, and water from burst pipes in the upper bedrooms poured down on top of the glass. The heavy chandelier swung violently back and forth. There were about 100 people in the lobby, and everyone jumped from his chair and milled around for a couple of minutes before it occurred to them to run down into the shelter. The bomb had taken the corner off the hotel at the 4th floor, and in a moment there was a parade of pajama-clad guests carrying their pillows coming down the stairway. Within about 3 minutes, everybody was calm once more. They showed far more annoyance when they were all sent out of the hotel because a time bomb had been discovered nearby. And not far away, there was a fire. The firemen had been working on it for only a few minutes when the raider came back again and killed several of these men. Hitler's plans for invading this country have to take into account not only the nightly RAF bombing of his ports, but the well-known foul weather of the British Isles. Yesterday down in the Channel, there was heavy mist and big waves. And this morning, the report from Dover is about the same, only worse. All through the night, the wind was increasing in the straits, and around dawn today, a small gale was blowing rain along the coast. Some weather experts this morning predicted a full gale with heavy seas before the day is over. Despite the RAF attack, Hitler's concentration of shipping for the expected attempt is still going on. We're told that reconnaissance by British flying observers now indicates that the Germans are working overtime repairing the boats in the docks, which had been smashed in the last few nights. Here in London, the search for a solution to the shelter problem is still going on. More and more people from the worst-hit areas are migrating westward. The Minister of Home Security, Sir John Anderson, is still opposed to building deep public shelters because he maintains they would take many months to construct and would use up too much building material needed elsewhere. He contends that the surface shelters made of brick and concrete are just as safe and intends to go on building them. Except in a sudden daylight raid now, very few Londoners will use these shelters. They are scarcely fit for spending a whole night. They are unheated so far, and most people do believe they are unsafe. Anderson is also opposed to people crowding all night in the subway stations. He is now taking photographs of the surface shelters, which will be published in an effort to demonstrate that they are quite safe. These standards, of course, have suffered most, but with these night raids now covering great areas of central and west London, they aren't the only class of people suddenly made homeless. 3 members of the cabinet so far have had narrow escapes and for a time have no homes. The Admiralty announces this morning that for the week ending September 9th, 16 ships totaling 54,547 tons were sunk. This is somewhat above the average for the previous 52 weeks. I return you now to CBS New York.
Back in our New York studios, here is a Press Association dispatch from Ottawa. Dominion members of the Canadian United States Joint Defense Board leave by plane in a few hours for a detailed inspection of Pacific coast defenses. The survey will include the northwestern United States, British Columbia, and Alaska. But now, the news from the German capital, as reported by Edwin Hartridge. Go ahead, Berlin.
This is Berlin. German planes have resumed their reconnaissance flights this morning, according to a late announcement by the DNB. These operations are described as armed reconnaissance flights, and whether this means any attendant bombing or just survey work, we can't exactly say. So far, the Germans state that the operations today have been most successful so far. The fires have been observed in the London area, where war industries and other centers necessary for the maintenance of life in London are located. Serrano Suñé, the number 2 man in the Franco government of Spain, was received by Herr Hitler this morning. The conference lasted about an hour. Senor Suñé, who is the brother-in-law of General Franco and Minister of Interior in his cabinet, no doubt carries diplomatic power of attorney with him to speak for Franco Spain and to make any commitments he sees fit to do so. This visit of the Spanish minister to Berlin is important. For one thing, the future position of Spain as regards this war will no doubt be clarified. We correspondents know General Franco has been clamoring for the return of Gibraltar from the British, as well as making frequent reference to, quote, a colonial empire of Spain, end of quote. And the Germans are also eager to dislodge the British from their powerful naval base at Gibraltar. So we believe that Senor Suñé and Herr von Ribbentrop at least see eye to eye on that problem. A Foreign Office spokesman explained this morning that the Spanish minister is not here to discuss internal affairs, but, quote, matters of greater importance, unquote. And the spokesman added that this visit should not be underestimated. There's one concrete result of the visit made known so far. Direct telephone communications between Spain and Germany, which have been broken off for 4 years since the start of the Spanish Civil War, have just been resumed. Another important visitor arrived in Berlin last night. General Teruzzi, the Italian Minister of Colonies, who has come to confer with German authorities. However, just what is on the agenda for the conference is not known publicly. As you know, we were told that on Sunday evening, Reichsmarshal Goering, the Commander-in-Chief of the German Air Force, made a secret and surprise flight over London in the Junkers 88 bomber, accompanied by an escort of 2 destroyer planes. The Reichsmarshal is reported to have wisecracked on his return, quote, now Winston Churchill can make a flying visit to Berlin, end of quote. However, there's one interesting aftermath. This morning, the German or Berlin papers take no mention of this story. Apparently the news was only released to the foreign correspondents last night. And speaking of the bombing of London, there are unconfirmed reports that shortly the Germans are to use a new bomb of great weight. The largest bomb now used is 1,800 kilos, or almost 4,000 pounds each, from what information we have here. And as one German news commentator remarked the other day, we are not dropping bombs loaded with whipped cream. Incidentally, bombs weighing 1,800 kilos were first tried out in Spain. The bombardment of Barcelona in the closing stages of the Spanish Civil War was one of the experiments. And in 3 days, over 3,500 people were killed. However, not all of those deaths were attributed to these big bombs, but their use came as a great shock to the defense forces of the Catalan capital. This morning, thousands of Berlin households found a leaflet in their mailboxes. It was issued by the Bund for Germans Abroad and was both a warning and a notice regarding the relationship between Germans and conquered Poles. The leaflet explained that the Greater Reich has of necessity to include many foreign elements. And after explaining that the Poles are now working in Germany on the farms and as industrial laborers, the leaflet warns about, quote, the dangers arising from living side by side with a foreign people, end of quote. It adds, the servility of the Poles to the German farmers is cunning. His friendly behavior is deceitful. Caution must prevail not to further the unification of the Poles and to prevent their spying. Above all, there is no community of interest whatsoever between the Germans and Poles. End of quote. And the leaflet closes with the warning, Germans, the Pole can never be your comrade. He is inferior to each German, whether on the farm or in the plant. Be just as Germans are, but never forget you are a member of a master people. End of quote. Incidentally, Polish workers in Germany must wear a special identification mark on their left breast. It is a square turned on its edge with a violet edge and a yellow center in which is described a capital P. This is Edwin Hartridge. I return you now to Columbia in New York.
And now the news from our own nation's capital as reported by Albert Warner. We take you now to Washington.
Congress is not in session today, but quietly a four-man contest is underway for the Democratic floor leadership of the House. Representative John McCormick of Massachusetts has considerable opposition from at least three other Democratic members of the House. The contest arises as a result of the elevation of Representative Sam Rayburn of Texas to be Speaker of the House to succeed the late Speaker William B. Bankhead. A great many of the House leaders have gone by train with the President to the funeral services of Mr. Bankhead at Jasper, Alabama today. On their return trip to Washington, it may be that the floor leadership will be determined. Besides Mr. McCormick, the principal candidates are Jerry Cooper of Tennessee, Clifton Woodrum of Virginia, and Patrick Boland of Pennsylvania. If Mr. McCormick should be chosen, it would take the Democratic floor leadership away from the South for the first time in a considerable period. Except for Speaker Henry Rainey, the House in recent years has had Southerners at its head. Jack Garner, Joseph Burns, Mr. Bankhead, and Mr. Rayburn, all of whom were floor leaders before they became speakers. Mr. McCormick represents a low-income district in South Boston. He's a lawyer, a Catholic, a supporter of labor legislation, and almost always a supporter of the New Deal. But he voted for the Fish Amendment to the draft bill. He also led a successful move to get rid of the undivided corporate profits tax when the administration was reluctant to move. There's talk of postponing a decision. Some seekers of party harmony think McCormick might be beaten and Northern Democrats irritated. One proposal is to make an acting House leader out of Lindsey Warren of North Carolina, who is slated to become Comptroller General at the end of the year. That would put off permanent choice until January. The tempo of defense preparation increases in this country, even as the tempo of war attains a higher beat in Europe. This is the situation today as a result of developments which extended into last night. 35,000 additional National Guardsmen are called out for active service on October 16th. With those who began their duty yesterday, almost 100,000 Guardsmen are beginning a year's service. The new group comes from 5 states, New York, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Mississippi. The Guardsmen in the strategic islands of Puerto Rico in the Caribbean and Hawaii in the Pacific are also among those just called out. Then on October 16th comes Registration Day under the conscription bill. Around November 15th, the first contingent of almost 100,000 men will report to camps. By the month of January, 400,000 will be in service. Then also the program of recruiting the regular army up to 375,000 men will proceed. In other words, in January, a total of more than 1 million men will be in army camps in the program of national defense. In the realm of materiel, the War Department announces that 6,800 airplanes have been ordered under the July 1 appropriation and the new $5 billion defense fund. So we build machines and manpower. But one old war machine is still in use, the horse. The War Department hasn't given up horse cavalry. It wants to buy 20,000 horses, most of which will be turned over to the Guards. And they say Hitler's army hasn't given up the horse, though you don't hear much about it. Poland, by the way, had a good horse cavalry. We return you now to New York.
With these reports from London by Eric Severide, from Berlin by Edwin Hartridge, and from Washington by Albert Warner, Columbia brings to a close another broadcast of important world developments. George Bryan speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The story of Myrt and Marge. Myrt and Marge is a story of Broadway. A story that goes beyond the lights of the gay white way into the lives of two chorus girls. Two girls from the cast of that most glittering of all Broadway extravaganzas, Hayfield Pleasures. The house lights go down, the footlights come on. In a moment, the curtain will go up on the first chapter in the story of Myrt and Marge. And now let's step across the footlights and go backstage at the famous Hayfield Theater just off Times Square. Here are gathered all the multifold human elements that go into the making of a great musical comedy. The stars in the stagehands, the ultra-gorgeous showgirls, the comedians, the singers, and last but not least, the 24 pert and pretty members of Hayfield's renowned Precision Chorus, the Tick Ticks. It's one of the last rehearsals before the opening of a new glamour-packed edition of Hayfield Pleasure. From the wings, a man is coming on stage. It's the producer of the show, the man whose stage magic has thrilled millions, the great Francis Hayfield himself. Listen, he's calling to his stage director, Ray Hunt. Oh, Ray, I say, Ray Hunt.
I'll be right there. Quiet, everybody. Good morning, Mr. Hayfield.
Morning, Ray. How do things look?
Well, they're rounding out pretty well, but I've got to tone down the temperament of some of these newcomers.
You're right. This is no season for temperament. By the way, is Dixie Lane showing any improvement this season?
Well, her voice is still good, but she's taken on weight. However, she'll be box office for at least another season.
What are you doing this morning, Hunt?
I'm going to work with the principals on dialogue.
Say, that's a pretty fair voice. Who is it?
That's your South American beauty, Elena. Gorgeous creature, but I'm afraid I'm going to have some trouble with her.
What's the matter with her?
Oh, very erratic and man-conscious.
You better handle her without gloves. And how do my tick-ticks look?
Well, they line up about the same, but I've got to discipline those kids. I'm afraid you pamper them too much, Mr. Hayfield.
Well, why not? We generally get results.
Well, there seems to be some dissension. A little rough stuff going on down in the chorus room. Arguments, bickering.
There must be a man in the case.
Well, I put little Spear to work on them this morning to polish off the rough edges and keep them on their toes.
Myrt's a great girl, Ray. Been with us a long time. Almost a fixture.
And always reliable.
Just look at those kids. Like a bunch of frisky colts. Well, keep an eye on things, Ray. I want to go back and look at that New Orleans set. I'll see you later.
Right. Well, Myrtle Spear. You too, Clarence.
Practically there, Mr. Hunt. Oh, and here I am, right on the beam. What do you wish?
Well, have the girls all had their measurements?
Oh, yes, Mr. Hunt. I've measured them from head to toe.
Myrtle, I've got to work with the principal, so I want you to take the girls to a letter number.
Oh, right away, Mr. Hunt. Come on, you tick-tick. Letter number, Tommy.
Ready, Myrt?
Oh, quiet, please, girls. We're going to run through the letter number. Line up, please. Make it fast. Yes, like a bunch of old ladies. That's right. Now, listen to me. Ray Hunt says we've got to be perfect on these routines by Saturday. Remember, there's no break-in out of town this year. We open cold next week. So let's give the folks on Broadway something to rave about. What do you say, kids? Atta chickens. All right, positions. Come on, get your line. More to the left there, Gwen. That's just scramble stuff. Hey, back up in your stall now. Just a pick-up, Tony. Oh, come on, Billy DeBeer. Get in the groove. This is a rehearsal.
Oh, what's the rush, Myrt? I haven't had any breakfast.
Oh, you can smoke it after rehearsal. Music, maestro, please. Lead into the tap chorus, girls. Count your time and let's go. Girls, God gave us 2 feet, one left and one right. Now start with the left.
Will that be right, Mother?
That'll be right, Gwen. Now dig me, kid.
I wish someone would dig you under, honey.
Oh, Billy, quit razzing Murder. We'll be here for hours.
All right, girls. Take it, Tommy. Gwen Rogers, can't you keep on your feet?
Oh, gee, Murder, I couldn't help it. I slipped and fell down.
Well, get up off your brains and get in line. L-I-N-E, line. All right, start her over, Tommy. the prima donnas are still stalling. What's eating you, Anne?
I've got a sore toe.
Well, ain't that something? How come?
There's a nail in my shoe.
Just a stall to get out of rehearsal, that's all. Shelley, you're a hard-hearted wench. That's all it is.
Listen, Myrt. My whole foot hurts. Look at it. It's all red and swollen. I'm awfully worried.
Well, let me see. Does look bad, Anne. Gee, I'm sorry. What do you want to do?
Well, I'll try and do the best I can.
Okay. Let's try it again, Tommy. Same thing over. No stopping this time, kids. Break a leg if you must, but don't stop. What a life. Runs by fits and starts.
Oh, here comes Mr. Hunt. He's only got rest and tender.
Oh, Miss Spear.
Yes, Mr. Hunt.
Hayfield has suggested that you sing a chorus of that number during the business of all the tap routine.
Oh.
You can step on a line and take the stage.
Oh, thanks a lot, Mr. Hunt. I'll sure do my best. Gee, that's swell. Listen, girls, I'm going to sing in this man's show. How do you catch like that? This I gotta hear.
Don't worry, dearie. You will.
Oh, spread your wings and make like a B-29, Clarence. You bother me.
Myrt, my foot, it hurts worse than ever. I just can't stand it.
Oh, drop out a line, Anne. Gee, that's tough. Go ask Ray Hunt if you can be excused. You better see a doctor, honey. Don't forget tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock call.
I'll be here, Myrt.
Well, that's all for now, girls. Go change your shoes for the rumba number. Hurry back up on stage. Hey, Tommy, would you mind taking me through that number I'm going to do? Let's try one chorus. Just give me the pickup, huh?
I beg your pardon. Miss
Hold it, Tommy. Hello. Didn't see you. What can I do for you, kid?
May I speak to you for a minute?
Sure you can. You have to give my feet a break. I've been on the hoof so long I feel like a wax summoner away from China. Oh, what's on your mind, kid?
Well, I suppose I should have gone to Mr. Hunt, but he's so busy. I've been here every day for 2 weeks, but he hasn't even looked at me. He told me the first day to sit over on the sidelines with the other extras and he might place me, but it's rather hopeless for me now with the show opening so soon.
You sure had some weight.
You look so kind of nice and friendly. I thought you might tell me if there's any use in waiting any long. Besides,
Well, what's your name, little girl?
Margie. Margie Myrt. I'm 16 and
Oh, Tommy! Oh, boy, somebody quick! The kid's fainted. Get some water. Hurry up. Oh, hurry, Tommy. Give me that glass.
Here.
Oh, no. She's opening the light. Oh, the poor baby. There now, honey. How do you feel? You all right now?
I'm all right now. I don't know why I did this. Maybe because
You what?
I'm kind of hungry.
Oh, you poor little thing. When did you eat last?
Well, I had an apple yesterday.
Oh, the doggone. Poor child. Say, kid, you park yourself over there on a chair until rehearsal's over. And, oh, no, that's too long to wait. Say, Tommy, let me have a 5-spot until after rehearsal, will you?
Yeah.
Thanks. Here, baby, take this 5-spot and go out and get yourself a big meal. Down the line from soup to nuts. Right across the street from the theater. There's a good place.
No, I couldn't take that.
Well, you will take it. Go on now. Fill up your tummy and come back here in the morning.
Promise, yes. I don't want you to do this one.
Are you sure you feel all right now?
Yeah, I'm all right. Thanks so much.
Goodbye, Margie. See you in the morning. Poor baby. Just think, boy, she fainted from hunger. Oh, I shouldn't have let her go out alone. Well, she's gone. I wonder if she'll come back. I wonder. All right, girls. Rumba number. Listen, ladies of the ensemble. You don't know how lucky we are. There was a young girl about 16 looking for work right here on the stage just a minute ago. Now get this, girls. In this day and age, the kid does a fade out. She fainted from hunger. Poor kid. All right, Tommy, the rumba number. Make an entrance, girls. Business after Elena's song. 3 choruses, right through. No stops. And listen, you dames, drop that lead and oil up your hips. You know, this is the number the Broadway Wolves pay $25 a seat for opening night. Now, let's go.
The following program will be interrupted for important war bulletins. Once again, we present Our Gal Sunday, the story of an orphan girl named Sunday who was left on the steps of the cabin of 2 old miners who raised her from childhood in the little mining town of Silver Creek, Colorado, who in young womanhood married England's richest, most handsome lord, Lord Henry Brintrop. The story that asks the question, can this girl from a little mining town in the West find happiness as the wife of a wealthy, entitled Englishman? Let me tell you about a way to relieve the pain of a simple headache or minor neuralgia, fast. It's called Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N. And almost as soon as you take it, it starts to relieve your headache or neuralgic pain. The reason for this incredibly fast and effective action is that Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, it's a combination of medically proven active ingredients. And you know that a prescription from your doctor usually contains not just one ingredient, but several. Thousands of people have been given an envelope containing Anacin tablets by their physicians or dentists. And because of this, they know what Anacin does. They know how wonderfully quick it is in bringing the effective relief they seek. So try Anacin for fast, effective relief. Take only as directed on the package. You can get it at any drugstore. I'll repeat the name for you. Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N. And now, Our Gal Sunday. Lord Henry, definitely worried over the whereabouts of Ambrose Fairbrook III, is determined to capture Fairbrook before the scratches on his face have had time to heal. And in vowing to search out this man and bring him to justice, Lord Henry says, I'm going to find Ambrose Fairbrook before those scratches heal if it's the last thing I do. That'll give me enough evidence to press charges of unlawful trespassing, after which Mr. Fairbrook will have to explain to a court of law why it was so necessary for him to sneak into Black Swan Hole last night. And although both Sunday and Lord Henry are convinced that Ambrose Fairbrook is the prowler who invaded the grounds of Lord Henry's estate, they are unable to locate the man they believe to be guilty. For Lord Henry's visit to the local village inn a little while ago with Inspector Graves to apprehend Ambrose found him gone. And now, on the sun deck of their lovely old Virginia home, Lord Henry watches Sunday tenderly as she paces to and fro. Sunday, darling, whatever's the matter with you this morning?
What do you mean, Henry? There's nothing the matter with me, really. It's nothing at all.
Seems to me there is. You're pacing about the sun deck like a caged lioness. And if you'll forgive a touch of sentiment so early in the day, you look rather like one, too.
Why, Henry Brintrop, what do you mean by that?
Well, now, don't get excited, darling. I meant it as a compliment.
I must confess that you're a very singular husband, dearest. You say a compliment, but how you arrive at it is beyond me.
Well, I can explain it in words of one syllable, dear. I'm a great reader. I read Lonnie's books.
For 9-year-old minds.
Mm-hmm. And I read Davy's books.
Yes, for 6-year-olds.
That's right. And believe me, I find I get further with Davy's books. All pictures and no text to fuss over.
And whose books did you consult for this magnificent compliment you just paid me?
Well, Davy's, of course. Lionesses are always pictured as lithe and bright and tawny. It's a description that's practically tailor-made for you. And presto, my compliment, madame.
You know, it's the first really nice compliment you've paid me in ages. Say some more.
Oh, darling, it isn't because I haven't wanted to say nice things to you, but this beastly Fairbrook mystery and what it's done to her.
I know, Henry. Until the Fairbrook mystery is solved and Ambrose Fairbrook III is brought to justice, we'll have very little time for any personal or emotional life together.
I'm glad that you understand, darling. As I see it, marriage is one part devotion, one part protection. And right now, my chief duty is to protect you.
I haven't made the job easy for you either, I know that.
Oh, nonsense, darling. You've been a brick right from the start.
No, Henry, I've been a foolish, headstrong woman. I brought your farm manager, Charles Hubble, to Black Swan Hall against your wishes. We've had nothing but trouble ever since.
Well, in this case, it's the motive that counts, Sunday, not the result, and your intentions were good.
Yes, I wanted Mr. Hubble to hurry and get well.
And you had no way of knowing that Ambrose Fairbrook would attempt to sneak in here.
Well, I have a way of knowing it now. Every time I look at your poor, scratched face and those torn, cut hands.
Well, it gives me satisfaction to know that Ambrose Fairbrook is not faring any better. I'll bet his cuts and scratches are bothering him plenty, especially if he's hiding out somewhere and hasn't been able to get to a doctor.
Doesn't it ever strike you as being strange that a man like Mr. Fairbrook, a man we know to be the slayer of Loretta Hubble's father, should have to hide out for reasons of simple trespass?
Oh, well, make no mistake about that, Sunday. Ambrose Fairbrook is not hiding out for simple trespass. He's hiding out because he knows that a charge of trespass is sure to lead to the additional charge of murder.
Inspector Graves said he was going to check the railroad station to see if Mr. Fairbrook really did buy a ticket for Richmond.
Yes, the inspector checked, all right.
What did he find?
Well, what I knew to be true all along. Ambrose Fairbrook bought no ticket for Richmond, nor for anywhere.
Well, then his business trip was just another story trumped up by his sister, Amelia Delaware.
Certainly, that's all it was.
Oh, if only we'd been able to catch him yesterday when we went to his rooms at Fairbrook Inn with Inspector Graves.
Don't worry, Sunday, we'll catch him yet. I still have an ace or two left up my sleeve. I'm just waiting for the proper time and place to play them.
Meanwhile, in a nearby village named after the Fairbrook family, Amelia Delaware looks worried as she sits on the shady porch of the inn. This expression of worry deepens when Loretta Hubble walks up the steps, looks cautiously about, then whispers to her future mother-in-law.
You can stop worrying now, Mrs. Delaware. He's safe for the time being.
Safe? Safe? Who's safe? What in the world are you talking about, Loretta?
Not so loud. Someone may hear you.
Well, you're making me nervous with this attitude of furtiveness.
There's nothing furtive about my attitude, Mrs. Delaware. If there's any furtiveness in my manner, it can be directly traced to the Fairbrook family.
Don't talk in riddles, girl. Get the point. What is it you're trying to tell me?
Merely to stop worrying about your brother, Ambrose Fairbrook.
Worrying about Ambrose? What makes you think I'm worried about him?
Well, your actions at breakfast, for one thing. You went all to pieces this morning when your son Nicky asked where Mr. Fairbrook was.
You're imagining things. You're a hypersensitive, slightly neurotic girl, Loretta. If you're going to marry my son, I'd advise you to hide this quality. Nicky has always liked his girls sweet and simple and not too highly emotional.
Thanks for the tip, Mrs. Delaware. I'll handle Nicky when the time comes. Meanwhile, my present concern is Mr. Fairbrook.
You know where he is?
I ought to. I took him there.
So speak up. Is he safe?
Is he well? He's safe enough for the time being. And with my care, he'll soon be well, too.
You speak as though he might be sick. My brother's all right, isn't he?
Yes, Mrs. Delaware. Except, of course, for those scratches and cuts on his hands and face.
Scratches and cuts? Then, Loretta, you must know about...
I know that Lord Henry suspects Ambrose Fairbrook of prowling his grounds.
A suspicion that can't be proved.
Unless Lord Henry discovers Mr. Fairbrook's whereabouts and sees for himself the contusions on your brother's face.
Then something must be done about them at once.
Don't worry, something will be done. I'm getting some lotion from Mr. Fairbrook to treat his cuts with, so they'll heal as quickly as possible.
Loretta, I appreciate this interest in our little unfortunate situation, but what I can't understand is this sudden concern for my brother. You and Ambrose have never been particularly friendly.
The reason for my concern is a very simple one, Mrs. Delaware. I lost my mother and father. I have no family. Now I'm going to marry your son, Nicky.
The Fairbrooks will be my family. Nothing must happen to that family. Nothing, do you hear? You're an excitable girl, Loretta, but I must say I'm beginning to see your fine points. That's what your brother Ambrose said when I hid him in my uncle's cottage at Black Swan Hall. Hid Ambrose in your uncle's cottage? At Black Swan Hall? You must be mad. Completely mad. Ambrose is mad, too, or he wouldn't stay there, not for a moment. He'll stay there, all right. He hasn't any choice. But if Lord Henry or Lady Brinthorpe should go there and find Ambrose... They won't. I'm taking special precautions about the Brinthorpes. They'll stay away from my uncle's cottage, or I'll know the reason why.
Will Lord Henry discover Ambrose Fairbrook's presence at Black Swan Hall? Or will Loretta Hubbell's daring plan to keep Ambrose Fairbrook hidden on the Brinthorpe estate bring even more danger into the life of our gal Sunday? If you suffer from the pains of simple headache or minor neuralgia, try Anacin. You'll be amazed at what it does. Many people who have taken it will tell you, I'm quite sure, that its effectiveness and quick relief are simply astounding. And the reason is that Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, it's a combination of medically proven active ingredients and often brings incredibly fast relief. And you know that when your doctor gives you a prescription, it almost invariably contains not just one ingredient, but several. That is why so many people listening to me now have at some time or other had an envelope containing Anacin tablets given them, either by their dentist or physician. They know it gives amazingly fast relief. So, if you want really fast relief, try Anacin. Take only as directed on the package. It is spelled A-N-A-C-I-N, and you can get it at any drugstore in handy boxes of 12 and 30 tablets and economical family-sized bottles of 50 and 100. The first few tablets are unconditionally guaranteed to give you the fast relief you want, or you may return the unused portion and your money will be refunded in full. Our Gal Sunday will be on the air at the same time tomorrow, 12:45 p.m. Eastern Wartime. This is Warren Sweeney saying goodbye for Our Gal Sunday and reminding you to be sure to listen to Easy Aces tonight at 7:30 Eastern Wartime over many of these stations. Here's quick death to germ-carrying, stinging flies and mosquitoes. It's Black Flag insect spray. Unlike many other preparations that pests must eat or inhale, Black Flag kills on contact. Every batch bug-tested before it leaves the laboratory. One touch of fast-acting Black Flag spray and pesky flies and mosquitoes are doomed. For offensive pests like ants and roaches, get Black Flag powder. Both are on sale at leading stores everywhere. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Good morning, this is Orson Welles speaking. I'd like to read to you an affidavit. I, Isaac Woodward, Jr., being duly sworn, do depose and state as follows, that I am 27 years old and a veteran of the United States Army, having served for 15 months in the South Pacific and earned 1 battle star. I was honorably discharged on February 12, 1946, from Camp Gordon, Georgia, at 8:30 p.m. at the Greyhound Terminal, Atlanta, Georgia. While I was in uniform, I purchased a ticket to Winnsboro, South Carolina, and took the bus headed there to pick up my wife to come to New York to see my father and mother. About 1 hour out of Atlanta, the bus driver stopped at a small drugstore. As he stopped, I asked him if he had time to wait for me until I had a chance to go to the restroom. He cursed and said no. When he cursed me, I cursed him back. When the bus got to Aiken, he got off and went and got the police. They didn't give me a chance to explain. The policeman struck me with a billy across my head and told me to shut up. After that, the policeman grabbed me by my left arm and twisted it behind my back. I figured he was trying to make me resist. I did not resist against him. He asked me, was I discharged? And I told him yes. When I said yes, that is when he started beating me with a billy, hitting me across the top of the head. After that, I grabbed his billy and wrung it out of his hand. Another policeman came up and threw his gun on me and told me to drop the billy. He dropped me, so I dropped the billy. After I dropped the billy, the second policeman held his gun on me while the other one was beating me. He knocked me unconscious. After I commenced to come to myself, he hollered, get up. I started to get up. He started punching me in my eyes with the end of the billy. When I finally got up, he pushed me inside the jailhouse and locked me up. I woke up next morning and could not see. A policeman said, let's go up here and see what the judge says. I told him that I could not see how to come out. I was blind. He said, feel your way out. He said, I'd be all right after I washed my face. He led me to the judge, and after I told the judge what happened, he said, we don't have that kind of stuff down here. Then the policeman said, he wrung my billy out of my hand, and I told him if he didn't drop it, I'd drop him. That's how I knew it was the same policeman as had beat my eyes out. After that, the judge spoke and said, I fine you $50 for 30 days in the road. And I said I'd pay the $50, but I did not have the $50 at the time. So the policeman said, you have some money there in your wallet. He took my wallet and took out all I had. That was a total of $40 and took $4 from my watch pocket. I had a check for $694.73, which was my mustering out pay and soldier's deposit. Said to me, can you see how to sign this check? You have a government check. I told him no, sir. So he gave it back to me after that. Took me back and locked me up in the jail. The policeman did. I stayed in there for a while, and after a few minutes, he came and asked me if I wanted a drink of whiskey. If I took a drink of whiskey, he said I'd feel better. I told him no, sir. Didn't care for any. About 5:30 that evening, they took me to the Veterans Hospital in Columbia, South Carolina. One of the contact men came around one day and said to me they were going to take out a pension for me. I believe that the doctor who cared for me was named Dr. Clarence. I told him what had happened to me. He made no comment, but told me I should join a blind school. Sworn to me. It was 23rd day of April, 1946. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I had that affidavit in my pocket a few hours before dawn. When I left off worrying about this broadcast long enough for coffee at an all-night restaurant, I found myself joined at the table by a stranger. A nice, soft-spoken, well-meaning, well-mannered stranger he was. He told me a joke. He thinks it's a joke. I'm going to repeat it, but not for your amusement. I earnestly hope that nobody listening will laugh. This is the joke. Seems there was a white man who came on business to a southern town, it could be Aiken, South Carolina, and found he couldn't get a bed in any of the good hotels. He went to the bad hotels and found the flop houses, but there was no room for him in any of the inns reserved for white folks in that southern city. So at last, in desperation, he applied at a Negro hotel where he was accepted with a proviso that he would consent to share a double room with another guest. With rueful gratitude, this white man paid his bill, left to call for early in the morning. He rested well, quite undisturbed by the proximity of the sleeping colored man beside him, and was awakened at the hour of his request. After breakfast, he left the railway station where he boarded his appointed train, but the conductor would not let him into any of the regular coaches. The man was told quite rudely to go where he belonged, the Jim Crow car. The hero of this funny story allowed he hadn't washed in the morning, that the dust of travel must be responsible for the conductor's grievous social miscalculation. He went to the washroom. He started to clean his hands. They were black, an even hue of black. Then he looked into the mirror. His face was the same color. He not only looked darker than white, he was quite visibly a Negro. A great oath precedes the final line, which is presumed to be the funny part of this little anecdote. I know what's happened to the next words of the man. It's very simple. They woke up the wrong man. I left the teller of this tale in the coffee shop, but I found I couldn't leave the tale itself. Like the affidavit I read to you at the start of the broadcast, it seems to become a permanent part of my mental luggage. I sketched in my imagination a sequel to the strangest funny joke. I saw the man of business who'd gone to bed, a white man getting into an argument with the conductor. I saw a policeman boarding the train at the next station and taking the man of business out on the platform and beating the eyes out of his head because the man thought he should be treated with the same respect he had received the day before when he was white. I saw men at the police station trying to make him take a drink so that the medical authorities could testify that he was drunk. I saw the man of business bleeding in his cell, reaching out with sightless hands through unseen bars, gesturing for help that could not ever come. And I heard his explanation echoing down the stone hallways of the jail. I know what's happened. It's very simple. They woke up the wrong man. Now, it seems the officer of the law who blinded the young Negro boy, the affidavit, has not been named. The boy saw him while he could still see, but of course he had no way of knowing what particular policeman it was who brought the justice of Dachau and Oswiecim to Aiken, South Carolina. He was just another white man with a stick who wanted to teach a Negro boy a lesson, to show a Negro boy where he belonged, in the darkness. Till we know more about him, for just now we'll call the policeman Officer X. He might be listening to this. I hope so. Officer X, I'm talking to you. Officer X, they woke up the wrong man. That somebody else, that man sleeping there, is you. The you that God brought into the world, all innocent of hate. A paid-up resident member of the Brotherhood of Man. Yes, unbelievably enough, that's you, Officer X. You, still asleep. That you could have been anything. It could have gone to the White House when it grew up. It could have gone to heaven when it died. But they woke up the wrong man. They finally came for him in the blank gray of dawn. As in the death house, they come for the condemned, but without prayers. They came with instructions, the accumulated ignorance of the feudal South. And with this peculiar briefing, they called Cain for another day of the devil's work, while Abel slept. Wash your hands, Officer X. Wash them well. Scrub and scour. You won't blot out the blood of a blinded war veteran. Nor yet the color of your skin, your own skin. You'll never, never, never change it. Wash your hands, Officer X. Wash a lifetime. You'll never wash away that leprous lack of pigment, the guilty pallor of the white man. We invite you to luxuriate in secrecy. It will be brief. Go on. Suckle your anonymous moment while it lasts. You're going to be uncovered. We will blast out your name. We'll give the world your given name, Officer X. Yes, and your so-called Christian name. It's going to rise out of the filthy deep like the dead thing it is. We're going to make it public with a public scandal you dictated but failed to sign. We pause now for a word from the philosophers. A short reminder regarding the matter of payment and cost. Nothing is paid back. That does not happen, not on earth. A favor cannot be paid back, neither can a wrong. We say a criminal pays for his crime when we lock him up, that a murderer pays for his murder when the state murders him. But really the state is hiding an unsightly object. Society is merely sweeping its dirt under the carpet. We may sometimes manage to cure the thing called crime, but the man called a criminal is never punished. He can be inconvenienced or tormented or done away with, but he cannot pay for what he has done. If the ledger is ever balanced, it is not by him, but by some other man having nothing to do with him. It is balanced by deeds of virtue, by unrelated good works. The evildoer's agony doesn't show on the books. Only that fiction known to us as money can be paid back. The true debt, the debt of a friend to a friend or a foe to a foe, outlives the principles involved. So much for payment. Price. That's something else. There's a price for everything. There's nothing that does not have its cost. Joy and inspiration and mere pleasure have a market value precisely computed in terms of their opposites. The cost of youth is age. The cost of age is death. You want love. The cost of love is independence. You want to be independent, do you? Then pay the price and know what it is to be alone. Your mother paid for you with pain. Nothing in this living world is free. The free air costs you the life-consuming effort of breath. Freedom itself is priced at the rate of the citizenship it earns and holds. What does it cost to be a Negro? In Aiken, South Carolina, it cost a man his eyes. What does it cost to wear over your skeleton the pinkish tint officially described as white? In Aiken, South Carolina, it cost a man his soul. Officer X may languish in jail. It's unlikely, but it's possible that he'll serve as long a term as a Negro would serve in Aiken, South Carolina, for stealing bread. But Officer X will never pay for the 2 eyes he beat out of the soldier's head. How can you essay the gift of sight? What are they quoting today for 1 eye? An eye for an eye? The literal reading of this Mosaic law spells out again only the blank waste of vengeance. We've told Officer X that he will be dragged out of hiding. We've promised him a most unflattering glare of publicity. We're going to keep that promise. We will build our own police lineup to line up this reticent policeman with the killers, the lunatics, the beastmen, all the people of society's zoo where he belongs. If he's listening to this, let him listen well. Officer X, after I've found you out, I'll never lose you. If they try you, I'm going to watch the trial. If they jail you, I'm going to wait for your first day of freedom. You won't be free of me. I want to see who's waiting for you at the prison gates. I want to know who will acknowledge that they know you. I'm interested in your future. I will take careful note of all your destinations. Assume another name, and I will be careful that the name you would forget is not forgotten. I will find means to remove from you all refuge, Officer X. You can't get rid of me. We have an appointment, you and I, and only death can cancel it. Who am I? A masked avenger from the comic books? No, sir, merely an inquisitive citizen of America. I admit that nothing on this inhabited earth is capable of your chastisement. I'm simply but quite actively curious to know what will become of you. Your fate cannot affect the boy in the country hospital for the blind, but your welfare is a measure of the welfare of my country. I cannot call it your country. How long will you get along in these United States? Which of the states will still consent to get along with you? Where stands the sun of common fellowship? When will it rise over your dark country? When will it be noon in Georgia? I must know where you go, Officer X, because I must know where the rest of us are going with our American experiment. Into bankruptcy or into that serene tomorrow, that plenteous garden the blind soldier hoped for when he had his eyes and with eyes opened went to war. We want a word to lighten his darkness. You're sorry for him, he rejects your pity. You're ashamed, he doesn't care. We want to tell him soon that all America is ashamed of you. If there's room for pity, you can have it, for you're far more blind than he. He had eyes to see and saw with them, made out, if nothing else, at least a part of the shape of human dignity. And this is not a little thing, but you had eyes to see and you have never seen. He has the memory of light, but you were born in the pit. He cannot grow new eyes to open the world again for his poor bruised head, never. No. The only word we can share the martyr with to carry him from the county hospital to the county grave is word concerning your eyes, Officer X. Your eyes, remember, were not gouged away. Only the lids are closed. You might raise the lids. You might just try the wild adventure of looking. You might see something. It might be a simple truth. One of those truths held to be self-evident by our founding fathers and by most of us. If we should ever find you bravely blinking at the sun, we'll know then that the world is young after all. That chaos is behind us and not ahead. Then there will be shouting of trumpets to rouse the dead at Gettysburg. A thunder of cannon will declare the tidings of peace, and all the bells of liberty will laugh out loud in the streets to celebrate goodwill towards all men. The new blind can hear. It'd be very good if they could hear the news that the old blind can finally see. Then, Officer X, you'll find that you can wash off what should be washed, and it will be said of you, yes, even you, that they awakened the right man. Now it's time to say goodbye. Please let me come to call again. Next week, same time. Until then, I remain as always obediently yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, the American Broadcasting Company invites you to be with us again next Sunday afternoon at 1:15 o'clock over most of these very same stations, when we shall again hear from Mr. Orson Welles. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Road of Life, brought to you by Duz, D-U-Z, Duz, the new kind of soap that does everything in your wash.
Dr. Brady.
Call surgery. Dr. Brent, call surgery. Dr. Brent, call surgery.
Say, Mr. Collier, I have a BD story for you.
BD? Before does?
Yes, back in the days when I didn't know does everything.
Before you found this new kind of soap is best.
That's right. Honestly, BD, before does, I was ready to give up. You see, I'd just been married, and I wanted to be a model housekeeper.
Mm-hmm.
Well, every wash day I worked like a dog over my linens, trying to get them white. And Jim's work clothes, oh, they were the limit. My own colored rayons got sadder every wash.
Well, no wonder you were ready to give up BD before does. But now you've got the soap that's best, because DUZ does everything in your wash. It gives you unsurpassed whiteness for towels, unbeaten cleaning power for dirty work clothes, and greater safety for those nice colors.
I'll say, you ought to see my towels, AD, after dozen. Even my mother-in-law raves about how white they are.
There's no whiter wash to be had from any soap. How about those work clothes, AD, after dozen?
Clean as rain. I'm all through with hard scrubbing.
There's no easier soap than does for getting work clothes clean.
And my rayon undies look brighter after dozen.
Sure, colors get extra safety with does. You know, ladies, does really does best. Actual comparisons with 25 different wash day soaps prove it. This new kind of soap has the best combination of white washes, suds for cleaning, and safety for colors. So be a lady who does.
Does everything.
And now we invite you to listen to Road of Life. Carol Brent has been in Reno, Nevada for some days now. Up to the moment, however, she's done nothing toward instituting divorce proceedings against her husband, Jim. Insofar as Carol is concerned, there's no special reason why she's not started the action. Nevertheless, something within her continually prevents her from starting the suit. Exactly what this something is may be difficult to define. One of the factors holding Carol back is what happened yesterday afternoon while she and Janie, her daughter, were walking through one of the side streets in Reno.
Cover your mouth with your hand when you yawn, Janie.
I did. The first and second and third time.
But this last time you didn't.
Uh-huh.
Why are you yawning so much? You just got up from a nap about an hour ago. Are you tired?
Uh-huh.
Then what's the matter, Janie?
I'm like Daddy.
You're what?
I yawn when there's nothing to do.
Oh.
That's what Daddy does. I remember one...
Good heavens. Are you trying to tell me that you're bored, darling?
What's bored, Mommy?
Well, I'm afraid it's what you are.
What does it mean, Mommy?
I don't know how to explain it exactly. I suppose a person who's bored finds nothing's any fun. He doesn't enjoy himself, and he sits around and, well, he yawns and...
Oh, I see.
Would you like to go over to the park and play on the slides?
I don't care, Mommy.
If you're tired of walking, we could go back to the hotel and... Oh, I know what. We could buy popcorn and feed the pigeons.
All right. If you want to, Mommy.
Well, don't you want to?
I don't care. We did it yesterday, Mommy.
Yes, and you ate more popcorn than the pigeons.
That's because... Look at them, Mommy. Look at the big Donald Duck.
Where? Oh, you mean that sign?
He's so funny. Such a funny mouth and such a funny nose.
Yes, he's very sweet, Janie.
What's the writing under the picture, Mommy? Is that his name?
Well, in a way it is. It says the Donald Duck Nursery School.
See? Donald Duck, just like I said. I knew, didn't I, Mommy?
Nursery school. Nursery school. I should have thought of it long before this. Come on.
Where are we going, Mommy?
Into the Donald Duck Nursery. You're going to start school, young lady.
Oh, goody, 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 goody. Janie's going to school. Janie goes to school.
Don't run so fast, Janie. You'll trip on those stairs and fall.
No, I won't, Mommy. I'm careful.
Wait on the porch for me.
I'll wait. Janie's going to school. Janie's going to school. Am I really going to school, Mommy?
Yes.
When?
Now. Step up, dear. That's it. Oh, this looks like a private home, Janie.
It's like Grandma's.
Yes, isn't it?
Where's school, Mommy?
Well, probably in another section of the house. I suppose we should sit down and wait until someone comes.
How will the people know we're here?
Well, the bell over the door rang when we came in. They must have heard it.
Oh.
And sit in that little rocker, dear.
I'm scared, Mommy. Oh, my hand.
There's nothing to be afraid of. Why are you scared? I thought you wanted to go to school.
I changed my mind. Let's go, Mommy.
Don't you believe me, Janie? I told you there's nothing to be afraid of. It's fun to go to school.
Is it?
And just you wait and see.
All right, Mommy.
Why don't you sit down?
It's a pretty rocker.
Yes, isn't it?
You sit there and I'll sit here, Mommy.
All right. Comfortable?
Yes, Mommy. Let's play a game, shall we?
Well, suppose we play a game of thinking.
I've never played that game.
Oh, it's very simple. You sit there and I sit here and neither of us can say a word.
What do we do?
We think.
About what, Mommy?
Oh, we think about things that have happened to us in the past.
Like what?
Like things we planned or hoped for. And then we try to think if they've worked out that way.
Do you like that game, Mommy?
Oh, yes.
All right. Then I'll play it with you. Mommy!
Look at her, Carol.
She belongs to us, Jim.
Mm-hmm.
Our Janie. 3 months old.
She doesn't seem real. She's more like a doll.
When I was about 12, I had a doll much bigger than she is.
Aren't her hands beautiful?
Be careful, you wake her.
No, I won't. She's a sound sleeper, just like her dad.
Her hands are beautiful, Jim. Such long fingers. Do you think she'll be an artist?
An artist? You mean paint pictures?
No. Paint pictures or play the piano?
Oh, she'll do everything and do it well, too.
You're talking just like a father.
Oh, no. Even if she weren't my daughter, I'd have to admit that she's an exceptional child.
How can you tell?
Well, you've seen how strong she is. You've seen her hold on to one of my fingers, and look at all the trouble I had getting her to let go.
Don't all babies do that?
Well, not at 3 months.
Oh, she is adorable, Jim. She has your eyelashes. All the other girls will be jealous of her.
I'll say she'll be a beauty when she grows up.
Oh, I can hardly wait to see her at her first formal. I think long dresses do so much for a girl.
I don't know. All I can say is the fellow who marries her will certainly be a lucky one.
Oh, Jim, she's only an infant. You're talking about her marriage already.
That's true. I'm glad you reminded me. I'd actually started to worry about what kind of boy she'd pick.
Oh, there's plenty of time for that.
Only about 22 years.
Maybe only 18.
Oh, I hope not. I'd like to see her go to college first.
Let's not talk about Janie 20 years from now. Think of all the exciting things that'll come before she's old enough to go to college.
What?
Well, there's her first tooth.
Oh, yeah.
And then the first day she says, Dada.
You'll call me up, won't you, Carol? Even if I'm at the hospital, I want you to call me.
That won't be for a long time, darling.
Well, it may not take long. She's so remarkable all the way around, she'll probably say, Dada any day.
Well, then I promise to call you, wherever you are.
Good.
What about the day she starts school?
Let's see. She'll be about 6 then, won't she?
Well, that's first grade. She'll really start in at the nursery school.
You mean kindergarten?
No, those are two different things. Nursery school is before kindergarten.
Oh.
You'll have to study up on those matters, Dr. Brandt.
Yeah, yes I will. I like being a father, Carol. And I like being your husband.
Thank you, darling.
Oh, it's going to be so wonderful sharing all those experiences with Janie and you.
Would you like an invitation?
What kind?
Janie and I cordially invite you...
Did you consult Janie about this?
Oh, of course. We had a long talk after 10 o'clock bottle, and we decided that when Janie goes to school for the first time, you may come along.
No.
Yes. I remember distinctly. I was pinning on the second safety pin, and Janie looked up at me and said, Mother, I just thought of something.
Oh, you're wonderful, Carroll.
Shh, not so loud.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What about the invitation? Do you accept?
Well, I have to leave for the office now, but when your daughter wakes up, please thank her and tell her for me that I'd be more than glad to accompany her to school for the very first time. And also, tell her that I love her, Mother, very much.
Mommy, someone's coming.
Oh, all right, dear.
How was your game?
What?
What did you think?
Oh, I thought of what I once imagined it would be like when you first started to school.
To the schoolmistress who had just entered the room, the sight of a woman dabbing at her eyes with a handkerchief was not unusual. She'd seen other mothers behaving like this many times before. But being a considerate person, it was her rule to turn aside. She waited until Carroll had composed herself. It was the impression of the schoolmistress that the woman's eyes had filled with tears only because of the sentimentality of bringing her youngster to a new school in a strange city. She was, of course, mistaken. Carroll was crying for a much deeper reason. It sometimes pays to change your mind. It certainly paid off for Mrs. Stein. She'd heard does his best. It does everything for you, in the wash and in the dishpan, too.
Yes, I'd heard it, I'll confess.
But you didn't believe it, eh, Mrs. S?
Not till my sister expressed her wishes for a box of does to do the dishes. I thought she's fussy, but I tried to please. Well, say I found dozzing dishes a breeze.
Sure, does suds stand up till the last dish is done. You don't keep adding soap.
Dozzing's fun. Those suds bounce up soon's I add the water. Bless my sister. I'm glad I got her. And how that does cuts grease. Why, say, there's no hard scouring any day.
Did you like the way Does treats your hands?
Does leaves my hands so smooth, it's grand.
It's kinder than any other leading wash day soap.
Oh, I'll confess, I was an awful dope. But I'm dozzing all my dishes now. Does sure does everything.
And how? So all you ladies, get in the swing. In the dishpan, too. Does everything. Be sure to listen tomorrow when D-U-Z Does will again bring you another absorbing episode on Road of Life. This is Clayton Collier saying good day for the makers of Does, the soap that does everything in your wash. Your grocer's paper bags and cardboard cartons have gone to war, so when you shop, take your own shopping bag or basket with you.
What is happening to farm prices? Is this just a readjustment, or what is it? Are we headed for a farm depression? That is the question. This is America United, the informal discussion program heard on the NBC network each week at this time. Host today is the National Grange, represented here by Albert Goss. Our other guests, Representative Harold D. Cooley, Chairman of the House Agriculture Committee, and Donald Sawtell of the United States Chamber of Commerce Agriculture Committee. Our moderator is David Brinkley, NBC Washington commentator. And now, Mr. Brinkley.
In the last few weeks, we've all seen some rather sharp and rather sudden breaks in the prices of several farm commodities. Our question today is, what does it all mean? Is this going to be a permanent slump in farm prices, or it is a temporary fluctuation, or what is it? We may not find the answers today, but we will hear some expert opinions. To start getting expert opinions, I'm going to call first on Mr. Goss of the National Grange to tell us briefly what he feels about it. Are we headed for a farm depression, Mr. Goss?
Well, we may be headed for a farm depression, and we may not. If we handle the problem intelligently, I think a farm depression and a general depression can be avoided. If we don't handle it well, I think we will land in a farm depression before too many years.
Mr. Sawtelle of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce.
In a general way, I think that business interests of the country would agree with Mr. Goss. We have recognized for a long time that agriculture was developing very large productive capacity and might have, in the near future, very large surpluses, which would have price-depressing effects. So we would agree, I believe, with Mr. Goss, that we have a problem here which we have got to face and has got to be handled very carefully in order for us to avoid serious economic trouble.
Thank you. And now Mr. Cooley, Chairman of the House Agriculture Committee.
Well, I think that the situation definitely challenges the finest virtues of our patriotism, and at the same time, it challenges our intelligence. And just as Mr. Goss has said, if we handle the situation intelligently, and I think we will, I see no need for a depression on the farm or otherwise. And in that connection, I would just like to observe that at the moment, domestic and foreign demands upon the products of our fields and our factories are greater at the moment than at any other time in all history. And certainly we should devise some method of distribution which will enable us to meet those unprecedented demands.
Well, Mr. Goss, to get a little more light on this question we're to talk about today, maybe you could look backward for us for a moment and tell us this. Is there any repetition now of the economic patterns we had the last time we had a real farm depression?
Yes, I think there are a great many similarities. As a matter of fact, we're in a period of reconstruction. It's not a normal period. We are, as a nation, catching up with all the backlog of demand over a good many years. Not only are we catching up with a backlog of demand domestically, but we're supplying Europe a tremendous amount of material, both farm products and industrial products. And that was what we were doing to a less extent, of course, after 1920. And when that demand ceased, when we stopped furnishing credit to Europe, when we stopped sending goods to Europe, and all that demand, all that production was dumped back on the market, we went into a depression. Now, that follows every war. And just as sure as we're sitting here, we're going to have to do something to keep up the market for what we are producing, or we've got to reduce production. Now, if we produce production, that means laying men off of jobs. It means curtailing the production of wealth, and it starts the decline. The problem America faces is how are we going to keep up consumption? How are we going to get a distribution of income so that we do keep up with consumption? In other words, how are we going to raise our standards of living so that we can absorb all this excess production and all of us keep busy in industry and on the farm? So far as the farm picture is concerned, it's quite similar to what it was in 1920. We are producing tremendous crops. Our markets are in Europe, and when those markets are turned back at us, we've got to see that something is done to prevent the prices going down to destructive levels.
Mr. Cooley, does it look that way to you?
Well, I agree with Mr. Goss that the situation looks somewhat like it did after the First World War, but the fact remains that after the First World War, this nation sought to isolate itself from the rest of the world. We pulled our ships of commerce from the sea. We lifted trade barriers and high tariff walls around about our country, and we sought to live in great abundance here in America, only to find that we could not isolate ourselves from the rest of the world as we had attempted to do. Now, I think that in this enlightened day, with that experience so fresh in our minds, that we will not again attempt to lift trade barriers and high tariffs and place restrictions and limitations upon world trade. I think we realize now that we must trade with the world if we want to prosper here in America.
Mr. Saltell, can you comment on that?
Well, it seems to me that Mr. Goss has presented the picture pretty well. So far as the main facts are concerned, I think that we are perhaps facing a little different situation in some respects from what we were 20 or 30 years ago. I think we can't think that it's entirely a matter of getting over the effects of the war. I think if we're going to face this situation of the very large productive capacity of agriculture, we've got to recognize that the world is undergoing some very fundamental changes. We can see, as we look around the world, a tremendous increase in industrialization in a great many countries. Some countries are finding increasing difficulties in carrying on the export trade with other countries, exporting their products in order that they may buy raw materials. I'm just wondering if we haven't got to look ahead to the time perhaps when many countries, perhaps ourselves included, will begin to experience some difficulty in finding markets abroad for the tremendous productive capacity we have for certain agricultural products. We'll have to adjust our internal balance in some way so that we can use our productive capacity in the ways and for the products that we need without creating tremendous price-depressing surpluses which burden our whole economy.
I agree with Mr. Saltell. We've got to have some adjustments in our production. And I agree with Mr. Cooley. We've got to expand and trade with the world. But we must face the fact that the world hasn't got today very much to pay us for anything which we export. That's the reason we're in the Marshall Plan. We're trying to build the productive capacity of the rest of the world so they can produce enough to trade with us. And that's part of the problem of our whole economy, which will vitally affect the problem of agriculture.
Well, I agree with you, Mr. Goss, that the financial instability of the nations of the world and the exchange problems challenge us at the moment. At the same time, the fact remains that we will not have to create markets abroad. Markets already exist. The fact of the business is people of the world are dying now of starvation. And here we are discussing in Washington the great problem of agricultural abundance. And I hope you'll pardon me for just reading a little clipping from the Washington Post of less than a year ago from Shanghai, China, April the 8th. Bodies of 405 Chinese infants were found on Shanghai streets in the first week of April. Most of them were victims of measles. Bodies of 26 adults were found. The total of disease, starvation, and cold totals 7,307 for the first 3 months of the year. 6,957 of the victims were children. Now, as long as people are starving to death in such tremendous numbers, it seems to me that the intelligent people of the world should be able to find some method of distribution that would enable the starving peoples of other lands to use the products of our fields. And I believe that in the months and years to come, we will be able to solve this problem of world distribution of the great surpluses produced in this country.
Well, doesn't that come right down to the question of what can they pay us with? We've got surplus wheat, we've got surplus cotton, we've got surplus in food production we're supplying a large part of the world with now. It's done on credit now. Someday those bills have got to be paid. Now, what can they ship in here? That seems to me to be the real problem. We in agriculture feel that inasmuch as we have the surplus food, it ought to be more in the nature of raw materials or manufactured goods than shipping in farm products, which would only serve to augment the problem we got. And isn't that the real problem? What can they ship?
That is the real problem. I don't know what they can ship to us from these different countries of the world, but certainly they are producing something that could be used in lifting the standard of living of the peoples of the world. This business of money exchange is something that I don't know anything at all about, but I do know that it's a very complex problem, and it's one which must be solved. Now, I know that back in the days of Hitler, he went on some sort of a barter system. You remember that? Well, the fact is, we wouldn't want to go on a barter system all out, because the fact remains that we have a great storehouse of gold. And certainly we are not hoping that we'll abandon the gold standard and go on a commodity exchange basis. But it seems to me...
You're not in favor of that?
Of abandoning the gold?
And getting onto a commodity basis?
No, I don't think we could afford to do it. Not in our present situation. Ultimately, we might come to some sort of a commodity dollar, but at the moment, I don't see how we very well could afford to do it.
Well, money is one of the means that we've got to use for making this exchange. But after all, the net thing we've got to accomplish is exchange goods, because money comes from the production of goods. And we've got to be able to take something in here beside gold. There isn't enough gold to pay for this, and we've got to be able to take some real goods in exchange for the real goods we ship out. And I don't think we've been doing enough study as to what we can take in.
No, I agree with you. I think that we should devote serious consideration to the commodities that can be brought into this country without breaking down our own economy. I agree with you that we ought not to import agricultural commodities into this country when we have an abundant supply of the particular commodities involved. But we must purchase either raw materials, minerals, or chemicals, or something that we don't have here.
And some manufactured goods, too.
Certainly.
But I think that it's largely in strategic materials and raw materials. We've depleted a lot of our strategic materials here to help win the war. And it would seem that the natural flow would be to replenish that to keep up our balance. I'd like to hear what Mr. Sawtell has to say with that. That seems to come directly in the line of commerce.
Mr. Sawtell?
Well, that happens to be a little outside of my line because it's not agricultural problem. The Chamber of Commerce has been for a number of years in favor of the reciprocal trade program. However, we do have one qualifying factor in there. We believe that in carrying out this reciprocal trade program, there should be a reasonable protection afforded for agriculture and for other industries. We don't believe that we can afford to compete with our agricultural producers by importing raw materials from abroad. We question whether we can afford to compete with our own labor in our factories and industries by importing products from abroad that we can produce perfectly well here. So it's a problem. We're in favor of principle. We're in favor of the practice of it, just so far as it can be done without causing injury to our agricultural and industrial economy.
Well, the fact is that we want to export these agricultural surpluses. American industry wants to export the surplus in the industrial output. But as Mr. Goss mentioned a moment ago, we've got to devote more time and attention to what are we able to import so as to enable these people to have dollars to purchase the things that we want to sell to the world.
I don't think we would disagree with that point, except that our domestic market is, I think, the best market we have for agricultural commodities. And we certainly wouldn't want to damage the domestic market for agricultural products by importing products from abroad and cutting down our own domestic industries.
Here's another question, gentlemen, having to do with our original basic question today about the economic status of our farmers right now. Are they not in pretty good shape, Mr. Goss? Maybe you can tell us about this in terms of debt, mortgages, farm ownership and such.
Well, one of the most encouraging things we have to consider in discussing whether we're going to have a farm depression is the fact that our farmers are in better shape. Our debt is about half or what it was 10 to 15 years ago, and we got more machinery, we got more equipment, we got more money in the bank, we got more savings. We're in a far better shape to meet an emergency. But we were in pretty good shape 25, 30 years ago, too. And when we had these surpluses dumped back on us, and they were allowed to kick the bottom out of the price structure, we soon used up all of our savings, and we soon went into debt. We lived off of our fat to the tune that we lost $25 billion in farm wealth in 8 years.
Well, Mr. Goss, you do agree that our greatest problem at the moment is one of distribution. We are no longer faced with the problem of production. The American farmer has demonstrated that in war and in peace, that production is no longer a problem to us.
That's right.
Do you agree, then, that our problem really is one of distribution?
Distribution at a level which will enable us to keep up a good production. Yes, at a price level which will enable us to do it.
I agree with that.
And I know we appreciate the starving people in China and India, and we've got to find some way so that we can use what we're producing to help them. And that means takes us back into the import problem which we were discussing.
And we can't depend on the Marshall Plan or any other program of international relief. Those people must produce something that they can send to us in exchange for what we're sending to them.
Yes, and the Marshall Plan basically has as its purpose enabling them to create wealth to exchange with us. They were all shot to pieces. They got to have a start, and that's what the Marshall Plan is doing. But I think on top of that, we've got to have some safeguards. When our crash came in 1920, the prices went out from under everything without any floors or any protection whatever. And we've got to, I think we've learned the lesson on that one, that we can't let prices drop to any such destructive levels merely because suddenly a surplus hit the market all at once.
Well, along that line, Mr. Goss, during the last year, hasn't the government been supporting farm prices at 90% of parity?
Yes, 92.5% as far as cotton is concerned, and there have been a good many commodities that have been supported at 90% of parity. And that's been a safeguard for the American people. Because if farmers if they recognized the danger of having these prices fall out from under us all at once, they wouldn't have produced this great, the record crops, which have kept prices down where they were and have given us plentiful food to eat. And that's a principle we must protect above all
Mr.
things.
Goss, if I may interrupt you, I'm glad you made that point, because I'm very much afraid that the workers in the city feel that these support programs are entirely for the benefit of the farmer. Whereas, as a matter of fact, as you say, they have a dual purpose, that of encouraging the farmer to produce so that the city man may have an abundance from which to purchase at a reasonable price. The support program only affects the farmer when the price goes below 90% of parity. And certainly no one in the city or elsewhere has a right to expect the farmer to produce on any basis that's unfair. And it seems to me that the support program is something in which the city housewife should be interested, because it does assure her an abundance from which to purchase.
There has been an awful lot of misrepresentation of the support program. They've called it subsidies, and they've said that it was responsible for holding the prices up. As a matter of fact, it is more responsible for holding prices level than any other one factor.
Well, how many farm crops, are being sold at a loss right now? Are there a great many?
Potatoes, one.
Well, I think the worst crop that's hit is citrus and fruit. That's been terrible. There hasn't been any support price, and the farmers have, the farmers of California got less than 10 cents a box for their oranges on the tree and their grapefruit last year. I don't know whether that would follow the whole year, but for a considerable portion. Freight rates have gone up, marketing costs have gone up, and it just took all of the margin out.
10 cents a box. What would a normal price be, Mr. Gold?
Well, I don't know that I could say normal, but net on the tree, they should get somewhere 60 cents to $1 a box, I should think. Because, mind you, 10 cents a box, they had to pay all their production costs out of that water and all the cost of raising it. Just an impossible situation. There have been some tremendous losses in grapefruit.
Well, Mr. Cooley, I believe next week, is it Wednesday? You begin hearings on several farm matters, bills. What's that all about?
Well, what we're starting on the 23rd, a subcommittee which I appointed some time ago, headed by Mr. Stephen Pace of Georgia, will start hearings on the aching bill, which was enacted in the last hours of the 80th Congress. And in making a study of that bill, and it will be a very detailed and line-by-line study, we will discuss the support programs, the parity formulas, and the situations in which the producers of all the various agricultural commodities find themselves at the moment. And of course, that brings up the question again of support programs, which have been discussed very much back during the campaign and since. We've heard a lot about flexible programs and fixed programs, and the entire agricultural picture will be surveyed by our committee, and a very careful study of the Aiken bill will be made. And everything indicates that substantial changes will be made in the Aiken bill.
What is the Aiken bill? Could you tell us briefly what it is? Some of us, I imagine, don't know.
Well, the fact is, I don't know what it is. It was unfortunately, it never was read in our committee room. It never was discussed in the House Committee on Agriculture. We knew that there was such a bill pending in the Senate, and in the last hours of the 80th session, actually, I think about 5 o'clock on Sunday morning, just before the House adjourned, the bill was brought before the House and passed. It never was considered, and I wouldn't like to discuss it at the moment. That's the reason I appointed the subcommittee. I'm charging them with the responsibility of finding out what the Aiken bill really is. Maybe Mr. Goss knows a little more about it than I do.
Well, the Aiken bill was a bill for changing the parity formula and changing the method of price supports. It has some good points. It has some weak points in our judgment. And we're very glad that the House is taking it up. In fact, it was our understanding that being passed at that late hour, as Mr. Cooley has said, that everyone recognized it needed just the kind of overhauling you're prepared to give to it.
I think even the authors realize that because they suspended its operations, you remember.
Unfortunately, I think that the problem is resolving itself into a question of flexible supports or fixed supports. As a matter of fact, we think there's room for both of them if properly applied. And we think there's got to be a broader base than there is under the Aiken bill.
Well, I'm very glad to hear you say that you believe that we will have a combination of both flexible and fixed supports. because I think it's rather unfortunate that some of the farm organizations are quoted in the papers, and over the radio as being firmly and unalterably in favor of flexible support programs. And then the next thing you see in the paper is that Chairman Thomas of the Senate Committee and Chairman Cooley of the House Committee have come out for 90% fixed support programs, which makes it appear to the public that we are very much in a controversy. But the fact is, I believe that all of the thinking people realize, as you've just said, that we must have a combination of both.
Say, I'm glad of this chance to say one thing to you here right now, Mr. Cooley. You know, the trouble we've had in agriculture so far, we've been looking for some panacea, one thing that would cure all our ills. We followed the McNary-Hogan bill, and then we followed the debenture, and we've always been looking for one cure-all. I don't think any such thing is possible. We got to have a broad program, because the thing that'll help oranges won't necessarily help wheat, and the thing that'll help wheat won't help cotton. I'm awfully glad to hear what you've said.
Mr. Sawtell, we haven't heard from you lately. How do you feel about this?
Well, the Chamber of Commerce has no very extensive policy with reference to these price supports, but its position in general is that it is inclined to favor rather lower price supports, which will leave an opportunity for a normal movement of market prices within reasonable limits, though we would not take the position that prices should be permitted in an emergency condition to fall to disastrous levels as they did in one other time. However, I think I ought to point out here that the Chamber of Commerce and the businessmen of the country are definitely concerned with the program that may be developed, because they are fearful that in some way there may be an undue development of governmental participation with reference to these support programs. We believe in the principle of private enterprise, and we believe in that both for industry and for agriculture. We feel that under that system we have had the greatest development of general welfare that the world has ever seen. We are fearful that if we have a system of price supports that is too high, it will lead to governmental control which will not be consistent with the democratic principles of government or with the principles of private enterprise.
Well, Mr. Sawtell, may I say that I agree that we cannot afford to have high support prices on any commodity unless the producers of that commodity are willing to try to keep production in line with reasonable demands. Now, wherever we've undertaken to support unlimited production, we've always come to great grief, just as we have in potatoes and in other commodities in the past. But I'm in favor of fixed supports at a rather high level where the producers are willing to follow the advice of experts and try to keep production in line.
Well, I'm very glad to hear you, Mr. Cooley, emphasize the importance of the responsibility of the farmers, of their recognizing their responsibility.
That's about all the time we have, Mr. Sawtell. I'm sorry to interrupt. About the only summary we need today in regard to our original question, are we headed for a farm depression? The only summary we need is that we all agree we may or may not be, but we agree that with intelligent handling, it can be avoided. Our thanks for being with us today to all three of you. Here is John Batchelor.
This has been America United, the informal discussion program heard on the NBC network each week at this time. Printed copies of today's forum may be had without cost by writing to the National Grange, Washington 6, D.C.
From WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
Gillette presents the World Series. From the Yankee Stadium in New York this afternoon, we bring you the third game of the 1942 World Series as a feature of the Gillette Safety Razor Company's year-round cavalcade of sports, which embraces the Kentucky Derby, the football bowl games, New Year's Day, all major boxing bouts month after month, and other sports events of national interest. This is Mel Allen speaking for Gillette over the Mutual Network, the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, and hundreds of affiliated stations, plus shortwave outlets WGEO and WGEA Schenectady, KGEI San Francisco, which beam these games to our armed forces abroad. Now, this third game of the 1942 World Series is played by the National and American Leagues and the St. Louis and New York clubs as the agent for the USO, the United Service Organizations. It's a jam-packed stadium today, seething with tremendous excitement, generated by those two hectic games that started the series rolling in swell shape out in St. Louis. And today, the Yankees will present a revamped lineup as a result of Cardinal manager Billy Southworth's choice of Ernie White, a left-hander, as his pitching nomination. So in the background, we hear the folks laughing, and it's Al Shack entertaining them. But here quickly are the starting lineups for today's game. For the St. Louis Cardinals, no change from the lineups which they presented in the first two games outside of the pitcher. It's Jimmy Brown leading off playing second base, Terry Moore hitting second playing center field, Enos Slaughter batting third right field, Stan Musial in the cleanup spot left field, Walker Cooper hitting fifth catching, Johnny Hopp hitting sixth playing first base, Whitey Kurowski, whom we thought might be out of action because of a slight injury to his throwing arm in the second game, is back in there. He's playing third base. Marty Marion hitting eighth, playing shortstop. Ernie White pitching and, of course, occupying the number 9 spot in the batting order. For the Yankees, we have a revamped lineup, as we told you. It's Phil Rizzuto leading off, playing shortstop. Buddy Hassett hitting second, playing first base. Roy Cullenbine hitting third, playing right field. Joe DiMaggio in the cleanup spot, playing center field. Joe Gordon hitting fifth. He's been elevated from sixth to fifth, playing second. And Charlie Keller, who has been hitting fifth, has dropped to sixth, playing left field. Bill Dickey hitting seventh and catching. Jerry Priddy is going to play third base in place of Red Ralph. Priddy playing third base, hitting eighth. Spurgeon Chandler is going to do the pitching for the Yankees. Of course, he's occupying the number 9 spot in the batting order. So there is the Yankee lineup. As you note, Hassett, who hit eighth earlier in the first two games, is batting second. Priddy is hitting eighth. Joe McCarthy wanting to inject as many right-handed hitters into the lineup as he could to face the left-handed pitching Ernie White. The umpires back at the plate, George Barr of the National League, Cal Hubbard of the American League at first base, George Major Kurtz of the National League at second base, and Bill Summers of the American League on third base. And that very quickly is the picture as we see it here at the stadium as the Yanks and Cards get set to go into action. And right now, here to give you his observations, a brilliant columnist of the New York Journal-American, a member of Gillette's staff of their cavalcade of sports, Bill Corum.
Thanks, Mel. To me, this is it. This ball game, as I see it, is the game that will decide the 1942 and 39th World Series. I believe the winning team today will go on to win the championship. My reason for feeling that way is that this is the place where the Yankees, mighty men that they are, McCarthy's big boys, overpower their opposition. They've done it in the American League year after year, and they've done it with National League clubs in the series, and this is their spot. I don't think, aside from Ken O'Day, Whitey Moore, and Harry Gumbert, that a single player on the Cardinals squad has ever seen, that's active player, of course, has ever seen the inside of this stadium. And certainly not packed as it is today with 70-odd thousand persons. One of the great, tremendous crowds that baseball has produced, and in a spot that I think is the finest stadium and the finest field baseball has. Certainly it's a relief to see an infield after that infield at Sportsman Park where the grass looked like the spinach on Grandpa's chin. They put something called molder's dust on it out there and took all the grass off. And, of course, the Cardinals and Browns both playing. It gets no rest. And, as I say, it's really a relief to see a great field that we have here this afternoon. Now, the records of the rival pitchers, Ernie White, 1-7 and lost 5 for the Cardinals. He's a southpaw, comparatively small fella, not nearly as big as his opponent, Spurgeon Chandler, who won 16 and lost 5 for the Yankees. White is what is known as a sore arm pitcher. That is, he has a lot of trouble with his arm, but when he's good, like the little girl, he's very, very good indeed. And, of course, he pitched a game that clinched the pennant for the Cardinals in their great rush when they practically came from behind the grandstand to down the Dodgers and win the National League flag. Shack is getting a big hand from the crowd as he trots in and waving to the people. A great entertainer and a great fella, Al. Now to get back to White for a minute, he's one of Southwest's great left-handers. I don't say perhaps great in all time, but on this Cardinal squad, what you'd call a very, very good journeyman left-hand pitcher at least. And left-handers have troubled the Yankees some this year. Smith and Chubby Dean and others, and the theory is that they don't like them as well as they like speedball right-hand pitchers such as Cooper and Beasley. We'll see whether that's true or not. My experience with the Yankees has been that they like pretty near everything in the way of pitching and can hit almost anything. But if Southworth can get away with this one, if he can beat Chandler with White, he is going to be sitting in the driver's seat, as I see it, as far as the series goes, because he can come right back tomorrow with a fellow named Max Lanier, who is his exact counterpart for White as I could think of, practically the same size, throws the same way, and they have pretty much the same sort of stuff. If White wins this afternoon, I'm reasonably sure I can tell you that Cooper will not pitch tomorrow, but will be held for Monday. On the other hand, if the Yankees win, I expect to see Cooper back in there in tomorrow's game here because he's Southwest's ace, and you've got to play your ace when you're in trouble. And I repeat that whoever wins this game, the other side definitely is going to be in trouble. And that's the picture as I see it here at the stadium as the Yanks and Cards go into the third game.
You regular World Series listeners will recall that on previous broadcasts, we've urged you to lay in a real supply of Gillette Blue Blades. But today, that's all off. Actually, Gillette's current stock of blades is far smaller than the average wholesaler's required inventory. Now, that's due to several things. First, production has been drastically cut by government order to save steel. On top of that, requirements for our armed forces are constantly increasing. Now, these 2 points alone, not to mention others, mean less Gillette Blue Blades for civilian use. So if you run across a store that's out of stock, particularly in defense areas, you'll know why. Of course, we're making every effort to distribute available supplies evenly. Now, no one wants to deprive others of the comfort of shaving with Gillette Blue Blades, so we particularly request that you buy fewer blades and use them thriftily. Don't overstock, and be sure to get maximum service out of every blade. It's easy to do this without sacrificing comfort if you know how, and during the game we'll tell you several ways to make every Gillette Blue Blade last longer. At the moment, the band is out in center field, entertaining the crowd. The bleachers are absolutely jam-packed. They've been out there since early this morning, with Al Schacht having come out earlier to do his stuff to amuse them, to keep things humming and keep interest so they wouldn't get too tired waiting for activity to start on the ball field. Spud Chandler still warming up below our booth, and so is Ernie White of the St. Louis Cardinals. We might give you a quick picture of where our booth is located. It's directly over home plate atop the third deck of the Yankee Stadium, so that we have a perfect view of everything in the playing field. The Yankee groundkeepers are putting on the finishing touches. At the moment, they're out at the mound, smoothing things off, a few of them out in right field. The umpires are at home plate, talking with each other, awaiting Art Fletcher, who will come out for the Yankees, and Billy Southworth, who will come out for the St. Louis Cardinals. Out in deep center field, at the flagpole, incidentally, the distance from home plate to that point just to the right of it is 461 feet, is another of the groundkeepers who has a hold of the long rope by which they hoist up the flag. And that will be raised in a moment, and we, of course, will have the national anthem before the game gets underway. All the Cardinals out in front of their dugout got on some red jackets, looking around the crowd, chatting, apparently very much interested in what's going on in the stands. We don't see any of the Yankees in the front of their dugout as yet, although in the extreme left-hand corner there is Joe Gordon standing with his chin resting on his hand, awaiting something to take place. George Levy of the stadium, who has been in attendance at 12 World Series and who is always at the Yankee Stadium through the regular season, he's the man who walks out the plate to get the batteries for the day's game, goes over to the public address announcer here and gives them to him. Then they're announced. There's Morton Cooper trotting across back of home plate, just having come out of the runway leading to the Cardinals clubhouse, trotting over to the St. Louis bench. Johnny Schulte, Yankee coach, has his mitt up under his left arm, is ready to walk out to the bullpen. The bullpen's, by the way, at the stadium. The Yankee bullpen is out between the left field grandstand and the right field bleachers, the left field bleachers, and the visiting team bullpen is located between the right field stands and the right field bleachers, so that the boys have quite a long walk coming in when there's a need for changing pitchers. Well, at the moment, Art Fletcher and Billy Southworth are at home plate with the umpires. Terry Moore, the Cardinal captain, is there. They're discussing the batting orders and ground rules. And before the start of this third World Series game, we'll have time for station identification. We'll pause 10 seconds. This is Mutual.
This is WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
We're ready for the national anthem, and here it is. And so with the playing of the national anthem, Old Glory is raised to the top of the flagpole in deep center field, and being raised right underneath it is the flag, or bunting, or pennant, whichever you want to call it, emblematic of the Yankees' World Championship, which they won last year, and which they're defending now. There go the Yankees starting out onto the field, and now the ball game is going to get underway. Just listen to the cheers for the Yankees for a moment. Here's the announcement of the batteries, which we've already given to you. We'll let you listen.
Number 28, pitching. Cooper. Number 15, catching. The battery for New York. Chandler. Number 21, pitching. Dickey. Number 8, catching.
And now Judge Landis, High Commissioner of Baseball, is ready to throw out the ball and does to Bill Dickey. And Dickey trots back to home plate. We're going to be underway in just a moment or so. And to take over and describe for you in his inimitable fashion the first 4.5 innings of this third game of the World Series is Red Barber, who is now doing his 8th World Series. One of America's premier baseball announcers, a World Series fixture. And here he is, the old redhead.
Thank you very much, Mel. At the moment, out in the heart of the diamond here at Yankee Stadium, Spurgeon Chandler, limbering up his right arm, throwing down to his battery mate and catcher, Bill Dickey. At first base, Buddy Hassett. Second, Joe Gordon. At shortstop, Phil Rizzuto. And at third is Jerry Pretty, who hits right-handed. And Pretty is getting the nod today with the Cardinals starting a left-hander over Rolfe, the veteran third baseman who played the first 2 games but who is a southpaw swinger. And so once again, the team of Pretty and Rizzuto are shoulder to shoulder. They first came to fame as a second base combination, but since that time, Pretty has been made into a third baseman and utility infielder. In the outfield and left is Charlie Keller, who's busily tying a shoelace at the moment. DiMaggio is in center, and in right is Roy Cullenbine. Stepping in to be the first batter for the Cardinals is little Jimmy Brown, a switch hitter, who hits with equal facility from either side. He has 1 hit so far in the 2 games played. He's batting left-handed. Right-handed Chandler comes down, and Brown swinging fouls it off. This is Chandler's second appearance in this World Series. If you recall, he relieved and finally got the Cardinals out after they made 4 runs with 2 men down in the 9th inning of the first game. Brown got his hit as one of those Cardinal base hits in that last moment flurry and fuselage at St. Louis in the opener. George Barr of the National League is working balls and strikes back at the plate. The pitch is in there for a called second strike, a big curveball. A right-handed pitcher throwing to a switch hitter batting left-handed. And Chandler's now ahead, 0-2. No balls, 2 strikes. It's the game's first hitter. The defense is straight away on Brown. Infield up a step. Jimmy swings, beats it down foul. He breaks for first base. In other words, he didn't wait to see whether the ball was fair or foul. Now comes walking back, picks up his stick. The other 3 umpires, Big Cal Hubbard is coaching back at first. And Major Kurth, who's just as big of the National League staff, was at second. Now the American League staff is Bill Summers back at third. The umpiring alternates who are dressed and in reserve if an emergency should arise are Basil of the American League and Dunn of the National. It's still no balls, 2 strikes. That's the count to Brown. And just a moment, time is called. Plate umpire Barr asked the Cardinal bat boy to get back over closer to the dugout. In fact, to get into the dugout. In other words, to get off the playing field. Chandler pumps, delivers. Brown swings and hits it right back to the mound. Chandler takes on a big bounce, throws to first, plenty of time. Brown is up. 1 up and 1 away. Chandler being ahead of the first hitter all the way through. The pitcher to the first baseman, that's Chandler to Hassett. Terry Moore, Cardinal center field and captain, stepping in. Right-hand batter. He has 2 hits. He got the first hit for the Cardinals, which came in the 8th inning of the first game, and then followed up the next inning in the 9th with a single. Swings and misses at a low outside curve. Chandler really snapped it off, too. He has quite a curve ball. The outfield is around toward left. The biggest hole is right center. Infield straight away on Terry, who crouches, right-hand batter. Swings and lines it foul into the lower right field stand. Long second strike. And here Chandler is still staying completely ahead of all the hitters that he's facing. This is his number 2 batter. 1 man out. Ball game just began a moment ago with Jimmy Brown bouncing out, pitch to the first baseman. Chandler to Hassett. The game was a few moments delayed in its start. There was a very prolonged discussion over ground rules with the umpires. Here's a pitch. A curve in for call strike 3. And Chandler has been the completely dominant factor here to start. 2 up, 2 men out, and Country Slaughter stepping in. One of the Cardinal heroes in their win, which was the second game. A 10-hitter. He has 2 hits so far. Takes a curve, good for a called strike. Chandler isn't fooling around. He's a good-sized fella, strong. He's always been quite an athlete. Quite a halfback at the University of Georgia in his collegiate days. There's a pitch low inside that has Slaughter skipping rope. Down around his ankles, ball 1. And this is the first pitch that hasn't been in the strike area, thrown here at the start of the ball game by Chandler. 1 ball, 1 strike. 2 men out, nobody on, no score. The defense is around toward right slightly. Slaughter takes call, strike 2. Quick curve that came in and got the outside. Waist high. 1 and 2. Slaughter stands right off the plate. He's a medium-sized, stocky individual. Heavy hip. Backs out, just Harder waiting on Chandler. Now Enos stepping in again. Outfield's at Wood. Pulls that hat right down to the end of the handle. Chandler comes down. A screwball, swung on a miss for strike 3. And there was a screwball. He had been throwing a strictly orthodox curveball to the 3 batters. And then when he got 2 strikes on Slaughter, he then gave him the screwball. And it was a big one, and it was over the plate, too. If Slaughter hadn't swung, he'd have been called. And so, I guess you can't ask much more of a pitcher. He threw out Brown himself, then got a 3rd strike to Moore, and struck out Slaughter swinging on a screwball. And speaking of a screwball, the fact that the young man who's now on the mound for St. Louis tried to develop one last September is what began his forearm troubles. White is on the mound for St. Louis. His arm is perfectly all right now. He's telling him in the dugout before the ball game that his arm first began to get sore right after Labor Day last year when he started trying to develop a screwball. He hurt something in his elbow, and then when he came back to training camp this year, he made the same mistake again of going after the screwball again. And he hurt his arm seriously enough to where it was sore until 2 months ago. But he said he hasn't tried since spring training to break off a screwball, never intends to try again, and the arm is sound again. He's learned his lesson on that. He said somebody else can throw a screwball, but not me. So it's White on the mound for the Cardinals. Back of the plate, Walker Cooper. First base, Johnny Hop. Second, Jimmy Brown. Shortstop, Slats Marion. Third, George Kurowski. His arm's all right. Stan Musial is in left. In center, Terry Moore. And in right field, Country Slaughter. And the scooter, Bill Rizzuto. Stocky, little speed merchant. Right-hand hitter. Up at the plate. White kicks a little ground. He's a very cool customer. With this blonde southpaw. Pumps. Comes down. Oh, ball is running toward third. There's Kurowski up with it, close to first. Not in time. Not in time. It's a base hit. White made his first pitch, a fastball that was coming down low inside around the knees, and Rizzuto caught it down there on the meat and bunted it neatly toward third. He bunted it just hard enough to where the pitcher couldn't field it. And by the time that Kurowski got in, the third baseman made the play. He made it faultlessly all right, but there wasn't time, and Rizzuto beat it out for a base hit. And he's on at first, possessor of the game's first hit, and he's the game's only runner. The batter is Buddy Hassett. And across, left-hand hitter swings. There's a high foul back of first and into the stands. Hits into the upper tier. And the upper tier at Yankee Stadium is really an upper tier. 3 floors here. Main stand. Lower level, the mezzanine, and then the upper deck. That's 1 strike to Hassett. No score in the ball game. Infield, of course, for the Cardinals has to be ready for a bunt. That means Kurowski is in close. White a left-hander, checks his runner. Hop holding it first. The pitch. Hassett tries to bunt and fouls it off, and in fact nicked his thumb. In just a moment, is he going to be waved down to first base, or is he hurt? No, I believe only time is called. A high inside pitch, the bunt was on, and Hassett, in trying to bunt it, hit the left thumb of his finger. You know how a batter would slide his hand up on the barrel of the bat to try and bunt, to get the bat exactly right on the bite of the projectile. And Hassett got a little bit too close. Doc Painter, the Yankee trainer, has met him and is walking with Buddy now back toward the dugout. And it looked, apparently, as though that ball got Hassett on the thumbnail of his left hand. And Manager McCarthy's now come over. Of course, that would be a serious thing. If Hassett, regular first baseman, has hurt a finger to where he wouldn't be able to carry on. So time is called, and Rizzuto is still standing at first base. In other words, there was a fine point that we had to wait and see whether the umpires thought that he was hit by the pitch ball or was hit accidentally while he was bunting. And now, according to the move of the plate umpire, that was a foul, that he was trying to bunt the ball, hit the bat first, and then went for the finger, which means it's just a second strike. Hassett's finger is still being checked and administered. Back now underneath the Yankee dugout. We can't see what's going on. Just as soon as he comes out or there's some other definite move to indicate just what it is, we'll let you know. And whatever happens, whether Hassett can come back or whether he will have to have a replacement, it will be either Hassett or his substitute who will have to come back in the batter's box with the count 2 strikes. Make no mistake on that. And the runner is at first base, Rizzuto, standing there quietly. So, in case you just joined us, for this third game of the World Series, brought to you by Gillette. Here's Hassett coming out now. So he's going to carry on, but he still is clenching and probing around that sore finger. For those of you who just joined us, the Cardinals went down 1-2-3. Chandler, starting pitcher for the Yankees, being in magnificent form. And the first Yankee up, Rizzuto, bunted the first pitch for a base hit down toward third. And Hassett is now returned to batter's box. For the count, no balls, 2 strikes. Left fielder Musial is straight away. Center fielder Terry Moore is veered over toward left center. And right fielder Slaughter is straight away, which means that the gap in the outfield against Hassett is right center. Infield upper step. White looks at first, delivers, and misses with the fastball outside. Ball 1. Tried to make Hassett go for one going away, but he didn't. Sort of flexes that sore left hand a moment. Now grips the bat again. 1 ball, 2 strikes. White asks for the sign. Gets it. Stares a while. Now comes into pitching position, looks at first. Delivers to the plate. A curve high and outside for ball 2. And as soon as White turned that ball loose, in other words, he immediately went down into a crouch. Because I imagine that when he made that delivery, he thought Rizzuto might be going, and he wanted to get out of the way in the event that his catcher was going to fire right back over his head toward second base. But Rizzuto didn't budge. In fact, he's been standing, you might say, suspiciously still at first base. White looks at first, delivers 2-2. Hassett swings. There's a high foul ball that catcher Walker Cooper's under halfway over to the Yankee dugout and grabs for the out. Rizzuto takes a run down off first, bluffing as though he's going for second, and then quickly goes back into first base. Walker Cooper walks the ball back out to the mound. So it is 1 out. And Hassett was defeated as he attempted, first of all, to sacrifice, and then was retired, a foul ball to the catcher. Roy Cullenpine, the switch-hitting right fielder, stepping in for the Yankees. He, of course, is going up there as a right-hand batter. Left-hander Ernie White on the mound for the Cardinals. Outfield's around toward left on Cullenpine. They're playing him to pull. Infield is up a step, except for first baseman Hop, who's rolling the bag against Rizzuto. Throw to first. Not in time. Rizzuto fading back on ahead. Cullenpine sets his feet wide apart and digs in. Crouches. The pitch. Swung on and fouled. A curveball. Curve was breaking down. Roy swung above it, beat it into the ground right underneath the catcher, and apparently nicked the ball because after a quick examination, plate umpire Barr throws it out. And as he throws it to the ball boy, waves his hand in a negative way, meaning that ball's no good for future use in this game, so get rid of it. New agate. White rubs it, roughs it a little bit, uses the rosin bag. No balls, 1 strike, 1 man out for the Yankees. No score here in the first inning. First game at the stadium and third game of the series. Shaw, who's fast, and a threat, leading down off first. Cullenpine crouching at the plate. White delivers. Curve swung on and missed. Fast curve. Strike 2. 0-2. Ernie is working very deliberately. He's quite cool. He doesn't get excited. Defense remains as it was. Left-hander steadies the runner. There goes Rizzuto. Cullenpine swinging. Fouls it off. And it's still strike 2. Rizzuto was going. Now he comes trotting back to resume his lead. Whether that was a hit-and-run play or a run-and-hit play, you'd have to wait and ask somebody with the Yankees after the ball game. Because you don't know. The batter had 2 strikes. The pitch was over, so he had to swing. In other words, there could possibly have been a run-and-hit in which, had the pitch been outside, Cullenpine would have taken and let Rizzuto go on. Anyhow, it's still 0-2. There's called strike 3. A quick curveball catches the outside, and Cullenpine is caught looking. And that's the first strikeout for White, and it is the second out for the Yankees, and Rizzuto remained at first base. Joe DiMaggio stepping in. Right-hand batter. Outfield is deep around toward left. The infield swings well around toward third base. They play this strong 6-foot right-hander to pull toward left. Third baseman Karowski is deep. White looks at first. Delivers to the plate. High. 4-1. 1-0. 2 men out. Rizzuto, who's the game's only runner, here in the last of the first inning, still at first base. Hop is grimly holding the inside corner against him. They're not giving Rizzuto an inch. White looks at first. Delivers to the plate. A curve good for a called strike, just above the knees. 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. White works with a very easy motion. In other words, he doesn't put on any acrobatic show when he's pitching. And he throws his curveball and fastball with one and the same motion, which is one of the reasons for his success. Steadies first. Delivers to the plate. Strike 2 swinging. DiMaggio reached for a fastball low outside. 1-2. White busily going to the rosin bag, rubbing up the ball. He's taking no chances. He's not being hurried. Figuring out every single pitch. It's no score. Just the start of things. Key game. There goes Rizzuto. There's a pitch out. The throw down to second base. There's an overthrow into center field. Rizzuto is up and on his way for third. Terry Moore recovers, throws to second, and Rizzuto is at third base. Rizzuto was going down. The steal was on, or you might say a run and hit was on, because if the pitcher was outside, DiMaggio would take it, which he did, and it was a ball. Ball 2. The count is now 2-2. And Walker Cooper's throw to second with Jimmy Brown going in to take the bag was way high and went into center field. Score that as a steal for Rizzuto off second, and he advances to third base on catcher Walker Cooper's overthrow, which is charged as an error. This changes, of course, the complexion of things, which pitcher White had very carefully tried to keep under control. Now Rizzuto's at third. Quite a bit of difference between first and third. 2 out, DiMaggio up there, 2-2. Pitch is high for ball 3, high fastball. So that's a steal for Rizzuto and an error charged against Walker Cooper. DiMaggio standing out of the box. Let's see, time just for the moment. And there's to be a conference now between plate umpire Baugh, who is the umpire-in-chief for today's game, and third base umpire Bill Summers. And we'll see just exactly what it is. And they apparently... Wait, here it is, ladies and gentlemen. There was trouble at St. Louis in the second game about the fact that the Cardinal pitcher was taking his sign off the rubber. You see, in the American League, there's a rule that the pitcher must take his sign while being on the rubber. National League pitchers do not have to take the sign on the rubber. And so at St. Louis, it was allowed to go on despite the Yankee protest. But here in this ballpark, which is an American League park, White has to take his sign from the rubber, and that's what DiMaggio is kicking on just now. 3-2 pitch, swung on and missed, strike 3. And DiMaggio struck out on a 3-2 pitch. It is scoreless, and that ends the first inning. And here's a change. Pretty, who began at third base, moves to first base. And Hassett's left hand, I think it is his left thumb, at least it looked that way when he was trying to get that bunt. Hassett's injury forces him out, and Pretty, the utility spare part for the Yankee inner defense, Pretty goes to first base, and to still have a right-hand hitting third baseman, Frankie Crosetti. One-time great shortstop for the Yankees, goes to third. That's the announcement now coming up over the public address.
Number 1, playing third base. Pretty. Number 14, playing first base for New York.
And Pretty, who began the ball game and played the first inning at third, is now at first base. And Crosetti makes his first appearance in this World Series as he takes over at third. Now stepping in as we continue this scoreless third game. First up in the second inning is Stan Musial, left-hand hitter. Bluffs a bunt, and then the pitch is over for a call strike. A sharp curve right under his hands over the inside. The Yankee infield now is Jerry Pretty at first base. Joe Gordon at second. Scooter Rizzuto is at short, and at third base, Frankie Crosetti. A pitch, swung on, beaten foul on the ground, back over toward the Cardinal dugout. Here at the stadium, the Yankees use the dugout on the third base side, and the visiting club, which in this case is the St. Louis National League team, uses the dugout on the first base side. Mike Gonzalez coaching back at first. Billy the Kid, manager Southworth, is his own third base coach. Stan Musial, left-hand hitter, waiting. Chandler, right-hander throw, screwball, hit down to short. Rizzuto's up with it. Fires a throw to first. In time, Pretty takes it. And Musial is thrown out by a step. Short to first. Happily passed around the Yankee inner defense. It's no score. One man out, nobody on. The Cardinals at bat. Walker Cooper, the catcher, stepping in the batter's box. Here's the second inning.
Now it's out.
Bill Dickey stays down after giving a sign. Ball working off the catcher's left shoulder, right-hand hitter. Walker Cooper takes an outside curve low, ball 1. It's just the second ball that Chandler has thrown, and this is the fifth hitter to face it. 1-0. Pitch. Swung on and missed. Curve ball off the hands. And Walker Cooper swung all the way around. Such was the force and fury of his swing when he didn't get a hold of it. 1-1. Chandler looks into the dirt for a moment. Kicks with his spikes out in front of the mound. Blows on his hand now. Finally directs his gaze and takes the sign from Dickey. Big catcher comes up high at the pitch. Screwball hit down to short. Rizzuto up with it on a big bounce. Throws over to first. Plenty of time. Walker Cooper's out for 4 steps. And that's the second time that Chandler has thrown that screwball. So, 2 Cardinals up. Both of them thrown out by shortstop Rizzuto. Rizzuto to Pretty. And Johnny Hop stepping in. The Cardinals have not changed their batting order, except for the pitchers throughout the series. In other words, Southworth is standing pat. Hop stands midway in batter's box. Swings that stick from the end. Pitch. Over for a strike, and there was another screwball. That one came on the inside by the hands and broke back from a left-hand hit and over the plate. Chandler looks around. 2 out. Nobody on St. Louis. Second inning. Hop swings and misses at a curveball under his hands. And it is 0-2. Hop walks out of the box to compose himself for the moment. Now gets in again. Southworth cups his hands around his mouth. Hollers him back to third. You can do it, Johnny. Chandler throws. It's a screwball, which is hit down to short. Rizzuto grabs it. Throws to first. Plenty of time. Hop out about 2 steps. And Chandler, taking complete usage of that screwball, had the 3 batters in the second inning all hit right down to the left side and all get thrown out at short, so it is still no score, and that ends the first half of the second inning. I hate to go technical on you, but in a few brief words, I want to give you what's behind this positive statement. In all the world, there isn't a razor blade as sharp, as easy shaving, or as long-lasting as the Gillette Blue Blade. Men, manufacturing is directed by graduate specialists in metallurgy, chemistry, physics, mechanics, even electronics. These experts and the skilled operators in all departments are provided with every facility to produce blades of unmatched keenness and uniformity. There are high-powered microscopes wherever you turn, Vickers hardness testers, and other devices usually found only in scientific laboratories. Most of the manufacturing equipment is Gillette designed and Gillette built. 5-ton sharpening machines, microscopically adjusted, grind and hone the blades in filtered oil before the delicate strapping operation. Automatically controlled furnaces temper the steel to glass-cutting hardness. Yes, in department after department, more and more reasons why the Gillette Blue Blade gives you more shaves, more quickly and easily. It's no score. Just had 1 hit in the ball game. Bunt single by Rizzuto in the first inning, and here's Gordon first up for the Yankees. Last of the second inning. Outfield is around toward left. On Joe, they play him to pull. Infield is swung a step toward third. Tanda White, finishing his sophomore season with the Cardinals, takes a full pitching stretch, throws. Fastball over the outside for a call strike. Gordon is working deep back in the box for a right-hand hitter. Stands with his rear foot solidly on the back line of the box. Feet relatively close together and moves around a lot. Swings from the end. Leans into the plate. Swings on a curve. Fouls it right back on the screen. Strike 2. 0-2. First man up, last of the second inning. Art Fletcher, as usual, has been for years and years third base coach for the Yankees, and Earl Combs, first base coach. Fletcher Coop, after giving the sign, remains down on his haunches, keeps pounding his fist into the pocket of his mitt. Throw. Swung on and missed. A low outside curveball. That's the 4th time they've struck him out on that low outside curve. Not in today's game, I mean for the whole series. And this is strikeout number 3 for White. The 5th strikeout that we've had so far in the ball game is Chandler, who struck out 2. And White now, you might say, is in a rut, because he's just struck out the last 3 men that he's faced. 1 up, 1 away, last of the second inning. No score. It's all pitching. And here he is, Charlie Keller. He really smoked one at St. Louis. Takes a high, fast curve inside. Ball 1. White turned that one loose. He can throw hard. Keller crowding up face behind the left-hand batter, gets tired of waiting. Walks out. Now steps in. Keller's pumping at stick. White pitches. Charlie swings, and there's a ground ball back at first. Hop is up with it. There's the race. And the first baseman wins by a step. Keller is out. Ground ball that was hit sharply back at first base. And that breaks the sequence of White's strikeouts. He had struck out 3 men straight. Cullenbine and DiMaggio to end the first inning, and Gordon to begin this fast to the second. And now Bill Dickey getting in.
Dickey, number 8, catcher, not that.
Dickey sets. He and DiMaggio are tied, each having for the most base hits so far, each having 4. Outfield round toward right on Bill. A 10-hitter. White delivers. Dickey swings. There's a drive into right center for a base hit. And Dickey comes up with his 5th hit, a single. And he now has more hits than anybody else. And Dickey didn't try to slug that ball. He timed a high curve and hit it right over second base. A high line drive, you would call it. And it is a single for Dickey. Score that into right center, which is hit number 2 for the Yankees and hit number 2 for the ball game. Getting in now is Jerry Pretty for his first at-bat in this 1942 World Series. Played the first inning at third base, and then when Hassett was hurt, he got his thumb in the way of the pitch when he was trying to bunt. First inning, Pretty has shifted over to first. Right-hand hitter in a crouch and overly closed stance. Takes a curve low inside, out in front of the shins. Ball 1. Dickey, of course, ready to go on anything, is at first. And Hop is halfway off the bag. He's not holding Dickey tightly on, as they do not figure that Bill, who not as fast as he used to be, will be going down. There's a pitch over. Fastball, nicely, just up above the knees, over the inside. 1-1. Quite another look at first. Delivers. A change of pace curve, which is fouled into the stands. Stands right back of the Cardinal dugout. Here is one little note that may tell you something about how the 2 ball clubs are approaching this ball game at this moment. There is not a Yankee player standing at the front of the Yankee dugout. They're all sitting back in the dugout. While there isn't a Cardinal player sitting in the back of the dugout, they're all up on the steps at the front of the dugout. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Dickey at first, 2 out, no score. Pass to the second. Pretty crouches, White throws. There's a curve hit foul out along left field and into the stands, the upper stands. Still 1-2. Pretty back, trying the palms of his hands. Ernie moves a little dirt. He's pitching as though he had all day. And if you ask his manager, he'd say he has got all day. He pitched the way he wants to. Throw. Fastball swung on. There's a 5-ball into center. Terry Moore. Under it, and gathers it in with one of those soft-handed catches. So, no runs, 1 hit. 1 man left. The Yankees. No errors for the Cardinals. Totals for the last of the second, and the full totals for 2 innings. No runs, no hits, and 1 error for the Cardinals. No runs, 2 hits, and no errors for the Yankees. End of 2. And this third game of the 1942 World Series is coming to you from the Yankee Stadium in New York. And now we're going to pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Mutual.
This is WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
In the third inning, George Karowski first up, followed by Slet Marion, and then by Ernie White. Now Chandler is ready to pitch first of all to Karowski, right-hand hitter. George runs up as though would bunt and takes a curve that's low outside, and it goes for ball 1. 1-0. Karowski is a pull hitter, as they say in the trade. Right-hand batter who pulls to left. Takes a fastball low outside, and it's the first time Chandler has come close to being behind on a hitter. 2-0. 2 balls, no strikes. This is the last third of the Cardinal batting list swinging into action here in the third inning. Chandler pumps. Right-hander throws. Fastball over but low under the knees, and Karowski's ahead. 3-0. George sets. He's a blocky fella. And his very determination is the reason he is standing in home plate this afternoon. One of the two bones in his right wrist is missing. There's the strike. In this case, the automatic strike. All Chandler had to do was get it over. Krause was taking 3-1. When George was a kid of 11, he had to have an operation. 4 inches of one of those wrist bones was cut off. Swings and fouls the next pitch down, and it's now 3-2. And if you could see his arm right now, which is grown twisted, as those muscles have had to overly develop in order to take up the slack of one of the two wrist bones being missing, well, then you would realize that there's a fellow with a baseball heart. If he didn't have it, he wouldn't be here. 3-2, full count. Chandler comes down. Ball 4. Karowski very coolly took a pitch on the outside. This is the first Cardinal runner, and it's the first base on balls given up by either hurler in this first game of the series for the stadium and game 3 for the series.
Marion, number 4.
Paul, slender shortstop. Martin Marion, better known around baseball circles as Slats because of his physique, steps in. Right-hand hitter. Takes a pitch on the outside, a curve. He looked as though he would punt, then let it go. Pretty is naturally holding first base against Karowski. Crissetti, who was playing third, came on in the second inning. Hassett had to retire, hurting his left thumb, trying to bunt. Crissetti right off the bag, ready to run in. The pitch swung on and fouled. Across the third baseline. Manager Southwest scoops it up. Ball dying as they got down to him. 1-1. Marion has 1 hit. He tripled in the 9th inning. 2 men out the first game to knock in the first 2 Cardinal scores. Here's a long, tall drink of water. The way he plants his feet, he's just standing from over here to over yonder. Chandler stretches, comes down in position. Delivers to the plate. There's a bunt. Back to the mound. Chandler fields it. The throw has to go to first. And Marion is out by a step. Close play at that. Sacrificing and moving Karowski down to second. And the Cardinals now have a runner in scoring position. Should a base hit be forthcoming, a walk and a sacrifice. The out was the pitcher coming up with a bunt and throwing over to first base. Karowski slid in towards second. And now the umpires are going to have a conference right now. The McCarthy has come out. And let's see just what this protest is right now. Out at first. Pretty, the first baseman, backed up, took that throw. 1 man away. McCarthy, Fletcher of the Yankees, Southworth of the Cardinals, and Crissetti of the Yankees were talking to Barr and Summers, and now this must be something, in other words, there must be an interpretation which is not the same for the 2 leagues that has come up, because now Summers and Barr have called in Hubbard and Major Kurth. So the 4 umpires, 2 from each major circuit, are getting into a huddle right now. So we'll just have to wait and see what happens on the playing field to see just what it is, if we can see it. Some question is raised, and it took all 4 umpires to discuss it. Just a moment. Karowski is being called out at second base. Let's see, Terry Moore is started to come out of the Cardinal dugout. See, Karowski is being waved back to first. Now Karowski is at first base, just a moment. And here is Marion coming back to a batter's box. Well, now I can tell you this, ladies and gentlemen, that was not a foul bunt at all. That ball was bunted right back to the mound. We're waiting for word to come up from the press section because maybe the announcer on the field has phoned in. So Marion is now back at the plate, and Karowski is back at first. Forget the sacrifice. There is nobody out in the 3rd inning. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Marion swings. There's a trickle back to the mound. And Chandler has to play over to first base. Marion is safe. Beats it out for a scratch single. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have not been informed as to why Marion, after his sacrifice and apparent out at first, was ordered to come back. The only thing we know is that on that pitch to Marion, it could not have been a legal pitch. And White is coming up to hit now for St. Louis. When Marion was brought back, he topped one, a squib single, as they call it, a high bouncer down toward third that the pitcher had to field, and Marion beat it out. So Cardinals are at first and second. Rouski at second, Marion at first, nobody out, and pitcher White up. He's a right-hand batter. The Yankees looking for a bunt, and White bunts. Chandler has to throw to first base. The throw goes to first in time, and that's all for White. And his sacrifice moves the runners along. Rouski to third, and Marion to second. So now we do get a sacrifice here in the third inning. Pitcher White helps his own cause, and the play is taken at first base by second baseman Jordan. Now, to go back once again to that Marion situation, either the ball was ruled to have been foul and then to trickle out to the mound after hitting the batter, that could have been a possibility, or else there was something about the illegality of the pitch. But when we find out what the umpires do, we'll let you know. Right now, the situation, and we know this, runners at second and third, Jimmy Brown up, hitting left-handed, takes a strike, fastball under the hands, over the inside. And the Cardinals now are putting on the first real major threat of the ball game. It is scoreless. Either way, Rouski is at third, Marion at second. The outfield is straight away. And the Cardinals have one of their great little money players up there, Jimmy Brown, who's very tough in the clutch. We have just been notified from the press box that the umpires ruled, and it took 4 of them to decide it in a conference, that attempted sacrifice play of Marion's was, after all, a foul ball. So, that is what we have been informed now is the official reason for the replay of the situation. We knew it either had to be a foul ball or an illegal pitch. That's the only way it could have been called back. Now, let's see. No score, but the Cardinals threatening. They got something cooking here at Yankee Stadium. This is the key out right now for the Cardinals if they hope to score one from an out. Chandler, full pumping motion, delivers. Brown swings and hits it back over the mound toward second. Gordon makes the play to first. Brown is out, but a run comes in. And Jimmy Brown, determined to get a piece of that ball, did. And bounced it on a big hop right over the mound. Gordon had to make the play, the second baseman, right up against the bag. Brown was thrown out by a step at first. Rouski scored, and thus the walk given up by Chandler came home in the form of a run to haunt him. And Marion moves down to third, where he now is with 2 outs. Captain Terry Moore, right-hand batter up. Swings and misses. Fastball. Strike 1. A run batted in for Jimmy Brown and the Cardinals. Go ahead, 1-0. Outfield around toward left. More swings, and there's a foul ball over by the Yankee dugout. Dickey's going over. Crizzetti comes down, and Crizzetti gets a glove on it and falls down. And the ball is not caught. The ball was hit right between where the third baseman and the catcher, either one could have gotten it. Crizzetti kept hollering. Dickey kept going. We couldn't, in other words, we were looking at Crizzetti so we could see him holler. Dickey had his back to us the way he was running. Down toward third, we couldn't tell whether he was hollering or not, but he kept going. And finally, Crizzetti dove for the ball, and in trying to grab the ball and get away from Dickey, too, he just hit the ball with his glove and didn't hold it, and no error is to be charged. It is just strike 2 to Terry Moore. 2 out for the Cardinals. They're ahead 1-0. Marion is the third. Moore takes a call strike. Strike 3. Curveball. It's the second time that Chandler has curved him for the third strike. That's the third strikeout. And it is now 1-0 in favor of St. Louis. And that ends the first half of the third inning. Are you handy with tools? Have you any feeling at all for mechanics? If so, there's a special place for you, and a mighty vital one, in the United States Army. Men, this is a mechanized war we're fighting. Behind every flyer, every tank crew, dozens of men are needed to maintain America's war machines and keep them hitting, and hitting hard. Right now, we're below our quota of skilled mechanics needed for this imperative job. So this is an appeal to you men who are radio operators, electricians, sheet metal workers, garage mechanics, watchmakers, and tractor experts to come to the aid of your country. You can be taught in short order to repair arms, check bomb racks, keep precision instruments working. If you're between 18 and 44, single or married, go to your nearest Army recruiting station and ask for enlistment as a specialist, where you'll find the greatest opportunity for service and advancement. Don't put it off a day. This is urgent. Uncle Sam needs you. Go to your nearest Army recruiting station quickly. 1-0 in favor of the Cardinals. And first up for the Yankees in the last of the third is their pitcher, Chandler. Right-hand batter. He'll be followed by the top of the order, Rizzuto, and then by Crosetti. Outfield toward right on Spud, who takes a curve low inside after bluffing a bunt. 4-1. The biggest hole in the outfield against Chandler, despite his being a right-hand batter, is left center. Towards the Cardinals, figure the way White is pitching, that Chandler is not going to be pulling. Throw. Fastball outside. Ball 2. 2-0. Now White looks down into the ground, and there comes a stir now from the Yankee partisans as they see White now defending 1 run. Get behind on the pitcher who's first up, 2-0. And plate umpire Barr walks out in front of the mound and calls for White to come down and talk to him. And here's Brown coming over from second base. He wants to be certain that any discussion that involves the pitcher is not going to be such as going to get his pitcher upset. And now there's catcher Walker Cooper going out. And here's manager Southworth coming out. And they are protesting, apparently, White taking the sign either from or not being on the pitching rubber. In other words, the two leagues have two definite interpretations on it. In other words, you'd be surprised to know at how many of those apparently small points the two major leagues are at variance. I mean, the game is basically the same, but in some of those fine shadings of interpretation, one league goes this way and one goes the other. And this, I believe, it's been years and years since any difference between the style of play and the rules and regulations of the two leagues has caused so much of a controversy. And maybe that this has been brought up on the part of the Yankees to try and get the young Cardinal pitchers excited. That we don't know. Now White goes back to work and pitches over for a strike. Right over. 2 balls, 1 strike. Ernie moving around. Chandler crowding the plate from behind. Right-hand batter. First man up, last of the third. 1-0 in favor of the Cardinals. Chandler swings and misses. High fastball. Strike 2. 1-2. 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. White set. Throws. Strike 3 swinging. A fastball in there. Chandler struck out. And for the cool left-hander, this is his 4th strikeout. 1 up, 1 down, last the third. 1-0 favor the Cardinals. Got their run without hitting the ball out of the infield in the top of the 3rd inning. Walk, dribble single, halfway to third base, followed by a sacrifice and infield out. Rizzuto takes a fast curve inside at the knees. I guess White threw that one in there with the idea, well, if you're going to bunt the first pitch as you did on him in the first inning, jump on it. 1-0. Rizzuto has 2 hits for the series. He's 1 for 1 today. Swings, and there's a line drive right at third baseman Kowalski, who grabs it for the out. Two up, 2 down, pass to the third. And Frank Crosetti is stepping in. He's a veteran of many a World Series ball game, but this is his first at-bat in this 1942 series. He sat out the first 2 games and went in the infield emergency created by Hassett hurting his left thumb trying to bunt in the first inning. Crosetti hitting right-handed. He's a little fellow, but has surprising power at times. Crouches over the plate and takes ball 1. Curveball in by his hands. 1-0. 2 out. Nobody on. Outfield round toward left. Frankie crouches over the plate, slightly ahead of it. Takes ball 2. He's a good goaltender up there. That pitch didn't miss by much, but he took it. Ball 2. 2-0. White shakes no. Now Marge, yes. Catcher stays low, back of the plate. Strike. And Crosetti moving around, trying to misdirect the aim of the pitcher. finally had to jump back out of the way. He was right up against the plate. Pitch came over. Ball strike. 2-1. Now Frank digs in. Took that stick about 2 inches. Never still. White throws. Griffey swinging, fouling it back, going after a fastball that was in there. 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Jimmy Brown hovering it up down at second base. Jimmy's really a twitching Tilly, too. He's never still. Always moving around, patting the ground with his spikes, looking around, checking the position of each infielder. He's in the major leagues primarily because of his disposition, his baseball disposition. 2-2 pitch, swung on, and there's a high foul. Coming up and back, Cooper chases back, and he can't get it. It's back up onto the screen. 2-2. And the catcher very carefully now walks back toward the plate. And quite a sprint. He came carrying back to the stands. Two down, nobody on. White looks out toward the scoreboard, as though checking the count for his own information. Now the trim left-hander pumps, delivers, swung on and missed for strike 3. A high outside curveball that, as a matter of strict reporting, I don't think would have been in there for a strike. And that is the 5th strikeout for White. And it is still 1-0 in favor of the Cardinals, and that ends the 3rd inning. It is impossible to produce a blade as sharp, as easy shaving, or as long-lasting as today's Gillette Blue Blade without the technical knowledge, skilled craftsmanship, and specialized equipment to be found only at World Shaving Headquarters. First up in the 4th inning, Country Slaughter, who struck out swinging on a screwball thrown by Spurgeon Chandler in the 1st inning. Slaughter swings on the first pitch and beats it off foul on the ground. Strike 1. Slaughter, you might say, was the closest thing to being a GOAT in the first game, and he certainly was a great star in the second game, which goes to show that the old adage in baseball is really true. It doesn't make any difference about today. Forget it. There's always tomorrow. Anyone who's been around baseball long enough knows that you can be a hero today and it doesn't help you at all tomorrow, and vice versa. Chandler delivers as a fastball hit down toward first base. Pretty is up with his steps on the bag and Slaughter's out by 3 feet. I want to change it. I said fastball. It looked like a fastball when he was thrown. However, it broke a screwball just at the plate, and Slaughter hit it off the end of the bat and pulled it down toward first, about half speed. It was an easy play for Pretty, the first baseman. 1 up, 1 out, first baseman unassisted. And here's Stan Musial, who bounced out short to first in the 2nd inning. He has 1 hit, but that one was for the money. Takes a curve low inside, ball 1. He had the hit that drove in the winning run for the Cardinals in the 2nd game. Outfield, step toward right. Musial braces, swings and misses, and goes all the way around. He winds up on himself when he doesn't connect. He's rangy. Sort of a bill like Teddy Williams. This fellow just wind up like a corkscrew when they swing, don't hit. Chandler blows in his right hand a little bit. One of his pitching mannerisms. Puts the glove, rubs the ball for the moment. Things get sort of quiet. Musial digs in. The pitch is a let-up ball, swung on and belted into center field for a line drive. It's a single. DiMaggio juggles the ball, but recovers in time, and Musial holds it first. It's a clothesline. Line drive hit by Stan Musial, his 2nd World Series hit. And this is, without a doubt, the hardest hit ball we've had today. That is, that's gone safe. Rizzuto hit a hard line drive in the 3rd inning, but right at Kowalski, the 3rd baseman. Now with 1 man out, Stan Musial, who can run, leads off first, Pretty holding against him, and the hitter is Walker Cooper, right-hand hitting catcher. There's a curve, outside, ball 1. 1-0. Outfield, couple of steps, round toward left. Cooper got a very punishing blow in the 2nd game as far as Bonham was concerned. Double. Swings, and there's a high fly out of the short center. DiMaggio's coming in. Gordon's going back from second, and the second baseman grabs it. Joe Gordon. It's all for catcher Walker Cooper. 2 out. Top of the fourth. Musial now ready to start scratching gravel. Anything here in the fourth. He's at first. Because of his speed and because of the way the Cardinals like to run, Pretty is holding first. The batter is Johnny Hop, hitting left-handed, digs in, outfield a step toward right. Hop takes a pitch right over, fastball. Call strike. Southworth howling encouragement, or of course it might be a word sign. Back of third. Mike Gonzalez isn't saying anything, he's just staring at the pitcher now. Hop takes, and there goes Musial. The throw down to second base is in time, and Musial is cut down. Shortstop Rizzuto taking Dickey's strike. Right into second base. And Musial is cut down trying to steal. Catch it to the shortstop. Still 1-0, favor the Cardinals, and that ends the first half of the fourth inning. We'd certainly be out of line urging you fans to use fewer razor blades unless we told you how to do it. The most important thing, and I can't emphasize this too strongly, is beard preparation. Yes, it'll surprise you how many more comfortable shaves per blade you get if you prepare your face properly. Many of us just give our beards a lick and a promise. Call it enough and begin shaving. But the first thing to do is wash your face with soap and plenty of water. That starts the process of beard softening and removes particles of grit that dull the blade. Next, apply shaving cream. And if you use lather cream, do a good job of lathering. Use lots of water. Saturate the whiskers thoroughly. When you realize that a dry bristle is almost, if not equally as hard as copper wire, you know how important this is. Another hint. Never remove your Gillette blue blade for cleaning. Just loosen the razor handle, hold under hot water, and shake dry. Thus, you avoid possible damage to the super keen edges from needless handling. Follow these easy suggestions and we guarantee even more shaves and easier shaves from every Gillette blue blade. First up now in the last of the fourth is Roy Cullenbine, a switch hitter, who's batting right-handed against left-hander Ernie White of St. Louis. White pitches, a curve low inside. That made Cullenbine back up a step, made him move his feet. 4-1. 1-0, favor St. Louis. It's steady, very careful, and consistently fine pitching so far. Roy swings as a long foul, hitting to the upper left field stands. 1-1. White took just a little bit off of his fastball, and Cullenbine, swinging out in front of it, pulled it high and foul. 1-1. Outfield is deep on Roy. He's a big, strong fella. And the outfield is drastically around toward left, especially center fielder Moore. Fastball over, the outside, just above the knees for a call, second strike, 1-2. Cullenbine holding that stick within a half an inch of the knob. Takes a low curve. Took good eyes, take that one too, ball 2. 2-2. First man up, last of the fourth. Big end swing into action for the Yankees here in the last of the fourth. Cullenbine, then DiMaggio, then Gordon. White comes down, swung on. There's a high foul ball back of first base. Hop is over, close to the stands, and makes the catch. And Cullenbine fouls out to the first baseman. 1 up, 1 away. And the batter is DiMaggio, who was struck out swinging to retire the side in the first inning and leave Rizzuto at third. Joe steps in. Outfield around toward left. Joe spreads those feet. White pumps, delivers. Joe swinging, fouls it back, went after a fastball. Strike 1. White on the mound. Walker Cooper, the receiver. Cardinal infield is Hop, Brown, Martin, Karowski. The outfield is Musial, Moore, Slaughter. DiMaggio waiting motionless now. There's the pitch. Swung on. There's a line drive for a base hit into left field. It is a long single for DiMaggio. Musial recovering on the third skip in left center. Throwing into second, and DiMaggio is on. He is the first Yankee to get on since Dickey's single with 2 out in the second inning. This is the tying run at first for the Yankees. That for DiMaggio is his 5th hit, and he and Dickey are once again tied in the duel to see who will have the most hits in the series. Each now has 5. And that was a solid smack by DiMaggio, and hit number 3 for the Yankees. Hit number 5 for the game. Joe Gordon, who was struck out on a low outside curve in the second inning. That for his second at bat. Joe has 1 hit this year. DiMaggio at first. Hop holding the bag against him. The outfield around toward left on Gordon. White throws. And Gordon takes a strike. He made sort of a half swing. And he comes back around to protest now to plate umpire Barr. Keller has come up. And he is squawking. And it is Keller now who is squawking. There was a half swing called against Gordon. And Barr shakes his head, tries to walk away from the two. Now he's trying to walk away from him again, back up to the plate. It's a strike call against Gordon. Keller, who's waiting to hit next in the ring. Came up, made a very vigorous protest. Now Gordon's back in again. And it is a strike. White looks at first. Throws to the plate. Gordon takes a high curve. And it is ball 1. 1-1. That's always a tough play for an umpire to have to call, is that half swing, because you can't win. No matter which way you call it, the other side's on you. 1-1. White looks at first. Delivers to the plate. Gordon swings and misses. There was a fastball on the outside, just above the knees. Now it is 1-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. White working carefully. Gordon sets. Madge at first, 1 out. 1-0 St. Louis. There's a curve swung on and foul back. There was a high curve. It's over. 1-2. Fletcher pacing up and down, back to third. Holds up one finger, indicating to DiMaggio just 1 out. Earl Coombs cups his hands, hollers something up to the plate to Gordon. White working very smoothly, steadily delivers. Gordon swings. There's a fly ball hit high into left center. Musial falls down but gets up. More goes on, and it's Musial for the catch. DiMaggio all the way to second base, hurries and gets back to first. It looked for the moment like there might be trouble. First, because Musial fell down. He's been having trouble with his footing so far all through the series. And then he got up and started after the ball. And Terry Moore had really set sail seeing Musial fall. And at first, Moore thought that he would have to make the catch. And for the moment, it looked as though the two might collide in left center. But Moore, being the old and the more experienced, got out of the way and let the rookie go ahead for the catch, the left fielder. So it is 2 out. And stepping in is Keller, who grounded out to first baseman Hop unassisted in the second inning. Outfield deep, round toward right. 1-0 favor the Cardinals. Keller, very rough customer with that lumber, crouches, takes a curve over for a called strike. 0-1. DiMaggio ready to go now in anything. Stepping down off first. And Hop is about 3 steps off the bag. He's not holding first base tightly against the runner. White works. Keller swings. There's a high pop fly into very short right. There is right fielder Slaughter coming in under it and makes the catch. Well, that's all for the Yankees in the last of the 4th inning. No runs, 1 hit, 1 man left. At the end of 4 innings, it is 1 run, 2 hits, and 1 error for St. Louis. No runs, 3 hits, and no errors for New York. And that ends the 4th inning. And ladies and gentlemen, we can't applaud too highly, and we cannot cooperate too deeply with the American Red Cross in its blood donor program, which is a program that simply means the sustaining and the saving of the very lives of the men in our armed forces who all over the world, every hour of every day, risk those very lives in our behalf. And we, as civilians, are vital cogs in that program because it is up to us, as individuals, to make appointments and to go in and to give a pint of our blood for the saving of the life of one of our men. So, on behalf of the men in our armed forces, let us, on this World Series broadcast, ask you to cooperate by contacting your local American Red Cross chapter and asking how you may best help. Going to the fifth inning. Hop first up, Chandler works. Hop swings, grounds it foul, sharp foul, back at first. Gonzalez waved it goodbye. You know, these coaches are very cute, you know. A foul that comes down, it's on the right bounce and not too hard hit, while they'll make the play and play around with the fans. But when they're really tagged, after all, they know they're only going to have 5 things on one hand, too. Strike one. Johnny Hop first up in the fifth. Magnificent pitching. It's 1-0 in favor of the Cardinals. And they got that run without getting the ball out of the infield in the third inning. In fact, without hitting the ball hard. Chandler delivers. There's a pitch high for ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Upsets. Outfield step toward right. Johnny swings. There's a ground ball down to short. Rizzuto is up with it. Throws in time by a half step. And Hop is out. That is a magnificent forearm throw that Rizzuto has. It's one of the best in the business. Every great infielder throws with his forearm primarily. That's what saves a step, cuts a runner down. In other words, you could tie an infielder's arm against his side, that is, from the elbow up, and he could still throw using just his forearm. Rizzuto snapped out Hop. And here's George Karowski. Gets away from a high inside curve. Ball 1. Karowski was walked in the third inning and was later turned into the game's only run. 1 up, 1 away. Top of the fifth. There's a half-line drive, hit the short, and Rizzuto grabs it at the knees for the out. The ball was hit into the hole between third and short, not too hard. A soft line drive, and Rizzuto, cutting over to his right, grabbed it, reaching down by his knees. And it is 2 up, 2 down for St. Louis. That's Marion. Takes a fast call strike. 0-1. 2 out, nobody on. Top of the fifth. Sandler throws. Marion swings and misses, going all the way around. Strike 2. That was a 3/4 speed curve that time. That was a curve that the pitcher would say, well, I just rolled it in there. Throw. Swung on as a bounding ball wide of third. Up with it is Crosetti. Throws in time by 2 steps. 2 steps for the average man, 1 step for this long-legged shortstop. And he's out. Third to first. And it's nothing across in the top of the fifth inning. So it is 1-0 in favor of the Cardinals. A brilliantly pitched ball game that is going down to the last half of the fifth. And coming into the microphone is Mel Allen, who will take over for the rest of the ball game.
There is an urgent
And, Mel, let me say that it is a real pleasure to be working with you on this series. And let me say to the listeners that from my vantage point, hearing what you as the announcers say and seeing the play that you're describing, that you're doing a magnificent job. Congratulations, and I'm going to sit back and here you go on the last half of this vital ball game.
Thank you very much, Red. An announcement was just made over the public address system here at the stadium. In case you're wondering what it was about, Red told you all about it for the first half of the fifth inning when he told you about the blood donor drive of the American Red Cross. As we come into the last half of the fifth inning with the St. Louis Cardinals leading 1-0, we'll have Bill Dickey, Jerry Pretty, and then Spud Chandler coming up in that order. Plate umpire George Barr dusts off the plate. Walker Cooper behind, goes down into the crouch. Ernie White, the left-hander, working for the Cardinals, kicks the dirt from out in front of the rubber. Getting set to come in with the first pitch to Bill Dickey as we get set for the last half of the fifth inning. Ernie White looks in, checks his sign. Outfield deep toward right for Dickey. Ernie into the windup. Here's his pitch. It swung on to drive out second base. Jimmy Brown's in front of it. Picks it up on one hop. Throws over to Hop high, but in time for the out. One away as Bill Dickey bounces out. Second to first, Brown to Hop. Dickey had single to right in the second inning for one of the Yankees' 3 hits, which they've gotten off White. First one being a bunt, which Phil Rizzuto beat out in the first inning. The third one, a single by Joe DiMaggio in the fourth. Here's Jerry Pretty. Fly to Terry Moore in the second inning, bats him right-handed. White goes into the windup, whips the left arm around. The pitch is a sweeping curve inside for ball 1. Whitey Karowski's at third, Marty Maron at short, Jimmy Brown on second, Johnny Hop on first, Walker Cooper catching, Ernie White pitching. Stan Musial's in left, Terry Moore in center, Enos Slaughter in right. Pretty cocks a bat up over his right shoulder. The pitch comes in. It's a pop-up. Down to Johnny Hop in short right. He's crossing the foul line, makes the catch. It's in foul territory. Cal Hubbard, umpiring at first base, signals across the foul line into foul territory. And so there are 2 down as Pretty fouls out to Johnny Hop. Coming up now is Spud Chandler, getting a ripple of applause from the fans as he goes in to take his place in the batter's box. Chandler took a third called strike in the third inning, his first time at bat. Bats him right-handed. He had 15 hits during the regular season and 71 times at bat for a batting average of .211. Give you an indication of the kind of hitter he is for a pitcher. First offering is outside from Ernie White for ball 1. Outfield playing Chandler just a step or so toward right in center and right, straight away in left. Chandler stands deep in the batter's box, in close to the plate. Ernie White's next pitch to him is swung on and fouled off on the ground into the Cardinal dugout. Sort of got the handle part of the bat on that one. Swinging late on the fastball. 1-1 the count on Spud. Phil Rizzuto is on one knee just in front of the batter's circle. He'll hit next if Chandler should get on base. 2 men out, nobody on. 1-0 favor the Cardinals. Last half of the 5th inning. Karowski at third is in position to guard that third baseline. Here's the pitch to Chandler. He swings and he misses. Cut hard. Strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. That's the count. Don't forget, tomorrow we'll be on the air a half hour later than today. So make a note now to be with us at 1:45 Eastern Wartime tomorrow. Remember, 1:45 Eastern Wartime for the 4th game of this 1942 World Series. Ernie White's next pitch to Chandler, swung on to slow roller down the third baseline, but it's foul. Count remains 1 ball, 2 strikes. Tomorrow, being Sunday, ball games in New York start a little bit later than they do otherwise. As a matter of fact, there's a law which prohibits a game from starting before 2 o'clock. That'll be the starting time of the game. Of course, we'll be on the air 15 minutes ahead of game time. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Ernie White ready. Here's his pitch. Chandler swings and hits a long fly ball deep in the left field, but it's curving foul and just grazing the upper deck, hitting the bunting and dropping down below. Spud got a hold of that one, pulled it into the stands in deep left. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Chandler holds that bat down to the end of the handle, knees bent. He loves to get his base hits, as does any pitcher. He says one of these days he's going to drive one out of the lot. Next pitch to him, Chandler swings and sends a high hopper down toward third. Karowski coming in fast, takes in the 1 hop, running halfway across the field, throws to Hop in time for the out. And so that's all for the Yankees. In the last of the 5th, out in order, no runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on. The score at the end of 5 innings, 1-0 Cardinals. St. Louis 1 run, 2 hits, 1 error, 1 left on. The Yankees no runs, 3 hits, no errors, and 3 men left on base. And that ends the 5th inning. To produce a blade as sharp, as easy shaving, and as long-lasting as today's Gillette Blue Blade is such a meticulous operation that the dies, tools, specialized machines, and instruments employed are largely designed and built by Gillette's own technicians. Therefore, you find no counterpart of this blade anywhere in the world. As we get ready to go into the first half of the 6th inning, Ernie White, Cardinals left-hander, be the first batter and is getting a nice round of applause from the crowd, as you can hear in the background. Listen for a moment. And it dies down as Ernie White steps into hitting position. White sacrificed in the 3rd inning. Bats him right-handed. On deck is Jimmy Brown, then will come Terry Moore as we skip to the top of the batting order after White has his turn at the plate.
Spurgeon Chandler blows on his pitching hand. Has a sign from Bill Dickey. He, too, swoops way down low as he goes into the windup. Overhand curveball, fast curve outside. Ball one. Ball hit Bill Dickey on the arm and bounced off. Tucks his mitt up under his right arm as he shakes off the little sting. Right on above the wrist on his left hand, which is his mid hand. Not his meat hand, but his mid hand. The next pitch, outside, low, ball two. 2-0 the count on Ernie White. Frankie Cressetti comes over from third, talking to Spurgeon Chandler. Frankie's a great holler guy. As Red indicated to you earlier, you can hear his shrill voice piercing the atmosphere way up here. Chandler throws. White takes a fastball right at the knees for a called strike. 2-1 the count. 1-0 the score, favor the Cardinals. First half of the 6th inning. Chandler working fast pitches. White takes the ball low outside. Ball 3. 3-1. Again, Cressetti moves over from third, talking to Chandler. Encouraging his pitcher. Outfield playing Ernie White. Just a step or so toward right field. Chandler throws. White takes this one, and it's in there. Called strike. Makes it 3-2. Full count. So just as White ran the count out on Chandler, Chandler runs it out on White. And the payoff pitch. Swung on. There's a bounder out to short. Cressetti goes over, but Rizzuto in back of him takes it, throws to Pretty in time for the out. Rizzuto's been very busy afield. Threw out the side in the 2nd inning. Usual Cooper and Hop. Tossed Hop out again in the 5th, and White just now. All told, Phil has had 7 chances. Coming up now is the Cardinal leadoff man, Jimmy Brown. Batting left-handed, the first pitch is swung on, fouled off to the right of the plate, strike one. Brown, the switch hitter, he bats left-handed against right-handed pitching. And since the Yankees have presented nothing but right-handed pitchers, Brown, during the series thus far, has always batted left-handed. Brown bounced out to Chandler himself in the 1st inning and then grounded out to Joe Gordon in the 3rd. Jimmy's had 1 hit in the series thus far in 9 times at bat. Chandler taking his time, looks in, has the sign from Dickey. Into the windup, in comes the pitch to Jimmy. Brown takes a fastball high outside. Ball 1. 1-1 the count. Outfield playing Jimmy Brown just about straight away. In other words, guarding all sectors of the outfield equally. The 1-1 pitch. Over that outside corner. Sharp hook. Called strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Brown. Frank Cressetti's at third. Phil Rizzuto at short. Joe Gordon on second. Jerry Pretty at first. Chandler pitches. Brown takes the fastball outside for ball 2. 2-2 the count now. Pretty opened the game at third base. Buddy Hassett at first. Hassett injured his thumb on his left hand while up at the plate, attempting to bunt a ball. The ball hit the bat and the thumb at the same time, so he had to retire. Pretty shifted to first. Cressetti went in at third. Chandler throws. Brown swings, smacks one on the ground out to second. Gordon boots it, picks the ball up quickly, throws to Pretty in time for the out. So they're 2 away. The ball took a little short hop as it reached Gordon. He booted it. The ball dropped in front of him so that he had time to pick it up and make his throw over to Jerry Pretty to retire Jimmy Brown for the second out. Coming up now, the Cardinal captain, center fielder Terry Moore, who in his 2 appearances at the plate thus far has taken third call strike on each occasion. Bats him right-handed. First pitch to him. The pitch is swung on. There's a drive to deep center. Joe DiMaggio trots back easily, gracefully, waiting for the ball, makes the catch for the out. And that's all for the Cardinals in the first half of the 6th. Out in order, no runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on. Score remains 1-0. And that ends the first half of the 6th inning. Men who like brushless shaving cream get a mighty pleasant surprise when they try Gillette Brushless. And no wonder. This cream, containing peanut oil, makes shaving a lot quicker and easier. What's more, Gillette Brushless is absolutely greaseless. Can't clog razor or drains, and it rinses off in a flash. So if you're a brushless fan, it's a sure thing you'll prefer Gillette Brushless. Ask your dealer for a tube. Only 25 cents. Coming into the last half of the 6th inning, it'll be the top of the batting order for the Yankees. Phil Rizzuto, Frank Cressetti, and Roy Cullenbine. So far, the Yankees have been unable to get more than 3 hits off Ernie White. A bunt which Rizzuto beat out in the first inning. Solid base hit by Bill Dickey to right center in the second. Another ringing single by Joe DiMaggio in the fourth. DiMaggio and Dickey, incidentally, are leading both clubs in total number of hits on the series thus far with 5 each. Up until today's game, the Yankees had reached Cardinal pitchers for 21 hits. St. Louis had obtained 13 off Yankee pitching. Here's Phil Rizzuto leading off. Last half of the 6th inning, Cardinals out in front 1-0. Yankee fans are beginning to bestir themselves a bit. Phil bats him right-handed. Ernie White into the windup. Overhand fastball, low inside, ball 1. Whitey Karowski at third comes racing in on each pitch. With Rizzuto up there, in position to take a bunch, should Phil try to lay one down. Phil did lay one down and beat it out in the first inning. One of the greatest bunters in the major leagues today. White looks around his outfield, which is playing Rizzuto a little bit toward left. Starts into his windup. The next pitch to Phil is right through there for a called strike. George Barr calling balls and strikes. Yelled it out. We could hear him way up here. 1-1 the count on Rizzuto. White ready. Here's his pitch. It's a curve low inside. Ball 2 almost got that inside corner as it swept in toward Rizzuto. Phil Rizzuto at the plate, Frank Rossetti on deck, which is an interesting story in itself. You might say pupil and master, with the pupil having taken the master's place. Phil always admired Frank Rossetti greatly before he ever became a member of the Yankees. The next pitch to Rizzuto is high, ball 3. Rossetti was one of Phil's boyhood heroes, you might say. And when the time came for him to replace Rossetti, he said he just couldn't believe it. 3-1 the count on Phil. Ernie White ready. Here's the pitch. And it's in there for call strike 2. Better high pitch. So the count's run out on Phil. 3-2. Last half of the 6th inning, Cardinals out in front 1-0. And as the game progresses along towards its end, every pitch means a lot. Here it is. Rizzuto swings, pops it high in the air. Foul off the left of the plate. Walker Cooper under it near the Yankee dugout. Makes the catch for the out. 1 away for the Yankees last half of the 6th inning. And here's Frank Rossetti. Struck out in the 3rd in his only appearance at the plate. Buddy Hassett, whose place Rossetti took in the batting order, fouled out to Walker Cooper in the 1st inning. Hassett had to retire because of an injured thumb. Pretty, who was on 3rd, shifted to 1st. Rossetti went in to take Pretty's place at 3rd. Frank chokes that bat about 2 inches or more. Tough man to pitch to, crowds that dish. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike 1. He cut hard. Ernie White's got a lot on that ball. Only won 7 games and lost 5 for the Cardinals this year, but he won 5 of his 7 in their great stretch drive. He's ready for the next offering to Rossetti. And it's over that inside corner for call strike 2. And so Ernie White stands ahead of Frankie Rossetti. No balls, 2 strikes, 1 out, nobody on. Last half of the 6th inning, Cardinals ahead 1-0. Roy Cullenbine's on deck. Cardinal infield is sort of pulled around over toward 3rd. Karowski guarding that 3rd baseline. Ernie White ready, throws. Rossetti swings and fouls it back onto the screen. He's up there slashing away. Steps out of the batter's box now to regain his composure a bit. Walker Cooper takes his mitt off, goes down on his haunches, puts his mitt back on, ready to give the sign to Ernie White as soon as Ernie's ready. Cardinal left-hander went to the rosin bag. Now he's back up on the rubber. Cardinal pitchers have to take their signs off the rubber, playing in an American League ballpark. Here's the pitch. Rossetti swings and smacks one across the top and out to second. Jimmy Brown up with it, throws over to Johnny Hop, and Rossetti is out at first. So they're 2 away for the Yankees in the last half of the 6th inning. 2 up and 2 down. And here's Roy Cullenbine, who took the 3rd called strike in the 1st inning and then fouled out to Johnny Hop in the 4th. Cullenbine's a switch hitter. He's batting right-handed against left-handed pitching. Outfield plays him toward left. Karowski, deep 3rd, guarding the 3rd baseline. Marty Marion, normal short. Jimmy Brown, a deep 2nd, in position to move in back of the bag. Here's the first pitch to Cullenbine. Fastball under the arms, inside, ball 1. Johnny Hop is playing a very deep 1st and over toward the first base line so that big hole in the infield would be between first and second. Ernie White continuously goes back to that rosin bag, kicking the dirt in front of the rubber. Fidgets around the mound quite a lot. He's all set. Into the windup. Whips the left arm around. The pitch is swung on the line drive out to center field, and it's in there for a base hit. Terry Moore waiting for the ball. Takes it on 2 hops. Throws into second. Cullenbine holds it first with a single to center. And that brings up Joe DiMaggio. That was Roy Cullenbine's 3rd hit in the series. Two outs, Cullenbine on it first, and here's Joe DiMaggio, who struck out in the first inning, single to left in the 4th. Tying run is on at first base. There are 2 outs, outfield deep toward left for DiMaggio. Johnny Hopp is on at first base with Cullenbine. Ernie White takes the stretch, checks the runner. Pitches to DiMaggio, who moves away from a fast breaking curve inside. Ball 1. Karowski, a very deep third, not more than 3 feet away from that foul line. DiMaggio can pull him inside the line. Marty Maron and shorts playing over toward third. Third baseman, shortstop, in other words, playing very close together, shortening the hole for DiMaggio to hit through. Hits a lot on that side of the infield. White ready, stretches, pitches. DiMaggio swings and drives one in deep left center. Musial going way back court, racing, and Terry Moore makes the catch in front of him as then Musial falls down. A great catch by Terry Moore. And Terry Moore has pulled one of the finest defensive gems of the World Series. Joe DiMaggio drove one into deep left center. Stan Musial racing hard toward the flagpole. Was all set to attempt the catch when suddenly, like a flash of lightning, Terry Moore raced right in front of him and grabbed it, and just at the same time Stan Musial was falling down. And so it was a brilliant catch by Terry Moore and stopped the Yankee threat in the last half of the 6th. No runs, 1 hit, no cardinal errors, 1 left on for the Yankees, and the score at the end of 6 innings still 1-0 in favor of St. Louis, and that ends the 6th inning. Here's how you can help keep our fighting men supplied with war equipment. Collect your old junk: scrap metal, rubber, rags, manila rope, burlap. Your discarded junk makes bombs, ships, and planes. Round up your junk right now. Sell it to your junk dealer. Give it to a local charity. Or take it to wherever you see the official Salvage Depot sign. Throw your scrap into the fight. Getting set now for the 7th inning, and the fans are still buzzing in the background over that sensational catch made by Terry Moore. As we get ready for the first half of the 7th inning, it's Enos Slaughter leading off for the Cardinals. Spud Chandler in the windup throws. The pitch is swung on and missed. Strike 1. Stan Musial is on deck. Then will come Walker Cooper. Slaughter struck out in the 1st inning. Grounded out unassisted to Jerry Pretty in the 4th. Chandler all set for the next pitch to Slaughter. Here it is. The left-handed hitter swings and hits a looping fly ball foul over near the field boxes. Barry Crissetti's over and makes a nice catch while diving into the field boxes to the left of the Yankee dugout. 1 away for the Cardinals. Doing those looping fouls back of third. Crissetti raced over to the field box. It leaned slightly in, made the catch, and his momentum carried him halfway on into the field box. 1 down. Stan Musial, the next batter. Chandler throws the ball into Dickey. Umpire George Barr looks at it and lets it stay in the ball game. Cardinals 1 run, 2 hits. 1 error, 1 left on through the first 6 innings. The Yankees no runs, 4 hits, no errors, and 4 left on through the first 6 innings. Musial grounded out to Rizzuto in the 2nd. Next pitch to him is low, ball 1. Musial single to center in the 4th innings, had 1 out of 2. Ball 1. Chandler all set. Here's his pitch. Musial swing, sends a hard bounder down to Pretty, who lets the ball bounce off his chest, picks it up, flips to Chandler just in time for the out. There's a hard smash down toward first. The ball hopped up and bounced off Pretty's chest, but he recovered in time to throw to Chandler, and Musial is out. Got to act fast with these Cardinals. Bunch of jackrabbits. They really can run.
Remember, folks, Bill Corin will bring you his very interesting summary with highlights of today's game immediately at the finish of the game. So stay with us. We know you're going to enjoy it. Here's Walker Cooper up. Chandler's first pitch to the Cardinal catcher. Swung on and missed. Strike one. Swung so hard, lost his balance a bit and sat down. 2 away. This has been a game of great pitching thus far. Chandler ready for the next one to Cooper. That's swung on. It's a drive out in the left field. Keller's there waiting, and he takes it for the out. So the Cardinals go out very quickly in their half of the 7th inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on. Coming into the last half of the 7th, all Yankee fans stand up and hear a roar coming over the vast enclosure of Yankee Stadium. You know, when Gillette engineers designed the sharpness comparator, they took the guesswork right out of razor blade manufacturing. This instrument actually measures sharpness with a beam of light. It enables technicians to adjust the stropping wheels with utmost precision and ensure edges of incomparable keenness. Therefore, you get shaving comfort and economy that positively cannot be matched. Coming into the last half of the 7th inning, Joe Gordon, Charlie Keller, and Bill Dickey will be coming up to face the slants of left-hander Ernie White. Walker Cooper, who just made the last out, is adjusting his catching paraphernalia, and so Ken O'Day, Cardinals' second-string catcher, is out there warming up Ernie White. O'Day, incidentally, is no stranger to World Series competition, having competed in a World Series with the Giants when he was a member of the Giants a few years back, and he had the pleasure of hitting a home run in a World Series. The other day, he came up in a pinch hitting role out in St. Louis and got himself a base hit. Ken is a New York State boy. A lot of his friends down from his hometown to watch him in action if he gets in, at least to watch his teammates play anyway. Cardinals are leading 1-0 in this third game of the 1942 World Series, which up until today stood even, 1 win apiece. Joe Gordon leading off, struck out in the 2nd inning, which incidentally was the 6th time that he struck out in the series. He flied to Stan Musial in the 4th. Ernie White into the windup. Here's the first pitch to Gordon. Swung on. There's a drive deep in the left field. Musial's backing up for it. He's getting under it, though, near the wall, backing, and makes the catch at the edge of the barrier for the out. Another 2 or 3 feet, and it would have been in. Musial backed up against the wall about 10 feet to the left of the 402-foot sign and took Joe Gordon's towering drive for out number 1. That gave the fans quite a thrill. One of the hardest pokes of the game thus far, one of the deepest at any rate, the longest. Little activity in the Cardinal bullpen. All we can see is the man catching. We can't see the pitcher, so we can't tell you who's warming up. The bullpen is in between the right center field bleachers and the left center field grandstand. Here's Charlie Keller up. First pitch to him is a curve, but low, ball 1. Keller grounded out to Hop in the 2nd inning, to Slaughter in the 4th. 1 down, nobody aboard. Keller the batter, Dickey on deck. Ernie White checking his sign with Walker Cooper. Outfield deep toward right for Keller. White swoops down low into his windup. Overhand fastball up high, ball 2. 2-0 to count on Charlie. Art Fletcher coaching back to third. Encouraging the hitters, he hollers up to the plate. Earl Combs is coaching back to first. Keller stands just a little bit ahead of White right now. 2 balls, no strikes, 1 out, nobody on. Last half of the 7th. Cardinals ahead 1-0. Here's White's pitch. Keller swings and sends a bounder down the first base line. It's foul, says Big Cal Hubbard. And so it's 2 balls, 1 strike on Charlie Keller. Cardinals whipped the ball around the infield. Ernie White was racing over to first to be in position to take a throw from Hop if that was necessary, had the ball been fair. So he has to walk back to the hill. Steps on. Keller just out of the batter's box, adjusting his cap. Now he steps in. Keller entertained the fans before game time by driving a few long ones into the stands. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Swung on. There's a drive going deep out in the right field. Slaughter backing up for it. The ball is caught with a sensational one-handed catch. Enos Slaughter just robbed Charlie Keller of a home run as he went back to the barrier in deep right field and made a glove-handed stab of Charlie Keller's vicious drive. There's a very low barrier, only about 3 or 4 feet high. And Enos Slaughter, as you can hear the crowd rumbling in the background, the cheers that followed that superb catch, robbed Charlie Keller of a round tripper. And so that's 2 sterling defensive plays that the Cardinals have come up with in the last 2 innings. Terry Moore on Joe DiMaggio's drive in the 6th inning, and Enos Slaughter on Keller's. And here's Bill Dickey up, and the first pitch is low outside for ball 1. Bill Dickey singled to right center in the 2nd inning, grounded out to Jimmy Brown in the 5th. What a ball game this is. Terrific. Ernie White ready, throws. Dickey swings, sends a bounder out to short. Marion goes in, back to the bag, picks it up, throws to Hop in time for the out. Listen to the hand for Enos Slaughter as he comes in to the Cardinal dugout. And that ends the 7th inning. You know, there's no guesswork about the proper tempering of Gillette steel. That's handled by automatic electric furnaces of Gillette's own design. Furthermore, samples from every coil of steel are submitted to the Vickers hardness tester. There are only a few of these costly instruments in the whole country, including one at the Bureau of Standards at Washington. Getting ready for the first half of the 8th inning. In this most closely contested of all the World Series games thus far, and one of the most brilliantly played defensively, especially by that Cardinal outfield thus far. Here is Johnny Hop leading off. His swings at the first pitch, sends 1-on-1 Hop out to Gordon. Gordon throws over to Pretty, and Hop is out at first. Hop having grounded out on his 2 previous appearances to Phil Rizzuto in the 2nd and 5th innings. Coming up now is Whitey Kurowski, whose walk led to the Cardinals' run in the 3rd inning, and who scored it himself. Popped out to Phil Rizzuto in the 5th inning. Bats him right-handed. Drives a long ball. Chandler's first pitch to him. Sweeping curve broke right over that inside corner. Belt high for a called strike. 1-0 in favor of the Cardinals. First half of the 8th. Chandler ready. Throws. It's another curve, a little bit high. Ball 1. 1-1 the count. Corsetti at 3rd, Rizzuto at short, Gordon at 2nd. Pretty on 1st. Yankee infield. Dickey catching, Chandler pitching. Keller in left, DiMaggio in center. Cullenbine in right. Outfield over toward left for Kurowski. Chandler ready. Pitches. This one backs Kurowski away from the plate. Fastball inside. Ball 2. 2-1. Billy Southworth, Cardinal manager. Billy the Kid, coaching back of 3rd. Mike Gonzalez, he of good field, no hit fame, coaching back of 1st. Here's the 2-1 pitch to Kurowski. It's high. Ball 3. 3-1. George Barr dusts off the plate. Chandler turns his back to the plate, looking around the outfield, kicking the dirt around the rubber. Frank Corsetti comes over from 3rd, shouting words of encouragement to Georgia Boy. And then he goes back to his 3rd base position. Chandler getting set for his 3-1 pitch to Kurowski. Kurowski digs in, set. Here it is. It's over there for a call, strike 2. Fastball, 3-2 the count now. String is run out on the Cardinal 3rd baseman. Marty Marion is on deck. Crowd at the moment, settled back, quiet, easing up a little bit after having yelled as much as they could at Slaughter's great catch before. The next pitch is swung on, hit to past Corsetti as the ball took a bad hop and shot past him out of the left field. Holding it first is Kurowski as Keller fields the ball, quickly throws into 2nd. There was a smash on the ground to Corsetti's left. He went over to field it. And at the last second, the ball, instead of hopping up, laid low and skipped past him. And it scored as a base hit for Whitey Kurowski. A single to left. Stepping in now is lanky Marty Marion, Cardinal shortstop, who had an infield hit in the 3rd inning and grounded out to Corsetti in the 5th. Spurgeon Chandler takes a stretch, checks Kurowski leading off first. Here's the pitch to Marion. Outside, ball 1. That hit was Kurowski's 2nd of the series. Outfield playing Marion straight away. All sectors of the field equally being covered. 1 out. Kurowski on it first. There's a quick throw over to first, but Kurowski's back safely. Hit the dirt coming back in. Chandler sort of fell away from the mound as he threw that ball over. Pretty on the bag.
with Kurowski. Yankee infield. Short and second in a couple of steps each. Time call as Marion steps out of the batter's box. Now we're all set to resume action. Here's the pitch. Marion takes another one outside. Ball 2. Curveball broke too quickly. Now we have a little activity in the Yankee bullpen. Looks a little bit like Jim Turner. Jess can see a bit of the back. Here's the pitch to Marion. It's low outside. Ball 3. Both bullpens are almost hidden from view, so it's difficult to see. 3-0 the count on Marion. Chandler taking his time right now. Remember to listen to Bill Corum's comments on the sensational fielding gems made by Ina Slaughter and Terry Moore immediately at the end of our play-by-play description. So stay tuned with it. Now we're all set for the 3-0 pitch to Marion. Kurowski leading off first. Here it is. And it's through there for a called strike. 3-1. The count. Here it is. Pitch is swung on. It's a slow hopper out towards short. Rizzuto takes it quickly, throws to Gordon. Gordon over to Pretty. Not in time at first, but out at second is Whitey Kurowski. As Marion forced him, Rizzuto to Gordon. Gordon pivoted, relayed over to Pretty, but not in time to nip Marion, who wasted no time getting down to first base. We're waiting for Ernie White to come up, and here he comes out of the Cardinal dugout with the cheers and applause of the fans. Allowed but 4 scattered hits. Has blanked the Yankees through 7 innings. Throws left-handed, but he bats him right-handed. There are 2 outs now. Marion's on at first base. Chandler takes his stretch. Here's his pitch to White. It swung on and fouled off into the stands over the Cardinal dugout. Little scramble for the ball as always. Fans have a lot of fun going after those. Chandler is standing back the hill, looking out in center field, and motions into the plate that he wants another ball. So he throws it into Dickey. George Bart takes a new one out of his pocket, gives it to Bill, and Bill throws it out to Spurgeon. As most of you people probably know, at St. Louis, they use the National League baseball. And here at the Yankee Stadium, with the home team being the American League team, they're using the American League ball, which to all intents and purposes is just about the same, although Red Ruffing was telling me that the National League ball felt a little bigger to him because the seams are raised a little higher. Chandler's in no hurry. He's taking his time. Taking too much time for Ernie White, who steps out of the batter's box. Time is called. Now White steps back in. Marion leads off first. Stretched by Chandler, the pitch to White. White starts to cut, but changes his mind. The pitch goes outside. The ball 1. 1-1 the count. Activity in both bullpens. Chandler again takes a stretch. Here's the pitch. White swings and hits a high pop-up back to the plate. Dickey coming back toward the screen, still coming, has his eye on the ball, and he makes the catch for the out. White fouls out to Dickey. So that's all for the Cardinals in the first half of the 8th inning. No runs, 1 hit, no Yankee errors, 1 man left on base for St. Louis. The score, 1-0 favor the Cardinals at the end of 7 1/2 innings. That ends the first half of the 8th inning. For the special benefit of listeners who tuned in late, here's a way to get easier shaves. Probably a lot of you men have already guessed what I'm going to say, because I'm thinking of Gillette shaving cream, lather or brushless. Now, I happen to go all out for brushless, so I want to tell you about that. This cream contains peanut oil. It's free from grease, has a pleasant, refreshing scent, and rinses off instantly. Consequently, it can't clog razor or drains. Best of all, Gillette Brushless holds plenty of moisture, does a real job of beard softening. And you know, it's really the water that prepares your whiskers for the razor. Now, it's easy to prove everything I've said. Get a tube of Gillette Brushless shaving cream. It costs nothing extra, 25 cents, or 33 cents for the giant-size economy tube. We're all set now for the last half of the 8th inning, as this tremendously exciting
and hotly contested game moves right down toward its finish. Last half of the eighth, Jerry Pretty leading off the Yankees. Chandler's the next scheduled hitter, then Phil Rizzuto. Whether or not Chandler will bat remains to be seen. Left-hander Ernie White goes into his windup. Here's the pitch to Jerry Pretty. Jerry swings and hits a high pop-up out toward second base. Jimmy Brown calls for it. Under it, waiting, still waiting, and makes the catch for the out. So there's one away. Jerry Pretty pops to Jimmy Brown on the first pitch. And Red Ruffing's going to come out to bat for Spurgeon Chandler. Charlie Ruffing is going to come out and do some pinch hitting. It'll be his second appearance as a pinch hitter in the series. After having pitched the opening game of the World Series, he came back in the second game in the role of a pinch hitter. Here's the announcement coming over the loudspeaker. This makes the second time that Ruffing has come in as pinch hitter. His third appearance, in other words, in the series. This being the third game, Ruffing is the only pitcher, we might say, that has made an appearance in each one, although he's only made one appearance as a pitcher, the other two as pinch hitters. Ruffing had one hit and 5 times at bat in the first 2 games. Here's first pitch to him. Sharp curve breaks right through there for a called strike. Outfield plays Ruffing a little bit toward right and center and right. Not too much so in left. Here's White's pitch. Ruffing takes it, and it's low. Ball 1. 1-1 the count. Ernie White repping up cover the ball. Every pitcher carries a lot of extra responsibility right now. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Ruffing, and it's over that outside corner for called strike 2. Ruffing steps out of the batter's box for a moment to remonstrate a bit with umpire George Barr. Now he moves back into batting position. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Ruffing batting for Chandler. Cardinal left-hander, working easily, smoothly, confidently. Sweeps down low into the windup. Here's his pitch. Ruffing swings and he misses. Strike 3. And that's Ernie White's 6th strikeout. That makes the 18th Yankee to have gone down by way of strikeouts in the series. 14 Cardinals have struck out in the series. White struck out 6. Chandler struck out 3 in this particular game. Here's Phil Rizzuto up. 2 outs, nobody on. First pitch to Phil is swung on. It's a pop-up foul back to third. Karowski racing over near the field boxes, trying to get under it. Leans into the boxes, but can't get it as the ball drops into the runway between the field boxes and the first row of reserve seats right behind them. Made a nice effort. 1 strike on Rizzuto. Phil beat out a bunt in the first inning for a hit. Lined to Karowski in the third and fouled out to Walker Cooper in the 6th. 2 outs, nobody on. Last half of the 8th inning, Cardinals clinging to that 1-run lead, which they established in the 3rd inning. White ready. Here's the pitch to Rizzuto. It swung on. It's a line drive over. Marriage head out into left center field for a base hit. Terry Moore quickly races over in front of Musial, fields the ball on the roll, throws into second, and Rizzuto holds on at first with a line single to left center. That Terry Moore really covers ground. Coming up is Frankie Crissetti. Crissetti has only been at bat twice. He didn't come into the ball game until the 2nd inning. Struck out in the 3rd, grounded out to Jimmy Brown at second base in the 6th. Bats him right-handed. That's the Yankees' 5th hit off Ernie White. There have been 8 hits in the ball game all told, 3 for St. Louis. We'll have a new pitcher for the Yankees going into the 9th inning with Chandler having been removed for a pinch hitter. White takes a stretch, checks Rizzuto. Here's the pitch to Crissetti, and it's in there for a called strike. Frank definitely crowds that plate. Doesn't give the pitcher too much room to throw that ball through. Chokes that bat a couple of inches. Tying runs on it, first base, 2 outs. Hop on the bag with Rizzuto. White takes a stretch, checks Phil. There goes Rizzuto. The pitch is swung on to roller down toward third. Karowski's up with it. There's his throw over to Hop in time for the out. And so Ernie White once again gets by the Yankees without permitting a score. No runs, 1 hit, no Cardinal errors, and 1 man left on base at the end of 8 innings. 1-0. St. Louis, the Cardinals, 1 run, 3 hits, 1 error. 2 left on. The Yankees, no runs, 5 hits, no errors, and 5 men left on base. This third game of the 1942 World Series is coming to you direct from the Yankee Stadium in New York. And now we're going to pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Mutual.
This is WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
Brewer, number 24.
As we come into the first half of the 9th inning, the new pitcher for the Yankees will be Marvin Brewer, a curveball specialist. Spurgeon Chandler removed for a pinch hitter in the last half of the 8th inning, thus worked 8 innings, allowed but 3 hits, walked only 1, and struck out 3 while giving up 1 run. So as the situation now stands, it's Chandler's ball game to lose. He lost the only game the Yankees lost in the 1941 World Series. Marvin Brewer's come in to relieve him. Brewers won 8 games and lost 9 on the regular season. Lost a lot of tough ball games. Pitches a very good curveball, one of the finest in the major leagues. He's a right-hand pitcher from Rollo, Missouri, incidentally, which is closer to the Cardinals' home ballpark, Sportsman's Park, than it would be to the Yankee Stadium. Then hometowns don't always dictate the place where a ball player plays baseball. As we go into the 9th inning, for the Cardinals, it'll be the top of their batting order. Jimmy Brown, Terry Moore, and Enos Slaughter. For those of you who might have tuned in late, wondering how the Cardinals got their 1 run, which is the only run in the game, in the 3rd inning, Kurowski walked, went to second as Marion topped the pitch down toward 3rd and beat it out for a hit. White sacrificed Kurowski to 3rd, Marion to 2nd, and while Brown was grounding out to Gordon, Kurowski came home from 3rd. And that's the only run of the game thus far. So we're all set now for the first half of the 9th inning. Jimmy Brown up. Marvin Brewer, right-hander, throws. It's a curve swung on, lined over Gordon's head out in the right center for a base hit. Joe DiMaggio races over, fields it on the roll, throws quickly into second, and Brown holds it first after taking his turn with a single to right center. Coming up is Terry Moore. That's the Cardinals' 4th hit. Jimmy Brown didn't take a hard cut at that ball. He just seemed to lift it. Just seemed to lift it right over Gordon's head. Terry Moore up. Yankees watching for the bunt, stretched by Brewer. In comes the pitch. Moore shortens up, but doesn't bunt as the pitch goes high for ball 1. Moore took a 3rd call strike in the 1st inning, again in the 3rd. Fly to DiMaggio in the 6th. Frank Rossetti in close on the grass at 3rd. Purdy on the bag at 1st with Jimmy Brown. Stretched by Brewer. Checks his runner. Here's the pitch. Moore shortens up, bunts, but fouls it off to the right of the plate, way back. Strike 1. 1-1 the count. Marius Russo, the left-hander, is throwing in the bullpen for the Yankees. We can just see the top of his head and his arms. It slings around. Someone else warming along just to his left. We can see the arm go up occasionally, but that's all we can see of that particular pitcher. First half of the 9th. Cardinals ahead 1-0. Nobody out. Jimmy Brown on at first base. That was Brown's 2nd hit of the series. Brewer takes his stretch, checks his runner, then pitches Moore, shortens up, bunts out in front of the plate. Brewer quickly picks it up. His throw is to second base to Rizzuto. In time for that, and then the decision is changed. And safe at second is Jimmy Brown. As George Majorkirth, after having called him out, quickly changed and went down with the hands. And all hands are safe. The big argument going on. Rizzuto, Pretty. Keller comes in from left field. Cullenbine from right. And they're all following Majorkirth as he walks out toward right center field. Rizzuto, Pretty, Keller, Gordon, Cullenbine are all arguing with George Majorkirth. And the argument is taking place in short right center field. Frank Rossetti walks over from 3rd base. He's walking out toward the center of the argument. Now Keller leaves. He's going back out in the left field, and George Majorkirth stands with his back to everybody looking out toward the right center field bleachers. Freddie, Cullenbine, Gordon, Rizzuto, and Rossetti are all surrounding George, arguing with him. And now Bill Summers, American League umpire, over at 3rd, starts walking out in that direction to see if he can do something about getting the boys to come back and play ball. The official scorer has scored the play this way. He has not given Terry Moore credit for sacrifice, but has charged Marvin Brewer with an error, a wild throw. The throw was a little wide of the bag, pulled Rizzuto off, so apparently Major Kurth's decision was based on this fact, that though the ball may have arrived ahead of the runner, Jimmy Brown, the throw being wild, pulled Rizzuto's foot off the bag, and therefore Brown was safe. So it's an error for Marvin Brewer. All hands are safe. Brown's on second. Moore on at first base, not credited with the sacrifice. And coming up to the plate is Enos Slaughter. Bats him left-handed. Nobody out here in the first half of the ninth inning. Runners lead off. The pitch is outside. Ball one. Slaughter shortened up as if he's going to try a bunt. Frank Rossetti's in close at third to watch for a bunt. Jimmy Brown leads off second. Terry Moore off first. Nobody out. First half of the ninth. Cardinals lead 1-0. Brewer takes his stretch, checks his runners, pitches, and the pitch is bunted foul off the right of the plate by Slaughter for strike one. 1-1 the count. Marvin Brewer's in trouble here in the ninth inning, having come in to take the place of Spurgeon Chandler, who permitted the Cardinals but 3 hits over the first 8 innings, was removed for a pinch hitter in the last half of the 8th. 1-1 the count on Slaughter. On deck is Stan Musial. Jimmy Brown leads off second. Terry Moore off first. Brewer takes his stretch. Here's the pitch. It's swung on and fouled back by Slaughter for strike 2. Billy Southworth changed up, called off the bunt, and ordered Slaughter to swing away. 1 ball, 2 strikes on the Cardinal right fielder. What a superb catch he made. Bill Corum, whose highly interesting summary will come on immediately at the end of this game, will have a lot to say about it, we're sure. Brewer looks around the outfield. Now he's ready. Looks in, gets the sign from Dickey. There's Brown leading off second again. Terry Moore off first. In comes the pitch to Slaughter. He swings on it. There's a smash pass. Rizzuto out to center field for the base hit. Brown rounds third on his way to score. DiMaggio throws into third as Terry Moore goes in, and he's safe at third. And into second on the throw to third went Enos Slaughter. And Crosetti pushes Bill Summers, the umpire, and Bill Summers pushes Crosetti back. And there goes Joe McCarthy out to join in the argument. And Joe Gordon comes over from second. And the argument rages at third base. And there's Crosetti taking off his glove, and Art Fletcher comes racing out from the Yankee dugout. And Bill Summers is walking away from Crosetti and Fletcher and McCarthy and Gordon. And there's Fletcher and Crosetti gesticulating wildly as they argue with Bill Summers. And Joe McCarthy's right out there spearheading the attack as he moves in between Summers and Fletcher. Each one of the 4 trying to move in front of the other to talk to Summers. And Frank Crosetti, as the decision was made at third, slammed the ball down hard on the ground and then quickly picked it up, realizing the time had not been called. We couldn't tell you about it at that moment because play was still going on. Slaughter was going into second on the throw to third, and in from second on the hit came Jimmy Brown, the Cardinals lead 2-0. Meantime, Bill Summers walking along the left field line, and Crosetti still after him, and Art Fletcher pulls Frankie away. And he and Joe McCarthy are still going after Bill Summers, arguing with him. Joe DiMaggio has come over from center field, standing just on the fringe of the circle with Summers, McCarthy, and Fletcher. Were DiMaggio and Rizzuto and Gordon and Twitty, but now the argument is all over. The runners return to position, or rather the players return to their positions. Joe McCarthy walking back toward the Yankee dugout, stops for a moment as Billy Southworth in the meantime is chatting with Terry Moore, who's on to third base. On at second base is Enos Slaughter. Nobody out here in the ninth inning. Cardinals are leading 2-0. And so Enos Slaughter, single to center. Scoring Brown from second, is credited with a run batted in. That for Slaughter is his 3rd hit of the series. And his first run batted in. Jerry Pretty is just now getting back over to first base. Meantime, Joe Gordon is still arguing with George Majorkurth at second base, and we're waiting for them. They're standing toe-to-toe and talking it out. And now Gordon has finished arguing with Majorkurth. Goes back to his position. Cullenbine trots out into right field, and we'll be ready to continue play here in the ninth inning. And at this point, Art Fletcher comes out of the Yankee dugout. That possibly may be all for Marvin Brewer. I think that'll be all for Marvin Brewer. The official scorer, as we've already indicated to you, has given Slaughter a single. He went to second on the throw to third. So Fletch comes out to talk to Bill Dickey. Pat O'Doherty, the Yankee bat boy, dashed out along the left field line to holler to Charlie Keller, for Keller in turn to holler to the Yankee bullpen for a new pitcher. And that is going to be all for Brewer. He comes off the mound, standing talking to Dickey between home plate and third base. George Levy, the fellow here at the stadium, goes out to ask George Barr just what the change is going to be. He, in turn, will carry the message over to the public address announcer. Still waiting for the new Yankee pitcher to make his appearance so we can tell you who it is. Charlie Keller has gone out to the little barrier in front of the runway, which leads into the bullpen here at the stadium, calling for the proper pitcher, and here he comes. Jim Turner, I believe, or Johnny Murphy, is so far away we'll have to wait till they get a little bit closer. Situation here in the ninth inning, though, is one run in for St. Louis. They lead 2-0. Here's the announcement of the new pitcher.
Turner.
It is Jim Turner.
Number 30. Now pitching for New York.
It is Jim Turner coming in to make his debut in this current World Series, but not his first World Series. You remember he was with the Cincinnati Redlegs in the 1940 World Series, started a game against the Detroit Tigers. Jim Turner, the milkman, who along with Lou Fetty, you'll remember years ago with the Boston Braves, started the baseball world when these two veteran rookies each won 20 games for the Boston Braves. So here's Jim Turner coming in to take over in the ninth inning. Marvin Brewer, who started the ninth inning after Chandler had been removed for a pinch hitter, thus has not pitched any part of an inning, there being nobody out. However, during the time he was on the mound, he allowed 2 hits. Didn't walk anybody, no strikeouts. And at the moment has allowed 1 run. 1 run has been scored while he was on the mound. And so we're going to have another little wait here while Jim Turner loosens up. In the meantime, we have on third base Terry Moore, who went from first to third on Slaughter's single, which scored Brown from second. Slaughter himself took second on the throw to third, which stirred up all the argument. Frank Frasetti, of course, claiming that he had Terry Moore out. Umpire Bill Summers of the American League, who called the play, said no, and then the argument raged. Now, don't forget, folks, while we have a moment here, tomorrow we take the air a half hour later than today. So make a note now to be with us at 1:45 Eastern Wartime. Remember, 1:45 Eastern Wartime tomorrow afternoon for the 4th game of this 1942 World Series, which promises to go down in history as one of the greatest of all time. Certainly the way the games have gone thus far have been fireworks galore. Stan Musial will be the first man to face Jim Turner. Jim is what you might call a spot pitcher, a good control pitcher. He has a peculiar knack of raising that left knee of his high, almost up to his midsection before throwing the ball. And to a batter, it often looks as if that pitch is coming off of Jim's knee, right in behind it. And with men on second and third, nobody out, Stan Musial is to get an intentional pass. There's the first wideman. With the left-handed hitter up there, they're going to walk Musial to load the bases, first base being open, setting up possible plays at any base. There's the second wideman, Turner getting set for the third wideman to Musial. There it is. So those ever keeping score put down base on balls for Stan Musial, an intentional pass. And the fourth wideman. That loads him up. Musial's on it first. He's walking down. Slaughter's on it second. Terry Moore on at third. And the batter is Walker Cooper. Billy Southworth comes up the line from third base to talk to his catcher. Whisper something in his ear, and then Billy the Kid trots back down to his third base coaching box. And Walker Cooper steps into hitting position. So the Cardinals are leading 2-0. It's the ninth inning. Nobody out, bases filled. Yankee infield halfway in for a play at the plate. The first pitch to Walker Cooper. Swung on and missed. Strike one. Terry Moore on third. Enos Slaughter on second. Stan Musial on first. Yankee infield Playing in for a play at the plate. Cooper bats him right-handed. Turner starts his windup. In comes the pitch to Cooper. It's swung on and fouled off over the Cardinal dugout into the lower stands for strike 2. And it's a tense moment here in the 9th inning. Cardinals have a chance to blow the game wide apart. The Yankees trying to stop the threat from going any further, if they possibly can. Cardinals leading by 2-0 at the moment, 3 men on and nobody out. Just about one of the toughest spots for any pitcher in the series thus far. Turner hollered something up to Dickey as he started his windup. In comes the pitch. Cooper swings and hits a pop fly out in the short center. DiMaggio coming hard, getting under it, makes the catch, and there's no advance. Cooper popped this one out into short center. DiMaggio had to come a long way to get under it. The infield was drawn in, remember. Billy Southworth, respecting the magic in Joe's right arm, refused to let Terry Moore even budge. So the bases remain loaded. 1 out. And the batter, Johnny Hop. Cardinal first baseman grounded out for Rizzuto in the 2nd inning, did the same thing in the 5th, and then grounded out to Joe Gordon in the 8th. Jim Turner wants a new ball, throws it into Dickey. Barr looks it over. Perhaps Johnny Hop asks Barr to look it over. George does, and the ball stays in the game. So Johnny Hop moves into hitting position. Still have Terry Moore on at 3rd. Enos Slaughter on 2nd. Stan Musial on at 1st. 1 out. Yankee infield still drawn in. Not entirely in, but about halfway. A little better than half. In position for a play at the plate or to start a possible double play if the opportunity presents itself. Turner the wind-up pitches. Hop takes this one, a slow curve, a little bit high for ball 1. Jim pitching carefully, taking his time. Trying not to make any pitch any too good at all. As they sign from Dickey, runners lead off. In comes the pitch. It's swung on. It's a fly ball going out into left center field. Charlie Keller's getting under it. Terry Moore waiting to tag up. There's the catch. Here comes Moore to the plate. In comes the throw, and it is in time for the out. It's a double play. And Terry Moore simply stood at the plate and looked at plate umpire George Barr. Dickey apparently tagged him out on the arm as he came across the plate. And so for the Cardinals in the 9th inning, only 1 run. 2 hits, 1 Yankee error, and 2 men left on base. And the milkman, Jim Turner, came in and put out the fire with the bases loaded and nobody out. He got him out without allowing a run. 2-0 St. Louis as we get set for the last half of the 9th inning. Say, folks, you know, presents for men in our armed forces overseas must be mailed immediately to ensure delivery by Christmas. Remember this to avoid disappointment. And remember also that razor blades are at or near the top of every serviceman's list of desired gifts. This 3rd game of the 1942 World Series comes to you direct from the Yankee Stadium in New York. We're going to pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Mutual.
This is WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
In order that your scoring might be complete and official, that run which the Cardinals got in the first half of the 9th inning was not earned. Here's Roy Cullenbine leading off for the Yankees as we come into the last half of the 9th inning with the Cardinals out in front 2-0. And Ernie White, who's breezed along, scattering 5 hits nicely, no more than 1 in any inning, steps on the rubber to get his sign from Walker Cooper. Cullenbine single to center in the 6th for one of the Yankees' 5 hits. White into the windup. Here's the pitch. Cullenbine swings and drives the one into center field. Terry Moore coming hard and fast, and he makes the catch for the out. And the thousands of people who are here at the jam-packed Yankee Stadium today, if they didn't know before, know now why Terry Moore is considered one of the game's greatest defensive center fielders. He's been superb. And here is the Yankee Clipper, another great center field. And the first pitch to Joe DiMaggio swung on and fouled back onto the screen. Strike one. It's the last half of the ninth inning. The Cardinals are leading 2-0. Riding the crest of the momentum they gained in clipping the Yankees in the second game of the World Series in St. Louis. Behind the great pitching of left-hander Ernie White, they've come along here to the ninth inning with one out, leading 2-0. DiMaggio at the plate, Joe Gordon on deck. Ernie White still bearing down. And his next pitch to DiMaggio is low outside for ball one. DiMaggio struck out in the first inning, singled to left in the fourth, and had Terry Moore make a great catch of a drive of his in the sixth inning. White checking with Walker Cooper, has his sign, leans forward, goes into the windup, whips the left arm around. DiMaggio takes a fast one low inside for ball two. 2-1 the count on Joe. Steps out of the batter's box for a moment, gets a little dirt on his hands, adjusts his cap as he steps back into hitting position. The outfield deep over toward left. White to the rosin bag to give it a little touch. He's still cool and calm. Working steadily and heavily. Blows in his pitching hand. Leans forward, goes into that windup. DiMaggio's head to the plate. Here's the pitch. It's swung on. It's a drive on the left field for a base hit. Stan Musial getting in front of the bounder. Picks it up, throws into second. DiMaggio holds on it first with a single to left. His second hit of the game and his seventh of the series. His sixth of the series. Check that. Coming up now is Joe Gordon. One out. Last half of the ninth inning. Gordon struck out in the second inning. Fly to Musial in the fourth, and fly to Musial in the seventh. Gordon bats him right-handed. Yankee fans are beginning to yell. A sustained yell, if I might call it that. DiMaggio leads off first base. Outfield deep toward left for Gordon. The stretch by Ernie White, the pitch. Gordon swings and he misses. Strike one. And the tension mounts here in the last half of the ninth inning. Ernie White bearing down. He's allowed 6 hits. DiMaggio's belt being the sixth one off of him. Takes his stretch, checks Joe. In comes the pitch to Gordon. Gordon swings and hits a high fly ball out along the foul line. Back to third. Kurowski and Marion are there. Kurowski's under it, and Kurowski makes the catch as Marion, right in behind him, falls down. And DiMaggio scoots back to first, and there are 2 outs. And here's Charlie Keller. With Ernie White 1 out away from victory. Ernie White is taking his time. So is Charlie Keller stepping in. It's the last half of the ninth inning. 2-0 Cardinals. 2 outs. Joe DiMaggio on first base. And Keller is up there. White takes his stretch. Here's the pitch to Keller. Keller swings, and there's the drive. Going deep. Back under it is Slaughter, and he's right against the wall and makes the catch for the out. And the ball game is over, and the Cardinals win it 2-0. In the last half of the ninth inning for the Yankees, no runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 man left on. And the Cardinals move ahead in the series 2-1 as they shut out the Yankees 2-0. And now stepping in another moment, will be Bill Corum with his summary of today's game. Well, this gives me a final chance to tell you a simple way to get several extra shaves with every Gillette Blue Blade. And believe me, that's something important to know. Take a look, and you'll see that the Gillette Blue Blade has marks resembling the Roman numerals 1 and 2 on the ends projecting beyond your razor. These identify the edges and enable you to shave one side of your face with one edge, the opposite side with the other, giving both equal use. The effect is much the same as crisscrossing your automobile tires for extra mileage. You get a number of additional shaves, and that saves blades. Try this simple, thrifty way of conserving Gillette Blue Blades. You'll find that it pays a real bonus in extra shaves and comfort, too. And now, ladies and gentlemen, here is brilliant sports columnist of the New York Journal American, a member of Gillette's cavalcade of sports staff, a shrewd observer of baseball as well as all other sports, all set to give you his sage observations on this highly exciting and dramatic ball game. Bill Corum.
I don't know how sage they'll be, Mel, but this seems to me to have been a ball game that was lost with an argument that was won. The Yankees won an argument in the second inning on a ball that Marion bunted where he was out at first base, sacrificing Kurowski down to second, and made him come back to bat. And the second time they tried to make the same play, Marion got a single when the throw just failed to beat him to first, and that came the run. In came the run as a result of that. That gave the Cardinals the victory because the second run was not earned, and that was all that Ernie White needed to win this ball game. Here's a fellow from a little town down called Pecolet Mills, South Carolina. About 1,500 folks down there. Got a growing youngster of his own, a pitcher too, named Joe Dan, who pitched one of the greatest games that's been seen in the World Series in, I don't know how long, because not since 1926, as some of you know, have these Yankees been shut out in a World Series ball game. They'd gone 42 times before Ernie White stepped in there this afternoon and set them back. And even at that, his pitching was no better than that of his rival Spurgeon Chandler of Moultrie, Georgia, who gave the Cardinals, the victorious Cardinals, only 3 hits before he left the game and was just a superb pitcher every step of the way. Now, as I tell you, the last run was not earned because Brewer threw wide to second base in an effort to make a force play, but it really didn't matter because save for DiMaggio, who's hitting beautifully in this series, White had the Yankees right on the arm, right in that big glove of his, and the Cardinals are now surging along with another pitcher just like him to come back tomorrow, very, very much like him. In fact, Max Lanier pitches the same sort of ball and looks a good deal like him, and it looks to me, as I said in the opening talk before the game, that whoever won this game was going to have a big edge. Of course, you can't hold these Yankees forever, and certainly you're not going to shut them out very many times. They proved that by going 42 without anybody shutting them out. But today, White was a master. No greater master than Chandler, I keep repeating, but to the victor belongs the spoils, and he won the ball game. And little Jimmy Brown out there, you could hear him above the hum of the crowd, a silent crowd, incidentally, a tremendously big one, every seat packed in this great 3-tiered stadium, but a very quiet crowd right down to the finish when the ball game really was played again. In that long 9th inning, you could hear little Jimmy Brown calling to White, "Come on, Ernie, come on, boy," with that piping voice of his, and White did come on. Whereas Beasley had missed the opportunity for the shutout, and whereas old Grandpa Ruffing had missed his opportunity for a no-hit game, this fella came through. And I want to tell you a little bit about some outfielding. Coming back on the train from St. Louis, some of the boys said, well, I don't know whether that Cardinal outfield can play in the big Yankee Stadium. Well, they made 3 plays, one after the other, starting with Terry Moore, who went back as usual to take DiMaggio's bid for at least a triple and maybe a home run inside the park over his shoulder, going at full tilt. And the very next ball in the next inning was driven practically to the left field barrier. Musial went up and pulled it down, and then the next drive, just to make it even all around and show that any one of the boys could do it, was laid up against the right field fence, and there was Enos Country Slaughter to grab that one. If you can play any better center field, incidentally, than Mr. Terry Moore can play, well, then you can have the marbles for me, because I think here are the 2 greatest fielding center fielders that ever hooked up in any World Series, DiMaggio and Moore. Moore's got a little bad leg right now, but it didn't show this afternoon. He was all over the ballpark to take that first hit in the 9th inning. He came charging in. He can throw just like DiMaggio can throw, and DiMaggio proved it again this afternoon because when a short fly was hit out to him with the bases loaded in the 9th, nobody moved, and quite rightly. Mr. Southworth knew that was no chance, no time to take a chance. They took it on the next one, and Moore was thrown out at the plate on a very close play. But as it turned out, it didn't matter, and so the ball game wound up 2-0, and the totals as I have them, and I think they're correct, 2, 5, 1, and 4. 2 runs, 5 hits, 1 error, 4 left for the Cardinals. For the Yankees, 6, 1, and 6, no runs, 6 hits, 1 error, and 6 left. That's the correct totals. The time of the game was 2:30, and of course the losing pitcher was Chandler, who did pitch such superb ball this afternoon. Well, fans, that's the story. But tomorrow is another day, and what a game we should have out here at the stadium. Now, make a special note of this. We come on the air at 1:45 Eastern War Time, so be with us and we'll have fun. I'll repeat the starting time once again, 1:45 Eastern War Time. Until then, smooth sailing, smooth shaving, and good afternoon from your host, the Gillette Safety Razor Company, Red Barber, Mel Allen, and Bill Coral. This is Mutual.
This is WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
Play ball! Play ball with Babe Ruth. Play ball with the Navy. The United States Navy brings you the adventures of Babe Ruth. And here to tell you about the immortal Babe is the man who knew him so well, his pal, the popular sports reporter, Steve Martin.
One of the roughest, toughest, and greatest ball players of all time once said to the big fellow,
"This league is too small for both of us, Babe. One of us has to go, and it's going to be you."
We'll bring you the exciting story in just a moment. But first, here's an important message. The Navy Medical Corps is one of my favorite subjects. I know about that grand outfit from personal experience. In looking after the health of the men and women in our Navy, the Navy Medical Corps enjoys a reputation for outstanding professional efficiency. Of equal importance, however, is the advanced training, the wide research opportunities the Navy makes available to its medical officers. Navy doctors who desire to specialize in any phase of medicine, be it plastic surgery, public health, or pure research, they're given every possible financial and professional assistance. The Navy knows that better trained doctors mean healthier citizens. Not just in the Navy, but throughout America. Stimulating lifetime careers as Navy medical officers await qualified medical school graduates. Full information about a career in the Navy Medical Corps may be obtained by writing to the Bureau of Medicine and Surgery, Navy Department, Washington 25, D.C.
How can one find out all about it, Steve?
It's very simple, Jack. Just write to the Bureau of Medicine and Surgery, Navy Department, Washington 25, D.C.
And now back to Steve Martin and the adventures of Babe Ruth.
Until Babe Ruth hit 60 home runs and crowded everybody else off the sports pages, Rocky Farr, the Tigers' great, rough, tough shortstop, never let on that the big fellow existed. And then one day in Detroit, Babe raced around second base on a long hit, trying for a triple. But as he turned second, Farr gave him the hit, knocking him off balance, and the big fellow was thrown out at third. Babe picked himself up and walked back to Farr. There was fire in his eyes.
Don't you ever do that again, Rocky.
Why? What did you do, big noise?
I'll fix your wagon, but good.
Go on, don't make me laugh.
You heard me. You give me the hip again, and I'll pay you back for all the dirt you've been dishing out all these years.
How about trying it right now?
Okay,
The big fellow cocked his right hand, and Rocky Farr put up his hands. But then while I, the fans, and all the players watched, Babe suddenly swung around and walked back to the dugout.
Go on, you yellow punk. Beat it!
Babe, I couldn't believe it. How come you let Rocky Farr rub your nose in that dirt today? You never backed down in a fight before.
Oh, I know how it is with Rocky, Steve. He's sore because I'm getting all the headlines and the awards that he used to get.
Well, sure,
but let him pop off. Why should I tangle with him and get fined?
Now, wait, Babe. You tangled with guys who didn't say half what Farr did. And who didn't give you the hip, either.
Yeah, I know, Steve, but not anymore. I've kind of grown up since that dinner.
Dinner? What dinner?
For the sports writers last winter at the New York Elks Club. You remember.
Well, I was on the coast last winter.
Oh, yeah. Well, I was on the carpet a couple of times last season, you know, for losing my head and getting into scraps. It was a tough race, and we were all keyed up. But at this dinner, Senator Jimmy Walker made a speech right at me.
Babe, no athlete, or any man, ever had the influence with the youngsters of America that you had. They look up to you as their hero and try to pattern themselves after you. That's a tremendous responsibility, babe, and you've got to live up to it. If you don't, you're letting all those kids down.
See what I mean, Steve? If the kids who think I'm pretty big stuff read about me brawling or breaking the rules, well, they're liable to do the same thing.
Well, that's fine, Babe, but if you let Rocky Farr push you around, everyone will think you've turned yellow.
Oh, no, they know better.
And there's another thing.
The team folded today. They lost their fight when Farr pulled your nose and got away with it. They've been playing below par anyhow, and if you, their big gun, starts making like a doormat, the Yankees are finished.
You're way off base, Steve. We haven't hit our stride yet. But we will. And we'll win the pennant again.
You'll see. But this was one time the big fellow was wrong. In the 6th inning the next day with Detroit, the score was tied when Sewell and Babe both singled. Huggins flashed the steal sign, and Sewell and Babe both set sail. The big fellow hit the dirt and had the throw beaten. But Rocky Farr blocked him off the bag, then slammed the ball on his head and practically knocked him out. The big fellow staggered to his feet, raging.
Why, you ought to knock your block off, Farr. Why don't you try it? I'll come in spikes first next time. I'll cut you to ribbons.
You haven't got the guts. You're a phony blowhard, Babe, and I've got your number.
Believe it or not, the big fellow took that from Rocky Farr, too. And right then you could see the spirit ooze out of the Yankees like air out of balloons. They dropped that game and the next two with Rocky Farr riding them high, wide, and handsome. And they continued to lose. By August, the world's champs were in 5th place. And I saw a news flash in my office that sent me rushing to the Yankees hotel. But when I got up to the big fellow's room, I found Manager Huggins there, and Hug was fit to be...
That's a fine thing, my pal. I make you captain of the team. I trust you. And you pay me by sticking a knife in my back.
What the deuce are you talking about, Hug?
Don't give me that innocent stuff, Babe. You know and I know why the club's in 5th place.
Well, sure, we aren't hitting. And we aren't getting the pitching. I don't know why, unless it's said we were overconfident and started to coast after winning 2 flags.
Yeah, that's what you told the reporters. Well, it listens good, but not to me. We're down because you knocked the spirit out of the club. We're down because you want it that way.
What? Hey, now, look here, Hug. I don't know what this is all about, but I don't like your talk.
It's straight talk, not double talk like yours. I just wanted you to know that I'm hip to what's going on, even if you have licked me. As far as I'm concerned, Babe, you can go to blazes, and I hope you can live with your conscience.
Steve, do you know what Hug meant?
Well, sure, Babe. When you lay down to Rocky Farr in Detroit and went on being a tame tabby cat, you took all the fight out of the club. Hug thinks you did it on purpose, to knock the Yankees out of the pennant race.
What? Has Hug gone crazy?
Not exactly. Practically everyone picked the Yanks to win the pennant again this year, you know.
I know, but...
And when they started slipping, the wolves began howling for Hug's scalp. They'll probably get it, too. The front office hinted that unless the club takes a big brace, Hug will be fired at the end of the season.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. And get this, Babe. A Detroit paper today says you may be the Yanks' next manager.
Me?
Uh-huh. And they quote a Detroit player as saying you told him before the season opened that you intended to be the Yankee manager. And that Hug was washed up.
Well, that's a lie, Steve. I never said anything like that.
Well, I know you didn't.
But that was the story. What Detroit player said that about me, Steve?
He isn't named, but the paper says he's a star.
Rocky Farr. He must have said it. He's hated my guts ever since I began getting more publicity than he does.
Well, that's my hunch, too, Babe.
Oh, dirty no good. He wants me to get loused up. Jimmy Walker was wrong. Can't be a nice guy in this game.
Sure you can, Babe, but being a nice guy doesn't mean being a sucker.
I should have seen that for myself, Steve. Hey, it's 12:30. Detroit is here today, and I want to have a little talk with Rocky Farr before the game. There's Rocky Farr now, Steve, just coming out of the batting cage. Farr! Hey, Rocky! Come here. Yeah? What do you want, babe? Did you ever hear the story about the worm that turned? Meaning what? Meaning that starting today, you'd better be a good boy. Don't pull any rough stuff on me, or on anyone else. Because if you do, I'm coming after you.
You and who else?
Just me. And that'll be plenty.
Okay, you've said your piece, now I'll say mine. This league is too small for both of us, big boy. One of us has to go, and it's going to be you.
You're going to find out different, pal. Today.
Yeah, peanuts, eh? Get your peanuts.
I was breathing hard when I got up to the press box, and it wasn't because of the climb. Something was going to happen, something big, and I wasn't sure of the outcome. In the third inning, with Babe on first with a walk, the hit-and-run sign was flashed. The Yankee hitter bounced one between first and second, and the throw went to Rocky Farr, who was covering the Keystone sack. It was a perfect double-play setup for Detroit. But as Rocky pivoted to throw to first, he saw Babe charging up the line. Rocky's lips curled back, and I caught my breath as he cocked his arm. I knew he was going to throw it at the big fellow's head,
and from that face-to-face distance, he could kill him. But just before he let the ball go, the big fellow crashed into him like a ton of bricks and knocked him flying into center field. Rocky lost the ball, and by the time he recovered it, Spade came all the way into score with a yank behind him right on his heels.
Oh, you bad Vito! Hey, Rocky! Hey, tough guy! How do you like...
Rocky Farr was waiting under the stands for the big fellow after that game, as every reporter in the press box and every player on both clubs knew he would be. The big fellow kind of grinned, though, when he saw him.
You still need convincing, huh, Rocky? I'm going to send you to the hospital, babe. Oh, no, you're not, Rocky. Your tough guy days are all over, as I'm going to prove to the boys here. So... Shut up and fight! It'll pay a
That fight should have drawn $20 ringside prices. It was a honey. Both boys went down half a dozen times, and both of them were bleeding. But the one who stayed down at last was Rocky Farr.
Attaboy, babe! That finishes him!
I don't think Rocky Farr will steal any more games from us, Hug. And I don't think you'll have to worry any more about the Yankee spirit. As a matter of fact, we might still win this pennant.
Well, if we do, babe, it'll be because of you. I want to apologize for what I said to you this morning. I found out it was Rocky Farr who put out those statements.
Sure it was, you dummy. Now maybe all you guys will let me alone.
All right, babe. You can go on back to being a nice guy.
Hey, Steve Martin. Thanks again for a most exciting adventure of Babe Ruth.
You're certainly welcome, Jack. Now you college men. If you can qualify young men, you can be an important part of a great American team, an all-American team, the select team of naval aviators patrolling the 7 seas, flying from carriers and far-flung ocean bases, living and making aviation history. It's a great life, a stimulating life with good pay, real opportunity for advancement, with challenges enough to stir the spirit of anyone. Today, the United States Navy is offering officers' commissions and the world's best flight training to healthy young Americans. It'll pay you to find out more about the Navy's flight training program. If you've had 2 or more years in college, you're eligible to become a member of this great Navy flying team. Get full information about the Navy's Aviation Cadet Training Program from any Navy recruiting office, or write to NAVCAD, that's NAVCAD, Washington 25, D.C.
Yes, get full information about the Navy's Aviation Cadet Training Program from any Navy recruiting office, or write to NAVCAD, that's NAVCAD, Washington 25, D.C. Now, Steve, what have you got for us for next week?
Well, next week, Jack, I'm going to tell you about the time the big fellow defied superstition and his own teammates and took on a gigantic job that almost wrecked him.
The Adventures of Babe Ruth is written by Ben Peter Freeman, produced by Woody Close, directed by Ronald Dawson, and presented by the United States Navy.
Hello?
Hello, Jughead. This is Archie. Come over right away. It's a matter of life or death.
Oh, relax, Archie. Relax.
Yes, and you relax too, folks, if you can, because here he is again, right out of the pages of Archie Comics magazine with all his gang, Archie Andrews. Our story today begins with, well, where does any story begin? A difficult question to answer, but perhaps this story begins with a fly. Yes, an ordinary, pesky, buzzing fly. It seems Mr. Andrews was taking a nap on the front porch one sunny afternoon. And there was this fly, circling around and around and around, until finally it landed right on Mr. Andrews' nose. So, Dad slowly raised his hand and slapped himself right on the nose. At which point, it was the misfortune of another friend of ours to enter the scene, a fellow by the name of Archie.
Oh, you gotta love me in the morning. Yes, yes, and love me every night. 'Cause a good man nowadays is hard to... Hiya, Dad!
Archie, for gosh sakes.
Gee, Dad, did I do something wrong?
Archie, can't you see that I'm trying to sleep?
Oh, I didn't know that. I just
And
wanted
if there's anything I hate, it's being awakened from a nap.
Oh, but Dad,
Do you care that I worked hard all week and now on Saturday want to rest for just a little while?
But, Dad,
you
I only
stomp
come in to
all
say-
over the place, screaming at the top of your lungs. Archie, it's high time you were taught some manners.
But gosh, Dad, all I did
I
was
want you to
come
go
in
out
and
into
try-
the backyard and stay there.
What?
You
But,
heard
Dad,
me. I want you to spend the rest of the day in the backyard, alone. Then maybe you'll be considerate of other people.
Oh, but Dad,
Archie,
Yes, Dad.
go ahead.
She was okay. What chances a fella got?
Oh, Fred.
What now?
Fred, I couldn't help overhearing that. Don't you think you're being a little severe with the boy?
I most certainly do not.
But Fred,
Now,
all he
Mary,
did
don't you realize that what I need is peace and quiet? I'm tired, I'm weary, worn out.
But why take it out on Archie?
I am not taking anything out on Archie.
Why, boys leave home for less reason than that.
Leave... Archie?
Well, he might.
Now, Mary, stop dreaming. You know we'd never be that fortunate. Me? Oh, I'm going to sleep.
Hey, Archie.
Hi, Jug.
What's the matter?
Jughead, I'm despondent, that's what.
What did you do now, Archie?
Jug, all I did was walk up to my father and say hello. And you know what he said?
Scram.
Exactly. He said... Jug, how did you know?
That's what my father always says.
Well, this time, Jug, I've had enough. Yes, sir, I've made up my mind.
Gee whiz, what are you gonna do?
Exactly what my father said. I'm gonna go away, that's what. I'm gonna go far away. In fact, I may never come back. Well, Jug, what do you say to that?
Goodbye.
Jughead, I want you to come with me.
Who, me?
Yes, you. We'll go to some island and live like Robinson Crusoe.
Oh, but Archie, I can't.
Archie. Hi, Jug. What you doing, Archie?
Making some plans, Betty. Plans to go away.
Go away.
Yes, Betty, and, before I go, Betty, there's something I want to ask you.
Yes, Archie.
Betty, would you...
Yes, Archie?
Well, that is, could you...
Yes? Yes?
Gosh, I don't know how to say it.
Oh, go on, Archie, go on.
Well, Betty?
Yes?
Would you lend me your thermos bottle?
Archie Andrews, you're hopeless.
But all I want is your
Yes, you can borrow the thermos bottle, but if you want it, come around to the delivery entrance. Goodbye.
Oh, gee whiz, now what did I say? Jug, I tell you, I'm glad we're going where there won't be any women. In fact, I can't wait till we get there.
Archie Andrews.
Oh, of course, there's no sense rushing things. Gee. Hello, Veronica.
Hello, Archie. What you doing?
Veronica, I have some bad news for you.
Really?
And I know it'll hurt you, Veronica, but be brave.
Yes?
Veronica, I'm going away to a lonely island.
My goodness. But, Archie, before you go...
Yes, Veronica?
Stop at my house, Archie.
Yes.
I'll lend you my portable radio. Well, I gotta run now. Bye, Archie. Bye, Jug.
Gee whiz.
Jug, I tell you, the more I see of women, the less I understand them. I tell you, I'm glad we're going to live like Robinson Crusoe.
Yeah, but he never had thermos bottles and portable radios.
Well, yes, but there's no sense overdoing it, you know.
Did you want to see me?
Yes, Andrews, I did. Beagle is my name. J.P. Beagle of the law firm of Beagle, and Beagle.
I'm very glad to know you, sir.
Well, I might as well get right down to business, Mr. Andrews.
Yes, by all means.
Now, it is my unpleasant duty to inform you that your uncle, Ezekiel Q. Andrews, recently passed away and left a sizable will.
Well, that's wonderful. I mean, he did. Oh, poor old Uncle Zeke.
Yeah, that's right. Now, I gather your uncle was somewhat eccentric.
Oh, he was as batty as well, yes, he was a little eccentric.
At any rate, he left a rather strange will.
Oh, really?
Yes, very strange. In fact, nobody gets anything.
What?
That's right. Your uncle made all his money with a chain of cafeterias.
Yes, I know.
And in death, as in life, he wants people to help themselves.
I don't understand.
It's simple. Your uncle left a list of eligible heirs. These heirs can have whatever they want of his property. They have one choice each. All they have to do is turn up on his property and claim what they want. The money, the mansion, the jewels, or whatever.
Oh. Yeah, I see.
First come, first served, but all claims must be made by 10 o'clock tonight.
Tonight?
Now, that's the deadline. After that, all unclaimed property goes to the Australian Foundation to provide pogo sticks for tired kangaroos. Is that clear?
Clear. Oh, yes, it's clear. Yeah.
Very well. Good day.
Oh, just a minute, Mr. Beagle. I might as well go along with you and make my claim right now.
Oh, that reminds me. There's one thing I forgot to tell you.
Oh, yes?
Your uncle disinherited you.
Well, that was nice of the old fella to disinherited me. But he couldn't. I mean, he wouldn't. I mean, he
did.
Has no right.
However, he did include your son in the list of eligible heirs.
Archie?
That's right. So if your son appears on the Andrews estate by 10 o'clock tonight, he may claim whatever he wants.
Oh, well, in that case, everything's all right. I'll call my son and be down there in 5 minutes.
$5 years, Archie? 5 years?
Sure. Or maybe we'll stay here for 10 years. I like this island. Lots of peace and quiet.
But 10 years is a long time.
Well, what's the matter, Jug? Don't you like our new home?
Well, the rent is low enough, and it's a quiet neighborhood, all right. But don't you think there's too much cross ventilation?
Jug, don't be silly. I see no reason why we can't stay here forever.
I do.
What?
We forgot the food.
Well, what difference does that make, Jug? We can always... The food! Jughead, I told you to take the box of sandwiches.
I forgot.
Oh, well, never mind. As a matter of fact, Jug, I'm glad we forgot the food.
Glad? Why?
Because it gives us a chance to prove to ourselves that we're self-sufficient. Prove it to our egos.
Archie, I'd much rather prove it to our stomachs.
Now, Mary, the main thing is not to let this thing upset us. Not to let it upset us. After all, people inherit things all the time.
Yes, dear. Fred, would you like vegetable soup with dinner tonight?
And we have to remember that, after all, I was the first one notified by the lawyer.
Yes, dear. Or would you prefer cream of mushroom soup?
Archie, we'll be home any minute now, and we'll just go down and make our soup. Clean.
Yes, dear. Well, maybe vegetable soup would be best.
Yes, the main thing to do is just to keep calm about this, Mary. I know it's difficult here. I know it's a strain, but try, dear. Just try.
Perhaps chicken soup.
Chicken soup. Mary, how can you talk about soup at a time like this?
Fred, for pity's sake, what are you so nervous about?
Me? Nervous? I'm not nervous, Mary, but why doesn't that boy get here?
He'll probably be home any minute, dear.
Yes, he'll be. Just let's be patient. The main thing is to keep calm. Keep calm.
Fred, where are you going?
To find that boy, Mary, if I have to turn over every stone in Riverdale.
Any luck yet, Archie?
Be patient, Jug. I'll catch a fish any minute now. Yes, sir, this is the life. Just sit here and catch our supper. Oh, can't you see it, Jug? 2 juicy lake trout simmered to a crisp golden brown. So fresh, they'll melt in your mouth. Boy, how I love fresh lake trout.
Archie, right now I'd sell for a stale goldfish.
Jug, don't be so silly. Don't you realize that nature is bountiful? Why, we're living just like our forefathers did.
Yeah, and they're dead.
Jug, will you stop being funny? I'm bound to catch a... Jug, I think I got something.
Well,
Yeah, I got one. Look at that rod bend.
hang on to it, Archie.
Yeah, I am. Weighs a ton.
Keep reeling, Archie, keep reeling.
Well, I am. I hope that rod doesn't break. It feels like a whale.
Don't think I couldn't eat one.
Here it comes, Jug. Here it comes.
Gee whiz.
How do you like that? An old tire.
Yeah. And not even Robinson Crusoe would eat that.
Why, Betty, what brings you over here? Oh, nothing special, Veronica. I just don't have anything to do. Neither do I. I'm glad you came over. Did you hear about Archie? Yes, I did. In fact, he borrowed my portable radio before he left. Gee, said he was going to stay away a long time. Uh-huh. But personally, Betty, I don't really care. Neither do I. Sometimes Archie makes an awful nuisance of himself. Yes, he does. In fact, it's refreshing not to have the boys around for a change. I was just thinking the same thing. I'm sure we can find many interesting things to do without them. Of course we can. Well, there's any number. Oh, my goodness. What is it? This package on the table. Archie must have left it here. It's the sandwiches. The boys forgot the food. Really? Veronica, I've got an idea. Yes? Let's go over to the island and take it to them. Oh, Betty, that's a wonderful idea.
Hello?
Mary, this is Brad.
Oh, where are you, dear?
Downtown. Has Archie come home yet?
No, haven't you found him?
Found him. Mary, I think that boy has vanished from the face of the earth.
Well, Fred, go over to some of his friends' houses. Jughead or Betty or Veronica, and ask them. They're bound to know where he is.
Mary, I already tried that. I can't even find his friend.
Really? Well, maybe they went to the movies. There's a murder mystery playing.
Oh, now, Mary, how can I find anyone in a movie?
Remember the inheritance, dear.
Yes, but all right, Mary, I'll look at the movie. I'm in a good mood for murder anyway.
Archie, let's go home.
Yeah, maybe you're right, Jug. We can start our outdoor life tomorrow. Uh-oh. We better hurry up before it rains.
Archie, I think our outdoor life starts right now.
Why?
Well, while you were catching old tires, our rowboat sort of drifted off. Sort of.
Can it be true? Can it really be true that this glorious love is ours? Tell me, darling. Tell me.
Archie! Oh, Archie!
You seem so restless, darling. So uncertain.
Archie!
Tell me, what is it you're seeking?
Me? Oh, I'm just looking for my... Oh, you weren't talking to me. I'm sorry. Excuse me.
You know, darling.
Archie.
Sometimes I feel
Archie. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking for my son.
Hey.
I'm sorry. I'm only looking for my son. Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Was that your foot? It's so dark in here. I can't...
Hey, what's going on here?
I'm looking for my son.
Where'd you lose him?
Well, he was right under the... No, I didn't lose him.
Cut out the noise or I'll have to throw you out.
Yes, no, yes, sir. I'm terribly sorry. I'll be very quiet.
Well, see that you do.
Yes, sir. I'll be quiet.
Darling, must you leave so soon?
No luck at all, Fred.
Mary, Houdini in his prime couldn't have disappeared more completely than that boy has.
Oh, but Fred, it's getting late. We'll lose our claim on the will.
Well, don't worry, dear. I'm going to take desperate action.
Well, what are you going to do?
I'm going right down to the local radio station and try to get them to broadcast a plea for Archie to come home.
Uh-huh.
And Mary, if that doesn't do it, nothing will.
Archie,
Yeah?
raining, isn't it?
Jughead. For gosh sake, kid, snap out of it.
But I just
Take
said...
it easy, old man.
I only said
I know
that.
how the jungle gets under your skin. I know how the sound of the tom-toms drives men mad. But Jughead, old man. Remember, England.
Remember it? I've never even been there.
Don't cast civilization aside, Jug. The rainy season will soon end. The tropical suns will shine again.
Archie, do you have malaria?
It's not easy. I know it's not easy. Spending all this time on this island, never seeing another white man, never.
What do I look like?
I mean someone from the outside world.
Well, you wanted peace and quiet.
Yeah, but this is going too far.
Well, we could turn on the radio.
Gee whiz, that's a good idea, Jug. Yeah, turn the radio on.
Okay.
Well, I'm sure glad you thought of that, Jug. That's just the thing to cheer us up. Yes, sir, a radio is sure a wonderful invention. No matter where you are, it brings entertainment and relaxation right to your side.
We interrupt our regular schedule to bring you a special broadcast. This afternoon, a boy by the name of Archie Andrews disappeared from this city.
And all the latest news. What? Gee whiz.
A complete search has failed to disclose his whereabouts.
Gee whiz, they're looking for me.
May we urge any listeners who know the whereabouts of Archie Andrews to communicate with this station. When last seen, he was wearing gray trousers, a green sweater, and a silly grin.
That's you, all right.
But gee whiz, I'm not missing. I'm right here, right
And now, in the event that the boy himself may be listening to a radio somewhere, we present his father, Fred Andrews, with a special stirring message to his son.
Thank you. If my dear boy is anywhere within the range of my voice, I would like to say this to him. Archie, if you know what's good for you, get home in a hurry.
Get home in a hurry, but how?
I don't care how you do it. If need be, call a taxi.
Oh, sure. Jug, see if there's a taxi out on the lake, huh?
But, I repeat, Archie, it is urgent you return home at once. I think you understand.
Thank you, Fred Andrews. We return now to...
Understand? I'll say I understand. There ought to be a law against radios on desert islands.
Well, Mary, we might as well face it. The inheritance is gone. And Archie will be home whenever he gets good and ready. Wherever he is.
Oh, dear. What a shame.
Yes, it is a shame. Money, riches, luxury. Who knows what we might have had? God. Oh, God. Oh, now what?
Andrews, we want to see you.
Hello, Lodge. Mr. Cooper, Mr. Jones. It was nice of you to drop in, but I'm in a little trouble, and
I'll say you're in trouble, Andrews. We just heard your broadcast.
Oh, did you? Well, I've been on the air before, you know, so actually I
Andrews,
didn't have any...
where is my daughter?
Your daughter? Why, she's probably... What? Your daughter?
Yes, and Jughead and Betty.
Oh, Jughead. Betty. Oh, now, look, how should I know? I have trouble enough finding Archie. I don't know where Jughead
Oh,
and
is
Betty...
that so, Andrews? Well, you listen to me. That boy of yours is a menace to this town.
Oh, yes, I
was a little worried about where those kids were, but since I heard your broadcast, I know Archie is at the bottom of all this.
Oh, no, just a minute. I mean, what can I do about...
And let me tell you this. If you don't get these kids back home quickly and safely, I'll have the law on you.
The law?
Yes, there is a law against kidnapping, you know.
No, wait. Look, Lodge, and the rest of you can take my word for it. Jug may be with Archie, but I'm positive they haven't even seen Betty and Veronica.
There's something moving out there.
Gee whiz.
Quick, get your gun.
Archie, I don't have a gun, and you know it.
Well, I can dream, can't I? Gee whiz, there it is again.
Archie, do something.
Don't worry, Jugger. I'll handle this. Just leave it to me. I'm not afraid. I'm not scared at all. It's probably just a squirrel anyway. Hello?
Hello?
See, I told you it was just a squirrel.
For a squirrel, that sure sounds like Veronica.
Well, all squirrels sound like... Huh? Veronica, is that you?
Is that you, Archie?
Veronica, for gosh sake, where did you come from?
Oh, we've been here for hours.
And Betty!
Gee whiz.
Oh, boy, am I glad to see you kids.
Oh, we're glad to see you too, Archie. Yes, it was awfully scared out there in the woods.
Well, don't you worry for a minute. Everything's okay now. Everything is fine.
It is?
Sure, Jug. Don't you realize we're rescued? You came over in a boat, didn't you, Veronica?
Yes, we did, but...
Well, then we can go home right now. Oh, boy, will I be glad to get...
Archie.
Yes, Veronica?
Archie, we have a boat.
Yes.
But we lost both our oars.
All right, Andrews, what are you going to do?
No, people, please. I'm sure we can settle all this peaceably.
Go ahead, Andrews. We're listening.
You're listening, yes. Well, now, all we have to do is,
Yes?
well, what we could do is we could, no, that wouldn't be so good, would it? Now, just a minute, Lodge. I'll have it in just a minute. What we should do is we should all organize, and we could all go out and, that wouldn't be so good either.
Andrews, in just 30 seconds, I'm going down to the police station.
Oh, no, the police... pardon me. Hello? What? The Row Your Boat Company? Now, look, no, I don't want any boats. What's that? He did. My son rented the boat. When? And he hasn't returned it. Well, look, yes, don't worry, I'll pay for it, but just tell me one thing. Did he say where he was going? Mister, that's all I wanted to know. I'll be right there.
Has anything happened to Archie?
Lodge, that I don't know, but I can say this. Something is certainly going to.
We better think of something, Archie.
Yeah, we can't stay here. My father's going to be awful angry.
Young man, that is an understatement if I ever heard one.
Gee whiz, Dad, is that you?
Gee whiz.
Well, what are you doing here?
Archie, before you go any further, I want to tell you that I intend asking all the questions. I thought of some nice ones while I rowed across here in the rain.
But, Dad, we were just coming home in Veronica's boat and...
Veronica? Oh, Veronica and Betty here?
Oh, yes, Mr. Andrews, we're here.
Archie, I'm going to have something... Who was that?
Hello there.
Gee whiz, more company.
For a deserted island, this sure resembles Grand Central Station.
Do you people know you're trespassing?
Oh, Mr. Beagle, is that you?
Andrews, well, I see you made it.
Made what?
Don't you know?
Now, Beagle, this is no time for riddles.
You mean to say you don't know that this island is the property of the late Ezekiel Andrews?
What? You mean we're on Uncle Zeke's property?
You certainly are.
Oh, my gosh. Mr. Beagle, what time is it?
9:59, Mr. Andrews. In just 1 minute, all this property will belong to the Australian Foundation.
Oh, no, it won't, Beagle. Oh, this is my son, Archie.
Hello.
And since he's one of the eligible claimants, he claims this island as his property. Don't you, Archie?
Dad, if I never see this island again,
Archie,
it'll be...
for gosh sake, say yes. We haven't got time now.
Yes, I claim this island.
There.
Well, Andrews, I mean this is a little irregular.
Oh, no, the will says the claimants must appear on the estate before 10 o'clock and make their claim in person. And, we did, didn't we?
Well, yes, I guess you did.
Yeah.
All right, Andrews, you now own Green Island as your share of your uncle's will.
Green Island, yes, sir. Well, it's not what I had in mind, but it's better than nothing. Make a wonderful summer place, for one thing. Yes, sir, fine summer place. Eh, Archie?
Then you're not angry, Dad?
Angry, son? Why? What is there to be angry about? By the way, Mr. Beagle.
Yes?
Just how did you get over here anyway? I thought I took the last boat at the dock.
Boat? Boat? What? Why, don't be silly, Andrews. I walked across the bridge on the other side of the island.
What's that? What's that? What's that? What's that?
Fred, I said wake up, dear. Wake up. You've been asleep for 2 hours.
Yeah? No, sleeping? Oh. You mean that it was all oh.
Yes, dear, you had a wonderful nap.
Oh, Mary. The next time I fall asleep and take a wonderful nap, will you do me a favor?
Yes?
Wake me up.
You've been listening to another chapter of The Adventures of Archie Andrews, written by Carl Jampel and based on the copyrighted feature appearing in Archie Comics magazine. Archie is played by Bob Hastings, Jughead by Harlan Stone. Others in the cast include Alice Uhrman, Ian Martin, Gloria Mann, and Rosemary Rice. Felix McGuire at the organ. Production was under the direction of Charles Urquhart. And now back to Archie.
You know, Dad, it was a peculiar coincidence you are dreaming about Uncle Zeke this afternoon.
Oh, was it?
Well, yeah, we just got a letter from Uncle Zeke today.
Oh, really? What does he say?
Oh, just that he's broke again and wants you to send him $10.
Listen next week for more of the merry adventures of Archie Andrews. If you'd like to see our show, just write to Archie Andrews, NBC Radio City 20, New York City. Let me give you that address again. Write to Archie Andrews, NBC Radio City 20, New York City. Or if you live nearby and are in the neighborhood some Saturday morning, you may obtain tickets right at the studio. Just ask to see Archie Andrews. And now this is Bob Sherry wishing you a very pleasant weekend. So long! This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
It's Duffys Tavern, brought to you transcribed by the National Broadcasting Company. With Charlie Cantor as Finnegan, Hazel Sherman as Miss Duffy, Pat Bichon at the piano, our guest, Deems Taylor, and starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner.
Come on, it's good.
Quiet, everybody. Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where do you eat meat to eat? Archie, the manager, speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. I guess who's coming down tonight? The man who made musical criticism a household word. No, not President Truman. That was no household word. No, it's Deems Taylor. Deems, like in Deems, Dem, and Does. You never heard of him. But Duffys is an institution. Deems is to American music what au gratin is to cheese. Look, Duffy, remember when we used to turn on the radio and listen to them dull concerts, Well, he's the guy that used to liven them up with that dull talk. That's the guy, yeah, from the Philharmonica. It was his job to kind of blab about what was going on the stage, sort of a combination stool pigeon and peeping Tom. Huh? Oh, yes, very distinguished, austere and dignified, and aristocratic, bald-headed. Kid, bald as a bat. He's the only actor on television that can get away with showing more flesh than Dagmar. Well, he's coming down tonight to listen to an opera I have wrote for television. Look, Duffy, a crude, vulgar sound like that don't make you no Deems Taylor. So many people don't seem to like television. Well, let's see here. I better check this opera to see if I made any mistakes. Let's see. Act 1. The curtain rises.
That's your first mistake.
Quiet, Fats. As the opera opens, the Duke has lost his entire fortune. As he comes home from his mother's funeral, he learns that his son has been run over by a beer truck. So, racked with fever and malaria, he walks into his house, and he finds his wife in the arms of his best friend. So, turning to the audience, he stabs himself with his dagger as he sings, "Oh, what a beautiful morning." Well, that part's okay. I just wonder what I should call this opera. What would be a good title for an opera, Fats?
Longren?
Yeah, that sounds a little corny.
How about Pagliacci?
No, it don't sound like it'd be a name that'd catch on.
How about Figaro?
Don't be silly, that's a fertilizer.
Well, we're getting close.
What do you mean? You don't mind when I want lousy criticism, I'll ask Deems Taylor first.
Who's Deems Taylor?
Who is Deems Taylor? He only happens to be such a big name in the music world, he has his own key to the washroom at the Met. That's one guy that knows everything there is to know about music.
Yeah? Then why ain't he got his own band?
Well, Fats, he's a critic. The guy ain't got no talent himself, he's just an authority. He tells other people what's wrong with them, He can take any opera, say like Tannenbaum, He can tell you exactly how many notes there is on page 16.
Suppose nobody asks him.
Deems is the type of man who will tell them anyway. Yep, he can even tell you anything you want to know about any composer, living or dead.
Lord.
Oh, hello, Finnegan.
Hey, what's that you're writing?
I'm knocking out an opera.
Oh. Say, Arch, could you use a good soprano?
Who's the soprano?
Me.
Finnegan, in order to be a soprano, you got to be a dame.
Oh, then it wouldn't be worth it.
You a singer.
What's the matter, singer? I've been studying. You want to hear me sing up the scale?
Perish forbid.
Oh, listen.
That was up the scale. Now, leave me hear you sing down the scale. Well, his voice ain't bad, but he's got a horrible sense of direction.
Well, Arch, you can't have everything.
Look, who learned you to sing like that anyhow, Miss Duffy?
No, it wasn't Miss Duffy. I learned it from listening to the birds.
To the birds?
Exactly. Birds can sing better than anybody.
Birds can sing. What are you talking? People can sing rings around birds anytime.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah. Take Lily Pond. She can hit an F above a high C.
While balancing herself on a telephone wire?
Well...
Or scratching herself behind the ear with her left leg?
Okay, Finnegan, you made your point. Nothing, the hard way. But now leave me get back to my opera. Now let me see.
Hello, Archie.
Oh, hello, Miss Duffy. Don't bother me here for a minute. I'm busy now. As the curtain goes up, revealing the second cadenza, our hero enters.
You know, Archie, everything you write always has a stamp of your personality on it.
Yeah?
Your work is always so... what's the word?
Individual?
No.
Unique?
No.
Imaginative?
No.
I'm afraid your vocabulary is lousy.
That's the word. Lousy. Now, if you ask me...
I ain't asking you. What do women know about composing music anyhow?
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Could I take part in this conversation?
All right, Finnegan. What do you want to say?
Oh, yeah?
Well, that throws a different light on it. Miss Duffy, I defy you if you can name me one great woman composer who was a member of the female sex.
A great woman composer? Joan Sebastian Bach.
Well, her, yeah, but... But that's just one. Let me see you name another.
Paderewski.
Paderewski was a guy.
I am referring to his mother. She was a woman.
What's that got to do with it?
Who do you think beat him so he'd learn to play the piano?
Oh, why do I waste me time?
Archie, you seem to forget that I have a musical background.
Only when you're standing in front of a jukebox. Where did you get a musical background?
From my grandfather.
Your grandfather?
Yeah, he was a musician.
A musician? He was an organ grinder on a hurdy-gurdy. Some musician.
Just a minute. In Daniel Webster's dictionary, a musician is defined as one who produces music, right?
So?
What do you think came out of that hurdy-gurdy? Chopped liver?
Okay, so your grandfather was another McRananoff.
He was better. I'd like to see how good McRananoff could play with a cop chasing him down the street.
Or sitting on a telephone wire scratching his hair with his left leg. So this is what you call a musical background, huh?
How about Papa?
What about him?
He's always singing.
Your old man always sings?
Certainly. Every time he's in the bathtub.
And he'd be much better off if he sang oftener.
Oh, yeah? Have you ever heard him sing Sweet Adeline?
Only once, a duet with a lamppost. The lamppost sounded better. Now, beat it, Miss Duffy. I gotta get back in my creative mood. Oh, Fats.
Yeah.
Fats, play me some opera to put me in a mood, huh?
Sorry, boss. I only know the popular stuff.
Oh, then. Okay, then play some popular stuff. It may please the peasants.
Just picture a penthouse way up in the sky with hinges on chimneys for clouds to roll by. A sweet slice of heaven for just you and I. When we alone, from out of society we'll stay aloof. Live in propriety there on our roof. Two heavenly hermits we will be in truth. When we alone, we live life's mad pattern as we view old Manhattan. We can thank our lucky stars that we live in as we are. In our little penthouse we'll always contrive to keep love and romance forever alive in view of the Hudson just over the drive. When we alone, life's mad pattern as we view old Manhattan. We can thank our lucky stars that we live in as we are. In our little penthouse we'll always contrive to keep love and romance forever alive in view of the Hudson just over the drive. When we alone.
Attaboy, Fats, but I gotta finish this opera now before Deems gets here. Let's see. As the curtain goes up, the Duke has stabbed everybody on the stage. So, not wishing to go out into the audience, he now stabs himself. As he gasps for breath, he pulls up his sleeve, and there, to his surprise, he finds a birthmark. It is a Salisbury strawberry. "Egad gad," he yells. "I am my own half-brother."
Well, Mr. Archie.
Yeah, Fats?
You want to taste this soup to see if it's all right?
Okay. Tastes all right.
I don't know what it is, but I'll tell you one thing, Archie.
What?
You are sipping it in E flat.
Deems Taylor! Well, Deems, glad to see you back at the tavern again. How does the whole place look to you?
Well, now I know how Orpheus felt in Hades.
This I ain't acquainted with. Have you any other observations?
Well, I must compliment you on one thing, Archie.
What's that?
The way you've arranged the customers in such neat piles.
I suppose you're used to the Metropolitan where they sleep sitting up. But don't underestimate this place, Deems. You know something?
What?
Irving Berlin himself sat at this very table, and he himself wrote that music right there on that tablecloth.
Oh, that's what it is on that tablecloth. Let me
Yeah.
see. Very interesting. Ouch!
What happened?
One of the half notes just jumped off the table and bit my hand.
Guess it was just professional jealousy.
Well, this has all been very delightful. Now I think I'll go.
Go! But you just got here.
Can you think of a better time?
But we ain't even chit-chatted, Deems. Tell me, what you been doing? You been working on FM?
FM?
Yeah, television. You should be great on it, huh?
Well, to be frank, I am rather photogenic.
Well, everybody's scared at first. I understand that even when Milton Brill started, his hair stood right on... You wouldn't have to worry about that.
Archie, please, I'm I'm a little sensitive about my departed pompadour.
Oh, sorry.
It's a rather sad chapter in my life.
You're sensitive, huh? Well, then leave us not talk about it.
Thank you.
Not at all. Not at all. We'll talk about something else.
Yes.
Tell me, how'd you get so baldy, Dames?
Well, I gave my hair to my profession.
You gave your hair to your profession?
Yes, I was attending a rehearsal of an Indian opera. Naturally, I fell asleep, and when I woke up, I was scalped.
Well, you can't say the Indian wasn't thorough. But I am being a thoughtless mine host. How about a bite to eat, Deems? Fats, take Mr. Taylor's order, huh?
What have you, Fats?
Well, would you like the 30-cent dinner or the 50-cent dinner?
What's the difference?
With the 50-cent dinner, you get a fly swatter.
Give me the 50-cent dinner. I need the exercise.
Hey, Arch.
What is it, Finnegan?
Who's the guy with the crew haircut?
Please. The crew bailed out. Finnegan, come here. This happens to be Deems Taylor, and he's very sensitive about his lack of no hair, see? So remember, don't mention hair when you're talking to him.
Oh, not a word, Arch. Leave it to me. Well, Deems Taylor, as I live and breathe.
Why, you do, don't you? and simultaneously, too.
Hey, Arch, is it okay to talk to the guy?
Yeah, only remember what I told you.
I got you. A nice day today, ain't it?
Certainly is.
My, but you're looking well.
Why, thank you.
Tell me, who does your scalp? What's the matter? Did I let it slip?
Talk to the guy about something else. Talk about music.
Oh, okay, music. Say, Mr. Taylor, why do I always get you confused with Spike Jones?
Because you're a jerk.
Oh, that's it. I couldn't quite put my finger on it.
Now, Archie, you're much too intolerant. Yeah? Finnegan has to be treated with understanding and patience. Finnegan, my friend.
Yeah?
Spike Jones is an exponent of jazz and musical burlesque.
Oh.
While I, on the other hand, am what they call a long hair.
What'd you do, leave it home?
Archie, what was that word you used a moment ago?
Jerk.
Thank you. Finnegan, you're a jerk. Beat it.
What, James?
Why, say, Archie, this is a surprise. I knew you had a piano here, but I didn't know it was a baby grand.
I beg your pardon.
James, this is Miss Duffy.
Oh.
The piano's the one over there with the shapely legs.
So you're Deems Taylor, the well-known critic.
That's right.
So what have you got to be so critical about?
Miss Duffy, that's his job. The guy criticizes music.
Do you hate music?
No, I love it.
Then why criticize it?
Well,
why don't you criticize architecture?
Really, I haven't the slightest interest in architecture.
That's right. Throw Katrinka Yarbutz's mother out of work.
Katrinka Yarbutz's mother?
She's a steeplejack.
How did Katrinka Yarbutz get into this?
Oh, I suppose she's not welcome just because she's from Lithuania.
Miss Duffy, look, I'm only trying to tell you that my field is music.
So what's wrong with the music from Lithuania?
Miss Duffy, please, let's drop the subject and go on to something, shall I say, more important.
Well, I know what you mean, but frankly, you're much too old for me. In fact, you remind me of my father.
Well, that makes us even. You remind me of my father.
Look, Miss Duffy, you have just been exited. Now, look, Deems, I got a little surprise for you.
Another?
Yep. Yeah, I guess a lot of morons come to you with operas they have written, huh?
Oh, that's right. Where's yours?
Right here, and it's the first opera ever wrote for television. It's years ahead of its time.
I can wait.
But I can't, so why don't you take it over in the corner and read it, just quiet-like.
Couldn't I scream just once?
Well, if the mood seizes you.
Let me look at this. You say you wrote this opera for television?
Mm-hmm.
What are you trying to do? Bring back radio? Say, Archie.
Yeah, Deems.
It says here on the opera, written by Archini. Is that you?
Good. I figured Archie was too plain for opera, so I decided to adopt a musical name, a metronome. Well, tell me, Deems, did you look over the opera?
Yes.
What do you think of it?
Well, considering the fact that you never went to school, it's horrible.
Look, Deems, you're just looking at the raw music. It'll sound better when you hear yourself singing it.
I would rather drop dead.
Not until the second act. Well, what do you say? Will you sing it, yes or no?
No.
No, huh? Deems, I got 23 more bald-headed jokes.
You have?
Yeah.
Toreador.
Attaboy, Deems. Glad to have you in the cast. Now, here, Finnegan, Miss Duffy, here's your parts. Fats, you're the orchestra. Overture, please. Thank you. Ladies and gents, I am honored to present a new opera wrote by my esteemed self. This opera tells the story of an ancient and royal Italian family named the Pastos and their enemies, the Antipastos. The part of Prince Cacciatore Pasto will be sung by Mr. Deems Taylor, our eminent contemporary and mezzo barracuda. Thank you. Now, the part of his sweetheart, Princess Vermicelli Antipasto, will be sung by the well-known lyric falsetto and popular cashier and girl after men about town, Miss Duffy. Thank you. And now the house lights dim and the curtain rises on the first libretto.
Oh, Cacciatore, how can I live without you?
Oh, Vermicelli, I'm so mad about you.
Oh, Moon.
Oh, Joan.
Good gad.
Boy, is this bad.
Please, Mr. Taylor. Tonight, you are not a critic. You are merely a broken-down opera singer.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Granted.
Oh, what a tragedy.
This you are telling me.
Dear, shall we laugh or cry?
You laugh and I will cry.
Ha, 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 ho, ho.
Boo, ho, 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 ho.
Ha, ha, ha.
Ho, ho, ho.
Some tragedy.
Archie.
Yeah?
This music.
Yes?
It's La Donna Immobile.
Thanks, and it gets even better. Continue, orchestra.
Oh, princess. Oh, princess. A man cometh through the forest.
It's my trusty servant, an old family container.
Oh, princess, whither art thou?
I wither here. Whither art thou? What hies you hence?
I come tiding sad bearings, tiding bad tidings. I got news for you. Princess, your old man, the Baron Gorgonzola Antipasto, approaches forthwith. He has found out that you are in love with the son of a mortal enemy.
Oh, quickly, Cacciatore, we must flee. Flee, 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 flee. Some tragedy.
It is too late to flee, my love. Here is your father now. Well, where is our old man?
Finnegan, you're the father, too.
Oh, yeah, baby. Oh, hello, my daughter. What are you doing with the son of the man I hate? Prince Cacciatore, whither is your father?
I with her right here, Antipasto. Wouldst make order of it?
Now, please, no scenes, Pop.
Pasto, I hate you.
And I hate you.
Oh, I hate you.
And I hate you.
I hate you more than you hate me.
Oh, no, you don't.
Oh, yes, I do.
We hate each other with a love
that's
true. Antipasto.
Yes, Pasto.
Didst thou bring thou swords?
I didst.
Wouldst fight?
Wouldst.
Then, sir, on guards.
Ooh!
Stop them, Cacciatore, before they sunder each other from limb to limb.
I cannot, Vermicelli, lest they will sunder me.
Then I will stop them, though it costs me my blood life.
Gazooks! The princess has run betwixt them. She has just been stabbed on stage left. Okay, Miss Duffy. There's your cue. Drop dead.
Oh. Eek!
Tis the death rattle. I fear I have stabbed your daughter to the quick.
No, Pasto. Thee have stabbed thine own daughter.
What? Yea, verily?
Yea.
What dire loud doest thou sayest, thou man?
'Tis the truth I speak, Pasto. I am the old nurse, and when the prince and princess were mere babes in arms, I got 'em all mixed up one day.
Thou mixest them up?
Yeah, I mixed them up. I got 'em all mixed up. I couldn't tell 'em apart. I got 'em all mixed up. I mixed them up.
They mixed us up. Then, Vermicelli, I am you.
Yes, Cacciatore, and I am you.
And he is she.
And she is he.
And T for two and two for two.
Please! Stop it. Don't massacrate this noble music. Now go ahead, Miss Duffy. Will you please resume dying?
Oh, Cacciatore, I am dying. My tide is ebbing fast away.
Oh, Princess, per favore, do not leave me.
I'm sorry, my prince, but the time has come when I must die.
Tell us why.
For Gabriel blows his horn at I.
Please don't die.
Oh, princess, don't leave me like this.
Oh, no, you can't just die and leave the prince like this.
I've got to go.
Oh, no.
Yes, I must go.
Oh, no.
Yes, I must go.
Oh, no.
Yes, I must go.
Oh, no. Then she is not the only one. There goes Deems.
He's had all he can stand, it seems.
Come back, Deems.
No, Archie, I must leave, methinks. But first I'd like to say that this here opera... Deems!
Listen again next week, friends, to Duffy's Tavern, transcribed by NBC.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, McGee, and Molly. makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coats present Marion and Jim Jordan as Fibber, McGee, and Molly, with Jimmy Shields, Bill Thompson, Harlow Wilcox, gee, thanks, and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with Goody Goodbye. On wax, you save your floors. You've heard me say this many times, but I wonder if you've really stopped to think about it, about the unique service that genuine Johnson's Wax performs in your home. As a matter of fact, there just isn't any other product that can do what wax does for your floors, protect them and beautify them at the same time. The tough shield of Johnson's Wax is invisible, transparent, and yet it protects and guards the floor surface against scuffing feet, scratches, and dirt. This same shield of genuine Johnson's Wax adds rich, mellow beauty to your floors. Beauty that actually increases with every application. And of course, Johnson's Wax is also a work saver. It does away with tiresome floor scrubbing. And Johnson Wax floors are the easiest of all floors to keep clean. And besides floors, there are 100 other labor-saving uses for Johnson's Wax. Furniture, woodwork, windowsills, leather goods. You'll find these extra uses listed right on the Johnson Wax package, paste or liquid. Did you ever take a tour through a modern broadcasting studio? It's a wonderful experience, and here's your chance to do it. At the Wistful Vista Broadcasting Company studio, where the guide is about to conduct a regular half-hour tour. And here, among the milling sightseers, we find Fibber, McGee, and Molly.
Oh, come on, Molly, let's go home. I'm getting tired waiting around here.
No, sir. I've wanted to take one of these studio tours for a long time, dearie. They say it's very educational.
Okay. After all, radio's been butting into our home for 20 years. It's about time we returned the call.
All right, folks, please form a line and follow me. I'll explain things to you as we go along. Follow me, please.
What's all this machinery in here, Bud? Is this where they wind Winchell up every Sunday night?
McGee, don't be so fresh.
Oh, well,
This, ladies and gentlemen, is our sound effects department. This room contains every possible sound effect.
Pardon me, please, Mr. Guide. There's one sound effect I've often wondered about.
Yes, madam?
For instance, on that Johnson Wax program, my stars, how do they get the effect of all those people laughing at Fibber McGee's jokes?
Madam, there are still some things about radio that baffle the experts. Now, do you all see this large rubber ball?
What do you use that for, Bud? Sound effect of a bouncing baby?
I wasn't talking. Quiet.
This rubber ball, ladies and gentlemen, is used, surprisingly enough, for the effect of an explosion.
Well, can you imagine that, please?
It is made of very thin rubber and filled with small pebbles. When shaken and held up to the microphone, it produces a loud explosive sound. Let me show you. Now, let us continue the tour, please. And this is our Studio J. It has an audience seating capacity of 350. This way, please. Studio K. It seats 325. Studio L seats 300.
Hey, you're out of step, Bud.
That's you, dearie.
Studio M seats 350. And this, ladies and gentlemen, completes the tour. Are there any questions?
Yeah, I got a question, Bud.
Yes, sir. What is it, sir?
How do they get all them little pebbles into that rubber ball? Folks, Jimmy Shields sings Stardust.
Sometimes I wonder why I spend the lonely night dreaming of a song. The melody haunts my reverie, and I am once again with you when our love was new, and each kiss an inspiration. But that was long ago. Now my consolation is in the stardust of a song beside a garden wall. When stars are bright, you are in my arms. The nightingale tells this fairy tale of paradise where roses grew. So I dream in vain. Always in my heart it will remain. My stardust melody, the memory of love's refrain. My stardust melody, the memory of love's
Well, what'd you think of the studio tour, Molly?
Oh, wonderful. But do you think they have a sound effect for falling arches? My feet are killing me.
Yeah, mine too. Wonder why they don't let the tourists ride around on them kilocycles they're always bragging about. Here, sit down on this bench here a while, Molly.
Ah, heavenly day. If that guide had showed us only 42 more studios, I'd have gone back for that rubber ball and blown the place up.
Yeah, me too.
Well, hello there, Johnny. Hello, daughter. What you doing?
Resting. We were just taking a studio tour.
Hey?
We were kind of disappointed on not seeing any radio stars, though, old-timer. Molly thought if she could only make a grab at Jack Benny's ostrich, it would be quite a feather in her hat.
That's pretty awful, Johnny. That ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller says to t'other feller, "Say," he says, "I see where Mae West just finished making another movie." "Yep," says t'other feller, "I sure want to see that. She's number one on my hips parade." Well, I gotta skip along. My boy Rance wants to borrow $50 to finish up a secretarial course. Must be learning the touch system. Come on, kid.
Imagine that old twerp. He's just a feeble old squirt from the Fountain of Youth.
Ah, well, come on. Let's go home.
Okay, hon.
I'll be so tired in the morning I'll have to do the dishes in bed. Oh, McGee, look. There's Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, hi, Gildy, old man.
Hello.
Oh, what's wrong, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Why, cheer up, Rocky, old rutabaga. You still got plenty of time to do your Christmas shopping.
Stop it, McGee, please. I'm in no mood for that sort of thing.
Okay, I'll quit.
Oh, I'm in a terrible mess, McGee. Terrible.
Well, if this was 15 years ago, I'd think your home brew had exploded. What is it, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Now, look, Gildersleeve. Personally, I don't know why I should want to help you. You hate my And I don't like yours either. But I'll help you if I can,
McGee, you're so full of balloon juice you ought to travel around with a ground crew.
So?
But I've simply got to talk to somebody.
My, it's nice to have you boys on such friendly terms again. What's the trouble, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, as you know, I am the manufacturer of Gildersleeve's girlish girdles.
Yes?
Now, here's what happened.
Yeah?
I decided to go on the radio with my advertising, so I contracted for a half hour on the air.
Oh, how marvelous.
Oh, that's quite a contraction, Rocky. What kind of show you got?
I haven't got a show.
What?
That's what's the trouble. In exactly 20 minutes, Gildersleeve's girlish girdles go on the air, and I haven't any program.
Oh.
And all because the union won't let my wife sing.
Gildersleeve, there must be a power watching over you to meet me at a time like this.
What you mean, McGee?
Well, now that you've laid an egg, I'm going to save your bacon. I've got a great idea for a radio program, brand new.
But what do you know about radio broadcasting, McGee?
Who, me? Why, shucks, Gildersleeve. I've been interested in radio ever since I was knob-high to a door slam. Why, even as a little tyke, I studied broadcasting because I simply loved to work at a microphone. For the love of Mike McGee, I was known as in India. For the love of Mike McGee, the mastermind who made Marconi's mysterious megacycle machine a modern miracle of music, merriment and melodrama for miscellaneous multitudes, monarch of melody whose melancholy murmuring of Mother McCree and McCushla melted the mascara on milkmaids in Milwaukee, mermaids in the Mediterranean, and miladies' maids in Manhattan, and mercy me, the magic manipulator of the mandolin, memorizing a massive melodic manuscript from the mountain music for old Matilda to let me solve your problem, Gildy.
Well, McGee, if you really have something...
I have.
I assure you, you won't lose by it. Let's step in this office here and talk it over, eh?
Right here? Okay, Rocky. Oh, are we intruding?
No, I was just dictating. Have a chair. I'll be with you in a minute. Ready, Miss Green?
Yes, Mr. Wilcox.
And Johnson's Glow Coat will not only make your housework much easier, but it beautifies and protects your linoleum, and brings out the original color and charm of the pattern, period paragraph. Just a few more lines, folks.
Certainly. Go right ahead.
What do you mean, go right ahead? You got no more chance of stopping that guy, than I have of getting the Nobel Prize for tea tasting, exclamation.
All right, Miss Green. To apply Johnson's Glow Coat, just pour a few drops on the linoleum, spread it around, it needs no rubbing or buffing, and in 20 minutes your floor is not only lovely to look at, but sealed against dirt and dampness, period. Make 4 copies of that, Miss Green. Well, hello there, Molly.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Harlow.
Hello, Fibber.
Goodbye, Mr. Wilcox.
Goodbye, Molly.
So long, Harlow.
So long, Fibber. Come on, Miss Green.
So long, Harlow. Well, McGee, to business. I haven't much time left. What is this great radio idea?
Look, Gildersleeve, here it is. My thought is to make your studio audience part of the program. You get it? That's simple, ain't it?
Why, that's wonderful, McGee.
Well, it sounds very interesting.
Sure.
A little unorthodox, though, isn't it?
Unorthodox? Why, it's revolutionary. Now, get this. My idea is to ask the people to step up out of the audience and have somebody ask them questions.
Heavenly day.
Sure.
Well, it's a terrific gamble, McGee. By George, never let it be said that Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve was afraid to be a pioneer.
Good for you, Throcky. And if the idea works out all right, I get the job of putting it on, eh?
Yes. But come on, hurry up, McGee.
Okay.
And if this isn't successful...
Huh?
Oh, what a come down for Gildersleeve's girdles.
Thank you, Billy Mills. And folks, welcome to the Gildersleeve Girdle Quiz. Wow. Tonight sees the introduction to radio of a sensational new idea. We're going to make you, the audience, a regular part of the show. Won't that be ducky? But first, let me introduce our mistress of ceremonies, Molly McGee.
How do you do, I'm sure.
Notice her graceful bow, folks? That was made possible by the comfort and flexibility of a Gildersleeve...
McGee!
Oh, yeah. Well, to get on with the program, folks, we're going to ask different members of the audience to step up on the stage and draw questions out of a hat. Them answering the question correct gets either a $5 bill or an order on the Bonton department store for a Gildersleeve girdle. Now, don't be shy. Nobody's going to be embarrassed.
Except you.
Huh? Except me. No, what do you... Oh. Will somebody volunteer from the audience?
Wait a minute. Now, let me through there. Let me through.
Well, now, here's the first contestant, McGee. Will you please draw a slip out of the hat, sir?
Yeah, okay.
And here's the first question. And I might say it's a tough one. Name the place and date of the birth of Milton J. Prentwhistle, the famous wallpaper designer.
January 12th, 1901 at 4:13 a.m. in East Cupcake, Ohio.
Oh.
That is absolutely correct. And for answering that difficult question, here is a crisp new $5 bill. Thank you for coming up, Mr.
Prentwhistle, Milton J. Prentwhistle.
Well, now, here's the next volunteer, McGee. Step right up to the microphone, Matt. No, that's me husband. This is the microphone.
Now then, sis, your name, please.
Mrs. Patricia Goldfarb, 1617 and a half, Finkerland Apartment Hotel. And girdle size 38.
Well, thank you, Mrs. Goldfarb. Draw a question out of the hat now, please.
That's it, sis. And here is your question. Can you identify the theme song of a well-known radio program of which the band will play a few bars of? All right, Mr. Mills. Oh, come, Mrs. Goldfarb. Whose theme song is that? I might tell you it was Fred Allen, but I'd be an awful fibber if I did. Come on, sis, don't you catch on to it?
Don't rush me, please.
Now tell us, what is your favorite radio program on Tuesday night, Mrs. Goldfarb?
I haven't got one.
Oh, you haven't got a favorite program?
No, I haven't got a radio.
Oh.
I guess I'm giving up.
Oh, that's too bad. Students! Oh, come on, folks. Whose theme song is it?
Da-dee-da-da-da.
Ah, I see we have another volunteer from the audience.
Here you are, chowder head, at your service.
Oh, thank you, sir. Your name, please?
Horatio K. Boomer, care of Joe's Tavern. While you're there, see what the boys in the back room will have that I haven't got.
Now, your occupation, Mr. Boomer?
Broker. Much, in fact.
Thank you, Mr. Boomer. Will you please draw a question? That's it. Now, your question is, where is the Taj Mahal?
Taj Mahal?
Yep.
Don't accuse me till I take a look. Taj Mahal, Taj Mahal. Now, where do I put that Taj Mahal? Have it right here someplace. Let me see now. Here's a small straitjacket to keep me from biting my nails. Drinking glass made from Confederate money. Ah, yes, the original Dick has a cork leg in case I have to float alone.
Oh.
Set of marked beans for unscrupulous bingo players. Aha, what's this? Oh, yes, a wig I took from a man named Peters. Going to give it to my brother, Paul. Seems like I had to rob Peter to pay Paul. Yes, and a check for a short beer. Well, imagine that. No Taj Mahal.
Well, sorry, Mr. Boomer. No $5 for you.
Ah, well, it's a smart shark that never flashes a fin. Good evening, my dear. Good night, Asket Biscuit.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, for an interesting variation of this sensational new radio feature, which we call The Bag of Gold.
We have on this table the telephone books of every city in the United States with more than 2 pages of Joneses. We spin the magic wheel and call the phone number indicated.
If the person is at home when the call comes in, he receives the bag of gold. If he ain't at home, he gets left holding the bag. Spin it, boy. What number in what town, Mrs. McGee?
Dillingham, 415 in Button Hook, Tennessee. And here's the telephone, Professor.
Thank you. Hello, operator. Give me long distance. Hello. This is the Bag of Gold, calling Button Hook, Tennessee, Dillingham, 415. Hello? Hello? Is this Button Hook, Tennessee? Oh, is that you, Myrt?
Oh.
How's everything, Myrt?
McGee, stop that. There's no time for that now.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry, Myrt. There's some mistake. We'll have to go on with that. We'll have to go on now. We'll try it again next week. Now, who's next from the audience?
This lady right here.
What is your name, please, madam?
Well, really, Miss McGee, that seems a peculiar kind of question.
Come on, Uppy, come on. Cooperate. Your name, please?
Mrs. Abigail Fotheringill Uppington of 97 Wistful Vista.
Oh.
Well, now, will you please draw a question from the hat, please, madam? Thank you.
And your question is? This is an old one, Uppy. Even you ought to know this one. How do you get down off an elephant?
I beg your pardon? How does one get down off an elephant? That's right, an elephant.
Yeah, you know, an elephant. A big gray animal with ivory tusks. And a Dewey for President badge in his lapel.
Oh, that. Oh, well, now. Oh, but really, I've had very little experience in either mounting or dismounting from a pachyderm. Now, the word is elephant, and how do you get down off of it? Well, in the first place, my dear, I consider the question very clumsily worded. It should say, how does one descend from an elephant? When you say get down, one immediately thinks of down as procured from the back of a fowl, such as a chicken or a duck. Oh, I have it! Oh, one does not get down off of an elephant. One gets down off a duck. My. Oh, really, now, that was quite clever of me, wasn't it?
You betcha, Uppy. And here's an order on the Bonton department store for a genuine Gildersleeve girlish girdle.
Oh.
So girlish is stretching it a bit. Well, folks, I see the hands of the old clock on the wall indicate we only got time for one more contestant. One more volunteer, please. Your name, please?
My name is Socrates W. Maxim. Socrates W. Maxim. Just call me Sock.
And where do you live, sir?
Well, I have my residence. My home is located. I have my residence. I live in Punxsutawney. Next week, I am moving to Ames, Iowa.
Now, if you'll draw a question, please. Thank you.
Oh, and the question is, how would you say Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers in pig Latin?
If I ain't mistaken, Bud, you're going to earn this $5 the hard way. Well, come on now. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers in pig Latin.
Peter pay, Iper pay. Peter pay, Iper pay. Oh, it ain't worth it.
Folks, you have just heard the most sensational radio program ever produced in this country. Originated by Fibber McGee and thrown to you by the Gildersleeve Girdle Company.
And folks, remember our slogan. In country, town, or busy city, our girdles keep you sitting pretty.
Oh, boy.
Oh, my, that was wonderful, McGee. I'm so proud of you.
Oh, Shucks, you were just as good as I was, Molly.
You think so?
Boy, will old Gildersleeve be tickled about this.
Well, I'm pretty happy about it myself. Say, how did you ever think of it? You're so clever, dear.
Oh, shucks, it was nothing that any red-blooded, clean-living American boy wouldn't have thought of.
Oh, look here, McGee. I want a word with you.
I'll bet you do, Gildersleeve. Wasn't that the most terrific...
I've been bamboozled.
Huh?
I've been misled.
What?
I've been had.
Oh, well... What do you mean, Mr. Gildersleeve?
This program of yours is out. You're through.
Why, Gildy?
McGee, I've been talking to people around here.
Yeah, what they say, Gildy? What
This
they say?
idea has been done before.
Oh, sure.
Fibber and Molly will be back in just a moment. But first, let me ask, how's your kitchen floor these days? Is it bright and cheerful, or are the colors faded and gloomy? Do you have trouble keeping it clean? Are you a floor scrubber? It's my ambition to keep right on telling the wonderful story of Johnson's self-polishing glow coat until every kitchen floor in America is sparkling with glow-coated beauty. And every one of my listeners enjoys the extra time and leisure that glow coat gives them. This modern floor polish becomes more popular every day because it fills such a need. It keeps linoleum floors fresh and beautiful, protects them and makes them last longer, and saves hours of cleaning time. Glow Coat takes practically no work, no rubbing, and no buffing. You simply apply, and in 20 minutes your floor has dried with a beautiful protective polish that's so easy to keep clean. You can use Glow Coat on your varnished or painted wood floors, too. Ask your dealer tomorrow for a can of Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. Spelled GLO-COAT.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we say goodnight, may we take this opportunity to urge you all to support, to the best of your ability, the campaign against infantile paralysis.
Yes, folks, send your dimes marching to Washington today, and as much more as you can afford. Remember, what looks like small change to you may bring about a big change in the life of some crippled child. Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, Racine, Wisconsin, inviting you all to join us again next Tuesday night at this same time. Good night. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is window. W-I-N-D-O-W.
Really?
You bet your life! Elgin American, creator of America's most beautiful compact, smartest cigarette cases, magic action lighters, finest dresser sets, presents Groucho Marx in the Elgin American show, You Bet Your Life, a comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here's that sterling Elgin American, the one, the only...
Nice fella, known him for years. Hey, that's me, Groucho Marx. Thank you. Well, here I am again with $1,000 for one of our couples. George Fenneman, who gets first whack at it?
Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a bachelor and a spinster, and here they are. Mr. Stuart Bowles and Miss Henrietta Adair meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for Elgin American Compacts. And if one of you says the secret word, he wins a 16-millimeter Apollo Sound movie projector that retails for $129.50. Mr. Stuart Bowles. What sort of work do you do, Stu?
I'm in the investment department of E.F. Hutton and Company, and Mr. Marx's year is the 50th anniversary of the L.A. Exchange.
Is that so?
Yes, sir.
That's your job, huh? You're an investment broker, huh?
That's right, sir.
Mm-hmm. Is that what you wanted to be when you were a boy?
Oh, no, I never thought I'd be that.
Well, now you're grieving about it. Miss Henrietta Adair, huh? You're the spinster?
Well, if you mean am I unmarried, yes, I am.
Don't you like being called a spinster?
Well, I prefer unmarried.
Okay, unmarried. Where are you from?
Houston, Texas.
You're from Houston? How long have you been a spinster? I mean, unmarried.
That's sort of a difficult question to answer, Mr. Myrt.
Well, it wasn't an easy question to ask, either. Well, I'll try to make it easier. At what age does a girl become a spinster? Not you, I mean, any girl.
Oh, around 30. About 30.
And how long has it been since you were 30?
You're just trying to find out how old I am, Mr. Myrt.
Well, that's the general idea, yeah. Mr. Stewart, how old are you?
Oh, I'm about the same age as she is.
Well, you're a pretty cagey pair. Now, George has the perfect gifts from our sponsor.
For Miss Adair, this lovely engraved dresser set by Elgin American. It's finished in rich silver, the finishing touch for your dresser.
Beautiful, and I don't have one.
For Mr. Ball's, Elgin American's popular cigarette case with today's smart leather-like look.
Now, Stu, why haven't you married, huh? Young, jovial-looking fellow like you?
Well, I guess it's the old saying, he travels fastest who travels alone.
I see. Well, what's your hurry, huh? Do you know, Henrietta, do you know any little proverbs that would put Speedy here in his place?
Well, a stitch in time saves 9.
You mean he's coming apart at the seams? I think she's just giving you the needle here, Stu. Henrietta, getting back to the subject of romance, why is it you haven't married?
Well, I suppose I just didn't take advantage of my opportunities.
Oh, I think opportunity is knocking right now. On the other hand, it might be his knees knocking down. Well, tell me, Lightning, what qualifications are you looking for in a wife?
Well, I'd like her to be attractive and thoughtful, economical and considerate.
That doesn't sound like too much. Would you say you're economical, Henrietta?
I think I am.
Well, according to him, that only means how many miles you get to a gallon. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to work together as a team for $1,000. But right now, here's some advice you both will benefit by.
The gift of a compact is very, very good. But a compact set is better. Elgin American makes them best. It's the gift you ought to get her. Compact, lighter, and cigarette case, designed to go together, are the smartest accessories you could give. And impress her, will they ever?
Now there's a wonderful Christmas gift idea. An Elgin American compact with cigarette case, lighter, or both, designed to go together will thrill any woman. Make her look so fashionable with matching accessories. They're exquisitely styled, finished, and crafted in the Elgin American manner. And they're real values from $9.95. $6.95 for American Beauty companion sets. Come in sterling silver, too. Tomorrow, buy an impressive compact set with matching cigarette case, lighter, or both to make that special woman specially happy this Christmas. A first in fashion, first in value compact set by Elgin American.
Now then, let's see if you two will get a chance at the $1,000 question. You're going to play You Bet Your Life on them and bring them up to date on the rules.
Each of our 3 couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $1,000 question at the end of the show.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected famous racetracks as your category, right? Now, here's your first question. How much will you bet? You have $20.
$5.
$5. In what state is Bay Meadows Racetrack? California. California is right.
They're on their way with $25.
Remember, this is just chicken feed. You're going for $1,000 tonight, and that's the big prize. Now, how much of the 25 will you try?
15. 15.
15. In what state is Hialeah Racetrack?
Florida.
Florida's correct.
They're climbing. They have $40.
All right, you're climbing. You got $40. Here's your third question. How much of the 40 are you going to try?
30.
$30. Where is the Saratoga Racetrack?
New York.
New York is right.
They're really on their way now. They have $70.
How much of the 70 are you going to try?
50.
$50. In what state is Churchill Downs Racetrack?
Kentucky.
In old Kentucky.
And they wind up with $120.
Henrietta, you did fine. Thanks and good luck from Elgin American Compacts. Now, don't wander off. You're still in the running for the big prize.
Groucho, the secret word is still window.
It is, George.
Yes, and perhaps the next couple will say it. We asked if there were any salesmen here tonight, and just before we went on the air, the studio audience elected Mr. Paul Chalfont, and for his partner, Mrs. Jean Reynolds, a housewife. And here they are. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for Elgin American Compacts. And if one of you says the secret word, he wins the 16mm Apollo Sound movie projector. It's a common word, something you see every day. Mrs. Jean Reynolds, that's right?
Yes, sir.
What does your husband do, Jean?
He's a real estate salesman.
Mm-hmm. Where are you from?
Right in the heart of Chicago.
Mm-hmm. Do you have any children?
Yes, I have, too.
You have two? Well, how many do you have? How did you meet your husband? Huh?
I met him at a wedding.
At a wedding?
Yes, sir.
Yours?
No, it wasn't mine. We were dancing. And I was dancing with this fellow, and we were very close to the orchestra. And he tried to do some of these fancy stunts. And he swung me, and before I knew it, I fell right in the drum. The fellow said, well, hurry up and get out of my drum so I can see what damage you've done.
What did he say? I got you under my skin?
Well, I was so embarrassed, and I said, just take my name and address, and I'll be glad to compensate for it. So he kept coming over my house, and he never got any money. And finally, well, he forgot all about his drum, and I figured it would be cheaper to marry the guy than buy him a new drum.
Our salesman, Chalfont, is that right?
That's right, sir.
What do you sell?
I sell washing machines and ironers.
Are you a traveling salesman?
I'm a salesman, but not a traveling salesman.
I see. Well, that's logical. I do some farming, but I'm not what you'd call a farmer's daughter. Who do you work for?
I work for Thor Corporation.
Is that so? Now, what are they Thor?
No.
Now, let's cut out the baby talk. Who do you work for?
Thor, Thor, Thor Corporation.
Oh, I see. Would you like to send one of your machines over? I'd like to rinse out that spot announcement you just made. Tell me, Soapsuds, how is the washing machine? How is the washing machine game? Business.
Well, we are cleaning up.
I bet you've used that one before, huh?
Yes, honestly, I have.
Mm-hmm. Salesmen always tell little jokes like that, don't they? You have any other little yaks that you spring on the customer?
Well, there's another one I usually break the ice with, and that's about the couple that were in the iron and steel business. She ironed and he steals, you know.
Well, that must break the ice right over your head, that one. Are you sure that joke didn't go through your washing machine? Well, at least through the ringer?
It's clean anyway.
Hey, he's got a pretty good line at that this time. Does anything exciting ever happen to you, Mr. Chalfont?
Well,
pretty fancy pronunciation there. I think that means salami in French. Anything exciting ever happened to you, Paul D. Saloon?
I had a rather exciting experience here last week.
You did?
Boss and I returned from a fishing trip. We returned home and he found out he'd lost his keys, so he decided I would be the one to crawl through the window.
Well, Paul, you said window, and that's the secret word. George, tell him what he wins.
A 16-millimeter Apollo sound movie projector. Now you can show regular Hollywood sound movies or movies you take yourself. It sells for $129.50.
All right, you stuck your foot through the window. Now pull it out and let's get back to business, huh?
Well, I got in, but I also found out the missus, wouldn't answer the door.
Who's
And that's,
missus?
The boss's wife. And after I got inside, I found out that he put me through the bathroom window, and the reason why she hadn't come to the door that she was taking a shower.
Well, she should have stayed in that Thor washing machine. Well, you're an interesting and amiable couple, and we're happy to have you here. Now, we have some ideal gifts from our sponsor.
For Mrs. Reynolds, pearls for you. Elgin American's beautiful simulated pearls. They're the finest pearls made by man. I'm sure you'll enjoy them.
Thank you. They're exquisite.
And for Mr. Chalfont, this
Chalfont.
For Mr. Paul, this slim, sleek, sterling silver cigarette case by Elgin American, handsomely engraved, as you'll notice. How do you like it?
Wonderful.
Now you're going to play You Bet Your Life for $1,000. Run your $20 into more than the other couples, and you get the chance at the big question later. Fenneman's offstage to remind our listeners how much the first couple won.
The bachelor and the spinster won $120.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected Presidents of the United States as your category. Now, here's your first question. You've got $20. How much you going to try?
$10.
$10. What was the name of the president who in 1919 tried to lay the foundation for everlasting peace?
Wilson.
Woodrow Wilson is right.
And they're off to a good start with $30.
Woodrow Wilson, sometimes known as Alexander Knox. You now have $30. Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight, and that's the big prize. How much of the 30 are you going to try?
$20.
Okay. What was the name of the president who drafted the Declaration of Independence?
Thomas Jefferson.
Thomas Jefferson is right.
They now have $50.
You should have known that, Mrs. Reynolds. There's a street in Chicago named Jefferson, isn't there? All right, you've got $50. Here's your third question. How much of the 50 are you going to crack?
$40.
$40. What was the name of Lincoln's successor? He was the only president to be impeached.
Johnson. Andrew Johnson.
Andrew Johnson is correct.
They're really on their way now. They have $90.
Andrew Johnson was one-time heavyweight champion of the world. All right, you've got $90. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 90 are you going to go for? And no coaching.
$70.
$70. What was the name of the vigorous president who was a hero in the Spanish-American Wars, head of the Rough Riders?
Theodore Roosevelt.
Teddy Roosevelt is right.
And they wind up with $160.
Thanks and good luck from Elgin American Compacts. Now, in just 1 minute, our last couple will play You Bet Your Life, and then we know who gets the $1,000 question. What an auctioneer item, eh? But right now, listen to this.
Oh, I forgot my lighter. Here, take mine. My wife's always borrowing it, too, so I'm giving her one for Christmas. Say, that's a beauty. What kind is it? Elgin American's new Socialite. Yes, everybody goes for Elgin American's terrific new lighters, and they make terrific Christmas gifts. So beautifully designed and finished, they look like jewelry, and they work like magic. Have a magic action double catch that's new, different, safe, and the most modern surefire mechanism ever made. Yet these last word Elgin American lighters for men and women are priced from just $4.95. Table models from $9.95. Values beyond compare. Tomorrow, buy these very finest lighters for every smoker on your Christmas list and give them the light of their lives. Socialite lighters by Elgin American.
All right, we'll soon know who's going to earn the most money and get the chance at the $1,000 question. George, who's leading at this point?
Well, the salesman and the housewife are leading with $160. Our final couple doesn't know the secret word is window because they've been in a waiting room off stage. We invited some people with unusual occupations to be at the show tonight, and our judges selected these two to be on the program. And here they are, Mr. A. Eugene Mosier, an explorer, and Mr. Joseph May, a lighthouse keeper. Gentlemen, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for Elgin American Compacts. And if one of you says the secret word, he wins an Apollo Sound movie projector instantly. It's a common word, something you see every day. Mr. Joseph May, you're the lighthouse keeper?
Yes, sir.
You're a cute little rascal. Where you from, Joe?
I'm from Carnarvon.
Carnarvon?
Yes, sir.
Where is that?
Northern Wales.
In northern Wales, huh? Can you speak Welsh?
No.
Are you married?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. Well, if you're married, why are you doing light housekeeping?
Well, the wife, she does the light housekeeping, and I just look after the light in the lighthouse.
Oh. How'd you meet your wife, Joseph?
I met her in Raymond, Washington, in a skating rink. She bumped into me, I think.
You're not sure, huh?
I am now, yes.
Just where is your lighthouse?
Point Vincente.
Where's that?
It's located so that it protects the entrance going into Los Angeles Harbor.
Now, why does the harbor need protection? I thought it was the ships that needed protection.
Well, we protect the ships as well.
You don't care about the harbor anymore now. My, but you're fickle, Joe. Suppose your light can't be seen. How do you warn ships?
Well, we have a fogo when we start up.
And suppose that fails?
We have a standby fog signal that's operated by a gas engine.
And suppose that fails?
We're out of commission.
And how much commission do you get? Mr. Mosier, is that the way you pronounce it?
Mosier.
Mosier, huh? Where are you from? You're the explorer, huh? Where are you from originally?
Alexander, Virginia.
And where have you been?
Where haven't I been?
No, I asked you first. Now. Where have you been?
About every country in the world, every place.
It's hard to believe. You mean there isn't a single place you haven't been?
That's right. There isn't a single place I haven't been.
How about the ladies' lounge at the Union Station? What do you say to that? Huh?
Oh, you got me there.
Well, if I have, I'm going to get out of there, too. How long have you been exploring?
Oh, exploring, adventuring, about 31 years.
Mm-hmm. Now, what's the most interesting place you've ever been?
Tibet.
Tibet?
That's
What
right.
time did you go to Tibet? Do you remember?
Oh, get along.
Tell me, how did you become an explorer? Did you get lost in a revolving door when you were a boy? Huh?
Oh, I guess it was born in me. My godfather is Aloysius T. Smith, and better known as Trader Horn.
How did it happen he was your godfather?
Well, he happened
Did he
to
get you in a trade or something?
No, he happened to be down in Virginia when I was born, and he's a very good friend of my father, so my father named me Aloysius Eugene Francis Xavier Joan of Arc Vincent Iris Patrick Mosier.
No wonder you keep traveling, huh? By the time you register in a hotel, it's time to get up in the morning. Have you any odd experiences that you'd care to relate?
Well, I guess the biggest adventure was when I almost got married in Arabia.
Oh, that'd be an adventure anywhere. Huh?
Yeah.
Who to?
Oh, 6 Arabian girls.
Cheaper by the dozen, eh?
You see, I went down there and saved some girl from some bandits or something. She took me home and introduced me to harem, and I liked the looks of what I could see of them, and I asked each one to marry me. And there was a law that you couldn't look under the veil before you married them, so I lifted up the veil and they threw me out.
Did the 6 of them throw you out, or one at a time, huh?
A couple guards.
Whole thing sounds pretty harem-scaring to me. Well, tell me, Itchy Feet, what was your most exciting experience besides the Arabian debacle?
I guess it happened when I was on the Saratoga. Good old ship that couldn't go down. And was on there, and Admiral Halsey was then captain, and Admiral Mitchell was executive officer. And I walked down the deck with my mind on some blonde over in Long Beach. Might have been a redhead. I didn't see the executive officer and didn't salute him. He jumped me. He said, Mosier, do you salute an officer when you see one? I said, yes, sir. My mind's on a blonde over in Long Beach. He said, up, go put yourself on report. I figure out, well, if I got on report, I couldn't go over to Long Beach to see that girl, so I just didn't put myself on report.
Did the Saratoga always cruise around Long Beach?
I took care of the time.
No wonder they couldn't sink it.
Well, comes Captain Mass, and the captain sent for me, Halsey. He says to me, he says, Commander Mitchell, say, put yourself on report. I said, yes, sir. He said, well, why didn't you do it? I said, I just reconsidered the matter and decided to give myself another chance. He let me go.
Well, you're certainly a good sailor, all right. Now tell me, Bob Snatcher, who owns your lighthouse? Is it a government housing project?
No, it's one of the facilities of the United States Coast Guard.
Oh. Well, what are some of the other Coast Guard services?
Well, there's a lifeboat station and sea and air rescue,
Ice
weather patrol, ice patrol, and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
The Coast Guard is putting out an opportunity now for single young men between the ages of 17 and 22. They have a chance to go through the Coast Guard Academy.
You lost me by a half a century. Now, how high is your lighthouse?
194 feet above mean low tide.
Well, how do you get upstairs? Do you float up on the tide?
No, we have 72 stairs.
72 steps?
Yeah.
How do you know there are 72 steps?
Well, I've counted them every day.
You still doubt it, huh? Why do you count them every day, Joe? Is that all there is to do then?
No, we have other things to do, such as...
I know where you can get 6 Arab girls. By now, maybe you can get them without the veils. Is that all you do, count the steps?
No, we have the maintenance of the station to do, the machinery to keep up, books to take care of.
What do you mean books to take care of?
Well, the bookwork, I mean.
Well, what kind of bookwork?
Well, there's all different kind, you know, what bookwork there is to do in a government. The government couldn't keep
income tax, I know, but I didn't... What do? Do you count every wave that comes in or something? And then do you count the undertow on the way out again? And send the whole thing to Washington? They tear it up and raise the taxes. Now, it's most instructive having you both there. I learned a lot. I learned that there were 72 steps in the lighthouse. And I learned that you mustn't lift a veil on an Arabian beauty. Now, before we proceed, George, is your ideal gifts from our sponsor.
For Mr. Joseph May, the lighthouse keeper, Elgin American's Smart Compact with a new curved square shape and the unusual two-tone engraving. His wife will love it.
Sure, thank you very much, Mr. Mark.
Why, it's a pleasure to give it to you, Mr. May.
For the Explorer, Elgin American's popular cigarette case with a rich green leather look, something he'll be proud to show off in all his travels.
Now you're going to play You Bet Your Life. You beat our other two couples, you'll get a crack at the $1,000. I can't tell you how much they won, but George is off stage to remind our listeners.
The salesman and the housewife are ahead with $160.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected leaders in our government as your category. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Here's your first question. You have $20. How much will you bet?
$10.
Who is the Secretary of State?
Dean Atchison.
Dean Atchison is correct.
They're on their way with $30.
Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. You've got $30. How much will you bet?
$20.
$20. Who is the Attorney General?
Tom McGrath.
J. Howard McGrath, but that's
J.
close
Howard.
enough. You got the last name, so you win that.
They're climbing. They have $50.
They're climbing. You got $50. Here's your third question. Are you ready? How much you going to bet?
40.
40? He doesn't even ask, the lighthouse keeper. He's the captain of this scow, all right. $40. Who is the director of the Mint?
The director of the Mint is Snyder is Interior. You got me up there.
I'm sorry, it's Nellie Taylor Ross. That's a pretty tough one, though.
They now have $10.
Well, you've got $10, and here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 10 are you going to try?
$10.
Who heads the Federal Bureau of Investigation?
Hoover.
J. Edgar Hoover is right.
And they wind up with $20. And that means the salesman and the housewife, with $160, get the chance at the $1,000 question. And now, a word from Myron Wallace.
Elgin American simulated pearls in a handsome satin-lined jewel box of gold-like jeweler's bronze. Ah, gentlemen, there's a gift to thrill her soul. A gift to make you seem the most wonderful man in her world. Yet this bountiful, beautiful gift is easy to give. Lustrous, glowing Elgin American pearls in a luxurious jewel box start at only $10. Others up to $20. Buy them for her tomorrow. Elgin American simulated pearls.
And here's the winning couple, Groucho, the housewife and the salesman.
Ready to try for $1,000, eh? Good luck, and I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you, so talk it over thoroughly and no help in the audience, please. The Republic of Liberia is patented in government after the United States. They even honored one of our presidents by naming their capital city after him. What is the capital city of Liberia? Mr. Chalfont, as the Speaker of the House here, what is the answer you two have decided upon?
Lincoln.
No, I'm sorry. It's Monrovia after President Monroe. I'm sorry. So that means the big question next week will be worth $1,500. Well, you lost the big money, but you won $160 in cash, and you received those lovely gifts from Elgin American. Congratulations, and thanks to both of you.
Thank you.
The Elgin American Show, You Bet Your Life, is a John Goodell production. Transcribed from Hollywood, directed by Bob Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. Remember, next week's big question pays $1,500. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for You Bet Your Life, starring Groucho Marx. Presented by the creators of America's most beautiful compacts, smartest cigarette cases, magic action lighters, and finest dresser sets, Elgin American.
Good night, folks. Have you looked at your compact lately? Now, don't tone the dial. Bing Crosby's next, you know. And then comes Burns and Allen. Good night.
Here now are the suave melodies of that favorite maestro of Latin American music, Carlos Molina and his orchestra, playing in the gay Trocadero in the heart of Hollywood, California. Our opening selection is surely familiar. It's Brazil.
Just for the record, that vocalist was Sue Robin. Comes now Bobby Rivera, who sings Mala Noche, which means bad night. Don't take it too literally, though.
Mala noche, tan negra y silenciosa. Mala noche, insomnio de mi amor. Mala noche, tan negra y silenciosa. Mis ojos no se cierran, mis ojos solo lloran. Mala noche, tan negra y tormentosa. Mala noche, insomnio de mi amor. Mala noche, tan larga y silenciosa. Mis ojos no se cierran, mis ojos solo lloran. Si te dicen que he llorado por ti, no lo he de negar, pues no sé mentir. Y si te hablan de mi amargo sufrir, escúchalo bien, que es solo por ti. En las horas de mi insomnio fatal, mi loca pasión no puedo calmar, y hasta el alma me abandona por ir en busca del ser que me hizo sufrir. Si mi alma te llegara a encontrar y a traerte junto a mí, en mi corazón te haría un altar, nada más para ti. Si te dicen que he llorado por ti, no lo he de negar, pues no sé mentir. Y si te hablan de mi amargo sufrir, escúchalo bien, que es solo por ti. Por ti, por ti.
From the Trocadero, ladies and gentlemen, it's Carlos Molina and his Music of the Americas, presenting now Jerome Kern's Smoke Gets in Your Eyes.
From the world-famous Trocadero in Hollywood, California, you have heard the music of Carlos Molina and his orchestra. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
The story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to bunco detail. An expert confidence man has resumed operations in your city. His criminal record dates back 35 years. He's a master in the art of the gentle swindle. Your job, stop him.
If you want a long cigarette, smoke the best of all long cigarettes. Smoke Fatima. Fatima is the long cigarette which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make Fatima extra mild. And that's why Fatima has a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette. That's why Fatima has more than doubled its smokers coast to coast. So, enjoy Fatima, the best of all long cigarettes.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Tuesday, July 28th. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of bunco detail. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Thad Brown, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. I was on the way back from the record bureau, and it was 10:45 a.m. when I got to room 38, bunco fugitive detail.
Friday?
Captain, they're bringing him in now.
Sit down.
Thanks. There's the mama sheet on him.
Oh, Gentleman Wallace. I thought he was out of our hair for good.
So did I till this turned up. I heard he was working New York.
Look at the package on this guy. Feels like a good-sized dictionary.
Yeah. Check the date of his first arrest there.
June 2nd, 1913. He's been in and out of jail all over the country. Look, Lane County, Oregon, forgery. Bum check beef, San Francisco, 1914. Embezzlement, Santa Ana. Parole violation, Seattle, Portland. More checks, Reno. Billings, Montana, forgery, 1920. Dayton, Ohio, Pittsburgh, New York, grand larceny. Bunco Raps, Las Vegas, Cleveland, Chicago.
That's only the first page. There's a couple more there.
Yeah, it reads like a novel.
Just about as long.
What's the story on Wallace this time? What have we got?
He reached a couple of used car dealers Saturday. Took them for $2,000 each, and we can't touch him.
Why not? How'd he work it?
Well, Saturday afternoon, he went to a car lot on the corner of South 3rd and Washington, and he bought a 1948 Lincoln sedan. Showed him his identification, wrote a check for $1,500 for a down payment, and drove away.
Another bum check deal.
That's a little more than that. About 45 minutes after he left, he drove into another used car lot 2 blocks away from the place where he bought the Lincoln.
Yeah.
Told the salesman there that he didn't like the car and he wanted to trade it in on another one. The salesman offered him $900 less than he paid for it. Wallace accepted and offered them a personal check to cover the balance.
And the salesman went for it?
Almost. Wallace seemed so anxious to get rid of the car that the clerk got suspicious, but it was late Saturday and he couldn't call the bank on Wallace's check.
So he called the place where Wallace bought the car.
That's right. We found out that the sale was made less than an hour before and that Wallace had given them his personal check for it.
Mm-hmm.
And then the two used car dealers got on the phone, decided that Wallace was pulling a fast hustle, called a cop, and had him jailed. Mm-hmm. Hold that light a minute, will you?
Mm-hmm.
Thanks.
Yeah, then what?
Well, when the banks opened Monday morning, they called about Wallace's account. He had enough money in to cover both checks. Wallace got a lawyer and threatened suit against the two car dealers. He had both of them cold. They settled out of court for $2,000 apiece.
Quick deal. Sounds like a master.
He's been grifting for 35 years. Knows the con game any way they want to play it. We can't even book him on a vag charge. He's got a job.
And who's he working for?
Plastic outfit out in Pasadena. Salesman.
Is he registered under 5238?
He is.
No, just a minute. Yeah? All right, send him in. Romero, he's got Wallace with him.
Oh.
Captain?
Ben?
Wallace, this is Captain Bryce. Captain, I'm very happy to know you. I've heard a lot about you.
Yeah.
Sergeant Friday, how are you?
We'd like to talk to you, Wallace. Sit down.
Oh, thanks. It's warm out today.
Mm-hmm.
Perspiring. Now, what is it I can help you gentlemen with? Always glad to cooperate.
You don't have to give us a build-up, Wallace. We're not buying.
You know me better than that, Sergeant. No point in making this visit an unpleasant one. Cordiality, that's a secret. My mother always used to tell me that. She used to say...
Look, mister, you're not here to get the keys to the city hall. You're here for investigation.
I'm here out of courtesy, Captain. My lawyer informed me I didn't have to come. I don't believe in making enemies, that's all.
For a guy that's not trying, you've done pretty well, haven't you? Now, how long do you plan to stay here in town?
Los Angeles is my home. It's my place of business.
That's fine with us, Wallace, just as long as it's honest. Now, let me hand you a piece of advice. You try copping any more jobs in this town, and we're going to lean on you, understand?
I don't think I do understand, Captain. The incident with the used car dealers, I hope that isn't what upset you.
You guessed it, and it better be the last caper you try around here for a long time.
I had every right to take action against those car dealers. False arrests. They humiliated me. They damaged my reputation.
Here's your reputation, Wallace. 35 years of it. 10 jail terms, larceny, bunco, forgery.
Have you ever heard of rehabilitation, Sergeant?
Oh, yeah.
I did my time. I don't owe them a day. I've got an honest job. I've been off the grift for years now.
And take a hint, Wallace. Stay off. You'll do better.
That's all, Wallace. Just remember, the next time we tag you, you're going to fall hard. You got it straight?
Captain, I've been square since I got to town. I'm not switching. Is that it?
That's all.
Well, that wasn't so bad. Would you gentlemen care to have some lunch with me at the club? Just a snack?
No, thanks.
Sure, I can't persuade you. Club's just up the street. Fine food.
Some other time, Wallace. Goodbye.
Well, goodbye, Sergeant. Goodbye to you, Captain.
Yeah.
Well, we gave him the word.
I don't know how much good it's going to do.
What do you think, Skipper?
Two things about grifters. They never retire and they never change. Watch him.
For the next 4 months, Charles Wallace was kept under surveillance. From his daily actions, there was nothing to indicate that he'd returned to his former profession of confidence man. From experience, we knew it was too good to be true. For a man who had worked the con game from every conceivable angle for as long as Wallace had, chances of his going straight amounted to less than 1 in 1,000. Just as a dope addict is a slave to drugs, the full-fledged con man or grifter is obsessed with the idea of swindling for a living. He loves his work, and he takes pride in it, just as much as a doctor, a lawyer, or any legitimate professional man. He has a life and a code of ethics all his own, even has his own language. The grifter's victims are wealthy, middle class, and poor, and many more than the average citizen imagines. Wednesday, December 1st, 1 p.m. Ben and I had lunch and checked back in at the office.
Food's getting better at the cafeteria, don't you think?
Well, beef stew is pretty good. You got an extra coat hanger in your locker?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, here you are.
Yeah, thanks. Hi, Conan.
Joe, do you see this report the post office detail sent over?
You mean that Lonely Hearts ad?
No, this is a different one. Real twist.
How you mean, Harry? Let me look, huh?
Here. Barney Grant, that's the name he uses anyway. A couple of weeks ago, he planted a small want ad in the newspapers around town. Been cleaning up ever since.
How'd he work it?
Here, take a look at the ad he was running.
Remember, tomorrow is the last day to send your dollar to Box 565, Main Post Office, Los Angeles. Was that all?
That's all it took. Last couple of days, been getting about 40 letters a day from people in this city.
With $1 in each one.
Ad doesn't promise a thing. Just send your dollar. People send them.
They picked the guy up, Harry?
He called for the last batch of letters 2 days ago. Probably pulled out. Postal inspectors checked the address he gave when he applied for the box. They never heard of him there.
Barney Grant. Does that sound familiar to you, Ben?
Little, yeah. Maybe R&I has a package on it.
Mm-hmm.
Friday, see you a minute?
Right, Captain. Ben, you and Conlon want to check that name through R&I? I'll be in with the skipper.
Yeah, okay, Jack.
Friday, close the door, will you?
Sure.
This is Mr. Sawyer. He's with the Western Central Railroad, Sergeant Friday.
Sergeant?
How are you?
It's about Wallace, Friday. Mr. Sawyer has a complaint against him. We've got the crime report.
Gentleman Wallace?
Yeah. You want to fill him in, Mr. Sawyer?
Well, Sergeant, I'm employed as a standards engineer for the Western Central Railroad. Wallace first approached me about a month ago. He said he was an inventor and he was working on plans of a new type of air brake for use on railroad cars.
Go ahead.
He said he'd conceived the idea, but that he needed more time and money to perfect his invention. He told me I'd share in half of the profits he got from his idea. It sounded more than fair.
How much money did you give him?
All I had in my savings account, $3,000. I talked it over with the wife, and the idea looked real good on paper.
Yeah.
I didn't expect to make too much money for myself out of this, but I thought that if I could get a hold of this braking system, it would certainly help the company out.
He took your money, and you haven't heard from him since.
Well, I presented the plans to the chief specifications engineer in our eastern office.
Yeah?
I got an answer yesterday, airmail. Our New York office has been working for 2 years on exactly the same set of brake plans.
And how'd he get a hold of them?
From the Patent Bureau in Washington. The company has a patent pending on the new device.
It's all legal, isn't it?
Yes. He simply got the information from them, drew up an exact copy, and submitted them to me.
He sold you an invention that your company already owned.
Yes, sir. And I'm out $3,000.
You know where Wallace might be now?
We've checked the boarding house where he was staying. He left there last night. No forwarding address, nothing.
We've got an all-out points bulletin on him. Do everything we can.
Well, thank you, Captain. Sergeant Friday. You have my card. If there's anything I can do to help, please call.
All right, Mr. Sawyer. Goodbye.
So long.
I know what we're looking for, Joe.
Well, let's see.
What's that, Romero?
On that phony ad the post office detail reported this morning. Check the name Barney Grant through the crime index. That's the name the guy used.
Yeah?
Oh, this is the package on Gentleman Wallace.
That's right. His alias list goes for 3 pages. Read them again.
Charles French, Walter Grant, Charles Grant, Barney Grant.
That's right. Gentleman Wallace, Barney Grant, same guy.
We got out a local broadcast, an APB, and a radiogram on Charles Gentleman Wallace. For a full month, there wasn't a sign of him. Then we received a communication from the Denver, Colorado Police Department. Wallace had cashed worthless checks in that city in the amount of $2,500, and then he'd skipped town. But before he left Denver, he managed another deal. He sold 30 cartons of electric razors, which 1, did not belong to him, 2, had been stolen from another con man and resold, and 3, the razors didn't work in the first place. The mechanisms had been taken out and replaced with lead weights. Another 60 days passed before we got the next report on Wallace from Cleveland, Ohio. By means of forged papers, 2 well-versed assistants, or ropers, and a fast line of talk, Wallace had sold a Cleveland hardware concern a shipment of 10 penny nails, much below the market price. He collected $1,200 as partial payment for the shipment, but it was never delivered. 8 a.m., Monday, March 3rd. Ben and I checked in for work after a weekend off and found a message in the book to report to Chief of Detectives Thad Brown.
Chief, you wanted to see it?
Come in.
Yes, sir?
Gentleman Wallace is back in town.
Where'd you get that?
Guy by the name of Patterson. So.
All right, thanks.
Egan, have Patterson brought to the interrogation room.
Is that Mouse Patterson, Skipper?
Yeah, small-time grifter. He was running with Wallace as late as a month ago back in Pittsburgh.
When was Patterson picked up?
Last night at a big hotel out in Hollywood. He was working a fast deal.
You think he came to town with Wallace?
I know he did. One of Conlon's informants spotted Wallace and Patterson last night. We nabbed Patterson. Wallace slipped away. We figured that he'd been operating in and out of the city for about 2 weeks.
Any idea what his angle is this time?
I think so. Take a look at this.
Obituary notices clipped from a newspaper.
How do these tie in?
The con artist takes a dead man's name from the obituary list, finds out a little bit about him, and writes him a letter.
He writes the dead man a letter.
Here's a sample we had reported to us. Read it.
William Radford, 233 South Brookway, Hollywood. Dear Bill, I heard you were sick, and I didn't want to bother you at this time, but believe me, I'm desperate. I don't mean to hound you about the $400 you borrowed from me, but we are having sickness in our family, and I do need the cash. Wait a minute.
Wallace writes a letter like this to a man knowing he's dead, and the family opens it and reads it.
And they figure it's some unpaid debt that they didn't know about, which the deceased owed.
That's right. And the con man collects.
Yeah.
Letters been showing up right in the middle of funeral arrangements. The family's bereaved, grief-stricken, caught off guard. They don't suspect anybody to be that ruthless, so they pay off what they think is a legitimate debt.
Yeah, that sets a new low, doesn't it?
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Ron speaking. All right, thanks. I got Patterson in the interrogation room. You two question him, find out everything you can.
Right, Chief.
When you're through talking to Patterson, you can start checking on these names.
What's this?
It's a list of all the names that appeared in the obituary column in today's paper.
It's a long list.
Don and Myberg are checking half. You and Romero take the rest.
Right.
Get to those families before Wallace does.
We went down the hall to the interrogation room and questioned Patterson for an hour and a half. He denied that he even knew Wallace. He refused to tell us anything. We had Patterson returned to his cell in the county jail, and Ben and I started to check with the relatives of the deceased who appeared in the daily obituary list. Adams, Connolly, Craig, Denberg, Donzetti, Edmonds, Fowler. None of them had received letters claiming payment of secret debts owed by the deceased. Well, there are more pleasant jobs than bothering families with an investigation in the middle of their sorrow. It wasn't easy, but it was necessary. The 8th name on the obituary list was Foreman, Carl J. He was survived by his wife, Jean. She lived at 5821 Santiago Street out in the valley.
We're sorry to intrude at a time like this, Miss Foreman. We know how you must feel, but it's an important matter.
That's all right, Sergeant. Carl was sick for so long, probably better this way. What did you want to know?
Since your husband passed away, have you received any letters asking for payments on a debt that he might have owed to somebody?
It's funny you should ask. Yes, I have. I got it yesterday.
Yesterday, huh? Do you know the man who wrote the letter?
No, I didn't. I took it for granted that it was someone Carl knew in the Army. Someone he'd borrowed from.
And how much money was it he said your husband owed him?
$400. There's a letter over the mantel. I'll get it for you.
Fine.
Here it is.
Thank you. Signs his name Howard Michaels. Has this man contacted you since?
Why, yes, he has. He called me last night and said that he'd just heard about Carl. He apologized for writing the letter. Said he had some medical bills of his own to pay. I went to the bank this morning and got the money for him. Is there anything wrong?
And he's supposed to come here and get the money?
He already has about 2 hours ago. He seemed to be a very good friend of Carl's.
Ben, you got that mug shot on?
Yeah. Yeah, here it is.
I don't understand, Sergeant.
Is, this the man who picked up the money this morning?
Yes, that's Mr. Michaels.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you think he was Carl's friend?
I don't think so, Miss Foreman.
But no one would do that. Who could be that low?
You're looking at his picture, Miss Foreman. His name's Wallace.
You are listening to Dragnet for the step-by-step solution to an actual police case. Here, step by step, are the reasons why Fatima has more than doubled its smokers from coast to coast.
Step 1.
The name Fatima has always stood for the best in cigarette quality.
Step 2.
Long cigarette smokers discover Fatima has a much different, much better flavor and aroma.
Step 3.
Long cigarette smokers find Fatima extra mild. Fatima is the long cigarette which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make Fatima extra mild.
And that's why more and more smokers every day agree.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
Yes, the name Fatima on that golden yellow package is your insurance of an extra mild smoke.
So, enjoy Fatima, the best of all long cigarettes.
Over the past century, the confidence man here in the United States has earned the dubious title of aristocrat of the underworld. Among small-time thieves, cutthroats, dope peddlers, pickpockets, and similar small fry, he's looked up to and respected. The true con man does not consider himself a crook or a thief in the ordinary sense of the word. He's smooth, courteous, fast-talking, and he lives by his own code of rules. He never uses violence. He makes his living by his wits alone. Generally, he's far above average intelligence, and he's totally without a conscience. He thinks no more of fleecing a day laborer of his wages than he would of fleecing a millionaire. Because of their carefully planned operations, only a handful of confidence men are ever brought to trial. Monday, March 3rd, 6 p.m. Ben and I completed our interviews with the families of the deceased and returned to the office.
Hi, you two have any luck?
Wallace is the guy. We found out that much.
Who identified him?
Woman out in the valley, a Mrs. Foreman. Wallace posed as an old friend of her husband's, took her for $400.
How about Colin and Myrt, Captain? They get anything?
They haven't checked in yet. I'm waiting for him. How does Mrs. Foreman make a payoff to Wallace? Through the mails?
No, sir. He came out and picked up the dough in person.
Yeah, then there's no chance of tracing him through the post office. Seems like he comes up with a new MO every day.
We checked out the rest of the families of the deceased on the list. The chief gave us no leads.
Don Myers in handwriting checked the letter Mrs. Foreman got. The writing matches with the others. It's Wallace.
Hi.
No, Conlon. Myrt with you?
Down the hall in handwriting. Checking a couple letters with Myers.
Do any good today, Harry?
Some. We found 2 families got phony letters through the mail. Same deal, Wallace.
They pay off to him yet?
Neither one. Told him to sit tight and call us if the guy should contact him again. Explain the setup.
Who are the people, Harry?
Let's see. One's an old fella. Oscar Dunn. Lives over in Highland Park. Other's a pretty wealthy family, Bel Air. Here it is. Elizabeth Secor. She's the wife.
Mm-hmm.
Husband's name, Burton James Secor. Investment broker. Died day before yesterday.
How much of a debt is he supposed to have owed?
The guy in the letter claims $1,200. Signed himself William Kilbright.
The letters mention anything about how the payoff's supposed to be made?
The guy wrote he'd contact him by phone first, then make arrangements to meet him. Both families will call as soon as they hear from him.
No, if he doesn't change his M.O., we're set.
Conlon, you and Myrt stick with the family in Highland Park. Make sure they understand perfectly what the setup is. Wallop makes a contact. Be there.
Okay, Cap.
Joe, you and Ben cover the family out in Bel Air.
Okay, you got Secor's address, Harry?
Well, here's a crime report. It's got all the dope.
Good.
I'll grab it. Bunko, fugitive, Conlon. Yes, ma'am? When? All right, thanks. We'll take care of it. Secors. Wallace just called him.
What's the pitch?
Wants to pay his respects. He's going to visit him tonight.
7:35 p.m. Monday, March 3rd. Ben and I drove out to Bel Air to the Secor place. It was an English-type mansion with a circular driveway out in front. The wake for Mr. Secor was being held in the living room. The butler showed us into the library where Mrs. Secor was waiting. She told us everything that had transpired since she first received the letter from Wallace following her husband's death. She said Wallace had promised to be at her home promptly at 9 p.m. We waited. 9 p.m. came and went. We told her that if the suspect should call, to make any concessions, to agree to anything in order to set up a meeting with him. At 10 minutes past 10, the phone in the library rang. Mrs. Secor answered it. I listened in on the extension.
I'm terribly sorry, Mrs. Secor. I did want to get out to pay my last respects, but I'm afraid that will be impossible.
Oh, I'm sorry you won't be able to come. I'd like to settle up that debt, the money that Burton owed you.
I do hope you understand, Mrs. Secor. It's very difficult for me to bring up such a subject at this time of your bereavement, but I do have need of the money. You see, it's my wife. She's quite ill, and, well, there are medical expenses to be met.
Oh, I understand. When would you like to come for the money?
Well, would tomorrow be all right?
My husband's funeral is tomorrow.
Oh, I see. Well, where will that be?
At the cathedral on Sunset Boulevard. A requiem mass at St. Mary's at 9 o'clock.
Well, since I don't want to bother you personally anymore, I wonder if it would be possible for you to leave the cash with the head usher there at the church.
Well, yes, all right. I think that would be the best way.
All right, then. Good night, and thank you.
Yes, good night.
I'm sorry. I know that's not easy for you.
That's all right, Sergeant. It's strange, isn't it?
What's that?
One man burns out his whole life making money. The next man spends his time trying to steal it. What does it all mean?
I don't know. We got 2,600 men down in the county jail. They all think they've got the right answer. Tuesday, March 4th, 9 a.m. In St. Mary's Cathedral on Sunset Boulevard, the final rites, a Requiem High Mass, was being celebrated for Burton James Secor. Ben and I were stationed at the rear of the church. Conlon and Myrt, together with 2 other men from Bunko Detail, covered the side exits. An extra detail of men were placed at strategic points around the cathedral. The head usher stood a few feet from the main entrance. With him, he carried a plain manila envelope filled with pieces of newspaper cut to resemble the size of currency, along with a $1 bill. He had instructions to hand over the envelope without question attention to the person who asked for it.
15 minutes past 9, Joe.
Yeah. You see that head usher all right?
Yeah, I got him spotted.
All right. Pretty good-sized crowd here. Secor must have had lots of friends, huh?
Yeah. Nice choir. Just wondering, Joe.
What's that?
Suppose he doesn't show up?
Well, that's possible. He might have gotten suspicious.
Could be.
What time you got now?
It's 9:20. Joe, look. Uniformed messenger just came in the door.
Yeah. He's looking around. He's going up to the usher, talking to him.
That's it. Usher gave him the envelope. Messenger's leaving.
Right, well, let's hold it. Give him a lead. All right, let's go. Now, let's go, Ben. Don't lose him.
He's getting into that cab.
Come on. Slide over.
You got the cab number?
Yeah, let's move. 10:30 a.m. Ben and I trailed the cab to a bus depot in downtown Los Angeles. We followed the messenger in and watched him check the manila envelope in a key locker. We waited. At 11:45 a.m., another uniformed messenger entered the bus depot, picked up the envelope, and left. We followed him to the Union Railroad station, where he left the envelope at the traveler's aid desk. At 3 p.m., the envelope was still there, unclaimed.
No sign, Joe. What do you think?
It's a pretty fancy switch he's got worked out.
Yeah.
What time's the next train leave?
3:25. Coast Limited for San Francisco.
It's 3:21 now. Wait a minute. See that porter over at the desk there?
I'm talking to that girl there. I don't know.
That's it. She's giving him the envelope. Come on.
Yeah. He's heading up the ramp.
Yeah, let's hustle.
You turn up the left?
Yeah, passenger platform, Coast Limited.
Not much time.
Come on, run. Come on, Ben.
Where'd the porter get on?
Next car. Come on, run. Let's jump. This way. Through here.
That the same porter?
Yeah. He's knocking at the door to that compartment, handing him the envelope.
That's it.
Let's go.
Yeah, it's locked.
Knock.
Yes? What is it?
Conductor.
Just a minute. What is this?
All right, Ben.
Now, look, Sergeant, there's no need for any unpleasantness. Certainly we can sit down and talk this thing over like intelligent human beings.
Grab the luggage, will you, Ben? All right, let's go, Wallace.
Look, will you wait a minute, please? I'm sure we can come to some agreement. I have plenty of money. Look, right here alone in this envelope, plenty of... There's only $1 here. The rest is newspaper.
Yeah.
I've been taken.
So have a lot of people. Let's go.
The story you have just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
On June 23rd, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 87, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
It's amazing how many long cigarette smokers are changing to Fatima. Here is the actual report.
From coast to coast, Fatima has more than doubled its smokers.
Yes, more and more smokers every day are discovering that Fatima is the best of all long cigarettes.
Long cigarette smokers find Fatima has a much different, much better flavor and aroma.
Long cigarette smokers find that Fatima is extra mild because it's the long cigarette which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make it extra mild.
So enjoy extra mild Fatima. Best of all long cigarettes.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
Charles Gentleman Wallace was tried and convicted on 4 counts of grand theft and sentenced to the state penitentiary for the term prescribed by law, with holds being placed on him by 4 other states.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective, brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. Wild Root Cream Oil, again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Detective Agency.
Are you still there?
I believe that interpolation is hardly rhetorical, Mr. Spade. To what have you been up, if you'll pardon the expression? And has that girl regained her facilities?
I wouldn't know, but her faculties are as good as ever, if you'll pardon the expression.
Mr. Spade, sometimes I think you're a regular philanthropist.
Don't you mean philanderer?
How much money did you make out of that case?
Well, I broke even anyway.
That's what I mean. You're a philanthropist.
Well, you know best, Bernadine.
By the way, was that man really murdered with the buzzsaw, or was that just publicity?
He really was, Bernadine.
Why?
There just happened to be one lying around.
Oh, I don't mean that. Why was he killed?
For the wheel of life.
Oh,
You're not going to ask what that is?
some curio, no doubt.
Listen, Bernadine, the wheel of life is, oh, well. I suppose I don't have to tell you to stay where you are. Just sit quietly with your book in your hand, and I'll be right down to dictate my report on the wheel of life caper.
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talents to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. Come on, mister, give the gals a break. Treat them to a look-see at a really handsome head of hair. Neat, well-groomed hair, the way yours is going to look when you spruce up with Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Famous Wild Root Cream Oil grooms your hair neatly and naturally, relieves annoying dryness, removes loose, ugly dandruff. So, how about it, men? Why hold off any longer when now's the time to get Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic? Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in the adventures of Sam Spade.
I went down to St. James Infirmary to see my baby there. Ready, Bernadine, little flower?
I'm way ahead of you.
Keep it clean.
No more than 3 erasures per page. Okie dokie?
Doke. I mean date.
Oh, I'd love to.
July 11, 1948. To Detective Lieutenant Dundee, Homicide Detail, San Francisco Police. Subject, the Wheel of Life caper. Now, don't go away, Bernadine. I don't know why these things always have to happen to me. Under private detectives in the San Francisco Classified Directory, they're listed somewhere in the neighborhood of 60 agencies, several with large display ads. But somehow she managed to find me.
It's all so strange, Mr. Spade. I hardly know where to begin.
Well, the beginning is always a pretty good place to start, Miss O'Farrell.
Yes, the beginning. It was like waking out of a nightmare you can't remember. Everything seemed out of proportion. Even the buildings along the street seemed to be leaning at a crazy angle. And then I realized I was traveling down a hill. I looked wildly around for something to help me get my bearings, and there was a street sign, O'Farrell, stuck in my mind, so I gave it to your secretary when she asked for my name.
Uh-huh. And what's your real name?
I don't know. I don't know who I am, where I came from, or where I'm going. Mr. Spade, I'm so frightened.
Now, wait a minute. A lot of people suffer from temporary loss of memory. Most of them recover. But amnesia is a sickness, and I am not a doctor.
Oh, and you won't even try to help me?
Well, I can give you the name of a good head doctor right here in the building. There's also missing persons.
Oh, but I'm not a missing person. I'm right here.
Yeah, I mean, where you aren't, somebody might be missing you, n'est-ce pas?
But the police... Oh, I'd rather not. I might be wanted for some crime. How do I know?
You sure you want to find out?
Oh, yes, I do. It's terrible not knowing. But I want to find out for myself. Can't you understand that?
What do you think I can do for you?
You might save my life.
From what?
I'll try to tell you exactly how it happened. First, I looked at my watch. It was 3 minutes past 10. The cable car stopped at the corner and a man got on. I couldn't remember ever having seen him before, but then I couldn't remember anything. He sat down beside me and he caught hold of my arm. I tried to pull away. You can see the marks where he...
Yeah.
Well, who was he? He acted as if I was...
I think I know what you mean. Did you find out who he was?
No, I was too frightened to speak.
What did he say?
He sort of growled it out of the side of his mouth, but it sounded as if he said, Lathrop wants to see you.
You remember anybody named Lathrop?
I can't remember anything before 3 minutes past 10 this morning.
Well, let's go on with since then. The guy grabbed you, said somebody named Lathrop wanted to see you, and then what?
I went into a panic. I managed to jerk away from him, and I jumped off the moving car, and then I looked in the classified section, and I found you.
Why me?
I don't know. The name, I guess. A spade to dig up my past.
Please, Miss O'Farrell.
Do you think I'm very silly?
No, I think you're very beautiful. I wish you could remember whether you're married or not.
Oh, no. Well, at least I have no wedding ring.
What have you got? I mean, besides what's visible.
Well, I couldn't find much of anything. I went over my clothing. There don't seem to be any marks of any kind.
Oh. Well, you got any money?
A little over $300.
Let's have it. The purse, too.
All right.
Lipstick, aspirin, bobby pins, Kleenex. Nothing here. They couldn't have been bought in any drugstore. Powder. Hey, what kind of powder is it?
Then there was this in my coat pocket.
A match folder. Sailor's Rest Bar, Hotel Calcutta, 1100 Embarcadero. Little number written inside. 120. What's that, a room number?
I don't know. My purse, you have to destroy it.
Here's $10 of your own money. Buy a new one. Wow.
Did you find something?
Coin, Chinese bit. Good luck piece, probably sewn in by whoever made it, maybe in China. That ring any bells?
No. No, I'm afraid not.
Shoe.
What?
Your right shoe. Let's see it. Take it off.
You aren't going to tear it up the way you did the purse, are you?
Dust. Plaster dust.
Is that a clue?
I don't know, is it?
I'm not a detective.
Well, you are in this case, baby. If it doesn't mean anything to you, it doesn't mean anything.
Oh, it doesn't. That's everything. What am I going to do?
Well, let me see. First, we better give you a name. O'Farrell's all right. You look like, Lana would do, but, well, that's in use. How about, Poppy, for forgetfulness?
Poppy O'Farrell. That's a funny name.
Oh, you think so?
I think I like it.
You do?
I think I like you, too.
I liked her, too. There may have been blanks in her brain, but the rest of it figured. In the elevator, I started adding it up, and by the time we reached the street floor, it came to quite a tidy sum.
Where are we going, Sam?
Far, I hope. But first, we're going to find you a place to stay.
Oh, yes, we must be practical.
No use overdoing it, huh?
Oh, no, Sam, I didn't mean... Wait.
What's the matter? You remember something?
That man, the one who followed me this morning, he's standing right out there waiting.
The one in the straw hat leaning against the newsstand?
Yes. Where are you going, Sam?
You stay here. I just remembered something I hoped I could forget. Hello, Shuggy. What brings you back to town?
Do I know you?
That doesn't matter. I know you. The name you were using when you blew this town was Shuggy Bellows. You wouldn't take the risk of showing your face here again unless the caper was worth it.
You've got a big nose. Keep it clean.
You've been tailing that girl all day. Why?
Dame? What dame?
Who's Lathrop?
I don't remember.
Okay, I'll give you a chance to think it over. Hey, officer!
You dirty shamus yelling.
No, you don't.
Here, what's going on here? Break it up.
Oh, Mr. Spade. Is this fella giving you trouble now?
Yeah, what kind of a beat are you pounding here, Clancy? Letting a cheap grifter like this walk around with an armpit full of gun? Or are they handing out permits to characters like these this day?
Well, no, how about that, son? Have you a permit now?
And a gope copper.
Oh, so one of them clever lads he is. Well, come along, me bucko, before I lose my temper and give you your lumps now.
Okay, I'm coming.
That's better now. Much obliged, Mr. Spade.
I'll pay you for this, Shamus.
And a goop to you, too. I was sure he would, but I was also sure that I wouldn't have to worry about him for the rest of the night. I checked Poppy O'Farrell in at the Belvedere, locked her in her room, and told Tiny Stover, the house dick, to keep an eye on her. When I left him, he was, and he seemed to be enjoying his work. Then I headed for the Embarcadero. I found the Hotel Calcutta, but I couldn't find the lobby. There wasn't any. It had been squeezed out by the Sailor's Rest Bar. So I tried the bosun-type bartender.
Howdy, mate. You got business aboard?
Yeah, where do I find the purser?
He went ashore. All the officers went ashore except the janitor. He's passed out in his bunk.
Oh? How about the passengers?
You're in the thick of them right now. They spend most of their time and their money right here.
Which one belongs to 120?
You a dick?
Yeah, but I got $10.
Well, what I can tell you ain't worth it, but thanks anyway. He stayed in his cabin. I only saw him at once. That's when he went ashore. I says to the deck steward, that's room clerk to you. It was a general. He says, name of Korolenko. I noticed him because he was a real creep, see? 6'4", of solid brass. His head stuck up in the air, and he didn't move nothing from his stern to his shoulders. A real Frankenstein. Do I keep it then?
Yeah. Do I get a look at his room?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Who's stopping you?
So I went. Nobody stopped me until I opened the door to 120. Then I stopped myself. It was an inside room with one small window and an air shaft, but it looked as if a flurry of snow had blown in. The floor and the rest of the flat surfaces were sprinkled with a fine, dirty white powder. It wasn't snow, it was dust, plaster dust, like the stuff I'd found in Poppy's handbag and on her shoes. I shook the place down, not expecting to find anything. I didn't until I opened the wardrobe. The body of a well-dressed ship surgeon, but his uniform was rumpled, torn, and bloodstained. From the look of him, his throat had been cut. I wondered if Poppy would be able to jog her memory that far back. When I found the murder weapon, I hoped she couldn't. I really did. It was not a knife. It was not even a razor. It was an electric buzzsaw. That tore it.
The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who bought Wild Root Cream Oil for the first time were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. And no wonder. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms the hair neatly and naturally, relieves annoying dryness, and removes loose dandruff. What's more, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil is the only leading hair tonic that contains soothing lanolin. So ask for Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil, too. And mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. And now, back to the Wheel of Life caper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
Times being what they are, I could use a little publicity. And so could you, Lieutenant Dundee, what with the elections coming up and you with no promotion all these years. This one time, I got it instead of you and wished I hadn't. The morning papers called it the Buzzsaw murder and went on shamelessly from there. Horror killing related by private eye. Stan Slade, ex-Pinkerton man, mum on mystery woman. Elderly sleuth, dodges photographers, denies hotel visit, was in bed with Apple and good book, says Peeper. There wasn't a word of truth in it, mainly because nobody could get at the facts. I wasted most of the day down at headquarters trying to find out what name Shuggy Bellows had been booked under. Then I dropped in at the Belvedere. Poppy had checked out. I decided to go back to my office and drink poison. I hardly got the desk drawer open when a sobering influence walked in. It was a Mr. 6'4" of solid brass. The Frankenstein who had been described to me by the bartender as the occupant of room 120.
Excuse me. I am Korolenko. Please, I shall sit down. I am so heavy.
Make yourself at home.
Oh. Mr. Spade.
Slade.
Excuse me. I am so heavy. I am Korolenko.
So you told me. I am really Spade myself.
So, why are she hiding from me?
Who?
That girl, Miss Paget. Her, I am paying 1 month in advance, $300 American. Me, she have dessert. I am not rich, only moderately wealthy. But you understand, it's not question for money alone. That ship's doctor, he was most kind to me. He cared to me even after I arrived. Now he are dead for his pains, his dirty tricks.
Yeah, I know how you feel. Now, if you'll take it a little easy, I think we'll get farther. You say this girl's name is Paget, and she traveled with you.
From Macau, where she is the Florence Nightingale for Portuguese hospitals, forcing me to employ her, all others being Chinese nuns.
That figures. You sick?
No, only I am so heavy. They are breaking my back in traffic accident, rickshaw collusion.
You're wearing a plastic cast?
Yes, like a turtle. I am closed with my neck sticking out. Look, see? Now it is better as before. The ship's doctor trimmed the rough edges with buzz saw. Buzz, buzz, buzz. I can walk. But it's like suit from armor, for which I alive. Look.
I looked again where he opened his shirt front, exposing the gray-white shell of plaster that surrounded his trunk from collarbone to hips. In a 6-inch circle over the left side of his chest, I counted 4 bullet gouges. I dug one of the slugs out and examined it. It was .32 caliber. The plastic cast, which was molded to the shape of his body, was no more than 1 inch thick. I didn't see how it had stopped the slugs, but it had. About then, the parts of Korolenko that were not held rigid in the cast began to tremble violently.
Why are they doing this? Why? To a virtually helpless man. Why, Mr. Spade? Why?
Where did you have that cast put on?
Don't I said Macau?
The Portuguese hospital there?
The same. They are hanging me up with the neck and plastering me. Comes great pain, they put me to sleep from anesthetic. I are waking up in ambulance arriving at shipboard. Why you wish I should tell you my operation? More important things we should be discussing.
I think so, too. I think Miss Paget and her friends had something they wanted to smuggle out of Macau and into San Francisco, and you're it.
Oh, excuse me. I am not comprehensible.
Look, I mean, while you were out with the anesthetic, they planted the goods, whatever they are, in or under your cast.
Oh, that is why I am so heavy. The wheel. The what? The wheel. Look, I'll show you.
He hauled a manila envelope out of his overcoat pocket and waved it in my face. I took it over to my desk and fished out the contents. It was a set of X-ray films. 3 of his spine, showing the fractures, 4 of the skull, 3 I couldn't figure out, and 1 of his rib cage, only something new had been added. In silhouette, it looked like the wheel off of a child's wagon.
What is it, this wheel? What to do? 6 months I must remain in this straitjacket. If I remove it, I die. If I keep it on, they kill me to get their smuggle.
Well, you look to me like the luckiest man alive. That wheel, or whatever it is, saved your life by stopping 4 slugs.
But still I shall die. How shall I die? When shall I die? Your best advices, please.
Korolenko, I think you better die right now.
Excuse me?
It's the only safe place for you. The morgue. I called my friend Maxie the morgue man, gave him pitch number 137596. He agreed to play along. An hour later, I stood on the curb, head bowed, hat in hand, as the morgue wagon drove away into the gathering mist.
Straight facing the way,
What do you want, Shuggy?
I want to blast this gun straight through you, and I will if you give me any excuse at all.
You sound like you mean that, Shuggy.
You're getting smart, Shamus. Now get going.
Where to?
Mr. Lathrop wants to see you.
Oh, yes, coming. Ah, Shuggy, dear boy. You've not failed me this time. This will be the favorite Mr. Spade, eh? Come in. Ah, sit down, Mr. Spade. We'll talk.
Tell your gunsel to get that pistol out of my ribs.
Oh, yes, indeed, Sugar. You mustn't overdo it.
And get him out of here. I'm tired and nervous, and my price goes up $1,000 every minute he's in this room. When I get to 10,000, I kill him. Then the price jumps to 100 to take care of me on a murder rap.
I should ought to plug you downstairs.
Come, Sugar. Don't be ungracious. You wait in the other room now.
Okay, it's your party. I'll get mine later.
Oh, dear. His bite's much worse than his bark, Mr. Spade.
Don't start boring me so early in the evening. I came here to talk about the wheel.
Oh, so you know about the wheel.
I do better than that. I've got it.
That may well be, but do you know what to do with it?
I got two possibilities. I can turn it over to the cops and you with it, or I can sit on it until it hatches.
A quaint conceit, sir. Round and round the little wheel goes, and where it shall stop, nobody knows.
That's where you're wrong. It stops right here. So you better start placing your bets.
Just what do you mean by that, sir?
There's part of it.
What is it?
It's one of the slugs you gunsel through at Korolenko. I got 3 more just like it that I dug out of him before he was carried to the morgue.
Well, an advantage, I'll admit, but hardly worth your while to take advantage of.
Don't be too sure of that.
Just how much do you know about the wheel?
So far, it's been worth 2 human lives to you at the risk of your own. That tells me all I need to know.
Oh, no, not quite. Men have been killed in holdups for a few paltry sovereigns, but the wheel is a horse of another color.
Let's not change wheel horses in midstream, Mr. Lathrop.
Yes. You must understand that the wheel has no absolute definitive value. Monetarily speaking, the British Museum might pay close on to £5,000, hot as it is, for the privilege of returning it. Occidentals aren't the puka sahibs that they once were in the Orient. A theft of the wheel, if countenanced by the Western powers, would have most grave consequences. Most grave. Are you attending, sir?
Wake me up when you get to the point.
The point, sir, is this. That little wheel of gold, is the wheel of life, which the Buddha himself is said to have received into his hands from paradise. Now, given such a relic, a few old Buddhist monks can set up a shrine which, even in the most miserable surroundings, can attract enough pilgrims to outgross Radio City, Madison Square Garden, and Miami Beach in season.
To say nothing of Hialeah.
Yes, quite. In short, we propose to act as booking agents for the wheel on a royalty basis with a percentage of the house.
Mm-hmm. Why did you bring it to San Francisco?
Oh, gad, sir. Were we to bargain in the Orient, we should be hacked to pieces in our beds.
I'll settle for a lump sum and let you do the bargaining.
And your price, sir?
We can talk money later. First, I got to give the cops somebody for the doctor's murder and for Korolenko.
Well, that ought not to be too difficult. When may I expect delivery?
I'll check on it. I went out to St. James Infirmary.
City morgue.
Maxie, Sam Spade.
Yeah, Sammy.
Deal's okay. Send it up. The address is...
Sam, wait.
Yeah?
Sam, he ain't here no more.
What happened?
Somebody claimed him. A girl. Said she's his daughter.
What did he do?
Went on playing dead like you told him to.
Maxie, where did she send him?
Avalon Mortuary, corner Lynch and Haight.
Okay, by the way...
Yeah, Sammy?
Maxie, put some clean sheets in that morgue wagon, size 16. I may be your next passenger. At the Avalon Mortuary, the night watchman let me in. He said Mr. Korolenko's daughter had brought an overnight bag and was keeping a vigil by his bier in slumber room number 7. I approached on tiptoe. Just as I reached the door, I heard the most terrible sound I've ever heard. It was a buzzsaw biting into plaster. How deep, I didn't like to think. I did the first thing that popped into my head. I grabbed up a lamp from a console, smashed the bulb, and plunged it into a vase of flowers. As luck would have it, slumber room number 7 was on the same fuse box. As luck would not have it, I was facing a desperate woman in the dark. I hugged the carpet while she emptied her gun. I hoped she didn't have a spare. I forgot about the buzzsaw. The room lighted up momentarily from the lights inside my head, and I staggered back against the wall. I waited for her to get her bearings again. There was no hope of me getting mine. Then I heard a big, hollow thud. The whole room shook, and the lights went on. Poppy O'Farrell and/or Paget lay on the floor under the stony weight of Korolenko plus 60 pounds of plaster.
Get up! Get up! You're crushing me!
I can't. I'm so heavy.
You comfortable there, Korolenko?
Comfortable in such situation? Do you ask the turtle, are he comfortable? Is Faker on bed of nails? He's equally here as elsewhere.
Yeah, okay. Just hold her there until I get a statement. And he did. Item, statement by the aforesaid.
It was like waking out of a nightmare you can't remember. Everything seemed out of proportion.
That was her story, and I had to admire the way she stuck to it. But if you keep trying, I'm sure she'll get back enough of her memory to confess that she planted the wheel of life in Korolenko's turtle shell when she decided to double-cross Shuggy and Lathrop. They never tumbled to her hiding place. They were gunning for Korolenko because they thought Poppy was working with him, which was true in a way, but not the way that they thought. That's why they tortured the doctor in an effort to learn Kay's whereabouts. I understand your boys have picked up the rest of the trio, and they can tell you everything except why I conceived the brilliant idea of having Korolenko play dead. Between you and me, amnesia's a handy little gadget to have around, Dundee. I'm trying to draw a few strategic blanks myself. Period. End of report.
Pardon me, Mr. Spade.
Yes.
There are just a few little coincidentals that I do not find entirely reprehensible.
Such as?
Well, I don't want to appear lucid or anything of that type.
Believe me, you doesn't. I mean, don't it?
Oh, you say the sweetest thing. But it's about the wheel.
Oh, yes, the wheel. Well, I'll tell you what you do. You type that up. I've got to call in about that now.
Tonight, when you're making out your must-do list for tomorrow, why not include a reminder to get Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair? Honestly, man, you'll be delighted with the neat, natural way Wild Root Cream Oil grooms your hair. The way it relieves that annoying dryness and removes loose, ugly dandruff. Just try it and see if I'm not giving you a good steer. Make a note right now to call at your drug or toilet goods counter for Wild Root Cream Oil. Get the big economy bottle and the handy new tube that's easy to pack when you travel. Also, ask your barber for a professional application of Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Did you ascertain the lowdown on the Wheel of Life?
I certainly didn't. No, we won't know about that for 6 months. Because definitively, I mean definitely, that plastic cast has to stay on him. Doctor's orders, you know.
Oh, but I won't be here 6 months from now.
You can say that again.
But I won't be here 6 months from now.
Stop repeating yourself.
But you just said you can say that again.
Yeah,
Just as distinctly as if I was sitting here.
That's what I like about you, Bernadine. A woman of distinction, that's what you are.
Well, if you want to take me dancing, why don't you just say so?
Bernadine.
It's leap year, and I always say discrimination is the better part of value.
You are absolutely corrupt.
Well, I'm glad I'm right about something. Good night, Mr. Spade.
Good night. Now say if it kills me, sweetheart.
Another tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
The City That Was, written for Suspense by Richard Weil. It is now 50 years since the first motion picture was made, amidst the orange groves of a sleepy little California village called Hollywood, and a latter-day gold rush began. Hollywood quickly became a sprawling, brawling boom town, and true to the tradition of the western frontier, a tradition it helped to create and has fondly fostered, Hollywood lived violently. And not a few of its citizens died violently, with and sometimes without their boots on. The stakes were high, worldwide fame, and undreamt of fortune. And the passions that poured onto the silver screen sometimes spilled over into private lives, with lethal results. In a moment, The City That Was, by Richard Weil. This Halloween, when your doorbell rings, give those little trick-or-treaters a treat they'll never forget. Snap their picture and give them a print. But before next Monday night rolls around, get several packs of Sylvania Blue Dot Flash Bulbs, the world's largest selling brand. Because only with Flash can you catch all the fun and color of Halloween. Only with Flash can you get all the clear, sharp details. What's more, flash bulbs work with any film, anytime, day or night, anywhere, with any camera. So this week, when you're out shopping, be sure and ask for Sylvania Blue Dot flash bulbs. And also ask for your free 32-page flash guide book, designed by Sylvania to help you take better flash pictures. Remember, it's yours free with the purchase of only 1 pack of Sylvania Blue Dots. But hurry, the witches will be flying before you know it. So get your Sylvania Blue Dot flash bulbs today.
Hollywood of 35 years ago. There was a town for you. It flamed with color. It bubbled with intrigue. And it frequently simmered with sin. Gods and goddesses strolled the boulevard in those days and rode to the studio in their $20,000 custom-built Rolls Royces. It was the era of Valentino and Mabel Normand and Wallace Reed, of Barbara Lamar and William Desmond Taylor and William S. Hart, and the great vamps, Nita Naldi, Pola Negre, and Theda Bara. It was the era, too, of Anthony Kendall, matinee idol turned movie king, and his leading lady, Rena Chalfante, who used to be called the golden flame of the silver screen. You must remember them, and how they were tied up with the Corsica killing. All the facts of that cause celebre were not told at the time, but they can be told now. And this is what really happened that rainy night in November, 35 years ago. Tony and Rena had finished a long day's shooting. It was nearly 7 o'clock when Tony tooled his big white Cunningham roadster into the driveway of his Whitley Heights estate. He stopped the car under the arch of the entrance gate and was reaching for the electric control button when a masked figure with a gun stepped out from the darkness.
All right. Hold it right there. What is this? It's the end of the line for you, big shot.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah. Here's where your boyfriend gets what's coming to him.
Tony, it's Bart Malloy.
Now, that wasn't very smart to recognize me, Rena. Now, you go with him.
All right, Bart. Cut the melodrama. You're drunk. Now go on home and sleep it off. We'll see you at the studio tomorrow.
There isn't going to be any tomorrow for you two. Because I'm going
Look out, Bart, behind you! Let go of that gun, Bart. Let go. Oh, you don't. I said I'd kill you. No, I say. That's better. Now, I'll just unload it so nobody can get hurt. Here. You can have it back now. Now go on home and get some shut-eye. I'll see you in the morning.
So you can fire me in front of the whole crew?
How did you know we were going to fire?
Not we, you. I heard all about it an hour ago. Alec Benson didn't want to let me out. You're the one who cut my throat. So you might as well call the cops and do the complete job on me.
I have no intention of calling the cops.
Why not? That would make your day perfect.
Now, look, Bart. Suppose we forget all about this, hmm? All three of us. Right, Rena?
Of course.
Gee, that's big of you. Both of you. Maybe someday I can pay you back.
Now go on home, Bart. You need sleep.
Sure, that's all I need. Just a little sleep. And thanks, Tony. Thanks for everything.
Tony.
Yes, darling.
Would you mind driving me straight on home?
Well, what about dinner?
Oh, I don't feel much like eating now. I just want to go home.
All right. All right.
Tony, why did you put Barton on the picture in the first place?
He was on the skits. There wasn't a casting director in town who'd hire him.
You and your big heart. Don't you know that the surest way to make a man hate you is to do him a kindness?
Maybe. But he promised he'd go on the wagon.
So the first day, he showed up pink-eyed as a rabbit and chewing cloves to camouflage the smell of whiskey.
He's always chewed cloves as long as I've known him.
Sure he has. It's the trademark of an alcoholic. Tony, You know, he scares me.
Nah, don't be silly, darling. Bart may be lush, but he's not a murderer.
In just a moment, we will return for the second act of Suspense.
So people come in to me and they say, Otto, you were once a great chef. Because I am now selling meat in my butcher shop, one sometimes forgets I know lots about cooking meat, too. So I'll let you in on a little cooking secret of mine. French's Worcestershire sauce. Aha! Only French's Worcestershire has in it a collection of spices we Germans know accentuates the good flavor of meat. French's also has soy, anchovies, tamarinds. I could go on and on, but these ingredients do to everyday food. Mouth-watering. May I suggest you try this with pot roast? Add 1 tablespoon French's Worcestershire to each cup of gravy. Would you believe the difference? With French's, you really spark up your meals. And people will say, my goodness, but you're a wonderful cook. Just as they used to say to me.
Of course Bart Malloy didn't take Tony's advice and go home. The evening was still young, and in his misery he needed company. So he headed for Henry's on Hollywood Boulevard. Everybody went to Henry's in those days. It was packed every night with actors, directors, writers, producers, come to see and be seen, and to partake of Henry's wonderful turkey sandwiches, his fabulous German pancakes, and his fragrant coffee. Malloy is downing cup after cup of it now, each one generously laced with whiskey from his hip flask. Also, he's airing his grievances to Fritz, the friendly waiter who knows him well.
So, I take a drink. One measly drink.
Yeah.
And he tosses me off the picture. He's a louse, that's what he is. Star-spangled louse.
Nein, Mr. Malloy, das ist nicht so. Mr. Kendall's a fine gentleman, a real fine gentleman.
Yeah. I'll tell you something, Fritz. I'm going to fix your fine gentleman's wagon for him if it's the last thing I ever do.
Oh, you shouldn't say such things, Mr. Malloy, especially such a time as this. Just so soon as he's finished his picture, he and Miss Alfante will be...
I know. Maybe I ought to figure out a nice present for him, huh?
That sounds better, Mr. Malloy. You know something? I always thought Miss Alfante would marry that Russian dirt. What is his name?
Korsakov.
Oh, yeah.
Sergei Korsakov, yeah. Sure, we're crazy about each other until Tony came along. Fritz, huh? You may not know, but you just gave me a terrific idea.
Bart Malloy lost no time in putting his terrific idea into action. First, he telephoned the director, Sergei Korsakov, and made a date to drop by his apartment later that evening. Then he called Raina Chalfonte and employed his not inconsiderable talent as a mimic.
Hello?
Hello, this is Hollywood 2749.
Yes, it is.
May I speak, please, with Miss Chalfonte? I'm Dr. von Kesselring, Dr. Friedrich von Kesselring.
This is Miss Chalfonte, Doctor.
I am Mr. Korsakov's physician, Miss Chalfonte. I have, I regret to say, some unhappy news for you.
Well, is something the matter with Sergei?
He has suffered a coronary occlusion.
Oh, no.
Malloy counted on the rainy streets and the fact that Rena had to come all the way in from Beverly Hills to give him the time he needed with Korsakov. 5 minutes later, he pulled up in front of the Russian director's house, high in the Hollywood Hills. Well, not exactly in front of the house, for it perched 60 feet above the street and was reached by a private elevator which opened on the sidewalk. Very futuristic, a Hollywood showplace at the time, this hideaway of the Mad Russian. Malloy pushed the bell. The elevator door clicked open, and a moment later he stepped out of the cage into Sergei Korsakov's living room.
Hello, Sergei.
How are you, my friend? It's good to see you.
Good to see you. Is this a lousy night?
For me, it's perfect. I sit before the fire and I try to solve chess problems. You will have some tea? Over there is some water.
Tea?
Also brandy, whiskey, vodka. Choose it for yourself.
Well, maybe just a little one. You know, to cut the fog.
Good. Now, sit down and tell me why you call me.
Well, Sergei, I need some advice.
Well, I will be glad to.
It's like this. I'm going to come out of this picture I'm on with quite a bit of dough. You told me you'd been buying real estate, remember?
No. I have quite a bit of property in Santa Monica.
Santa Monica? That's too far out. Like the San Fernando Valley. Can't tell me that people are ever going to go all the way out there. Hey, I thought you said you were going to be alone tonight.
I expect no one.
Maybe your luck is changing, huh, boy? Well, don't get up. I'll send the elevator back down. And I'll just slip out the service entrance.
But I assure you,
I know. Probably your maiden aunt just in from Vladivostok. Just the same, I'll go out the back way so as not to embarrass the lady.
You have it a dirty mind, my friend. I would suggest that you... But what does it mean? The gun?
I guess you might say it means goodbye, Sergei.
Malloy moved fast now. He wiped his fingerprints from the smoking gun and from the whiskey glass. Then he dropped the gun to the floor and headed for the service entrance. He was gone when the elevator stopped and Rena walked into the living room to discover Sergei's bullet-riddled body sprawled on the floor. When the police arrived, summoned by a neighbor who heard the shooting, they found her there, gun in hand, kneeling over the body, sobbing over and over.
Who did it, Sergei? Who did it? Who did it? Who did it?
In a moment, we'll return for the third act of Suspense.
Hi, this is Dennis James with a longtime favorite. Yes, the longtime favorites are usually the best, aren't they? And one favorite folks have relied on over the years is Kellogg's All Brand. Since 1919, America's favorite natural laxative cereal. Kellogg's All Brand is the safe, gentle way to overcome irregularity caused by lack of bulk in your diet. It tastes good, too, and it never gets mushy in milk. There's only one All Brand, Kellogg's All Brand. So relieve constipation the way millions do with Kellogg's All Brand. ALL-BRAN. Yes, you're so right to stay regular with Kellogg's All Brand. Try it, okay? Okay.
They allowed Rena Chalfanti one phone call. Naturally, she called Tony Kendall. But there wasn't much he or his attorney could do for her, since there's no bail on a murder charge. So Tony went to the scene of the crime, and there he found that an old friend of his was in charge of the investigation, Sergeant Kay of Homicide.
I'm sorry, Tony, but it just don't look good for your girlfriend.
But Rena is no killer.
It's not for me to say. I can only go by the evidence I find, and, well, it all points to her.
But where's the motive? Rena had no motive.
She might have.
What do you mean?
Well, this is just a theory, of course.
All right. Let's have it.
You may not like it, Tony.
I told you. Go ahead.
Well, she and Korsakov were, they were pretty good friends before you came along, right?
Yeah.
So maybe he's still in love with her. Maybe he doesn't want her to marry you. Maybe he threatens to do something to stop the wedding.
I see. And maybe she shoots him.
Right.
Wrong. Marty, Rena is not a killer.
Maybe, but it looks like she did it.
You've been all over the place, I suppose.
Stem to stern. And everything's strictly copacetic, except for a whiskey glass with no fingerprints on it.
A what?
This one right here, see? Somebody had a shot of bourbon out of it, and then wiped off the prints.
Oh, wait a minute. Sergei didn't drink.
He didn't? Well, then, maybe your girlfriend...
Here we go with that maybe routine again. Now, Marty, for your information, Rena isn't a drinker either. That samovar over there is more in her line.
Oh, so that's what you call that thing. What's it for?
For making tea. Russian style.
What's all this stuff in these little saucers?
Oh, lemon peel, cinnamon, rose petals, cloves. They put it in the tea.
All at once?
No. One at a time.
Oh. Well, then Korsakov must have been a clove boy. We found a lot of them on the floor.
Cloves, And a whiskey glass.
Yeah. You got a theory?
Maybe I have.
What is it?
I'll let you know when I've proved it.
In just a moment, we will return for the concluding act of Suspense.
You know, there are millions of motorists in this country. Most of them are careful, law-abiding drivers who are smart enough to know that it pays to be careful, but it takes only one careless act to cause a serious accident. So don't break the law of the road or the law of averages. Drive carefully all the time. First of all, don't speed. More highway deaths are caused by excess speed than by anything else. Second, drive with your head as well as with your hands and feet. Use sound judgment in your driving and develop good driving habits. And finally, be courteous. Don't be afraid to give the other fellow a break. You'll both live longer. And here are a few pointers for safer driving. Pass the car ahead only when you're absolutely sure it's safe. Don't take chances. Always allow plenty of space between your car and the car ahead. At least one car length for every 10 miles per hour you're traveling. And at night, dim your bright lights when approaching another car. Now, by following these safety rules, you can help cut down on accidents.
Tony Kendall was in makeup and on the set at 8 o'clock the next morning. The cameras were in place, and the lights were all set up for the climax scene of Passion Lost, the big fight scene. Alec Benson, the director, greeted Tony with the long face usually reserved for funerals.
Tony, I just heard about Rena. What a terrible...
All right. Save your sympathy. She's innocent.
Oh, of course. But what's it going to do to our shooting schedule?
You're just chock full of compassion, aren't you?
Well, I mean...
How's the great man this morning?
Good morning, Bart.
Who's going to lower the boom? You or Alec?
Well, Bart...
I told you last night we'd forget all about it, Bart.
I thought you meant...
You're still on the picture, Bart.
But, Tony, I've already hired...
You heard me, Alec.
Tony, I don't know what to say.
Then save it. Let's get on with the fight scene.
Okay. Now, this has got to top any fight scene that's ever been photographed. Sam! I can't hear myself think! All right, you guys, hold them hammers! Now, we've got to make this brawl in the spoilers look like a chorus boys' picnic. Now, I want...
Look where you're going, knucklehead! Don't trip over those cables!
Will you please knock it off, Sam? You make more noise than the hammers.
Sorry, Mr. Benson.
Now, let's get the suspense of the fight in Tolerable David, the brutality of Noah Beery and the Sea-Wolf, the cruelty of...
Look, Alec, why don't you let Bart and me sort of work it out by ourselves first, Then we'll tell you how we see it, and if it's okay with you, we'll try a take.
Well, all right. Just call me when you're ready.
Fine. Come on, Bart. Let's block out the action. We begin here on the balcony when I find you coming out of Helena's room.
Yeah.
Now, you go for your gun, but before you can get it out from under your...
Tony.
Yes.
I want to thank you for keeping me on the picture.
It's all right, Bart. Now, as I was saying, when you,
I want you to know how sorry I am about Rena.
Are you really? Are you really sorry?
I sure am. Rena's one of the greatest.
Then you'll be happy to know that she did not kill Korsakov.
No? Then, who did?
Why, you did, Malloy. You killed him.
What? You must be out of your mind. What would I want
You killed him. And then you framed Rena. You did it for revenge. To get back at me.
You're talking like a maniac.
What about the clothes that dropped out of your pocket onto the...
Korsakov had clothes, too. They were by the samovar.
That does it. You were there, Malloy, weren't you? You killed him.
Try and prove it.
I won't have to prove it. You're going to admit it.
I am, huh?
That's right. I am going to beat the truth out of you right now.
Keep away from me, Kendall. Keep away!
I'm going to fix that. I'm ready to face you.
Hey, Mr. Benson, look! We're on the set! Oh, for the love of... Wait a minute, Tony. Hold it, boys, until we can... Hey, hold it, Mr. Benson. Oh, wow! What a wallop. Sure looked real, didn't it?
Well, what are you standing there for? Let's get it on film. Lights! Larry, Paul, stop cranking those cameras.
All right, you guys. You heard Mr. Benson. Lights! Camera!
That's fine, boy. Slam sit against that pillar. Good. Now, bring one up, Tony. Bring it up from your heels. That's the idea. A real haymaker.
You did it, didn't you, Malloy? You killed him. Get your hands off my throat. Can't breathe. Now, tell me the truth, Malloy. Give it to me straight, or I will kill you right here and now.
Go a little easy on that strangle, Tony. The censors in Iowa may squawk about it.
Come on, Malloy. This is your last chance. Yes, I did it.
All right. Cut.
Save those lights!
Now, look, I realize I'm only the director around here. But even so, would you mind letting me in on...
Tell him, Malloy. Tell him, or I'll... I killed Korsakov. All right. Call Marty Kay, will you? Tell him we've got his killer for him. You better have a couple of the boys keep an eye on Malloy until he gets here.
What are you going to do?
Me? I'm going over and get my girl out of the jailhouse.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, a story out of the Hollywood of the 20s, the city that was. As you know, Rena and Tony Kendall are still one of the film capital's happiest couples. As a matter of fact, I had tea with them last week. Rena served from a great brass samovar, and I had my choice of sugar and cream and rum, of course. And then there were little china bowls filled with slivers of lemon peel and dried rose petals and sticks of cinnamon. But do you know something strange? There weren't any clothes.
From Hollywood, our land be bright. Long may our land be bright, with freedom's holy light. Protect us by thy might, great God, our King. Our Land Be Bright is presented by the veterans of foreign wars of the United States and is produced and transcribed in Hollywood.
This is another in the great series of programs being presented coast to coast by the veterans of foreign wars of the United States. The objective of these programs is patriotic. Their scope is worldwide. We believe that you will find each of them of vital interest to you. Appearing on this series are the greatest names in the entertainment world. Such famous personalities as Bob Hope, Joan Fontaine, Herbert Marshall, Adolphe Menjou, Robert Montgomery, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello, Brian Ahern, Jack Carson, and this year's lovely VFW buddy poppy girl, Jean Crane. we wish to thank the Hollywood Coordinating Committee for helping to make their appearance possible. On today's program, we are honored to have with us one of the world's most beautiful women, the lovely Madeleine Carroll. Her work in the hospitals overseas was particularly inspiring. In recognition of her work with the Red Cross, the U.S. Merchant Marine, and the U.S. Information Bureau in Paris, Miss Carroll was awarded the Civilian Medal of Freedom. For her efforts in bettering Franco-American relations, she was also made a Chevalier of the far-famed French Legion of Honor. She started her unselfish work at Walter Reed Hospital in Washington, D.C., and actually still is making appearances for the benefit of servicemen whenever she has an opportunity. Back now in Hollywood, she has endeared herself forever in the hearts of the men she made smile again by her angelic presence. Intensely interested in better world amity, she considers active participation in any work that will aid in this great problem a sharply defined duty of all of us. Miss Madeleine Carroll.
You are about to hear a program dedicated to religion as the answer to the many perplexing problems facing us today. That's a lot of territory to cover in 15 minutes, but the world's greatest philosophers and men of God have been simple souls. All knew that the truth shall make ye free, and so from time immemorial man has been searching for that truth. Historians tell us that a war has been fought somewhere on this globe every 20 years. Already there's talk of another one. Can we avoid it? Certainly, if all men embrace the basic concepts of Christianity, we can. Let us see then how simple faith can provide the answer to our struggle for universal peace.
Thank you, Madeleine Carroll. And now the next voice you will hear is that of the VFW narrator for the program which follows immediately.
This is your VFW narrator in our nation's capital. We all remember, rather vividly, I'm sure, two striking phrases which came out of World War II. The earliest, I think, became a song, with the refrain, "Praise the Lord and pass the ammunition," while the other moved into circulation out of the far Pacific under more somber circumstances. When the going got really tough among the islands of the South Seas, it was,
"There are no atheists in foxholes."
Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom.
in camps before the battle.
Earth to earth, ashes to ashes, dust to dust, in sure and certain hope of the resurrection.
Yes, there were no atheists in foxholes. Instead, there was faith, the faith born of a man's love for his God, for his country, and the hearts that were beating for him at home. Then, word came that the war was over. We won World War II, we and our allies in the United Nations. And then we came back to our own country, to our homes, and to our jobs. But what about the men who couldn't exactly qualify, even for their old job, because only a part of them came back?
Watch the pulse indicator, nurse. What's it say now?
It's growing weaker, Doctor.
Look at the oxygen mask. Scissors. Forceps.
The operation was a success. The patient lived, but without an arm, a leg, or some such part or parts which were necessary to the pre-war job. So problems of readjustment had to be solved.
So you see, boss, I'm not fit for the same work I used to do. I'm not complaining, you understand, but, well, maybe I can do something else to earn me keep. What do you say, huh?
Why, sure you can, Joe. This company feels that it owes its security to the fact that you veterans won the war. There are plenty of bench jobs around the plant, and one of those seats has your name on it. We're glad to have you back, fella, and I know that's the way all the old gang feels around here.
Ah, gee, thanks, boss. I'm getting used to these sticks. Look, see, huh?
Yes, a fighting man can get used to a lot of things, even crutches or a wheelchair. It wasn't long, however, before we all came to realize, both at home and abroad, that peace, too, was something which had to be won. Words, instead of weapons, were still in use against us. This was the Cold War, which threatened the very foundations of our democracy. But that wasn't all. There were domestic problems as well, and local ones.
What about housing? Where can we live?
Yeah, and how can we live? How's about that what do you call it? Rehabilitation? Yeah, what about that?
What about catching up on a little education?
How are we going to earn a living? A decent living, that is.
And what about the sick and poor in spirit?
Yes, what about these? What about millions of men who are trying to get readjusted after 4 years of war? Take a telegram, Miss Bowen.
Yes, sir.
To the chairman of the Committee on Veterans Affairs, House of Representatives, Washington, D.C. The veterans of foreign wars, the oldest, largest, and strongest organization of overseas veterans, with nearly 10,000 posts, in about 6,000 cities and towns of the nation, urges that special consideration be given to legislation now pending before your committee, which, as you know, is due for discussion next Wednesday morning, period. We feel that...
Son, or I should have called you Captain.
Oh, gee, Dad, just call me Butch, same as ever. That's good enough for me. Remember, some used to call me that little punk. Remember that, huh?
Yes, I do remember. Always stood up for you, though, didn't I?
You sure did, Dad. And, Dad, seriously, you know, I used to think about that out in those steaming jungles, remembering how you were always ready to fight for me, to fight my battles. And now I was fighting yours.
Ours, my boy. When a kid grows up and gets into uniform and marches off with his outfit, he's a man, young man, and the old man knows it.
I suppose. Time marches on, as they say in the movies.
Yeah, that's right. But tell me, fella, don't you ever get a sort of a hankering to go back, to get out there on one of those islands again?
Are you kidding, Dad?
No, I mean it.
Well, all right, then. Let me ask you that question. You were in World War I.
Was I? Say, listen. I remember one rainy night in Chateau-Thierry.
Yeah, I know. And you stormed the ridge and brought back 5 heinies, huh?
Yeah, that was the time.
Yeah. How did you feel, Dad, when it was all over? And how do you feel now?
Well, son, you sort of put your old man on the spot. I'll admit I was pretty sick of the whole thing, and I think most of my outfit felt pretty much the same way. In those days, you know, we were fighting to make the world safe for democracy. Woodrow Wilson said that in one of his speeches. So the country made a slogan out of it.
So? Did you?
Well, we got back.
You won the war.
Yes, we won.
Well, how about the peace, Dad?
Well, as for democracy, we made this country safe for it. You can bet your bottom dollar on that.
Yeah, but how about the rest of the world? Like you said. You see, Dad, we're fighting peace now. We've got to think about others, other countries. That's what peace means.
Yes, I suppose it does. I can't remember that This love thy neighbor stuff was so apparent then. Air power has made the world so much smaller during the past quarter of a century. We're all neighbors now, and we've got to face it.
That's it. It's not that the world's worse off than it was. It just needs help. Help from the strong. And our kind of help.
That's going to cost money, too.
Yeah, I suppose it will. But it won't cost blood. If everybody's careful.
Son, you're even more of a man than I thought you were. You just said something that the whole world ought to hear. Let's be careful. Considerate of others, strong in defense, willing to serve, until the world is rehabilitated. Then we'll have a just peace.
A generation apart, but shoulder to shoulder, father and son, united for the protection of our homes, to preserve the American way of life, and to help, at least, to make democracy safe, wherever it's struggling through the ordeals by fire, which this country endured before our Constitution was born and 13 colonies became a nation, whose only dictatorship is the will of the people, and whose only crown is the Bill of Rights.
This is Madeleine Carroll, again in Hollywood. Be listening again next week for another program in this great Veterans of Foreign Wars radio series.
Our Land Be Bright is presented in the public interest by this station and hundreds of others from coast to coast and overseas, in cooperation with the Veterans of Foreign Wars. Until next week and always, long may our land be bright with freedom's holy light. Protect us by thy might, great God, our King.
This Veterans of Foreign Wars program was transcribed in Hollywood and Washington and was produced by Robert J. Enders.
This is Orson Welles speaking. A motion picture in which I play a part was scheduled for a couple of days running last week in Aiken, South Carolina. But the film was banned. Well, I'm used to being banned. I've been banned by whole governments. The Nazis in Germany have banned me, and the fascists of Italy and Spain have banned me. Here at home, the merest mention of my name is forbidden by Mr. Hearst to all his subject newspapers. But to be outlawed by an American city is a new experience. The movie in question is neither controversial nor obscene. But I'm in it, and for the taste of Aiken, that makes any movie too offensive to be endured. Not only was the actual celluloid driven out of the city limits as with a fiery sword, but in defense of civic sensitivities and to protect the impressionable of Aiken's youth from the shock of my name and likeness, a detachment of police officers working under the direction of the city council itself solemnly tore down such posters as the local theater manager had been rash enough to put up by way of advertisement, and burnt same, together with all printed matter having reference to me, in a formal bonfire in the public streets. I'm also informed that I've been somewhat less officially hanged in effigy. And while I have an apology to offer Aiken, it's been suggested that I would be ill-advised to deliver it in person. Since I brought to your attention the case of Isaac Woodward, the case has grown into an issue of the most heated popular concern. It deserves all the national interest it's getting. Isaac Woodward is the veteran whose eyes were beaten out of his head by a policeman in the streets of a place in South Carolina that Isaac Woodward thought was Aiken. He said so in an affidavit, and when I read his affidavit on this program, the mayor of Aiken, the chief of police, and others, subsequently preoccupied with the public burning of my name and picture, sent affidavits of their own protesting innocence. My problem was the choice of affidavits. The boy had been blinded. That was the one clear, brutal fact, and I stuck to that with a promise to Aiken's officialdom that I would apologize for publishing the veteran's testimony when and if my investigators could show a decent doubt. The records were amazingly brief. The policeman who delivered Woodward to the hospital was not named. This is most unusual. The place where the attack occurred was not mentioned in the report. This is almost unheard of. But my investigators, the investigators of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People and the investigators of the FBI have together narrowed down the search to the town of Batesburg, some 19 miles from Aiken. And this morning comes word that the search has been narrowed still further. I have before me wires and press releases to the effect that a policeman of Batesburg, a man by the name of Shaw, or Shore, or Shull, it is given 3 different ways here. The flash is just before us. Chief L.L. Shaw, pronounce it however you wanted, or want to, has admitted that he was the police officer who blinded Isaac Woodward, 30 miles from Aiken, in South Carolina. This is in Batesburg. I'll give you a few more of the facts. He's corroborated an Army statement, has Police Chief Shull or Shaw, that ex-serviceman Isaac Woodward, Jr. was struck on the head with a blackjack. Chief Shull or Shaw says he was called to a bus one night last February to arrest Woodward, who, and I'm reading from a press association, he said was drunk. Shaw claimed to have hit Woodward across the head when Woodward tried to take away his blackjack. He added that the blow may have landed in the veteran's eyes. Shull or Shaw, the police chief, described the eyes as swollen the next day when Woodward was fined in the recorder's court and said he then drove Woodward to a veterans hospital at a doctor's suggestion. Now, you'll remember from the affidavit and from further reports of our investigators that Woodward said he'd been offered liquor after he was attacked by the police, which he refused. And investigators of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored Peoples have discovered 3 other occupants of that bus, all of whom claim in affidavits that Woodward was not drunk, nor was he drinking. Woodward, you remember, appealed for medical aid. And also according to the UP, Shaw or Shore or Shull brands these stories as lies. He has volunteered no information for this. He was unearthed by investigation. Well, the good citizens of Aiken must be surely so glad to hear this that my apology, tendered herewith and as per promise, most abjectly, will come as merely incidental comfort. Batesburg, unlike Aiken, has turned out to be to blame. The search is narrowed down. We're getting close to the truth. We have the admission of a man that he was the officer whom I called X. Well, I would like to remind Officer X, otherwise known as Shull or Shaw, of another promise. Promise I made to the blinded Isaac Woodward. If Chief Shull or Shaw is listening to me now, and it's more than possible that he is, it gives me pleasure to repeat that promise. Officer X, we know your name now. Now that we've found you out, we'll never lose you. If they try you for your crime, I am going to watch the trial, Chief Shull. If they jail you, I'm going to wait for your first day of freedom. You won't be free of me. I want to see who's waiting for you at the prison gates. I want to know who will acknowledge that they know you. I'm interested in your future. I will take note of all your destinations. Assume another name, and I will be careful that the name you would forget is not forgotten, Officer Shull or Shaw, Police Chief of the city of Batesburg. I will find means to remove from you all refuge. You can't get rid of me. We have an appointment. You and I. And only death can cancel it. Our scene changes now to the sovereign state of Texas. They're holding a little election. They held it. It was so close they're going to have a runoff. It's nothing important. It's just a governorship at stake. It's nothing to be excited about. It's just whether we're going to have a democratic education and freedom in Texas or not. It's nothing to be concerned about. Just a matter of who will control the Democratic delegation from Texas to the next Democratic National Convention. Of course, there's some people in Texas who are excited. Old Jesse Jones and the oil interests are very head up, so are the railroad people. They poured $500,000 cash onto the barrelhead. They want to elect a man they can trust. The man they can trust is named Buford Jester. He's the railroad commissioner at the present time, so naturally the railroad people are backing him. Old Jesse Jones hates Harry Truman and Henry Wallace, so he doesn't want Jester's opponent, a Truman-Wallace man, to win. On the other side of the fence is an avowed New Dealer, Homer Rainey, Dr. Homer Rainey, who knows wherever he speaks. He was president of the University of Texas just a little while back when the big money boys ganged up and knocked him out of his job. You remember there was something very close to rioting among the students, but Rainey's out. So now Rainey is running for governor with money still piled up on the opposite side of the fence. Mr. Jester is spending money in great lumps, and herein hangs a tale. One of the mediums Mr. Jester is using is a recently organized public relations and advertising firm named Watson Associates of Dallas, Texas. I have a photostat of the registration certificate of Watson Associates filed with the county clerk in Dallas, Texas on March 14th, 1946 at 3:06 p.m. It shows that the first name listed of those who swore they will conduct the business of Watson Associates is that of a very interesting gentleman named Philip E. Fox of Dallas, Texas. Now, I am particularly interested in Mr. Fox because of the fact that he is now one of candidate Buford Jester's advisors and aides. And if Mr. Jester becomes governor of Texas, he'll give a lot of power to those who helped elect him. So who is Philip E. Fox? Philip E. Fox is an ex-convict. Now, there's nothing necessarily wrong with that. Everyone is entitled to a fair chance. But Mr. Philip E. Fox was convicted of a crime which, for the moment, I'm not permitted to name on this radio program, but I promise to name it next week when I can show the lawyers gathered here my proof for the contention. Philip E. Fox was convicted of this nameless crime on December 22nd, 1923 in Atlanta, Georgia. Even that is forgivable, perhaps, although it isn't usually considered very nice to have ex-cons and convicted, I can't name the crime, working for you in a political campaign. But there's one more X about Philip E. Fox of Dallas, Texas, which interests me even more. Philip E. Fox is the former publicity director of the Ku Klux Klan. Philip E. Fox was editor of the Klan's official publication, The Nighthawk. In fact, the murder I should never have said that word, for which Fox, it is claimed, went to jail, involved his shooting an attorney for an opposing faction of the Ku Klux Klan. This is the same Philip E. Fox who is vigorously assisting in the campaign to elect big money Buford Jester as governor of the sovereign state of Texas. I thought the voters of Texas might like to know about these things. Well, scene changes again. This time it's Washington. And we find ourselves in the Statler Hotel on the 9th floor. Clean, cool room. The phone is ringing. The man who rented the room has just opened the door when he hears the annoying rumble. He answers something like this. Yes, Morris, this is ... I'm just back from the State Department. Of course, I'll be glad to tell you all about what happened. Sure, come on up. The speaker was one of the 6 American members of the Anglo-American Palestine Commission. He hung up the phone, turned to the newspaper man who'd come upstairs with him and swore bitterly. Those poor, miserable people, he said, having to duck around corners all the time, pleading for information like they live behind barbed wire. Why does the world have to be like this? Why must the fate of millions of people be settled in Star Chamber proceedings? Why are those striped-pants diplomats so determined to reduce the Jews to the status of second-class citizenship? And the newspaper man sat there coldly in the hotel room, a little cynically. He'd heard visitors to Washington talk like this before, but rarely with such bitterness. The citizen-turned-statesman was mad clean through. He resumed his outburst. You know, there were 10 of us sitting in that room. There wasn't a Jew among us, just the acting Secretary of State, Dean Acheson, Henry Grady, the 2 men just back from London who tried to sell Europe's Jews into the partition ghetto in Palestine, and we 6, the American members of the Anglo-American Commission. It was ghastly the way the State Department tried to rationalize it. They were looking for an out. We 6 men had spent 3 months studying the issue. 6 Englishmen appointed by the British cabinet were also on the commission. We were unanimous in our findings. We agreed perfectly. Even the British went along on every single point. That's how obvious the Palestine situation is. We all went to London together. We heard weeks of testimony here. Then we went to Palestine and heard the Jews tell their story, and we heard the Arabs tell their story, and we were still unanimous. Now the State Department, fawning over the British Foreign Office, is trying to sell us out. The man settles down in his chair, lights a cigarette. The newspaper man takes notes. The voice continues. One of the members of our commission is Billy Phillips. You may have heard of him. He's been a diplomat for years, a State Department man for decades, but he's an honest man. He was an ambassador until recently. He was an ambassador to India and minister to London. When he heard the British Foreign Office proposal, he was violent. When he heard we were thinking of accepting it, you know what he asked? He asked, how long, Mr. Atchison, does the State Department plan to continue as the tail of the British kite? Of course, this is all off the record, concluded the news source. Of course, replied the newspaper man. Of course, says Orson Welles, who got this story from the newspaper man. It's all off the record. Let's let the people sell the people for oil. Let them sell people for alliances and bases in the Middle East, of course. But let's keep it off the record. I wonder if we should. The word from Paris is unhappy. More of that next week. I think I have just time for now to read you a letter. Before I do, I'd just like to make this comment to national organization, though. I do think that we ought to stop giving up hope every day when we read about what's happening in Paris. I think we ought to realize that the best hope for international organization, the way the world is run nowadays, is the separate, selfish need of every nation for world peace. We mustn't expect a shiny, ready-made millennium in our time. Well, here's the letter, dear Mr. Wells. Some women would bake you a cake or knit you a necktie, but here's a poem. And it's from Dorothy Littleworth, who I see lives in Buffalo, and I liked her poem, and I'm going to read it because I just have time for it. It says, for Orson Welles. There is no cozy warmth about this shame as one might feel who shyly blushed at praise. There is a bitter, cold, consuming flame, a knowledge we must live with all our days. I lift my lamp beside the golden door. I hold these truths to be self-evident. There is no incantation will prevent the murder of a black man, or restore to him his pride, or give him back his sight. Words are but pebbles on a homemade sling against this wickedness, but I will fling them ceaselessly with all my little might. It is some comfort that your arm can bring the broadsword of the champion, the fight. Thank you, Dorothy Littleworth, for that poem. Thank you for letting me read it. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for letting me join you. And please let me join you again next week, same time, same station. Until then, I remain, as always, obediently yours.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Good evening. This is Frank Gallup bidding you welcome to An Evening with Romberg. You will hear our youthful baritone Robert Merrill, Mr. Romberg's guest, the fine tenor Thomas Hayward, and the concert orchestra in your favorite music, with the evening to be climaxed by songs from the score of The Student Prince, all under the personal direction of one of America's great composer-conductors, Sigmund Romberg. From the cliffs of Dover to the golden wheat fields of Canada, and on to the peaks of the Himalayas, stretch the possessions of Britain. We feel the power of empire in Sigmund Romberg's special arrangement of the English Grenadier March. Franz Lehar's Gold and Silver Waltz is truly a musical treasure. Untarnished by years of popularity, it has a new charm for us this evening under the baton of Sigmund Romberg. Johann Strauss's Gypsy Baron tells the story of a man returning to his ancestral home and finding it overrun with dancing gypsies. All day long, they play and sing beautiful melodies. Sigmund Romberg conducts the orchestra in colorful music from the Gypsy Baron. Of course, you've met this young man before, our baritone, Robert Merrill. But he's a different person at the moment. Playing a character role now, he's that busy barber who talks so fast, Figaro. Robert Merrill sings Figaro's famous aria from The Barber of Seville.
Bravo, bravissimo, bravo! Fortunatissimo per verità, bravo! Fortunatissimo per verità! Fortunatissimo per verità! Per un barbiere di qualità, di qualità! Tutti mi chiedono, tutti mi vogliono, donna ragazzi, vecchie fanciulle, di quale parrucca? Presto la barba, di quale sanguigna, presto via, tutti mi chiedono, tutti mi vogliono, tutti mi chiedono, tutti mi vogliono, quale parrucca, presto la barba, presto vieto. Oh, Figaro, 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 Figaro. Ohimè, che furia, ohimè, che bella una la volta, per carità, per carità, per carità, una la volta, una la volta, una la volta, per carità. Figaro? Su qua. Figaro. Su qua, Figaro qua, Figaro là, Figaro qua, Figaro là, Figaro su, Figaro giù, Figaro su, Figaro giù, brano bellissimo, so che mi può vedere il facciolo delle città, delle città, delle città, delle città, delle città. Bravo Figaro, bravo bravissimo, bravo Figaro, bravo bravissimo, fortunatissimo, 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 per verità. Bravo Figaro, bravo bravissimo, bravo Figaro, bravo bravissimo, terfatuna, 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 non vincerò. Sono il facciato della città, sono il facciato della città, della città, della città.
Voted the song most likely to be among the sheet music on your piano this very moment is Dvorak's Humoresque. However, good music shouldn't be confined to one instrument. 45 musicians, under the magnificent direction of Sigmund Romberg, blend in a special arrangement of Humoresque. Heidelberg, a century-old European university, has claimed many noted scholars. But probably the most famous of all was the mythical prince from the province of Carlsberg. His college days have been shared by thousands through the music of the Student Prince by Sigmund Romberg. Born and reared abroad, Mr. Romberg was familiar with Heidelberg, its traditions, atmosphere, and student life. Tonight, in playing a medley of tunes from the Student Prince, Mr. Romberg introduces another new voice to his audiences throughout the country. It was over a Kansas City radio station that our host first heard this remarkable tenor. Since that time, Thomas Hayward has won the Metropolitan Opera auditions for tenor. So, Mr. Romberg has arranged to have the young man sing for us this evening. Sigmund Romberg presents Thomas Hayward. In a medley of songs from the great Romberg operetta, The Student Prince, Thomas Haywood sings Serenade, and Robert Merrill brings us the famous drinking song. Then they blend their voices to toast college life with Golden Days.
Overhead the moon is beaming, white as blossoms on the bough. Nothing is heard but the song of a bird, filling all the air with dreaming. Could my heart but still its beating, only you can tell it all. Beloved, from your window give me greetings. Hear my eternal vow. Soft in the trees sighs the echo of my longing, while all around you my dreams of rapture throng. My soul, my joy, my hope, my fear, your heart must tell you that I am near. Cling from above while I pour out my love, for you know to my life you are love. Oh, hear my longing cry. Oh, love me or I die. Overhead the moon is beaming, white as blossoms on the bough. Nothing is heard but the song of a bird, filling all the air with dreaming. Could nor give me greeting. I swear, Drink, drink, two eyes that are bright as stars when they're shining on me. Drink, 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 two lips that are red and sweet as the fruit on the tree. Here's a hope that those bright eyes will shine, lovingly, lovingly soon into mine. May those lips that are red and sweet tonight with joy my own lips meet. Drink, drink, let the toast start. May young hearts never part. Drink, 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 let every true lover salute his sweetheart. Let's drink. Down where the nectar flows swiftly along, nestles a town that is famous in song. Laughing lads roam through its streets so quaint. No one's a sinner, much less a saint. While I come stealing and moonlight shines round, drinking with silver old Heidelberg town. Hark how the echoes are ringing with their song. Laughing they circle the glasses all night long. Golden days in the sunshine of our happy youth. Golden days full of innocence and full of truth. In our hearts we remember them all else of all. Golden days, days of youth and love. How we laughed with a gaiety that had no sting, looking back through memory's eyes. We will know life has nothing sweeter than its springtime. Golden days when we're young. Golden
Frank Gallup bidding you good evening for our soloist Robert Merrill, our guest Thomas Hayward, and our host, composer-conductor Sigmund Romberg.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
It's Arthur Godfrey time. Yes, it's Arthur Godfrey time with all the little Godfreys. Jeanette Davis, Marshall Young, Frank Saunders, the Jubilaires, and Hank Silverne in the orchestra. And here again is Arthur Godfrey himself.